Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Nicholas Callis here with your Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. The Pittsburgh Pirates, they lost 2-0 to the Cincinnati Reds in yesterday's game. The Pirates are now 1-3 on the season. Second game of that three-game series against the Reds is tonight at 6:40. You can listen to that game right here on 93.7 The Fan. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show begins at 5:45, and that's presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Penguins with a huge win over the New York Islanders yesterday, 8-3 final score in that game. That makes the Penguins jump up in the standings. They have passed the Islanders now. The Penguins have 90 points. The New York Islanders still at 89. The Columbus Blue Jackets still at 88. But the Penguins with that win also become favorable for tiebreakers at the end of the season should the Islanders and the Penguins tie at any point. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And the Fan Early Morning Show with me, Nicholas Harry Callis. That's coming up next. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey guys, Donnie Football here. I just got married, and I had this moment when I picked up my suit about a month ago. I'm standing there thinking, this is pretty wild, because I could have worn this same suit a couple of years ago. Seriously, that's what hits me most about Awaken 180. Not just that I lost the weight, it's that I never put it back on. Not a pound. In fact, I've lost a couple of more. So when the wedding came around, I wasn't scrambling. I wasn't trying to crash into shape. I wasn't looking for some last-second miracle. I already had it handled. Awaken 180 helped me lose the weight, feel good while I was doing it, and actually keep it off. No meds, no starting over, no panic, because a big day is coming up. I got to go into my wedding feeling good, comfortable, confident, and just enjoy it. And honestly, that's what people want. Not just to lose it, to know that it's gone and that it stays away. That's why Awaken 180 worked for me. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Want a health plan that travels with you? With UPMC Health Plan, you can access care wherever you are. That's access to UPMC doctors and hospitals, local providers, plus urgent and emergency care nationwide through the Cigna Healthcare PPO network. What's more, you get 24/7 access to virtual care. All this with award-winning customer service from their healthcare concierge team. When your employer gives you a choice of health insurance plans, choose UPMC Health Plan.
The latest advancement for thinning hair and hair loss is now at New Image Hair Clinic. It's called laser hair therapy, and you could try it for free. Simply call today at 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com to schedule your free evaluation. In as little as 1 hour, they can help determine the possible reasons for your hair loss and if the laser hair therapy is for you. Call now, and KDKA listeners can receive 2 weeks of laser treatments for free. Certain restrictions apply, so call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
I'm Walter Naylor, owner of a quick drain service. Since 1969, we've been going down the drain so you don't have to. We specialize in older home plumbing repairs and service. Trust us to get the job done right. Call 724-222-1095. Ask us about senior military and first responder discounts. License number PA074216. We serve the tri-state area with DOT-certified gas, water, and sewer line installations while offering a lifetime guarantee. AQuickDrain.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Get up with the Fan Early Morning Show, presented by Steel City Medical Center. Put the smile back in your life.
Let me tell you a little bit about Pittsburgh sports.
The biggest name in Pittsburgh sports media. Ladies and gentlemen, Nicholas Harry Callis.
Yay!
Oh, Harry.
We don't know how he does it. He doesn't know how he does it. But he's up at 5 every morning to get the sports talk day started in Pittsburgh. This is the Fan Early Morning Show with Nicholas Harry Callis on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Wake up. Good morning. It's me, Nicholas Harry Callis. It's Family Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's Pittsburgh's hometown sports talk station, and there is a significant amount of sports talk on the table this morning. So call 412-928-9370. The phone lines are open. Talk to me on X by going to the app. Go online if you're in front of a computer. At Callis_33 is my handle, though. Tag me. That's CALLAS _33. You can tag me in a post. I do read those pretty often, and I do read them on the air as well, depending on how intriguing the comments are that you make. And you can go to youtube.com, search 93.7 The Fan, and you'll find our live video stream on there, where you can watch us in studio. Just search 93.7 The Fan in the YouTube search bar, and you'll find our live stream video up there. But you can also join the chat box that's a part of that. There's a live chat section that you can go to, and I do read those pretty frequently as well. I didn't know exactly which team I was going to lead with this morning. I was leaning more toward Penguins, and I think I'm going to stick with that because the Pirates lost yesterday to the Cincinnati Reds, and they're not looking awful. They're just not looking good enough. And it's been, I'd say, more of the same through the first several games, which is the offense has struggled a bit more than the pitching staff, minus a few exceptions. And there's plenty of things to criticize as it relates to this team that we could definitely go over. But the Penguins, I think, deserve a good chunk of the talk this morning, so we'll definitely do that. But you can talk about anything you want at 412-928-9370. As it relates to sports, you can talk about anything you want, so feel free to get a phone line. You can talk about either team. Doesn't matter to me. I had a double setup yesterday, so I watched both games. I'm pretty informed on a lot of the things that happened because both games are exciting. I mean, baseball is my favorite sport, so of course I'm going to watch the Pirates. I'm going to see how they do. But the Penguins are also in the middle of a playoff race, and they did some things that I didn't even expect. So we'll talk about that. And in deciding what to talk about, I mean, on one hand, I was like, all right, let's see what the people think. So I go to the YouTube live stream, and I'm looking at the live chat. One person comments, our goaltending will be the downfall of this team in the playoffs. The very next comment is Reynolds, Trillo, Cruz, and Ozuna aren't producing. So I guess there's a lot of there's a lot of different directions I could go, and we'll talk. And another person just commented in on the YouTube live chat and said, "Bring up Connor now," although he spelled Connor with a C and not a K. It's Connor with a K. Anywho, 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. Let's begin with this caller. We'll begin with somebody on the phone lines who's gotten in here early and wants to jump in. So good morning. What's your name?
Nick, it's Sean. Good morning.
What's up?
You remember I called you last week?
Remind
Remember
me.
that call?
I remember you called. I forget exactly what you said.
It was in regards to Jared Triolo.
Ah, yep.
Yeah. So, I mean, obviously, I'm not ready to throw in the towel yet. It's 3 games in. So, you're a positive guy. So I'm gonna try to remain a little bit optimistic because he's not the only one that's egregious and can't hit the ball at this point. Cruz is there, Reynolds is there, under 200 for both of them. Ozuna hasn't had a hit since he's been a Pirate.
Mm-hmm.
And then we got Triolo that we've been watching for years and years now. They could not hit a beach ball if you threw it up at them. And even Doran drank the Kool-Aid last night, and I saw his tweet. It said, 2 on, 2 outs, Triolo's up, turn the Pens game on. And it's the same thing every single year. So, I mean, I don't know what he's working on, what he's doing, but we as Pirates fans deserve better than Jared Triolo. Not to mention his lack of hitting. He's booting the ball at shortstop. The only reason he's on the team, that could possibly be the reason he's on the team, is the fact that he's supposedly an elite fielder. Well, guess what?
Well, hey, everybody makes mistakes. Did he boot any yesterday? Like, I watched most of the game. I didn't see.
He didn't boot any yesterday.
So he booted one,
I'll
right?
give him that.
Yeah, let's not.
I mean,
I'm not the Jared Triolo defender, but he booted 1 ball, not balls.
He's 1 for 19.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yep.
Remember what I said to you? I'm gonna be like Dave when he used to say, "Fire Mike Coleman." I'm gonna call you every single day if you pick the phone up and say, "Send him down." Have a good day, Nick.
Yep. Thanks for the call, Sean. Yeah, most of it I agree with. He's still a pretty solid defender, but yeah, the offensive output cannot be criticized enough, I think, at this point, just based on where the Pirates need to be. And I can't believe we're talking about the Pirates. I thought everybody wanted to talk about the Penguins. No, everybody likes to criticize the Pirates, which is fine. I don't mind. I think that right now there's plenty of players on the team that deserve criticism. But yeah, I'm with you. Send Triolo down. Get Triolo somewhere else. He needs a different role. I think the clamoring for Connor Griffin is. I think it's going to continue to grow. The clamoring for Connor Griffin being in the majors, and I agree. I mean, I'm with it. He's doing well so far in AAA, which is good. And we'll just see when they find what they believe is the right time to bring him up. All we can do is wait. But yeah, I mean, the offense for the team kind of struggled throughout. They didn't score, which is a big time struggle, of course, on its own. But I mean, they had 2 on with nobody out in the 9th inning, and they couldn't find a way to manufacture 1 run. And Triolo was the first batter to hit with those 2 runners on and nobody out. And I will say this about Ozuna as well, because I know Ozuna's getting a lot of criticism. His swing looks like his swing. Like, it looks like he's doing things and he's operating normally, I'll say. I think that he will find his stride eventually. It looks like the biggest problem I see from him is that when the pitches are thrown like low and outside to him, or even outside in general, he's kind of getting ahead of the ball and he's rolling over and he's hitting ground balls to the left side. That's been his thing. I mean, it's not like he's striking out at a horrendous rate. He's just making contact incorrectly, I'll call it. Like, he's putting the ball in play, but like, again, outside pitches, he's kind of rolling over and he's pulling the ball on the ground to the left side. There was one swing that I saw that was inspiring. I mean, if you remember, though, he hit a line drive into right field. It was a deep fly ball, and it was caught in foul territory, but that was inspiring because he stayed on the pitch and sent it the opposite way and nearly hit it over the fence. So there's inspiring signs I see from him. I'm not going to overly defend him because, yeah, he's not, he hasn't gotten a hit yet, but he looks like somebody who I think will find a stride here soon. Brian Reynolds, another talking point. I'm losing patience with him just because, like, he shouldn't be batting third. And I said that from opening day. That was my biggest criticism in the lineup was Brian Reynolds is hitting third, and I don't quite understand why that's the case. When you've got run producers on the team, Brian Reynolds needs to be more of a table-setting type of hitter if you're going to put him in the top 5, or you just take him out of the top 5. Like, it's something that the Pirates cannot afford to keep doing, is having him be up in spots. Like, I mean, there was a runner on first, and they had something going in the middle innings, and he grounded into a double play. It's not great. He's supposed to be the guy that produces those runs, and, neutralizing an inning like that, to me, that frustrates me. And this is just something we've seen from him in his entire career, is that he does not consistently hit until June. Now, again, it's been 4 games, but, if the Pirates don't get ahead of this now, they're going to fall way behind. And I don't want to see them fall way behind in April, because then a bunch of people are going to call and make fun of them. And, it was miserable by the time June came around last season that there was nothing to talk about with this team. I just don't want that to happen again. And that makes me scared. So I know there's the crowd out there that says, hey, don't overreact. It's been 4 games, but there are patterns, there are consistencies that I'm seeing from last season coming into this one. Now there's major improvement, I will say as well. The offensive output is, I think, overall better, just assessing all 4 games. I think the pitching staff has still been quality. So there are inspiring signs, but what we expect out of certain players needs to start happening in reality, or that's it. Or we get upset and we criticize. So that's where I'm at. 412-928-9370. Don't be afraid if you want to call in and talk about the Penguins as well. We can. I just took one call on the Pirates to open up. I still think the Penguins deserve a lot of credit, and they will be the focus of the conversation at some point before I say goodbye this morning, because they certainly deserve it. An 8-3 win yesterday over the New York Rangers. Wrong New York team. The New York Islanders. They played yesterday. The Penguins scored 7 unanswered goals in that game. They were down 3-1 at one point, and then they came back to score 5 total goals in the second period. So it was 5-3, and then the third period they slammed the door shut. And I think they deserve a lot of credit, because they will be the advantage holder of several tiebreaker scenarios now as the season starts to wind down. There's just a few games left in the season. Their final one is April 14th, and right now the Penguins are back in second place, and they did that on the road. They are a team of resilience, and they certainly deserve credit. So I will, like I said, I will give them their credit before the show is over. We can talk about them. So it's not just Pirate Talk this morning. It just happened to be the first call I took. 412-928-9370 is the phone number. If you want to talk about the Penguins, do not be shy. We can certainly do that this morning as well. But Pirate criticisms are what led the show off, and now you got another caller on the line that wants to chat. So let's do it. Good morning. What's your name?
Hi, Ralph from Newcastle.
What's up?
This team is in desperate need of Connor Griffin. He should have never been sent. They should have never been sent down.
Mm-hmm.
There is no offense at all on this team. These pitchers are pitching their butts off, and they're not getting no offense at all. That's sad. That's sad.
All right, Ralph. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it. 412-928-9370. Listen, I don't want to sit here and say that there has been no offense since the season has started. I think that Ryan O'Hearn and Brandon Lau deserve a major chunk of credit. I think Nick Gonzalez has been putting the ball in play. He's been getting on base. He's come through in the clutch at one point. I know it might be overshadowed, but they lost on Saturday to the New York Mets, but Nick Gonzalez had the go-ahead hit in the 10th inning that drove in a run and allowed the Pirates to lead going into the bottom half of that inning. It was a shame that Luis Robert hit the ball over the wall with a runner on base. Actually had 2 runners on base, though, because I think Lindor walked before him either way. When you hit the ball over the fence in extras, you win because there's already runners on base that the defense has to worry about. But that's going to be overshadowed. That's positive. So I think there's a few hitters in the lineup that actually are doing their jobs. And even O'Neal Cruz, it's hard to say this because, he's struggling with power, but, from the leadoff spot, He's getting on base. I mean, I think he's been on base in most, if not all, the games this season so far through the first 4. He's gotten on base. So if my leadoff hitter is getting on base, I'm not going to be too upset about that. Now, I would expect him to hit for more power. I think that fans of the Pirates, myself included, are wishing that he hit for more power. But he's getting on base at least once a game so far this season. And I don't think that should be understated either. I think there are signs that the Pirates offense could come to life at some point. I think there's a foundation set in there that makes me go, all right, something exists. There's a reason to be hopeful, but like some of the players are going to start doing this. Brian Reynolds must start. I'll give credit to Marcelo Ozuna critics. I think that his swing can be fixed. I think that he can find a stride, but the fact that he hasn't produced much out of the cleanup spot so far this season, that is a problem. So I'll give you that. O'Neill Cruz, you want him to hit for more power. Not just get on base, but actually find those mammoth home runs that he's been shown that he can hit, right? He's shown us that he can do that. And who else am I missing? I mean, and Jared Triolo is a detriment to the lineup. I get it. He cannot hit. He is struggling this season, and that's not great. And it was exacerbated yesterday because he had 2 runners on with nobody out, and he did not get a hit. So, the Pirates had 2 runs. The Pirates were 2 runs down in the 9th inning. They had 2 runners on base with nobody out. Jared Triolo was the one that batted with nobody out, and he caused the first out of the inning. Didn't do anything productive with his at-bat, and then the next 2 hitters got out. That kind of stuff, that can't happen, and I get the frustration with the Pirates for that. So, yeah, I mean, while I think that there are bright spots, that there's more promise from this team, there's more to be seen, I do think that there are rightful criticisms of this team, and I'm certainly one of the people who will lean toward the side of being more impatient at this point. Especially when you got Connor Griffin at AAA, who's been nothing short of impressive down there. I get it. 412-928-9370. We got this caller now on the line. Good morning. What's your name?
Good morning, Nick. Dave on the road. How you doing?
I'm all right. What's up?
Not too much. Hey, people were busted on the Pirates too early in the game. You only have 4 games into the season. But a few people are right. You need to move Reynolds from 3 down to 6 or 7 or 5. Move Lowe into 3. And add a little bit more punch to that offensive lineup. And it's early. Give it some time. But Triolo, people are right. That guy needs to be benched and brought Connor Griffin up. It's time to make that move. Like you said, before it gets too late in the season. And how about them Penguins? They were achieving, but hey, it looks good. I like it. But beyond that, that's about it. You have a good morning, Nick.
Yeah, you too, man. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it. 412-928-9370. You're welcome to have a conversation with me as well. Sometimes I feel lonely, but I know you're there. Let me know you're there by giving me a call. 412-928-9370. Join the conversation. Yeah, look, it's fair to criticize. I think it is. I think it's fair to criticize more than not. I know it's only 4 games, and that's like a resounding talking point. But for the players that have been on the Pirates for years, the habits that we've seen before, the patterns that have existed before are starting to bleed into this season. Brian Reynolds, for the most part, has not hit until June. He is just a struggling hitter who has never really produced power numbers that have overly impressed. I've seen him several times look frustrated with himself, or he just keeps that calm, lackluster demeanor about him, and I'm just like, is the man having fun? Is he aspiring to do any better? Does he have any emotions? I mean, I've saw a couple outbursts from him in his career, but for the most part, it's been like, oh crap, I got out. Let me just wear my shades or walk back with the very stiff face, like I don't know why he doesn't hit before June, but like these are patterns that are existing, and he has proven that he has not been able to come through very much in the clutch. Jared Triolo has had a pattern of at bats in his career where he has not come through in the clutch, and he's barely been able to hit. And that's just where we're at. So, yeah, it's only been 4 games, but my counter to that is that for the Pirates players that have been on the team for years now, for multiple seasons, they're not hitting. And they have patterns that have existed in seasons past that are already starting to show here. I'm not saying give up on Reynolds completely, because I think that he has a role on this team, but he cannot be in the run-producing section of the team. He just can't be. Cannot be a 3 through 5 hitter. You want to put him second? Fine. You want to bat him 6th? That's fine. But batting him 3rd every game and watching him continue to not come through, I don't understand it. And I don't like it. Connor Griffin, I think, needs to come to the majors by next month, if not sooner. But he's hitting well in AAA, and Jared Triolo is not good enough. And we've seen in his career, Jared Triolo has had a couple seasons now in the majors. I believe this will be his 3rd season. Like, it just can't keep happening like that. Like, you can't keep throwing him out there and expecting him to do something that he's already proven that he's just not consistent at doing, which is hitting the ball very much at all, let alone in clutch spots. So batting him in the run-producing section of the order on a regular basis, like, that's not going to be a good idea either. So I understand the frustrations. I understand the argument that it's only been 4 games. But again, when the patterns are there and the patterns are consistent, I don't think they can be ignored. 412-928-9370. Got another caller on the line. Good morning. What's your name?
Good morning. This is Dave from Hermitage, man.
What's up?
Happy Easter. Look, real quick, I like the way the Penguins responded in that game last night. They did 2 games that have done really well. As far as the Pirates are concerned, they had a chance to take 2 of 3 against a payroll that is way higher than theirs. So I kind of gave them a little bit of a bye. But last night, it's just like I'm just seeing some sparks of the same thing over and over again. They do need to make a lineup change immediately. I just think you need to set it down and say, hey, look, if you guys ain't going to hit, you're not going to be in the lineup. And then that means you're going to start. If they keep going with this same old thing, we'll wait till June crap. I don't think so. If this team wants to move forward to the next level, not saying they're going to be the Dodgers or the Mets for that matter, you got to make some kind of a statement in your lineup, because it's going to be the same old thing. And I don't think anybody wants that. Pitching-wise, I thought the Pirates pitched fantastic to this point so far.
All right, yeah, thanks for the call, man. I appreciate it. 412-928-9370. Yeah, you're saying a lot of the same stuff. I mean, that's how I think a lot of fans feel. And like I said, I don't think that you can, even though it's just been 4 games, I don't think that you can ignore some of the patterns that have been there. So I'm with you, and I think that I can speak for a lot of how Pirates fans feel about how, like, again, we've been seeing this for season after season after season now from some of these players. I just hope that there's some change that can be made, some adjustments that they can make, some adjustments to the lineup that can be made that allow them to just perform better. 412-928-9370. Let me acknowledge the Penguins real quick, because I promised I would. So I was watching that game, and I was getting ready to think, like, man, like, are they really running out of gas in the second period? I mean, this is something that I wouldn't have been surprised if it happened, right? Like, Like, they gave up 2 goals in quick succession in the second period. I'm like, darn, are they gonna not pull this one out? And the burst of energy that I saw from them in that second period to come back, I mean, they ended up scoring 5 goals in total in the second period, including the one referenced when I said they were down 3-1. It was 5-3 after the second period. That's the most goals they've scored in a single period. And to do that on the road against the Islanders in a very tight playoff race with just over a month left to go in the season, I mean, that is something that I am super, super impressed by. Some people are still holding me accountable to my opinion about, them not being able to win a playoff series, and I still have my doubts about that. But, I mean, if they make it into the playoffs, and depending on what seed they get exactly as they get into the playoffs, like, I think that they're going to get there. I'm fully mentally prepared for them to make the playoffs. Like, if they do, I mean, we'll hype them up. We'll analyze the series. We'll hype them up. I have no issue getting excited during the playoff series. I'm not going to be a Debbie Downer during the series until there's something to get down about. But, man, they are impressive. And I think this regular season should be appreciated the most of the 3 sports teams in this city right now, the 3 pro sports teams in this city. Like, they deserve all the credit. The Penguins do. They've given us an unexpected season, and they've given us moments during this season that we can hold on to for a while. And I think that Islanders game is one of those games where they were down in the middle of the game, and they came roaring back. And then in the third period, they scored 3 more times to slam the door on the Islanders and push them aside, take the 2 points towards their standings total. And right now they're at 90. They're in second place, and they leapfrogged the Islanders. They've got an advantage in tiebreakers right now. It's all tremendous, and they deserve credit. This has been an exciting season. I don't know what's going to happen necessarily, but my opinion on this, my prediction on this is that they will make the playoffs, and then I can only hope for the best from there. But I am super excited that I had the dual screen action going on. I'm super excited that I got to watch the Pirates and the Penguins at the same time, because keeping that Penguins game on, it was great. Watching it all the way through, glancing at it at first, and then, as the second period started to go on, like, I could not get my eyes off of the television for a little while. And just watching to see how many times they scored in that second period was amazing. I'd never been a hockey fan too much growing up. Like, I was a fan of the Penguins, but, like, the more I've done this job and the more I've, watched hockey, I'm like, man, this is an exciting sport. It wasn't super exciting the last few seasons because the Penguins weren't good, but, they're back. They are fully back, and they are giving us moments that we can cherish for a little while, and that is something that I want to express gratitude about. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This has been the Family Morning Show, the Fan Morning Show pre-show with Adam Crowley and Doran Dickerson. That's next. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Taylor Bisciotti with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. The Raiders might be in the middle of a Super Bowl drought, but you can't say the same thing about the city they play in. The NFL announcing Monday that Las Vegas will be the site of Super Bowl 63 in February of 2029. Rams quarterback Matthew Stafford announced in February that he's returning for another season after winning the MVP. But who's going to be his backup? Head coach Sean McVay on Monday mentioned former Falcons quarterback Kirk Cousins as a possibility, saying, quote, "I'd love to be able to see what that looks like." Elsewhere, Browns quarterback Shedeur Sanders is changing his jersey number from 12 back to the number 2 he wore in college for Colorado. And NFL Network insider Tom Pelissero reporting the Browns withdrew their proposal to allow teams to trade draft selections up to 5 years in advance instead of the current 3 years. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
While retinitis pigmentosa takes Mark's vision, his family gives him hope, whether at the family business or at home with his wife and sons. He knows he's not fighting alone. For 50 years, the Foundation Fighting Blindness has funded research into treatments and cures for blinding retinal diseases, providing hope to people with vision loss. And for Mark, winning the fight means being there for his family. The Foundation Fighting Blindness. Together, we're winning. Help us end blinding diseases at fightingblindness.org.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Roads are looking pretty good as you start your Tuesday morning. If you're coming in on the Parkways East or West, or 28's looking good as well. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDK, I'm Rob Taylor on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Gravely Zero Turn Commercial Mowers. Your reputation matters. That's why so many landscape professionals choose Gravely. You can save up to 20% on Gravely commercial mowers during the Gravely Mow the Distance sales event starting April 9th. Visit your local Gravely dealer today.
America, look around. Everywhere you go, prices are still high. Rates have been whipsawing markets, and the debt and spending don't exactly scream stability. If your retirement is mostly stocks and bonds, you may be taking a risk, more risk than you think. And when you're near retirement, a sharp drawdown at the wrong time can do real damage. Experts say diversifying with intention is the #1 secret account that all Americans' smart money uses to hedge against instability. Its precious metals, silver, and gold is having a spectacular bull run. Would it not make sense to get in before the rocket takes off? Monetary Gold have been around since 2000, witnessing multiple economic setbacks. They have the experience to help tailor your portfolio to your needs. If you call now, they will cover up to a lifetime of your IRA fees on qualified accounts. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional. That's 877-NOW-GOLD.
This is attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured because of someone else's fault? Want to find out what your case is worth? Visit 98twins.com for a free evaluation. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
At cheapofpittsburgh.com, it's their Declaration of Deal sales event. Bring us your best offer on any Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we will beat it. No games, easy as that. Visit cheapofpittsburgh.com for all the details. We are Pittsburgh Jeep Store.
Get ready to laugh until it hurts. Colin Mockery and Brad Sherwood, the legendary improvisers from Whose Line Is It Anyway, are bringing their wildly unpredictable, totally improvised comedy show to the Carnegie of Homestead Music Hall on Thursday, April 9th. Every scene is made up on the spot, driven by your suggestions, and guaranteed to keep you rolling in the aisles. Tickets are on sale now. Grab yours today at librarymusichall.com. Colin Mockery and Brad Sherwood. One night, infinite laughs. Another Dress Entertainment event.
Have you or a loved one recently needed nursing home care? This can be very expensive, and you could lose your life savings without proper planning. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates have helped thousands of families navigate these difficult situations. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Spring is in the air, and Alev's long-lasting pain relief is here to keep you moving. The days are longer, and the flowers are blooming. Whether it's gardening, yard work, or just spending more time outdoors, spring has a way of getting us moving despite any body pain. That's where Aleve can keep you going. With just one dose, Aleve gives you long-lasting body pain relief for up to 12 hours. From sunup to sundown, Aleve's got your back. Try Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
This is Riley Green with Boot Barn, sharing a deep respect for the cowboy way. Growing up, my dad and granddad showed me what a true cowboy spirit looked like. They'd be up before dawn working with their hands. They taught me to grab the heavy end of a job and always do the right thing and shake hands like you mean it. That grit, that honesty and pride, that's what it means to be a cowboy. Riley Green and Boot Barn, proudly honoring the cowboy way.
Planet Fitness has everything you need to power your progress, so you can give everything you've got, all for just 1 cent down. Whether you want to get the most out of our best-in-class equipment or go all in with free fitness training, our trainers are ready to help you get stronger than ever before. Take your workout to the next level at Planet Fitness. Join the club today for 1 cent down, $15 a month. No commitment. Deal ends Friday, April 10th. You ready? Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet. See club for details.
I suffered with plantar fasciitis for almost 20 years. I would try drugstore insoles and supports.
If you suffer with plantar fasciitis, we know the search for pain relief can feel like a hopeless ordeal.
I thought foot pain was going to be with me for the rest of my life. I've been through surgeries, foot injections.
At the Good Feet store, we hear stories every day of all kinds of cheap inserts, expensive shoes, and other failed remedies people have tried that just didn't work.
I was trying all different things. Not a single one worked. And then I was driving past the Good Feet store, and I thought, why not? Give it a try. They wanted to make sure that they gave me the right arch support for my feet. Then it was like, okay, this is different. These make a difference.
Don't lose hope. Give the Good Feet store a try.
I'm so glad I met Good Feet. It changed my life.
Now open in the waterfront across from Yankee Candle next to Panera, or visit us in Robinson Town Center in Cranberry Township or in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Truck month. Oh, yes, it is at Schultz Ford. Oh, man, what an exciting time. You know about those F-150s and how spectacular they are. Why don't you get one? So check out all the great locations. Schultz Ford, Wexford, Schultz Ford, South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Harmer, Schultz Ford in Wheeling, and always online at schultzford.com. You ever been in an F-150? You ever driven one? They are something. I mean, they cannot be beaten. So get there and check it out online. Like I said, schultzford.com. See what you want. Maybe head into one of those great dealerships that I talked about. There are so many F-150s and Rangers in stock right now. On the lot, ready to go for, you guessed it, truck month. So check it all out online. Do that right now. schultzford.com.
It's Nor Dickerson for my friends at PJ Fitzpatrick. Just don't do it. Just don't go another day climbing in and out of that unsafe, ugly, old bathtub. Today's the day to step into a gorgeous new shower with PJ Fitzpatrick. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low entry threshold. Just walk right in. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and it all installs in just one day. Plus, PJ will include a free shower seat and safety bars for all customers this month. Visit trustpj.com today for your free design consultation.
The latest advancement for thinning hair and hair loss is now at New Image Hair Clinic. It's called laser hair therapy, and you could try it for free. Simply call today at 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com to schedule your free evaluation. In as little as 1 hour, they can help determine the possible reasons for your hair loss and if the laser hair therapy is for you. Call now, and KDKA listeners can receive 2 weeks of laser treatments for free. Certain restrictions apply, so call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Don't let tax refund worries hold you back. File now with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They'll find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve or your money back. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Shenderovich, and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at spitzertoyota.com.
Right now, we're not seeing any issues on those roadways, so you're good to go, at least right now on this Tuesday morning. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDK, I'm Rob Taylor on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Hear that? That's the sound of another savvy driver rolling into Valvoline Instant Oil Change. No hassle with appointments or dealer wait times. That's one smart bell.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Show pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Check them out online at awaken180weightloss.com. It's Crowley, it's Dickerson, it's Nicholas, Harry Callis. It is Doran's 40th birthday.
No, it's not.
It is Doran's 38th birthday.
That is correct.
I rounded.
Yeah, you can't round at this age. You can round at other ages. You can't round at this age.
I could round down. You're 35.
That's too far of a round.
It is. How you feeling?
I'm great.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
It's his birthday, Harry. Did you tell him happy birthday? Probably not.
No.
Probably not.
He did not.
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
No. It's all right.
Although I remembered his age properly.
So did I.
38. Well, 2 years away. I'm 40. It's crazy. It goes fast. Got here fast.
So much younger than the other shows. Jeez.
We are. You're 35.
Everyone's so old.
Man.
I mean, Pony's 40, right? 41. Or is it Mulsey that's 41?
Mulsey's 41. Pony's 40.
Man, jeez. Old show, those guys
Yeah.
in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Starkey gets mad when you call him old. 60 ain't old.
Not anymore. Used to be.
Mm-hmm.
Not old anymore.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's a little bit different nowadays.
Nah, Sidney Crosby will be playing hockey at 60 years old.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any big plans?
Just gonna hang with the family.
Yeah.
You know, just hang out. But yeah, 38.
38.
Crazy.
So that basketball court's coming in the backyard?
Yeah. Thank you to Rochelle's mom, homemade by Colleen.
Man.
She gifted us that. So, yeah, it's awesome. Can't wait. Can't wait to go ball on the court. You're going to come over this summer. We're going to play some basketball. Have a little 2-on-2 tournament maybe. No?
Horse?
No, I'm not good at horse.
I'm not good at basketball.
You said that you're good at basketball.
When did I say that?
Do you think I could beat Adam in a one-on-one?
No.
Yes.
Yeah, I could.
No.
Absolutely, I could. Then let's do it.
You would just back him down.
He wouldn't be able to stop me on D.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'd wipe the floor with his ass.
Well, then we have to. Then we have to go.
I don't know.
I'd crush him. He'd back me down, fine, but he'd fatigue.
That's then relying on you being able to make shots.
I got the lateral quickness, the shot making ability, left hand, right hand.
I have a friend who's 6'4".
Great.
And I beat him on a regular basis because I just let him shoot and miss. He can't shoot. So do you think you can shoot that well?
Please just let me shoot. Yeah, let me shoot. See how that goes. Just let me shoot.
Are you a good shooter?
No.
Oh. I don't know.
Mid-range, I mean. Can't miss.
Mid-range?
Can't miss the
You
mid-range.
think, though, that you would beat Callis?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Absolutely, yeah.
I don't think you'd beat Jace.
I would not beat Jace.
I literally I gave Mulsey a run for his money at the 5-mile marathon last year.
That
Did
is
you not
true.
see that? I was landing threes for a little while.
Mulsey was wearing jeans.
No, he wasn't.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, you are a matchup problem.
Yeah.
You're like Glenn Big Baby Davis.
Yeah. He's in jail, I think.
What?
I think so.
Oh, no. I'm on it.
I think. Pretty sure he just got out. Something like that. He was doing something wild.
Wasn't it something? I think it was white collar, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was like drug smuggling.
That's no good.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here. Glenn Big Baby Davis. How tall is he? 6'9".
Yeah.
He couldn't dunk. Boy, what a player, though.
He was good in college.
College, he
LSU.
was a stud. He attended a basketball camp run by LSU alumnus, future Boston Celtic teammate Shaquille O'Neal. Legal issues, that's what we're looking for. Drug possession, drug distribution after police found 126 grams of marijuana, the equivalent to 6 packs of cigarettes, a briefcase containing $92,000 in cash inside his hotel room in Aberdeen, Maryland. Agreed to pay the maximum fine of $15,000 in exchange for moving the case to the Stet docket. A legal disposition of the state of Maryland, meaning the court agrees to indefinitely suspend the case and not pursue the charges. What? They fine $92,000, pays $15,000, gets off?
Huh.
Man.
Well.
All right.
Yeah.
He averaged 15 points a game with Orlando in 2012,
Did he?
2013. He did.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm. Wasn't he on TV for a while? Maybe I'm wrong.
I don't know. Maybe.
Big Baby Davis. Texter, happy birthday, Doran. My daughter was just born this morning at 1:09.
Let's go. Nice. Congratulations. Awesome. March 31st, Aries. That's great. Love it.
Aries?
Yep.
What does that mean?
It's my sign.
I know that, but what is it? What's it mean?
That we're exactly what we. If you read the definition of an Aries,
I'm on it.
You'll be like, yeah, that's you. Yep. It's hard to explain. We're a little bit of everything.
All right.
So we gotta play basketball though. That's for sure.
Courageous, energetic, impulsive leadership, often called the Ram. A go-getter. Confident, optimistic, passionate leader, impatient, moody, and aggressive. Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah. Exactly.
Excel at initiating new projects, taking charge, but may struggle with follow-through due to impulsiveness. That could be me. Compatibility. They pair well with other fire signs, Leo, Sagittarius, and air signs, Gemini, Libra, and Aquarius.
What are you?
Scorpio. Harry, what are you know?
Capricorn.
All right, look up Capricorn. I can't talk to. I'm a little under the weather. I'm
Are you?
sorry. Yeah.
Oh, no.
I have a bad sore throat.
Oh, no.
And I get that sick breath.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
That's not good.
No, it's no good. Could be allergies. Scorpio, passionate, intense, magnetic, deeply emotional. Oh, man. Often misunderstood. Deeply intuitive, resourceful, and brave, yet can be jealous, secretive, and manipulative.
Huh.
How about that?
Interesting.
Horny.
No.
All right, tell us about the Sagittarius, or what did you, Capricorn?
That's what Rochelle and my dad and our dads are.
Oh, you wanted me to look it up?
They're the Sagittarius.
Capricorn.
Oh. I did it again.
Yep.
It's going to be tough for me today. I got to take some NyQuil. We got NyQuil around?
NyQuil? Dayquil?
Nah, put me out.
You want to go to sleep?
Yeah.
Okay.
That way I get paid for being here.
Okay.
Yeah. What's a Capricorn, Harry? Capricorn makes me hungry.
10th astrological sign symbolized by the mythical sea goat, a creature representing the ability to navigate both material and emotional realms.
Did it say you have difficulty navigating the emotional realms?
No. It's just
that's what it said.
Representing the ability to navigate.
Oh.
Yeah. I just know that strengths: ambitious, practical, loyal, disciplined, and expert planners. Weaknesses: inflexible, condescending, unforgiving, and pessimistic. I don't think I'm pessimistic.
I don't think you're.
Are you sure you're a Capricorn?
I think you might be adopted.
I am ambitious, I would say.
Oh.
I'm loyal.
Yep. 2 for 2 there.
Maybe not so disciplined.
Correct.
Expert planner. I mean, I do.
When's your birthday again? December what?
29th.
Yeah, you are.
Real quick. When you set your mind to it, you're disciplined. Like the baseball thing. Whenever you did the Irish national team thing, you were disciplined in working out every day and practicing baseball.
There's got to be a goal, though. Like, there's got to be something.
A dangling carrot, if you will.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, now I'm going to want to beat you at basketball, so I'm going to eat well for the next 2 weeks, and then we're going to go to Doran's house, and everybody's going to have video cameras of me wiping the floor with you.
You're not going to wipe the floor with me.
I'm willing to put some money down on that one.
Wait till I yank the chair out from behind him. Pop! He'll land on his ass like he's sliding down a fireman's pole.
Do you sit in basketball? Because you'll be on the bench, I'm sure.
Wow.
I mean, that's what you're used to in sports, is just taking a seat, I guess, on the bench.
How many regular season games?
You literally sit down for being a coxswain. You're just sitting there in the boat being a weight ballast.
Did you play a single regular season game for Waynesburg, or were you occupying a significant amount of space on the bench? It was the latter, not the former. But we'll leave baseball out of it. I'll just wipe the floor with you at basketball. It's all good. It's fine. A little crossover, pop.
He's taking a lot of pride in this. He's taking shots for no reason. We're just waking up on a Tuesday morning. Crowley's like, "How many games you play for Waynesburg?" Ooh.
Hold on. You really don't think you started that one, Capricorn?
You said you could beat me in a pickup game of basketball.
You did come at him.
And then you
look at me here saying I got to sit
didn't
on
come
the
at
bench
you.
here.
I just said I'll beat you, and you said, "Oh, I'm going to pull the chair out from under him."
I will.
Oh, I'm going to get him.
I'm going to pull a chair out.
You know what that means, Cal?
Yeah, it means it's like that little prank that people do where you think you're sitting, but somebody took the chair away, and you sit down and
It's a basketball thing. It's a basketball thing.
Is it? Is it like when that guy, what was it, Bobby Knight, threw the chair on the court?
No. It's like whenever you'd be guarding him or he'd be guarding you, and you're backing him down, and all of a sudden he moves out of the way, and you try to back him down, and you fall.
Oh, okay. I'll be prepared now. Thank you. I didn't
now
realize
it's in
that
your
was
head.
a thing.
Now it's in your head. I have already begun the battle of psychological warfare. Texter, Doran needs to demand all of you and his family call him the Ram the rest of the day. I'm in.
The Ram?
Mm-hmm. Texter, Doran, did you get a gout diagnosis?
I did. Yep.
You've been drinking cherry juice left and right.
All healed up, baby.
Look at it. Look at that. Look at that thumb.
Look at
that
the range of
thumb
motion.
mobility.
Boom,
Oh,
boom,
man.
Boom, 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 boom.
Oh, man, I hate to be on the other side of the Madden sticks from this guy today.
Quick.
That thumb's never been quicker.
Quick.
I can't move my thumb like that.
Quick.
Are we playing Madden?
You got to bring your video games in one day, and we just got to hang out back here. And
Would you guys mind if I played the show back here during your segments and not pay attention at all?
Definitely would mind.
You would mind that?
Would be
Okay, well,
very
that's why I haven't.
frustrating.
That's why I haven't.
Yep.
I just now, well, you brought it up. I might as well have asked.
I think other people would mind too, not just us.
Again, that's why I haven't done it on my own. But since it got brought up in
The
conversation,
fact that you
I
even
thought
thought about doing that.
Very Capricorny of you.
Yeah, corny.
Mm-hmm.
Capricorny. Yep.
Texture writes in, Crowley, no Sid jersey today? Man, I didn't think about that. They score 8 goals yesterday. I wear the Sid jersey to work.
You're wearing a flannel and it's 66 degrees outside.
I'm under the weather, Harry.
Don't you have you have 2 jerseys, right?
I got a Sid. I got a Lemieux.
Uh-huh.
I got a Lemieux All-Star jersey that I got for my friend. I got a Flurry.
No.
Yeah.
I need to get a jersey.
I think you should get a Ben Kindle jersey.
Ben Kindle?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Because can you believe he's 20 years younger than you? That's insane.
Wow.
That's insane. He's 17 years younger than me. Boy, did he have a great game last night.
He sure did.
That kid, the moment is never too big for him. He plays a hard game for his size, too. I think he can be an 80, 85-point player at some point.
Who does he remind you of? Like, from our day, growing up, maybe? Or even a little bit later?
I mean, there is some Gensel in his game.
Yeah, that's us.
But
how big is he? Like 5'9"?
He's not big.
5'10"?
He's not big. But that, and he finds, I think, not only is he a gifted offensive player, he's just got a good feel for the game.
Mm-hmm.
He's on the right side of the puck consistently. Like last night, he made a play where he clears the zone.
Yeah.
And it looked like he's a 20-year vet. And then it helped set up the goal coming down the other way.
Yep.
He's 5'11", 182.
Yeah, that's not bad.
No.
He'll get up to like 190 something, 195, 190-ish.
Let me tell you something. This Crown man, hit a gym yesterday. Rocking.
Yeah?
Rocking.
Have you gained weight?
I haven't checked, but I think so because it looks like it. But leg day yesterday, I'll tell you what. I'm making that leg press my you-know-what.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
Mm-hmm. No one's ever in there. I was all alone. So I could scream press. It helped. Yeah. Not a soul in there. Not one.
There's never anybody
There's
in there.
never anybody in there.
Right.
The only time anybody's ever in there is when it's you guys. Are you guys coming today?
No,
That's
it's
your
my
birthday.
birthday.
Yeah. Hey, you want to go to the gym today?
I mean, I'm going to be there later because I got work to do after the show.
Yeah, our schedules aren't lining up anymore.
No.
Yeah.
Maybe I could walk on the treadmill and finish up the podcasting of the show.
They do have Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
Would you do it with your laptop? That'd be quite the visual. See, that's the dedication.
What's up, man?
That's the dedication of a Capricorn.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know I also developed, well, speaking of that laptop too, I did develop an emergency way, like if I could not show up for whatever reason, like if I were throwing up or couldn't get off the toilet, I developed a way to do all the podcasts and the video content from home. So you could just come in here and do the commercials real quick, and then I would take care of everything else. In an emergency situation.
So you're saying you're saying I would sit in your seat.
Yeah, and you would just have to do
No. Mm-mm.
You just have to do the commercials, that's all.
That doesn't work like that.
No.
Mm-mm.
Mm-mm. No.
Does not work like that.
Can't do it. Never going back.
So, like, if I'm trying to think of what doomsday scenario would happen, though.
You
where,
just
like,
call Greg Finley.
Oh, that's fair.
Texter, Adam, did you touch the armadillo? You could have leprosy. No, they don't cause leprosy unless you eat them. Someone was spreading all kind of fake news yesterday about the armadillo. We're trying to find them.
It was you.
Damn it.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And you got Andrew Lindbergh in trouble with the aviary people.
Did you guys see... Oh, no. Have I lost my train of thought? I have. Okay. It's gonna be a good show. I gotta get meds. Then we got Motrin.
You need to take one of those vitamin packs you'd be drinking.
Oh, vitamin C.
Yep.
They got like cough drops and those vitamin C packets over there, and it's like a health wall.
Yeah, there is a health wall. I'm gonna take one of everything, see how it goes.
Yeah.
Maybe put a Band-Aid over your mouth too, and just kind of sit there for a little bit. That's
man.
He's on one today.
Wait till I beat him by 15 in one-on-one basketball.
Man, if you do that,
why don't you play to 11, not 15?
I'm gonna beat you so bad that I'm gonna hit a 4-pointer for the win.
4-pointer.
Mm-hmm. 5-pointer. Is there a 3-point line? Probably not. That's okay. Don't need it.
There is.
Don't need it. Be hitting reverse layups on this guy. Lateral quickness.
See, I don't know if you're joking or not about the whole basketball thing.
Oh, he's going to absolutely annihilate me.
Oh, really? Okay.
I mean, if he's backing me down, it's gonna be. I think he'll have a tough time stopping me on defense, but I don't know how the hell I'm going to stop that.
I'm usually the point guard when the producers play their games.
Yeah.
Because then I can pass it and get it to somebody who can shoot threes, and even if they're not
I know
open,
what a point guard does.
Then I just come back in and I'm like, bam.
All right, the Penguins, we'll start with them because, like, come on. 6 a.m. on a Tuesday. Do we need to bitch about Jared Triola right away? I even give it like 30 minutes.
Yeah.
And then we'll bitch about Jared Triola. Let's start off with the good vibes. Let's start off with the Penguins with their biggest win in years, and they did so in statement fashion. Bang!
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Raquel short-handed to Russ. Back in front, Raquel. He scores! That is the swing the Penguins needed. A shorty from Raquel, and it's 3-2. Shovels it behind the net for Mantha. Shea shoots. He scores! These Penguins, they've done it again. Say hey to Ryan Shea. We're tied at 3. Barzell and Brazo ahead to Mantha. He scores! The Penguins in front for the first time tonight. Anthony Mantha puts him on his back, and it's 4-3 Pittsburgh.
That was awesome.
It really was.
The Penguins down 2-0, 3-1, and you're going up against Anthony Sorokin, who has been probably the Vezina winner in the NHL this year for the best goaltender in the league. I saw an advanced statistic saying that he had 35 saves, 35 goals saved above average. So 35 pucks that should have been in the back of the Islanders' net, he kept out. And last night, the Penguins scored 5 in the second period. The Penguins scored 7 in a row before he got chased. And then the new guy faced one Brian Rust shot, couldn't stop that. Look, I'm not going to sit here and say that the Penguins are destined to go win the Stanley Cup, but I will tell you this. They got the guts of a Stanley Cup champion.
They sure do.
And I think the first 3 goals there, you can point to them and say that's a microcosm of their season, but that's why you can't count them out for a run. Soderblom, he has performed better with the Penguins than he did with the Red Wings. He's a depth guy for you. He plays on your 4th line, and he got the ball rolling. So there's some depth scoring there. Ricard Raquel on a shorthanded opportunity, the first shorthanded goal of his career. What a feed by Brian Rust, a defensive breakdown, but you got to make him pay. They did. Then Ryan Shea. There's not a better sound in sports, I don't think, than bar down. Ding. He goes bar down. So you get a goal from a 4th liner. You get a shorty from a guy who's never scored one. You get a goal from a defenseman. And then your leading scorer, Anthony Mantha, scores a couple with beautiful moves. Sidney Crosby sets up Brian Rust, and the big guys start getting involved. But when you have this kind of scoring depth up and down the lineup and this stick-to-itiveness, you got a shot. And we talked about this last week. Are the Penguins going to make the playoffs? Feels almost 50-50. Guess what? You can't count these guys out.
Never. All season long. They've done this, and I saw people tweeting yesterday whenever they are down by 3 goals or down by 2 goals or whatever. I mean, the Islanders had 3 points. Just counting them out. Like, the goaltending, blah, blah, blah. And, it, rightfully so. But literally after that moment where I saw people tweeting, the Penguins went on a run. You just literally can't count them out. I mean, they're going to fight to the end. I mean, sometimes it doesn't look great. Sometimes it ends up, they score 8 goals. And sometimes they push it into overtime and get a point. They've done it in multiple ways this year, and they found ways to stay alive, and that's all they've been doing recently. And last night was a statement-ish type game, which we all knew was a very important game for the Pittsburgh Penguins, and they went out there and they made a statement whenever they were down. It's not like they were leading the whole time. They were down, came back.
Exactly right. I apparently called Ilya Sorokin Anthony Sorokin. I think the Penguins performed so well last night, they can call him whatever the hell they want. So I've decided I'm going to call him Anthony Sorokin from now until the end of time. I want to play the Islanders in the first round, by the way. That team bleeds 5-on-5 scoring chances against. In fact, the second most 5-on-5 scoring chances allowed in the NHL this year. And the reason it looks like their defense is good is because of Ilya Sorokin, and the Penguins have figured that guy out. If they could play them in the first round, I think they chase him another time or two. Mm-hmm. It's like when they got to Lundqvist late in his career. Yep. Sometimes you just got a guy's number, but that's neither here nor there. This was the Penguins' most important game in years, and I don't think they played poorly to start, but their goaltender sure as hell did, and it looked like, man, against that goalie, against this team in that building, a place you never win, it's going to be hard for them to climb that mountain. And not only did they come back and win, they beat the brakes off a team that always seemingly beats them. And by the way, is every time the Penguins play the Islanders on the island, like I feel like the Penguins never play the damn Islanders at home.
That is such a
You know
good
what I'm
point.
saying?
I never feel like they play in Pittsburgh.
It's like, the Pens and Isles tonight. Oh, where are they playing? They're playing on the island. Well, what the frig?
Yep.
I feel like every time they play them, it's out there. And I hate those fans, and I hate Patrick Waugh, and I hate their stupid colors. And the Penguins slapped them around, baby.
Did you hate Patrick Waugh as a player, or you hate him now?
I love the way he played. I thought he was always a jag-off.
I love Patrick Waugh.
Hell yeah, dude. I mean, I get it.
Back in the day.
He's a goalie who played with an edge.
Yeah.
He'd fight, but he was a jackass, and he's a jackass now. And anything that becomes an Islander, anyone that becomes an Islander, I eventually just hate. Texter, he was Anthony Mantha's blank last night, so you can call him Anthony Sorokin all you want. Thank you. It's going to be a struggle for me today. I'm admitting it on the front end. Couldn't wake up today. Had a tough time. You know when you wake up and it just feels like you breathed in the entire universe through your throat?
Yep.
That's what happened. You can give us a ring. You want to talk Penguins on the hotline, 412-928-9370, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. For the first time this season, I don't think I'm going to put any expectations on these guys. Like, I want people to weigh in on their belief level in these Penguins. Mine is sky high. I'm not going to put a ceiling on them. I'm not going to sit here and tell you they're going to win the Stanley Cup, but you know what? I can't rule anything out. They didn't have Malkin last night either. Sid had 5 or 6 glorious scoring chances early in that game. One rings off the crossbar. Penguins could have had 9-10 goals. They hit the post a couple of times.
Yeah.
But I thought Sid's line looked good. Chinikov spent some time on the Crosby line. Dan Muse mixing and matching. He'll do that when they've got a lead. He'll do that when they're trailing. I thought that the game itself was a masterclass in coaching by Dan Muse. The goaltender decision I didn't like. We'll get into that. But I believe in this coach. And when you've got a team with 8 guys who have scored 15 or more goals, which leads the NHL, and you've got double-digit guys with 10 or more goals, which is tied for the lead in the NHL, you're going to be a problem in the postseason. And even without Blake Lizotte, we're seeing Dan Muse roll his 4 lines. And I'll tell you what, this Elmer's glue guy.
Yeah.
This Soderblom.
They threw the fist, too.
I mean, what are you doing, Mayfield?
Huh.
I mean, what are you...
But, I mean, Soderblom, he doesn't fight.
And I think had he not had the boards behind him, it might have gone different.
Yeah.
Like, I think the boards helped him with his balance a little bit. Yeah, it's like he's up against the ropes. But
he's been a pleasant surprise, man.
You going to fight a guy who's 6'9"?
Yeah.
He does not give up the puck. He is a possession animal, that guy. His wall work is beautiful. He laid a big hit in the game, which we haven't seen. He fought, which I didn't know was in his repertoire, and maybe it won't be, but it was nice to see him answer the call from Mayfield. And then he scores the goal to get things going. It's still early, but do we give Kyle Dubas another check for Elmer Soderblom?
Yeah, sure. I didn't think that he'd be a factor at all. I was like, who's this 6'9" guy that isn't physical? But he has literally transformed his game from what was he with the Red Wings? Transformed his game into being a force, I guess, out there in many ways. I mean, you say that he doesn't give up the puck. Yeah, he's 6'9", and he's using his body very well. And then he's throwing his body around a little bit, playing that physical game that you would hope a 6'9" player would do. Pleasant surprise, and yeah, I give it a check for sure. At this point.
And it was a nothing burger trade. Like, you don't give up anything in return that you're going to cry about. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. How are you feeling about your Penguins? It's a general question. I'm not putting a ceiling on these guys because they have really defied the odds all season long. Texter, Crowley, you tired? You definitely need some Colombian marching powder. Is that cocaine?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to do cocaine today. Thank you.
Nice Cuban coffee, though. You ever had one of those?
I have.
Those are good.
They'll get you.
Yeah.
You might as well do cocaine.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Those are good.
Yeah. My wife makes the world's strongest coffee, so we do the K-Cups when we're in here, and it does enough, right? Okay, we're up, we're good, you need it, it's habitual. I have 2 cups of coffee in the morning on a Saturday, and I'm like...
What kind of coffee does she use?
She does, what do you call it with the carafe? It's like a drip. I don't know. Someone will know what it's called.
I need a stronger coffee.
She was a barista back in the day. You know what? We'll deliver some this weekend for your birthday. How about that?
All right.
That's probably not going to happen.
Okay. Nice.
Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the text line's brought to you by Egger Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. I thought Ben Kindle was excellent last night. Had a great defensive play to corral the puck, to clear it, and then moments later winds up setting up a goal in the offensive zone. This kid is very good now. That's a big moment. That's the biggest game he's ever played in his life. I think his game is perfect for the postseason. A guy that size, at that age, to be that smart with the puck in his own zone when the Penguins need to be careful that they don't let the Islanders back in the game, mature beyond his years. So is Johnny in Cranberry, who joins us now. First up today. Good morning, Johnny.
Oh, good morning, Jets. Enjoying this talk about the Penguins. And Crowley, you were talking about Muse playing with the lines and getting some credit where credit is due. And Sully, Mike Sullivan's always going to be enshrined here, with the Cups and the Olympic team. But he got a little stale in Carlson at the end, and Carlson alluded to that when they went to Sweden, that he basically said, it's nice to, he kind of coy saying, it's nice to play for a coach who adapts to us instead of us adapting to him. And this is reminiscent of those cup runs with the Young Bucks. We're playing physical again, and We got some veterans, and it's a rejuved roster, and you know the whole thing about, even with the jacked up playoff format in the NHL, it's all about getting hot at the right time, just like wild card in the NFL. You want to get hot at the end of the season, and man, if I'm not going to get ahead of ourselves, but if yesterday was a little indication of that, then I'm feeling pretty good.
Thank you so much for the call, 412-928-9370. Yeah, they've got a good meld of young, of old. They scored 8 goals yesterday, and the guy who's been their best player for a month didn't have a single point, Erik Karlsson. And I don't think he was bad by any stretch. When he's on the ice, they control play, full stop. Meanwhile, man, should they make the playoffs, there will be shows that we do after games where we are eviscerating the Letang-Girard pairing.
Yeah.
If the Islanders were going to get back in that game yesterday, it was going to be with those two guys on the ice. They handled the puck like the grenade in the offensive zone. What do you think the Penguins' ceiling is? We'll put it that way. 412-928-9370. Playoff team? Win a round? Eastern Conference Final? Stanley Cup champion? What's their ceiling? 412-928-9370. Open phones. And then eventually we'll get into the whole Jared Triolo Pittsburgh Pirates mess. First, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pittsburgh Pirates, they lost yesterday 2-0 to the Cincinnati Reds in the first game of 3 in that series. Pirates are 1-3 to begin the series now through their first 4 games. Game 2 of the series is tonight, same time as yesterday, 6:40 start time. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7. The Fan will have coverage beginning at 5:45 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here's Dorn.
Adam, ever start a project thinking, I'll just do this myself?
Oh, yeah, but famous last words.
Exactly. That's why I like this. Guardian Protection is offering free professional installation with a new security system.
And you're getting emotional about it, so you don't have to figure anything out. They handle it for you.
Set up right, working right, protecting your home from day one.
We're talking intrusion, fire, cameras, the whole deal.
Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN today.
Terms and conditions apply.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. Call McVeigh today.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Ravens president Sashi Brown blamed a slow news cycle on Monday for the fallout surrounding the Max Crosby trade back out. That news broke on like the 3rd day of free agency. It's literally the opposite of a slow news cycle. If I didn't know any better, I'm starting to think the Ravens as an operation are allergic to accountability. Just own the decision that you made. It was the right one for your franchise. It's as simple as that. But don't play victim here. I'm dead day.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite awards show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Introducing Home Care Plus, a new subscription service from Lowe's that helps make life easier by giving members a hand with home maintenance. Let Lowe's tackle the tasks you keep meaning to do, like electric dryer vent cleaning, replacing hard-to-reach light bulbs, and more. Subscribe to Home Care Plus for just $99 a year and consider your to-do list done. Members get more at Lowe's. Available in select zip codes only. Cancel anytime. Non-refundable fee. Product purchase required. Terms and service restrictions apply. Details at Lowe's.com/terms. Subject to change.
Rally House. Shop every team in town. College and pro. Come on, it's time to go.
The season starts at Rally House. From jerseys and hats to tumblers for game day, it's where outrageous selection meets every fan's style.
Steelers, Penguins, Pittsburgh Panthers, Pirates, Penn State, Nittany Lions. Rally House. Rally House. It's your city, it's your house. It's a Rally House.
Level up your fandom in-store or online at rallyhouse.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. And right now, new FanDuel customers can get up to $300 back in bonus bets every day for 10 days. Let me tell you how it works. Place any bet with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge using your Bet Reset token. And if it doesn't win, you'll get up to $300 back in bonus bets every single day for 10 straight days. So visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to sign up today. We've got the national semifinals now in college basketball. The point spreads are out for those two games. And here's what we've got. Connecticut, a 2.5-point dog against Illinois, plus 114 on the money line for UConn. Michigan, a 1.5-point favorite against Arizona. Arizona minus 105 on the money line. The Buccos also starting a series in Cincinnati. Going to play there for 3 games. Skeens is going to pitch on Wednesday. FanDuel, play your game. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Bonus bets are now withdrawable and expire 7 days after receipt. Tokens are received in increments of 1 per day. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
There are many reasons to hire Morgan & Morgan for your injury case. Here's reason 17. In today's new world, many law firms have had money injected into their firms by Wall Street, private equity, and other lenders. This money usually comes in at very, very high interest rates. It's one of the reasons you see so many lawyers advertising. I'm John Morgan. This money is expensive and the interest compounds quickly. These law firms can have a huge need for cash just to pay that debt. Why does it matter to you? My fear is your case is settled early and for far less than it's worth, just to service the loan that has mafia-like rates. Our financial strength is your advantage. That plus our reputation makes our firm your firm. Visit forthepeople.com to see our results and verdicts. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Come on. No. It's just a golf lesson, champ. Loosen up. I can't. See that Hyundai Santa Fe? Yeah. I only paid. Finish up on your own. I gotta run.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends March 31st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a cybersecurity engineer at a publicly traded company.
We've been hacked! They're through our firewall!
How is that even possible?
They got my password.
Please don't tell me your password was password.
It's actually password 1.
This is a job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Cloudy with a shower today, the high 67.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
And traffic starting to pick up a little bit on those roadways on the Parkway West coming on into town right around Green Tree Hill, but no accidents to speak of. We can say the same about the Parkway East as you're coming on into town. A little bit more activity we're seeing right before the Square Hill tunnels. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDK, I'm Rob Taylor, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Window Nation March sale, up to 50% off all window styles. Visit windownation.com.
Spring can be tricky weather-wise in Pittsburgh, but Window Nation can help keep your home comfortable no matter the weather. Plus, in March, the more you buy, the more you could save. Up to 50% off all window styles. Visit windownation.com for a free consultation today.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Able to push it free to Brazil. Then Mantha, backhand, scores! Anthony Mantha putting on a show. Mo beats the moment. And it's 5-3 Pittsburgh. What a period.
Anthony Mantha leads the Penguins in goals. No player acquired this offseason has more goals for his new team than Anthony Mantha. Little round of applause for one Kyle Dubas.
Nice.
We've thrown out a Twitter poll. It's the question of the morning so far at 412-928-9370. What is the Penguins' ceiling? Playoff team? Is that their ceiling? Just make it? Win a round? Get to the conference final? Win the Stanley Cup? I said in the first segment, I'm not going to put a ceiling on these guys because how could I ever count them out? But from an analysis standpoint, I think they're good enough if they get the right matchups to make a considerable run.
Mm-hmm.
I think the thing that keeps them as probably a second-tier contender in the Eastern Conference behind the Tampas, behind maybe even Buffalo, behind Carolina, is their goaltending. Now, Carolina's goaltending's not good. But Artur Shilov should not have started that game last night.
Yep.
I know they won 8-3. But the second goal, his ass is almost in the back of his net as Matt Barzell's walking in on him from inside the circle. Like, you gotta challenge him, man.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's easy for me to say from my couch while I'm watching the Pirate game as well, but like, dude, that's as bad an angle as you could possibly have. The entire upper half of the net in the far post was open, and Barzell's too good. He makes no mistake. The third goal is a terrible rebound, and then that leads to the goal.
Mm-hmm.
Artur Shilov's has been good for them this year. He's made saves when you needed him to make saves. Of the two guys up here right now, Stuart Skinner needs to be the guy that plays more often, and he should have played his third consecutive game last night. Now, one of the two was going to have to play yesterday. One of the two was going to play today. It's back-to-backs. I would have gone with Stuart Skinner in the more important game. But now that you won it, you feel pretty good about Stu on the hump against the Red Wings tonight.
Yeah. I mean, you saw how Shilov's game transitioned after they started to grab the momentum, though. It's like he turned into a different goalie, and that happens, obviously. You have a lot more confidence. You could play differently. But I think he's a type of goalie, like if the Penguins were to get out to a 2-0 lead, that I think that his game is in a different place than if it's tied or they're down.
Take some of the pressure off.
So, yeah, I mean, you got to get, I don't even know if you call it reps, but if you're feeling like you're going to make the playoffs, you want to have two goaltenders that can actually be serviceable in the playoffs. So I understood, in a way, why they went with Shilov yesterday.
I would have gone with him tonight. I mean, you got to play one guy one day, one guy the other. I'd play the better goalie in the more important game. And the Islanders game is the more important game.
Isn't this game tonight, though, an important game, though, too? I mean,
for sure.
I mean, you could kind of flip a coin, right? I mean, I understand that last night was very, very important, but tonight's just as important. In a way.
In a way, but you got the division matchup. You're trying to own the tiebreaker over the Islanders. You're trying to stay in the second spot in the Metro. If you had to win one and lose one, the one to win is last night. Yeah. And I'm not going to say got away with it because they played really freaking well. I just think, like, come postseason time, if they get in, like, you're not going to rotate goalies. You need two. You're right.
Just in case, yeah.
I mean, Penguins in 16 and 17, you needed Fleury and you needed Murray. And, in fact, in 16, you needed Jeff Zatkoff as well. So, like, you need multiple goalies in the postseason. That's not a guess. That's a fact. That's just been the history of the Pittsburgh Penguins. But if they start a playoff series, the guy who's getting the ball in my first two games is Stuart Skinner.
Mm-hmm.
And until he shows a reason that he doesn't deserve it, he's got to keep being my guy. He took a team to the Stanley Cup final the last 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
But he'll go tonight. And I do think ultimately goaltending puts a ceiling on them. I did just say that Skinner has taken a team to the Cup each of the last 2 years. He needs to be the guy, but you can also ask any Oilers fan what's held them back, and they'd probably say goaltending.
Yep.
So I think this team is really good. I think they roll 16 forwards as good as any team in the league. I think their defense has played better now these last couple of games, and they're playing much better team defense. They played a great stingy third period. I think this team could win a couple of rounds, and then you're playing with house money.
Yep.
You're kind of playing with house money
right now
anyway.
Yes.
Like Sidney Crosby, Evgeny Malkin will hopefully get Gino back soon, but think about that. Those two guys making the playoffs in the weight of the world, pressure-wise, not being on their shoulders. Like, we're so used to them getting in and then being one of the prohibitive favorites. I think they're going to come in, if they make it, as a little bit of an afterthought, which is, I think, a great place to be.
New head coach.
First-year head coach. I'm fascinated to see what he'd look like in a playoff series. Yep. I think he did quite well last night. Again, I'd have gone with Stuart Skinner, but they won the game, and they won by 5 goals. So I can't sit here and criticize the guy. We've thrown out the Twitter poll. What's the Penguins' ceiling? Make the playoffs, win a round, conference final, win cup. 53% of people right now saying they could win a round. 13% of folks saying they get to the conference final. 22% of voters, it's early yet, say they could win the Stanley Cup.
Jeez.
People believing.
Okay.
Harry doesn't think they're going to win a playoff series. Or have you changed your mind on that, the way they've played these last few games?
No.
So
I've not changed my mind.
So you think their ceiling is they can just make it?
We'll make it in.
What makes you think they can't win a series?
I think against some of the better teams, they just looked like they didn't have enough energy. Now, yesterday was inspiring, but I must stick to my opinion. Although I will cheer them on if they make it as well.
Well, but if they play the Islanders or they play the Blue Jackets in round 1, they should probably be favored in those series. Especially if you're the home team, which you would be now, because you're in the second spot in the Eastern Conference, in the Metropolitan Division, rather. Like, if they're playing Carolina, I agree with you. I would pick Carolina to win that series. If they were playing Buffalo, I would pick Buffalo to win the series. Tampa, I'd pick Tampa to win the series. But anybody else, the Islanders, the Bruins, the Jackets, the Senators, the Red Wings, the Flyers, the Capitals, I'd pick the Penguins to win that series. I think they're a better hockey club than those teams. 412-928-9370. What do you think the Penguins' ceiling is? We'll take your calls, texts, and tweets on this coming up next. And, yeah, we'll get into the Pirates, who were shut out a league-leading, 16 times last year. And in their 4th game of the season this year, they've been shut out. First, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates 2-0 losers yesterday to the Cincinnati Reds in the first game of 3 in that series. Game 2 of the series is today at 6:40. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. We'll have coverage beginning at 5:45, and that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Doran.
Ever wonder why Fanatic Sportsbook is America's fastest online growing sportsbook? Other sportsbooks, well, their rewards are just the same old, but FanCash is the ultimate sports currency, and betting with Fanatics lets you stack FanCash. With Fanatic Sportsbook, you can get up to 10% FanCash back on your wagers, win or lose. Use your FanCash to unlock the world of Fanatics with unlimited profit boosts, exclusive merch, collectibles, and so much more. If you want value for your bets, Fanatics will always have your back. And don't forget about FanCash draws. It's simple. Choose your draw and enter with FanCash for a shot at no-sweat bets, casino credit, premium sports experiences, tickets, and more. Extraordinary prizes await. That I also mentioned they are giving away millions in FanCash this year with games like FanCash Drop. Tap in every Friday and see what the fuss is all about. Switch to the sportsbook that will always give you more to play with. Download the Fanatic Sportsbook app today. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-MY-RESET.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
As we emerge from a tough winter, it'll certainly mean a ton of home repairs this spring. But there's good news. Great home equity loan rates at Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union have already blossomed. It's Dan Zangrilli. I've been a member for a few years, and right now you can get a home equity loan for as low as 5.25% APR. Visit AllegiantFCU.org for full terms and conditions and to see if you qualify. It costs just $5 to become a member at Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, an equal housing lender.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Gerken Roofing and Contracting, a family-owned and local-based company, is your #1 choice for roofing in Pittsburgh. They do roofing, siding, and gutters with exceptional customer service for all your needs. Gerken Roofing and Contracting. Call the Pickle today.
Hey guys, Donnie Football here. I just got married, and I had this moment when I picked up my suit about a month ago. I'm standing there thinking, this is pretty wild, because I could have worn this same suit a couple of years ago. Seriously. That's what hits me most about Awaken 180. Not just that I lost the weight, it's that I never put it back on. Not a pound. In fact, I've lost a couple of more. So when the wedding came around, I wasn't scrambling. I wasn't trying to crash into shape. I wasn't looking for some last-second miracle. I already had it handled. Awaken 180 helped me lose the weight, feel good while I was doing it, and actually keep it off. No meds, no starting over, no panic, because a big day is coming up. I got to go into my wedding feeling good, comfortable, confident, and just enjoy it. And honestly, that's what people want. Not just to lose it, to know that it's gone and that it stays away. That's why Awaken 180 worked for me. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
West Shore Home makes bathroom remodeling easy and convenient. And right now, their Spring into Savings promotion means free installation on your remodel. And if you've always thought that tile was the only way to go to get a luxury bathroom, well, you can think again. West Shore Home's brand new modern composite wall systems give you that high-end tile look without the grout, the cracking, or the maintenance. Right now, get free installation and save an extra $500 just for being a fan of the show when you schedule your free consultation at westshorehome.com/fan. See the website for details.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55-plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Need water heater experts? Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Swing, fly ball, falling fast into right, and it will be caught. And that's the game. McLean holds on to the ball as three Reds converge, and he fell down over one of his teammates and snow-coned the ball, but he held on, and that little dunker doesn't fall in, and the Pirates are blanked in Cincinnati 2-0. The final.
One more positive before we get into the Pirates. Penguins only allowed 6 high-danger chances 5-on-5 last night. I know they gave up the 3 goals. I think that was mostly a function of the goaltender not being good. 6 high-danger chances over a full game, 5-on-5. That's how you win in the postseason, baby.
No doubt.
And I thought they gave up a lot of chances against Ottawa when they won that game, but largely dominated play. This was taking their game to a whole nother level. And I don't think the Penguins were bad in the first period either. Like, I don't think they were bad when they were down 2-0. I think you need your damn goalie to make a save. They poured it on, though. And so the question of the day, you can vote on Twitter @_Adam Crowley, is what's the Penguins' ceiling? Make the playoffs, win a round, Eastern Conference Final, or Stanley Cup champions? You can text us, brought to you by Egger Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We heard the final call there from Joe Block. Pirates get blanked yesterday, lose 2-0 to the Red Legs. They stranded 8 base runners. They went 0 for 6 with runners in scoring position. Jared Triolo himself was 0 for 2 with runners in scoring position. In the top of the 4th, you had runners at first and second, 2 outs. Triolo did exactly what you'd expect him to do. He struck out. And then somehow he had an even worse at-bat in the 9th. 9th inning, no outs. Runners at first and second. The pitcher for the Reds could not throw strikes. He throws a frisbee 4 feet outside. First pitch, Triolo swings. Second pitch, through the heart of the zone. Triolo swings and misses. Third pitch, good morning, good afternoon, good night. This guy can't hit first in your lineup like he did in game 2. He can't hit 6th in your lineup. And, by the by, Jared Triolo, one of the better third basemen in Major League Baseball, he does not have the range to play shortstop. He booted a ball early on in the season, a couple of games ago. There were a couple balls since then that I thought a average shortstop with average range gets to, including one last night, and he didn't. So you're taking an elite defender, playing him out of position, and then you're hitting him 6th in the lineup, and he's up with a couple of guys on base twice. This can't continue to happen. He stinks at the plate, and he's not helping you at shortstop.
Nope.
Like, this is not the plan. Can't be the plan. I know it is the plan. It can't be the plan. He's actively helping you lose baseball games out there.
He's a defensive replacement, and, he should come in every once in a while if, a third baseman, whoever's playing third at the time, or if he's, playing, he's so interchangeable that if somebody needs a day or whatever, he comes in and takes that spot. He's not an everyday player. You said that he shouldn't bat first. He shouldn't bat 6th. He shouldn't bat at all.
He should bat bench.
He shouldn't bat at all.
He should be like me, right, Harry, on the bench.
And what's just so insane about this situation is that you look to your left and you see Triolo doing what he's doing up here with the Pirates, and then you look to your right and you see Connor Griffin, their number 1 prospect in baseball, doing what he's doing in Indianapolis, and you're like, what are we doing here? What's the point? What's the point?
They don't have their best 26 guys up here.
No. What's the point? It is mind-boggling to me. And I know it's early, so you want to get a little sample size, but at this point, like, he is what he is.
He just is what we knew he would be.
Correct.
And he did get hot late in the season last year, but this guy has like 1,000 at-bats in a Pirates uniform as a super utility man. Like, he is not Josh Harrison.
No.
He should not be playing every day. And so I tweeted out with our video, and we got brand new lights in here. We look immaculate. Somehow we actually look like we're awake and functioning members of society with these new studio lights in here, if you watch on X or on YouTube. But I tweeted, you've got a big problem, and that's Jared Triolo. You also have an easy solution. You call the kid up.
Yeah.
You call the kid up.
Yes.
This guy can't play every day, and Connor Griffin has done in a handful of games now in AAA what you hoped he would do, and he's seeing a lot of pitches. He's drawing walks. He's got infield hits. He's hitting the ball hard at times. He's stealing bags. Like, how much longer do you have to see that and juxtapose it with what you've got at the major league shortstop position and think, oh, no, this is totally fine? In a year where Travis Williams said, our goal is to make the playoffs full stop. Well, the season could end before it starts if you're going to keep leaving guys on base. Now, it's not just Triolo. They are 6 for 47 this season with runners in scoring position. That's 128. Now, that's not going to continue because that's an anomaly. They'd be the worst hitting baseball team with runners in scoring position by far in the history of Major League Baseball. But if you have guys like Jared Triolo hitting 6th, they're going to be up a lot with guys on base.
Yes.
And what's he going to hit this year? 225? Like, that's not... Those numbers aren't sustainable, but they're not going to be good.
My question, why not roll? And if you're prepared for this situation where you're going to have Triolo and you're not going to have Connor Griffin up, like, why wouldn't you have Nick Gonzalez at shortstop and Triolo at third?
I think he's got better range than Triolo. Absolutely.
But
I'd put him at short. Yeah.
Okay, but like Triolo is a Gold Glove third baseman.
Yeah.
Like, who cares? Like, okay, like we could talk about the shortstop position, but Triolo is a third. His best position's third base, so you're going to take him out of his best position to make everything even worse, to try somebody new at third base.
I thought the theory made sense initially because I just assumed, like they did, Triolo could be a good defensive shortstop. Not elite, but I thought he could be a good one. He's not. And that's not even talking about the boot. Like, you're going to boot balls every now and again. He doesn't get to balls.
No.
And neither does Brandon Lau at second base, which we knew would be a problem. Their middle infield, they don't gobble anything up, man. And I don't think they've turned a double play yet through 4 games. Am I right in that? I'm pretty sure they haven't turned one double play yet in 4 games.
I don't think so.
Now, Henry Davis is a bright spot. He chooched
Yeah, he did.
Ellie De La Cruz. He's the only guy who's a regular playing above the line defensively right now, I would say. I'm with you.
I mean, O'Hearn for it is. I mean, in right field, decent. No.
Boy, his range is bad, too.
I know, but
he'll make the plays whenever they're in a 20-foot vicinity.
Right.
Yeah. 412-928-9370. Yeah, they are not calling Connor up right now. We have some reason to believe they'll do so before April 9th, but in the interim, I'm with Doran. I'm moving Triolo to third, so at least you know you're solid there. And while Nick Gonzalez doesn't profile as a good shortstop, I do think he's got better range than Triolo. And then they're both playing more natural positions.
Right.
You got to do something. And then I'm putting Triolo at 8th or 9th in the lineup when he is playing.
Yes.
He can't be hitting 6th. And dear sweet mother of pearl, he can't be hitting 1st. What are they doing there? Yeah, Harry.
They're not going to move those two because when Connor Griffin does get caught up, they're going to want Nick Gonzalez to be comfortable and routine at playing third.
I bet you when when Connor Griffin comes up, the Triolo is their third baseman.
At this point, I'd rather have Gonzalez.
I would too.
He's hitting. I
wouldn't take him out.
Putting the ball in play, drove in a run against the Mets.
Yeah, but I think we're underestimating their love for Jared Triolo.
Correct.
He's hitting 1st. He's hitting 6th. They're not going to take a guy that they believe that much in out of the lineup when he plays elite defensive third base.
Who do you think's the ones that believes in him?
Well, I think Ben Cherington by rostering him, but I can't say Don Kelly. Doesn't he hit him friggin' leadoff in game 2? He's hitting him 6th. He's hitting him 5th. Like, what are you? All this talk all offseason about this lineup being improved, and it is. There's no question about that. But when you've got Jared Triolo hitting 5th or 6th, you're not a good lineup.
I mean, yeah, but what other right-handed hitter would you have bet first against a left-hander? Because that's the only reason.
Not Jared Triolo.
Who else?
Not Jared Triolo.
Give me a name.
Brian Reynolds would be better
Well, then who's going to bat third? I mean, why do they? Because I've argued that since opening day.
Yeah,
that he should be batting
and I
third.
think that's a reasonable argument. I also think that the criticism for Brian Reynolds, and we'll get to this at some point, should go beyond where he's hitting in the order. This guy is not worth $100 million. Had a terrible season given the expectations last year, and his start this season is, and I don't want to be dramatic here, sickening. He's hitting 167.
Terrible.
167. He keeps coming up with guys on base. Why? To Harry's point, because he's hitting freaking third. He sucks right now. He sucks. He's topping off on everything. And Jared Triolo, if I see his ass, if he doesn't strike out, he's chopping it into the ground on the left side of the infield.
There we go. I've extracted it. That's how you really feel.
Listen, I think you love Nick Gonzalez so much. I'd rather have him against a lefty leadoff than Jared Triolo. And
I agree.
He's not a good leadoff hitter either because he doesn't get on base. But my God, he gets on base more than Jared Triolo. This is why my Triolo take was a hot take, though, gentlemen.
There you go.
I said he was going to be a 3-win player. This guy sucks.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. He's not going to be that guy if he's not going to play third because all that value, all that wins above replacement mathematics that go into his WAR going through the roof are assuming he's going to be elite defensively. He is at third. He ain't even close at shortstop.
I'll say one more thing.
Please.
Yeah, no, there's an enemy of mine on X that I did agree with the post he made the other day, and he said not calling up Connor Griffin might be costing the Pirates several wins, and I don't think that's an exaggeration.
No doubt about it.
Correct.
No doubt about it. Who would you rather trust hitting sixth in your order with runners on first and second and 2 outs in the fourth, runners on first and second with no outs in the ninth?
Brian Reynolds needs to bat second or sixth. Lau needs to be moved down to third. Yeah, different right-handed hitter against lefties at leadoff. I mean,
I don't disagree with a single thing you've said. But the problem isn't, I don't think at this point now where Brian Reynolds hits. It's that he's in the lineup, he's a problem.
Yeah.
But he's going to have to keep being out there, and he's going to have to turn it around.
But he's less of a problem if he's hitting somewhere else.
I would play, I don't know who's even on the mound for the Reds. I didn't look that far ahead just yet. But I would play Mangum tonight, and I would get Reynolds out of the lineup. Give him a day off. It's just, he's fighting it right now. 412-928-9370 is the number to call. Fan Weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. We'll let KDK take care of that in a couple of moments. Here's the other thing. The Pirates' good hitters, or new hitters, have been good, except for Ozuna, who stinks so far. Their old hitters, O'Neal Cruz, 143. Brian Reynolds, 167. Jared Triolo, 118. Spencer Horwitz, 091, and Henry Davis, 182.
I mean, to their defense, though, it is 4 games into the season. You're not going to have guys like, I want to see the ratios or like the at bats, hits per at bat, not the averages necessarily.
Well, average is the mathematical equation of hits per at bat.
Look at O'Hearn and look at Lau.
Right. I mean, it'd be one thing if Brian Reynolds was an all-star last season and he comes out this year and he's hitting 167 through 4 games. Fine, whatever. It'd be something different if O'Neal Cruz hit 250 last year with 30 homers. No, he hit 200. Now he's hitting 143. Horwitz, he'll probably come around. He was really good in the second half last season. I've actually been encouraged largely by Henry Davis's approach.
Yep.
But I'm sick and tired of every year waiting on friggin' Brian Reynolds the first 2 months of the season. You know, these games matter too. All right, coming up next, Jeff Hathorn is going to join us at the top of the hour to get into the Penguins, get into the Pirates. There's a Don Kelly decision that I did not like from yesterday's game, which we'll get into. But first, let me tell you about Window Nation. Spring has arrived, and it'll be a great time to open your windows, right? Well, what if your windows don't open? What if they leak when it rains? What if they got cracked glass or they need repainting? Again, well, getting top quality custom fit windows from Window Nation, it's easy, baby, and it's affordable because right now they got the more you buy, the more you save sale, and you could save up to 50% off all your windows. Plus, you can get them with 0 interest for 5 years. During uncertain times, one of the best investments you can make is in your home. In fact, experts report that windows retain 80% of their value. With Window Nation, you'll get windows that easily slide open and close. They're made with top quality seals. They won't leak when it's windy or rainy. and they're maintenance free. They're so good, Window Nation stands behind them with a lifetime warranty. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Save big with Window Nation's The More You Buy, The More You Save sale going on now. Selling soon. So visit windownation.com for a free consultation.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pittsburgh Penguins 8-3 winners over the New York Islanders yesterday to jump in the standings back to second place. They have 90 points. They're second among teams in the Metropolitan Division. The Penguins scored the most amount of goals that they have this season in one single period. They had 5 in the second period of yesterday's game. And Sidney Crosby made it to 1,100 career assists, and that is 8th most among I was going to say
players
that
in
weirdly.
NHL history.
Thank you very much. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
This Tuesday, mild with high temperatures in the upper 70s, partly sunny skies. Strong to severe storms possible late afternoon through the overnight period with lows around 60 degrees. Rain showers continue Wednesday, highs rate around 70, and showers Wednesday night with lows in the upper 50s. Meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
And on that traffic front, we're still looking at that increased activity on that Parkway West, top of Green Tree Hill now, coming on in. 28, a little slow right around at the bypass as you come in towards the 40th Street Bridge. And the Parkway East, much of the same. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDK, I'm Rob Taylor, Sports Radio, 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hi, I'm Julie Bologna, and I used to bring you the weather forecast to help your family navigate your day. Now I want to help you with the forecast to navigate your life as we age. At Julie & Gray Associates, they have helped thousands of families prepare for the future. Their certified elder law attorneys can help you with important life decisions involving long-term care, asset protection, tax planning, and avoiding probate. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Are you stuck staring at your W-2? Are tax refund worries holding you back? You probably have FOMO, the fear of messing up. The fix? Using TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. It's time to overcome your fear of messing up and get your taxes done right. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Motley Crue, the return of the Carnival of Sins. Friday, July 17th, the Pavilion at Star Lake. The Crew celebrates the 20th anniversary of Carnival of Sins. Motley Crue, with performances by Tesla and Extreme. Tickets on sale now at LiveNation.com. Motley Crue, part of the Minutemen Workforce Solutions Concert Series.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Ready to upgrade the windows and doors in your home? Now is your chance to win $5,000 towards your purchase at 84 Lumber's brand new Anderson Windows and Doors showroom in Mount Lebanon. Mark your calendar. Visit the showroom at 1675 Washington Road on April 9th from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. to view Anderson's full product line and enter for your chance to win $5,000 towards your windows and doors. For more information, visit 84lumber.com and follow along on Facebook.
Hey guys, it's Amanda from the Wide Awake Morning Show, and when plumbing problems strike, I know exactly who to call. Mr. Reuter Plumbing. They're a family-owned business that truly cares about the community, and it shows in everything they do. They aim to be the American standard of plumbing, delivering reliable service, honest work, and solutions you can count on. Whether it's leaky pipes, clogged drains, sewer repairs, or more, their experienced team is always ready to get things back to normal quickly and professionally. What really stands out to me is their white glove service. You get 100% of their attention every time. Call Mr. Reuter Plumbing at 877-REUTER-2.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Take a look at those slowdowns on the Parkway West and East this morning, and the same with 28. And not looking too bad coming on in from the north, from the Parkway North right now. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDK, I'm Rob Taylor, Sports Radio 93.7 A Fan.
This report brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Hear that? That's the sound of another savvy driver rolling into Valvoline Instant Oil Change. No hassle with appointments or dealer wait times. That's one smart bell.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Jeff Hathorn going to join us momentarily on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Spent the first hour talking mostly Pens, and then we went on a Jared Triolo rant at the end of the hour there. Texter writes in, Doran, happy birthday, sir. I hope you have a wonderful day. You share the same birthday as my 4-year-old daughter, Piper, today. Let's go. We listen to your show every day on the way to daycare, and she loves it.
Happy birthday, Piper.
Happy birthday, Piper.
Love it.
Harry, would you like to wish Piper a happy birthday?
Happy birthday.
Man, we're really crushing that 4-year-old demographic.
Yep.
Love that.
It's awesome.
Jeff Hathorn will join us momentarily. You can chime in via Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. I wanted to start, Jeff, with the Penguins, and we will, but Jared Triolo struggling the way he has this year, you got first and second, nobody out in the ninth inning. I'd have bunted him.
That's what, yeah. Well,
you got to bunt him. My man's like an automatic out right now. Advance the runners, get first and second, or excuse me, get second and third with one out.
Yeah, so why didn't they do that? Like that to me, that was an automatic.
Me too. With him up at the plate.
Right.
Because, like, I'm generally anti-bunting, especially as the outs start to dwindle. You don't want to give him a free out. But Jared Triolo's a free out anyhow. This guy couldn't throw strikes. I don't know why O'Hearn's not challenging, by the way. 2 balls outside the zone.
I thought he did. Didn't he put his hand up? Or I think he was saying time.
I think he was saying time.
Yeah.
I think he was so confident that this guy wasn't going to throw another strike that he was going to live with it. But, man, you got to get on base there. Their challenging decisions have been bad. But I'd have bunted Jared Triolo there. Actually, all right, we'll start there with Jeff, and then we'll get to the Penguins. Jeff, they got a Triolo problem. He's hitting first. He's hitting fifth. He's hitting sixth. And I guess I should say he's not hitting at all. Would you have bunted him in the ninth inning?
Yes, and happy birthday, Piper. Yes, I would have bunted him in that situation because listen, it's not like the odds of Triolo running into one there.
No.
I mean, with some guys who might be like O'Neal Cruz, you might think, okay, he's going to run into one there. If he's in that situation, he's struggling, you have him up at bat. But Triolo, and man, this sucks for him because this is his opportunity. Like he had to get off to a good start to really show what he might be able to do for this team. And unfortunately, what he's done at the plate and even the miscues made in the field, like it's just magnified for him right now.
Jeff, what do you do with Brian Reynolds? I mean, he's kind of in the same boat. It looks like he is late all the time on every single pitch. And I saw that last year with him for a stretch at a time last year, but it just looks like he's just late and not picking up the ball. He's not playing up to his standards of $100 million.
Yeah, and I mean, he's the slower starter typically, but I mean, this is a year you're expected to win. I mean, I think you have to take feelings out of this if you're Kelly, and you got to think, all right, I'm going to run Mangum out there a couple of times, like, and your talk to Brian is like, hey, we really want to win. You want to win. You're struggling a little bit now. We're going to give you some opportunities to work on some things on the side, but I'm going to give Jake a couple of chances because the one thing with Jake, if he could find a way to get on base, he could be a challenge for teams. And that's one thing that while he doesn't have the power that Reynolds does, Jake can bring some other things to this game.
Texter writes in, the broadcast said you can't bunt there because the guy throws a really good sweeper and it's hard to bunt against. Did anybody see the swing? The first swing?
Yep.
Hard to swing against there, too. Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Sorry, Jeff, go ahead.
No. And I would say, listen, if you're square and you see that pitch coming, you're pulling back.
Yep.
So you're taking a ball. So either way, either you read that sweeper and yes, one could come in right at you, but in some respects, I think you might be a little easier to read that. Sorry to interrupt.
No, you're good. Jeff Hathorn, our sports director, joining us here on the Fan Morning Show. I know it's only 4 games in. We don't want to act like it's the end of the world, but you can make an argument that maybe Cruz was benched in the second game of the season. I know there was a lefty on the bump. Now we're talking about Brian Reynolds getting sat down for a game or two for Mangum, and it's something I said earlier, Jeff. I totally agree with you on that. Not the start you want. When the two guys that are the X factors to see how far this team can go that are the carryovers from last year, we're already talking about sitting them down.
Yeah, although I'll say this. In 2015, the Pirates started the season 1-5 and won 98 games. In 2013, they started 3-6 and had a really good year. So, you know, it's magnified because it's the first games you see. And you know, you got Skeens coming up in the rotation in a couple days. Like, the thing to me that's frustrating is you expected to see a whole bunch of offense, and the one day you had a whole bunch of offense is the day that you gave up a whole lot of runs.
Right.
And yes, I mean, Lau's been great, and we've seen it from O'Hearn, but you know, Ozuna hasn't clicked, Reynolds hasn't clicked. We haven't seen much from Triolo. And it's just, they just haven't put it together when, you know, the last couple of games, they had the pitching where they should have won.
Jeff, 8 goals last night by the Penguins. 8 goals against the Islanders. I mean, obviously an impressive win. They came back. They were down. Do you think that they can continue this? Have they found something in their game that they can continue and make the playoffs?
I'm telling you what, it's 3-1, and I'm starting to think of scenarios in my head like, all right, you're still going to be tied for third. You drop a game. You got to get the Detroit game now. And then, boom. I mean, wow. And you know what a lot of it that impressed me was? It was straight line, puck to the net.
Yes.
Bodies in front. And, I mean, Sorokin's a quality goalie in a place where you have not won much. And to go in there and put that kind of whooping on them, when they were leading 3-1, and then to keep your foot on the gas, like that was, wow. I mean, and Anthony Mantha for $2.5 million, 29 goals. What a find.
Do you re-sign him, Jeff? I mean, they got $1 bajillion in cap space.
I mean, without like overreacting to this season, hell yes. I mean, the guy had 29 goals. He fits perfectly. He's all the intangibles that you like. And I don't think he's a guy that, I mean, he's a guy who could play second or third line.
Yes.
Like he's not one of those guys where he has to be in a top two line situation. He can be bottom, and he can do some of those things. He's been awesome. Yeah, absolutely. Because I don't think there's anyone that's really busting the door down as far as young forwards, because a lot of young forwards have had opportunities and they haven't done a lot with them, except, for the trade with Chinikov.
Jeff, do you expect Malkin to play tonight against the Red Wings?
Potentially. I mean, he was close. I saw him up there at practice on Sunday, and like he was out there forever after. And listen, I'm not going to give anything away, but Gino doesn't stay on the practice ice forever. Often, like you can tell he wants it.
Mm-hmm.
And he was working on the side where Letang just kept like cross-checking him, like was physically trying to get him into what he was doing. He was flying around. I do think there's an opportunity he returns. But when he returns, he can't have the mindset of, I want to get in on what happened last night.
Yes.
So I'm going to run some high-risk plays. I want to get out there and get mine. Like, you've got to stay with the mindset that got you to what got you last night. And that mindset wasn't, tic-tac-toe passes, wasn't taking huge risks. It was playing hockey the right way. And they've got to do that because, listen, Detroit's desperate.
Mm-hmm.
Like, as much as the Pens brought it last night, Detroit's going to be bringing it tonight.
Jeff Hathorn, our sports director, joining us here on the Fan Morning Show. If the playoffs started tonight, who would your goalie be?
I don't have a coin on me.
I think you got to go with Stu.
Yeah, although, I mean, Sheeloff's was decent last night. Like I could see after a game like last night where you go, all right, I'm going to stick with this. And I think that's Dan Muse keeps getting asked about this, and he keeps with the same answers. Like, we evaluate after every game. And I think that could be a potential in the postseason where, you go in and if you start Skinner and he struggles and then Sheelovs I'm like, you're just going to ride the hot hand. I would be tempted off of last night just because the entire performance was good to start Sheelovs, but I mean, Skinner's given up a ton of goals. Like that is the one thing. Like, I know the penalty kill hasn't been great, but part of that is the goalies haven't played.
Yeah, make
well.
a save. You're allowed to make a tough save every now and again.
So, yeah, and it's been talked about, but is that the one thing they're going to look back and say, "Damn, why didn't we bring the kid up? Why didn't we give Miroshov a chance?" That might be one thing they're regretting, or one of these, more experienced. Not that Sheelovs is that experienced, but one of these guys gets hot and they, ride that for some postseason success.
Jeff, you're a big basketball guy. Are you a fan of Dan Hurley? I mean, I have a lot of respect for him in what he has done in the last 3 years. I feel like that there's mixed feelings out there about him, and I just want to get your opinion. Are you a fan of his coaching style?
I think he's a hell of a coach. I think his players love him. I think what he needs, from my standpoint, I would love to see him get thrown out for 15 games. Because the near headbutting the ref.
I mean, what is that?
Like stuff like that, you can't do. And I don't think anybody will stop him from doing it until there's some kind of moment where it's like, oh, wow, I just cost our team. And it shouldn't have been in that game.
Mm-hmm.
I heard the Duke play-by-play was like, oh, they're on the field, that's a technical. Yeah. Or they're on the court, it's a technical. Listen, it shouldn't be that. It shouldn't be in that scenario. But I look at it when I was a kid. You look back at some of the antics at the end of Bobby Knight's career, and there was a charm to it. It's like, oh, this guy plays hard, and then he just, I worry that Dan's going to go over the line.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he's great. Like, that's the one thing. It's like people would say with Huggins or other guys that just lose their mind on the sideline, the players, you could tell the UConn players love this guy. So there's more to him than what we see on the sidelines. But I do think he needs to dial that back just a little.
When we got our last ratings book, I ran down the hall. I headbutted City Limits. Just right in the face. Busted his nose all out. Yeah. Just want to let him know.
I mean, that's one thing. I mean, you're very intimidating.
I agree.
Much like Hurley in that scenario.
I think he's great for television, but he'd probably be fun to have a beer with. But I think he's probably a giant bumhole.
Because he looks like him and acts like him. The guy, every time I watch him coach, is like, holy cow, I'm watching John McEnroe play tennis again.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
From the same area, same accent, same over the top. So, yeah, it's what a game, man. What a game. That was just unbelievable that they won that game.
What a tournament. Jeff, we appreciate it.
My heart breaks for Duke.
Oh, yeah, I'm all broken up about it. Jeff, we'll talk to you on Thursday. Hopefully the Buccos will have even the record at that point, and the Penguins will be firmly in control of their playoff fate. We'll talk to you then.
All right, see you on opening day eve.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you, Jeff. Jeff Hathorn, our sports director. He had a nice take there on Brian Reynolds.
Yeah.
I said we react to that sucker when we come back.
Yep.
But first, it's a Nicholas Harry-Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Pittsburgh Pirates, they were losers yesterday to the Cincinnati Reds. They got shut out by a 2-0 final score. The Pirates and Reds are going to play again. Game 2 of the 3-game series is this evening at 6:40. You listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. We'll have coverage beginning at 5:45 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. So listen on the radio or listen on the free Odyssey app. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
This is a Westwood One Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood. Learn more with Robinhood at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. And another young career hits a massive self-destruct button. Chicago Bulls have officially waived former top 5 pick Jaden Ivey after he went on a series of live social media rants, openly attacking the NBA for promoting Pride Month, calling it a celebration of unrighteousness. The Bulls cited conduct detrimental to the team and pulled the plug. I'm Drake Toll.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
America, look around. Everywhere you go, prices are still high, rates have been whipsawing markets, and the debt and spending don't exactly scream stability. Experts say diversifying with intention is the #1 secret account that all American smart money uses to hedge against instability. Monetary Gold has been around since 2000, witnessing multiple economic setbacks. If you call now, Monetary Gold will cover up to a lifetime of your IRA fees on qualified accounts. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
And you thought today would just be another day on the job. But then you heard these words. Your new floor and decor is coming soon to Bethel Park. Pros have never had a partner like this. We're getting ready with job lot quantities of tile, wood, and stone in stock, and a dedicated pro team to get you in, out, and back on the job. Get ready. Your new floor and decor is on its way. Don't miss our grand opening coming soon to Bethel Park.
Before the first tee time and before the sun comes up, the Cedarbrook Golf Grounds crew was mowing and rolling greens. At Cedarbrook Golf Club, they believe public golf should feel just as good as a private golf club. Cedarbrook Golf Club works hard every day to keep the greens smooth and fast and fairways nicely mowed. Come experience the difference and book your tee time today. Check it out at CedarbrookGolfCourse.com. That's CedarbrookGolfCourse.com.
Rally House, shop every team in town. College and pro, come on, it's time to go.
The season starts at Rally House. From jerseys and hats to tumblers for game day, it's where outrageous selection meets every fan's style.
Steelers, Penguins, Pittsburgh Panthers, Pirates, Penn State, Nittany Lions. Rally House, it's your city, it's your house, it's a Rally House.
Level up your fandom in-store or online at rallyhouse.com.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I own a coffee shop, and I wanted to label everything with our logo.
That's ambitious.
Cups, boxes, bags.
Ooh, that'll add up.
Not at all, because right now, Staples prints custom labels for 30% off.
30% off? That's shockingly affordable branding.
Yep, now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/18 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Springfest is happening now at Lowe's. Keep the spotlight on your yard with Stay Green Premium 2 cubic foot mulch, 5 bags for $10. Plus, when you want more help indoors, get up to 40% off select major appliances that help you supercharge your chores. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 4/22 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for details. Mulch offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
You know that Chick-fil-A sells more than chicken, right?
Hello, my name is Jaleesa, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit is how it's all of my favorite breakfast items in one good bite. That fluffy egg, that melty cheese with that perfectly grilled sausage, it just gives you that warmth, that comfort food that you love. It is the best possible option for a classic breakfast.
Comfort is calling. Order a Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit with Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
On the traffic front, you're going to be slowing down on that Parkway East, starting around the Wilkinsburg area. Parkway West, not looking too bad coming in. 28, not looking too bad either. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDK, I'm Rob Taylor, Sports Radio 93.7 A Fan.
Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, a family-owned and local-based company, is your #1 choice for roofing in Pittsburgh. They do roofing, siding, and gutters with exceptional customer service for all your needs. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. Call the pickle today.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Falling fast into right, and it will be caught. And that's the game. McLean holds on to the ball as 3 Reds converge. And he fell down over one of his teammates and snow-coned the ball, but he held on. And that little dunker doesn't fall in. And the Pirates are blanked in Cincinnati 2-0. The final.
Brian Reynolds went 0 for 4 with a strikeout in the Pirates' shutout defeat yesterday. Jared Triolo had runners in scoring position not once but twice when he was up at the dish and struck out both times, including in the 9th inning when the pitcher the Reds had out there couldn't throw a strike and he struck out on 3 pitches. But Jared Triolo, while he's a massive problem, is not making $100 million. Brian Reynolds is, and he's got a 377 OPS. Yes, just through 4 games, but you can tell when a guy's close, and I think, Doran, your analysis on Brian Reynolds has been spot on. The timing seems way off. Seems like he's late on everything. He's just not putting forth competitive enough at-bats. He only has 1 walk on the season so far, 8 strikeouts in those 18 at-bats. And Jeff said, and Jeff's not a hot take guy, that he would sit him down for a game or 2, and I totally agree with that. I'd get Mangum out there, get Mangum in left. Reynolds, you're out for the next game, and then go from there. If Mangum has a good game, I might do it for a second consecutive game. Problem is, you got a lot of guys who aren't hitting right now.
Right.
Including Marcell Ozuna. But Brian Reynolds, man, he has been a very good player for the Pirates. Last year, not as much. so far this season, he might be your LVP.
Yeah, and what was it, Saturday? I mean, he was DHing. So, not that helps, but that is something different. It's a change without taking him out of the lineup. It's taking him out of the outfield. That clearly didn't work. How do you guys know what he did in the spring? What he did in spring training? Like,
a lot of outfield.
No, I mean at the plate. What was his numbers at the plate? Because I wonder what it may be like the anxiety or something that happens to Brian Reynolds. Like if we go back, maybe in a break, we'll look in the past 3 years what he has done in spring training and what his numbers look like, and the transition to regular season ball where he has those slow starts. I think it might be anxiety. I don't know.
Reynolds was 263 in spring training this year.
I just can't stand these slow starts.
Well, I mean, it happens every single year,
yes.
And he's late on pitches. Like usually, it's not like he just picked up a baseball bat and just went right into the regular season. Like he's been hitting live pitching for months now,
and he's a work your ass off kind of guy.
I mean, he's the first person that we saw whenever we got to Braden's, and he was in the cages.
Yeah,
working.
I always want to make sure, and performance is the only thing that matters. Let's call it like it is. But this isn't a guy who doesn't care. He's not a guy that emotes. So when he's not doing well, his facial expression is going to be the same as if he's hitting the cover off the baseball, and I think that can rub people the wrong way, right? He's struggling, and he's up there, and it kind of looks like he's going through the motions. I can assure you he's not. But at the end of the day, you're making $100 million. You got to play ball.
Well, there might be some credibility to my theory when we talk about contact approach. I don't know if he does anything different when the regular season comes around, but he was 10 for 38 in the spring, but only had 2 extra base hits.
Yep.
So it's like he was hitting for contact. He didn't produce a lot of runs either. He had 4 runs batted in.
And last season, through the first 30 games, the first month of the year, he had 236 with a 644 OPS, which right now that'd be an improvement, but this isn't the first time we've seen this with Brian Reynolds. And what's frustrating is these games effing matter. You're 6 for 47 with runners in scoring position this year, 128. You need your best players to play well. And look, it's 4 games, but when after the first game of the season, we had an impassioned conversation about when it's time to actually sit O'Neal Cruz down. And now here we are 4 games into the season. We're talking about should they unplug Brian Reynolds? Like we talked about it all offseason. Great that they got Lau, and boy, has he been a godsend. Great that they got O'Hearn, and boy, has he been a godsend. It hasn't worked out for Ozuna so far. But we've talked about the new guys. The new guys weren't going to move the needle if the old guys didn't improve upon the performance from last year, and so far, not so good. 412-928-9370. When Cam Hayward doesn't perform, or when he asks for more money, people say you got to perform, and he becomes a lightning rod. When we see guys have error problems or fundamental issues in the outfield or a lackadaisical attitude like O'Neal Cruz, they get crushed. I feel like Brian Reynolds is somehow skirting criticism this year because Ozuna hasn't played well and because O'Neal Cruz has been such a lightning rod.
Yeah.
Brian Reynolds right now might be the biggest problem on the baseball team. And we're crushing Jared Triolo, and fair enough, and he should have bunted in the 9th inning, fair enough, and he shouldn't be hitting 1st or 5th or 6th, fair enough. All real problems. But Brian Reynolds is your 3rd hitter in the lineup, and he's making $100 million. No player in Pirates history has made more money than this guy, and he can't hit at the beginning of seasons.
I'm also looking just at the spring training lineups as well, and I'm not finding a lot of games where he actually batted 3rd.
Where was he at?
I can't find him in any lineups that I'm just randomly clicking on. It was more O'Hearn, though, or Lau in the 3 spot. So I'm just curious about that, too.
Again, at this point, I don't think you're wrong. Like, he can't be hitting 3rd right now because he's not effective, but he's borderline, if not more than so, unplayable.
He batted cleanup in this one game I just found now. That was on March 18th.
I mean, there has to be some correlation to his spring to regular season in the last 2. Well, what was it, 3 years ago where he did start hot?
And that was when he was playing for his contract. Because he was playing at an MVP level for like the first 2.5 weeks of the season. We had Ben Sherrington on. We had our awkward conversation with him. And we're like, dude, you better pay this guy because he's hitting the cover off the ball. And the Pirates got off to their 20-8 start, and he was a big reason why.
Right.
But since then, the beginning of seasons has been really, really bad for him. And I don't care how hard a guy works. You got to hit the baseball when you're making $100 million. And if not, It might even have to go farther than, hey, Mangum's in for a game or two. Like, if this keeps up for a couple of weeks, like last year he got hurt at the beginning of the season. That's why he was playing DH. So, like, that could have affected him somehow. I'm looking at a phantom IL stint if this guy goes another week or two and he can't hit the baseball.
It can't be because he's in left field, not right, you think?
No, I don't think so. And I don't think where he hits in the lineup affects how he plays. I just think you can't have a guy playing this poorly hitting third.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
gotcha.
I don't think batting him seventh would magically make him a better hitter, or batting first would magically make him a better hitter. He's just got to hit the baseball better.
I mean, it might. I'm just saying, though, like,
I've never bought into that.
The approach that you take where you are in the lineup it's different. I mean, if you're batting second and you have a runner on second base with nobody out in the first inning, you're going to try to hit the ball to the right side so that runner can get to third so your 3, 4, 5 hitters can drive him in. If you're batting third and you have a runner on base, your approach might be to hit the ball in the air with a runner in scoring position to move that runner to third or to home, depending on where they are. If you're batting seventh and you're constantly batting leadoff with nobody on base and less than 2 outs, you might just be free swinging, or you might want to get your average up and you might want to get on base for the bottom of the lineup to turn over to the top. I mean, it does affect how you approach things.
Yeah, I've never bought that.
Okay.
You can either hit or you can't.
I mean, I see where you come from, and there's a lot of validity to it. But like, if you watch Brian Reynolds, he's just late.
Yeah,
you know, that's where it is. Like, so, like, I understand where you're coming from. It'd be different if he was in tune and in sync and just missing and just having hard hits and getting out. But his hands are late.
Or your outs can be productive in different situations depending on how many runners are on base or how many outs there are. Like, there are such things as productive outs.
Sure, no doubt.
And he hasn't really made productive outs either since he's been.
But I guess what I'm saying is I don't think him hitting sixth or seventh would change that. I just think he can't hit right now, and he can't. To your point, can't hit third when you're hitting 167. I mean, you just.
Why do you think? I mean, just to bring this up,
he just can't.
I think as a comparable, like, why do you think Pedro Alvarez struggled so much when he would bat cleanup and then?
I think he struggled a lot making contact always.
But he was way more comfortable. Like, when he batted sixth in 2013, his numbers started to grow. Because I think there was less pressure on him and he didn't feel like a run producer. He could just free swing and he was...
Maybe. I just have never put all that much stock in it. I mean, guys are throwing 100 miles an hour. They break in, they break out, they go up, they go down. Pitchers have never had better stuff. You can either hit or you can't,
so why
in my opinion.
Why does the lineup matter at all then?
Because who do you want to be up more? Who are your run producers? Who does hit the ball over the fence? You know, analytics will tell you now you want your best hitter hitting second because he's going to get more at-bats and have more opportunity with guys on base. Like, Brian Reynolds shouldn't be hitting third right now because he's going to be up with guys on base and he can't hit the baseball.
And that's my point. That's why the lineup matters. That's why where he is matters.
It matters based on driving in runs. It doesn't, I don't think, change his approach whatsoever. That's where you and I differ. But you and I are getting to the same point, which is he can't bat third. He just can't. We got callers on hold, 412-928-9370. We'll get to you, Pittsburgh Phil, and others coming up next, but we'll also test our trivia expertise against the smartest plumber in the world, Southside Jake. First, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pittsburgh Penguins were winners. Crucial game, 8-3 win over the New York Islanders yesterday. That moves the Penguins up to 90 points and back to second place in the Metropolitan Division standings. The Penguins also had 5 goals in the second period, the most goals they've scored in a single period so far this season. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here's Doran.
If you're involved with the youth sports team around Pittsburgh, baseball, softball, football, cheer, any of it, and you're looking for a simple fundraiser, you should check out what the guys are doing at Keystone Custom Apparel. They've created something called a fan club fundraiser. Each player gets a custom shirt with the names of their supporters printed on the back. Supporters donate $20. Go online, type their name, pick the player they want to support, and that's it. No collecting money, no order forms, and Keystone Custom Apparel handles everything. Most teams raise around $2,000 to $5,000. Check it out at KeystoneCustomApparel.com or give them a call, 724-206-0285 to get started today.
Hey guys, Donnie Football here. I just got married, and I had this moment when I picked up my suit about a month ago. I'm standing there thinking, this is pretty wild, because I could have worn this same suit a couple of years ago. Seriously, that's what hits me most about Awaken 180. Not just that I lost the weight, It's that I never put it back on. Not a pound. In fact, I've lost a couple of more. So when the wedding came around, I wasn't scrambling. I wasn't trying to crash into shape. I wasn't looking for some last-second miracle. I already had it handled. Awaken 180 helped me lose the weight, feel good while I was doing it, and actually keep it off. No meds, no starting over, no panic, because a big day is coming up. I got to go into my wedding feeling good, comfortable, confident, and just enjoy it. And honestly, that's what people want. Not just to lose it, to know that it's gone and that it stays away. That's why Awaken 180 worked for me. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, it's Pony back to talk about Xfinity. Imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Jobs change, kids grow up, new memes come out. But what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Well, thanks to the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most, that finds and fixes any issues before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. You get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices and no one battling for bandwidth. For the next 5 years, all your devices will be working in perfect harmony, and you get our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, and no strings. So even though kids will grow up and you still won't understand what the X67 means, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. Plus, get online in 5 minutes with same-day Wi-Fi, all with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. To get started, call or visit Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
Shopping for replacement windows? Metropolitan Window Company elevates your shopping experience.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you'll experience personalized knowledge, expertise, and professionalism from our first visit to your home until our craftsmen complete your installation.
We're the window company that people want in their homes, and our exclusive Infinity by Marvin 100% fiberglass windows are the windows people love.
They're built for life. They are the strongest, longest-lasting windows you can buy.
And we have a great selection of colors and finishes. Experience Metropolitan Window Company. Stop by our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Introducing new regenerative treatments for men and women with thinning hair from New Image Hair Clinic.
New Image is putting plant-based technology to work for men and women with thinning hair. Our hair and scalp analysis will get to the root of your thinning and damaged hair and create a healthy environment for hair growth. Using exclusive private label products, vitamins, and FDA-approved laser hair therapy. Only 30 minutes, easy and effective. The results speak for themselves. Fuller, thicker, and more hair can be yours.
Call New Image now and find out which new regenerative treatment works best for you. Call now for a free hair and scalp analysis and receive $250 off. Call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Our new regenerative treatments worked for me, and they can work for you too.
That's 800-514-HAIR 514-4247 or newimagehairclinic.com.
Truck month, truck month, truck month. Oh, yes, it is at Schultz Ford. Oh, man, what an exciting time. You know about those F-150s and how spectacular they are. Why don't you get one? So check out all the great locations. Schultz Ford, Wexford, Schultz Ford, South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Harmer, Schultz Ford in Wheeling, and always online at schultzford.com. You ever been in an F-150? You ever driven one? They are something. I mean, they cannot be beaten. So get there and check it out online. Like I said, schultzford.com. See what you want. Maybe head into one of those great dealerships that I talked about. There are so many F-150s and Rangers in stock right now. On the lot, ready to go for, you guessed it, truck month, truck month, truck month. So check it all out online. Do that right now. schultzford.com.
TargetFreightManagement.com.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Cold shower? Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater.
And now it's time for Who Wants to Be Smarter Than a Plumber? Presented by Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Before we get to Southside Jake, Who Wants to Be Smarter Than a Plumber? Presented by Southside Plumbing and Heating. Brian Reynolds last year, his OPS was 120 points better hitting third as compared to second. So I've never bought that where you slot in the batting order changes your approach. That is an old school way of thinking.
Then why can't he hit until June? What is going on?
What does that have to do with where he is in the lineup?
No, that has to do with his average, because he's going to hit 700 in June, and that's going to pull his average up by 70 points.
Sure, a lot of guys do that. Kutch was a famous when it gets hot, hit the ball better guy. Adam LaRoche is a famous when it gets hot, hit the ball better guy. I don't know what that has to do with lineup construction. Southside Jake joins us now to test our trivia wits. Hello, Jake. Good morning to you, buddy. How's it going?
Good morning, fellas. What is better for business? Pirates doing good or Pirates doing bad?
Pirates doing good.
Yes.
Any team doing good is actually better for us. People think it's not because, you know, you love the angry phone calls and you love the meaty takes. But when they're good, people listen more because people want to be happy.
Exactly.
Pirates does not bring too much happiness over the years.
They do not. But they're turning it around. I could just tell.
Yeah. Okay. Well, guys, 80 degrees, I think, is going to be Thursday. So, it's time. Get your air conditioning checked. So we need temperatures above 65 always to check air conditioning, and we got that for the next week. So give us a call. Get scheduled to get air conditioning check. Weather has broken, I do believe. But we are here for trivia. So let's get down to it.
Hit us.
All right. First question. What is the Pirates' opening day record at PNC Park since opening in 2001?
Oh, man.
A, 15-10. B, 9-16. C, 10-15. Or D, 18-7.
I think it's 15-10.
Should we phone a Harry?
Harry.
I don't know for sure, but I feel like they have an under 500 record.
Man, I was going to go the other way. I felt like
No, because I know they lost in 2015. They lost in 2013.
They won in 2014.
Yeah, they did really well in 2002 to start the season. I remember that. But all the other years, I feel like I'd say 9-16. That would be my guess.
Harry explains himself well. Should we go with the Harry?
Yes.
Let's go with the Callus.
B, 9-16. Is close, but incorrect. It is C, 10-15.
Man.
And yes, Harry was correct. There was a period, I think there was five years in a row they lost opening day. So, yeah. Unfortunately,
more
10
right
and 15
than me, Harry.
Has not been a good stadium or park for the Pirates opening day. But there's always hope next year.
Question 2. They still got one this year on Friday. But go ahead.
Yeah, well, this year, I guess, yeah. I already wrote them off, so never mind. All right. Another Pirates question here. A little bit of history here. We all know Maz's walk-off home run in the 1960s. Prior to that, in the bottom of the 8th, the Pirates trailed the Yankees 7-6. This player hit a 3-run home run to give the Pirates a 9-7 lead. The rest is history. What was the name of this player? A, Don Hoke. B, Dick Groat. C, Vern Law. Or D, Hal Smith?
Hal Smith.
D, Hal Smith is correct.
Nice.
Good job,
Riley.
I was there.
job.
You were there. Nice.
That's the running joke, is that every single person you meet from that era will be like, I was at that game.
Yep.
It's like 700,000 people were there. It's like, ballpark didn't hold quite that many. Ron Cook was there. My pap says he was there, and he was not a liar, but I don't know to believe him or not. All right, Moneyball question. Let's go.
Nice job. All right. October 11th, 1967, the first game of the Pittsburgh Penguins franchise. Who holds the honor of scoring the first goal in franchise history? A. Abe McDonald, B. Art Stratton, C. Andy Bathgate, or D. Ken Schinkel?
50-50.
Yes.
50-50. Andy Bathgate or Abe McDonald?
I think it's Bathgate.
Bathgate?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that your final answer?
Yes.
Dora doesn't believe.
Yes. I trust you.
Well, it's a good thing he trusts you because, see, Andy Bathgate is correct.
Get the hell out of here.
Nice.
Get the hell out of here. Go work on some AC
Free
units.
AC check. See you later, boys.
See you, buddy. Southside Jake, we wiped the floor with him. Harry was sniffing around that opener, too. He had it. I was dead ass wrong. All right, Pittsburgh Phil wanted to talk Bucks. Hi, Pittsburgh Phil. Good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you?
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Penguins scored 8 million goals last night, and, well, the Pirates were competitive.
Yeah, I had the Penguins in over, but let's talk about what I want to talk about here because I'm with you and I'm with Harry at the same time. I can understand him and I can understand you, but I can tell you this: when I call, if God lets me wake up tomorrow morning, the Pittsburgh Pirates will score more than 4.5 runs tonight. They will win, and I'll call you tomorrow and verify that I had them. But
if they win, then you need to call back every day until they lose, I think, Pittsburgh Phil.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, listen, Doran, I had this wager with Colin Dunlap a long time ago before, and he beat me, and I ended up losing a Pittsburgh Steeler Oriental rug off of him. But I can't listen. I can't determine whether they're going to win or not. I can just say this to you because of the way you think, Crowley. Last night, the players were chomping at the bit. There's players on that team that want to win. There's players, and I'm telling you, you got to mix up the lineup with Reynolds. Yeah, you're right. But these players want to win. Horowitz is going to have a big game tonight, and we're going to win. And don't give up on this team. This team's good. Believe me.
I'm not giving up on Pittsburgh, Phil, especially if you keep calling in and telling stories about rugs. Thank you for the call, 412-928-9370. Who do we think's the first guy to bust out? Ozuna, Reynolds, Cruz, Horowitz,
Cruz for me.
Triolo,
Ozuna,
Davis,
Ozuna.
His swing looks normal. He's just pulling off outside pitches right now and grounding to the left side, but it's not like he's striking out a huge amount. And yesterday he actually took the ball the other way and almost hit it over the fence in foul territory.
Yeah.
So I think if he stays on those outside pitches more, he'll hit a stride. I think he's first.
That's good analysis there by Harry Callis. Yeah, Reynolds doesn't look close.
No.
And I actually think Henry Davis, his approach has been good. I know he struck out a couple of times last night, but him lacing that ball to right field, like there are signs, and he has the shortest distance to go from where he is now to
where he needs to be.
Yeah. Whereas Reynolds, I mean, his OPS is, again, 4 games, but he's 400 points off where you'd like it to be. Ozunas is like 500 points off of where you'd like it to be. Horowitz has been thoroughly unimpressive, but I believe in him based on how he performed last year. It's a bad question to have to ask. I know, again, it hasn't even been a handful of games. But when it's like, hey, who's the first guy to break out? One of these 6 guys? Give us your thoughts. You can chime in on that, actually, at 412-928-9370. Tyler Kennedy going to be joining us at 8:35 to talk about that magnificent Penguins victory. Matt Clement at 8 o'clock to get into Braxton Ashcraft, how Skeens will bounce back. But coming up next, who's the first Pirate to break out? 412-928-9370. Right now, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates play the Cincinnati Reds in Game 2 of the 3-game series tonight at 6:40. The Pirates lost yesterday 2-0. They got shut out in the first game of the series. Tonight's game can be heard right here on 93.7 The Fan. Again, game starts at 6:40. We've got coverage on The Fan beginning at 5:45, and that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at spitzertoyota.com.
On the traffic front, you're going to be slowing down in the usual areas this Tuesday morning, right around the Wilkinsburg exit area on the Parkway East. Parkway West slows around Green Tree Hill, 28. Not looking too bad this morning. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDK. I'm Rob Taylor on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. When I say number one Cochrane knows ball, I'm not kidding. Their annual Slam Dunk Offers event has returned to Audi Pittsburgh and Audi Washington. Get up to $40 per month toward your payments when you lease or purchase a new vehicle. Pick from our elite Audi lineup and roll with your favorite lease or finance special, like the all-new Q3 SUV redesigned for 2026. Score your Slam Dunk offer now at Audi Pittsburgh or Audi Washington. Online at AudiPittsburgh.com and AudiWashington.com. Offer applied as a $1,000 dealer allowance toward MSRP, not redeemable for cash. Example vehicle, 2025 Audi Q7 with MSRP $76,350. Zero down payment required. New in stock only while supplies last. Tax, title, plate, license, and dock fee extra. May not stack with other offers. Ends 3/31/26.
Looking for health insurance for employees in multiple locations? UPMC Health Plan National Access has you covered. UPMC National Access gives employees access to the top-ranked doctors and hospitals of UPMC, along with nationwide access through the Cigna Healthcare PPO network for employees outside of the service area. For the quality, affordable coverage that your company deserves, choose UPMC Health Plan.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My best advice to you when hiring a lawyer for your injury case is simple. If you know court personnel, ask them who they'd hire. They know. If you know an insurance adjuster, ask them. They know. And then ask them about us. Ask them about Morgan & Morgan. They know. I look forward to talking to you soon. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Just 20 minutes from downtown Pittsburgh and 10 minutes from the airport, Moon Golf Course offers a beautiful 18-hole course that's perfect for players of all skill levels. Whether you're squeezing in a quick round, planning a weekend outing with friends, or hosting a golf event, Moon Golf Course delivers scenic fairways, great conditions, and a relaxing day on the links. Book your tee time today and experience one of the area's hidden gems. Visit moongolfclub.com.
Want to make the most of your tax refund? File with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it with a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Our veterans and their families make great sacrifices to protect our nation. Now it's time for them to receive assistance in their time of need as they age. If you are a veteran or the spouse of a veteran, contact Julie and Gray Associates to speak with one of their VA-accredited attorneys to find out how you can receive compensation for the costs of care you are receiving in your home or a long-term care facility. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Now that Wendy's has these new biggie deals, everyone in the family can get what they're craving, from nugs to JBCs. The parental units can get an $8 biggie bundle, the eldest who think they're so grown can get a $6 biggie bag, and the little one who can do no wrong can get a $4 biggie bites. You know, assuming they have a credit card. No, I'm kidding. We take cash too. 4, 6, and $8 biggie deals for the whole family. Only at Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
93.7 The Fan, baseball analyst, great man, Matt Clement, going to join us at the top of the 8 o'clock hour. Braxton Ashcraft deserved better last night. Majinski, great the night before. Mitch Keller deserved better before that. The only guy that hasn't pitched well this year is Paul Skeens. And my guess is that the Reds are going to get the best of Skeens. Or I should say, they're going to get the best effort from Skeens coming up tomorrow. Little day game, little 12:40 first pitch. Skeen's going to be mowing dudes down.
Yep.
Be nice to get one today, even things up, come back home 3-3, and then start getting to the winning ways at the home ballpark. But in order to do that, they're going to need to have guys bounce back from slow starts. And the only two guys that are hitting are O'Hearn and Lau. Lau with a couple of impressive plate appearances yesterday, drew some walks, also laced a single to right field. O'Hearn's going to give you a professional at-bat every single time. In fact, he saw, 6 balls in his 9th inning at-bat. Could have challenged 2, didn't, and still took the walk anyhow. Who's the first guy to break out? Harry says Ozuna. I'm inclined to agree with him. I think his reasoning was sound. And I thought Ozuna would hit his first tater of the year last night. Who do you got?
Cruz.
Yeah.
To me, I mean, at the end of the day, to me, it's not going to be Reynolds.
He looks so far from it, man.
Yep. Looks uncomfortable.
Yeah. And Cruz hasn't exactly bathed himself in glory at the plate.
He's going to catch one, though.
That's exactly
That's what's
right.
going to happen. He's going to catch one. It's going to go 900 million feet in the air.
And that's what changes it for him all the time.
Exactly.
I also think the expectations on him might hurt his reputation a little bit right now, but he is getting on base. Like
Cruz?
I think he's been on base, I think, in every game so far this season. He's either walked or gotten singles.
Yeah.
You need the power.
Right. You want the power, but
he's still hitting 143. What's his OBP? You like OBP? You down with OBP?
You know me.
I screwed it up the first time. So O'Neal Cruz.
Did you find his on base?
I'm working on it.
You have a chart on your computer.
200. I mean, that's no good. 8 strikeouts.
How many plate appearances?
He has how many walks? 1 walk, 15 plate appearances, 2 hits. So he's only been on base 3 out of 14 times. So he is not getting on base every time. He's been on base 3 times.
I said every game.
He hasn't. 3 times in 4 games. Mathematically impossible for him to have been on base.
Okay, you're right. You're
Thank
right.
you.
Okay, so he's reached base in 3/4 of the games this season.
Are you trying to tell me it's been good? He's got a 343 OPS.
He's not hitting for power, but
he's not hitting.
But
he's not doing anything. He's not playing defense. He's not hitting. He's not stealing bases.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at too. He's getting on base.
Yeah,
it is.
Yes.
He's got a 343
You're just yelling
OPS.
now.
Hold on.
Reynolds has 3 hits in 18 at bats.
More than Cruz.
But they've gotten on base the same amount of times.
Do they have the same average? Cruz is hitting.
Oh, his on base percentage is 211. How many walks does he have then?
That's more.
Holy cow.
Yeah, maybe I'm wrong.
That's more.
I didn't
No, they both even realize.
They both suck. Oh, you know what? I'm looking at O'Neal Cruz's stats again. I was like, man, they have the same OPS. Jeez, that's crazy.
Okay, yeah. So Brian Reynolds has 3 hits and 1 walk.
So he's been better. It's really not who's been better, it's who sucks less.
Yeah.
That's what this segment is entitled. Who sucks less, Brian Reynolds or O'Neal Cruz?
Reynolds has, I didn't even realize that he had 3 hits. That's amazing.
I didn't realize that either.
No.
They both have 8 strikeouts. His OPS is 34 points better than Cruz.
It's like when you just look at the average, you don't really visualize all the hits that went into creating that average. Yeah, 3 hits and 1 walk.
Yeah, 3 out of 18 is just not going to get it done.
No.
And they are a paltry 6 for 47 with runners in scoring position. Dear, sweet.
Man, if I was a pitcher right now and the lineup was the way it is, I'd be like, all right, like, I'm going to get these first 2 out for sure, and I'm going to just intentionally walk Lau, and then I'm going to get Ozuna out.
Well, no. Well, if Lau's batting second, he breaks that up.
Is he batting third or second right now?
Second.
Oh, sorry.
I'm pitching around his ass. And they did yesterday.
Regardless, yeah. I'm walking him and then striking out the next 2.
And the problem is he's hit 3 home runs. One of them had a guy on base. The other 2, they were solo shots. Because when you've got Reynolds or Triolo leading off, or excuse me, Cruz or Triolo leading off, and then you've got Reynolds hitting second.
Mm-hmm.
I did it.
See,
again.
I messed up too now. I messed up. I messed up.
Who should be the
who sucks less? 412-928-9370.
What would the top 5 of the order look like for you?
For
if
me,
you could rearrange it for both of you. Yeah, maybe we could talk about that coming up next if you want. But
well, we got Matt Clement, and I would just hit Lau 5 times. I would petition the commissioner to let me hit Lau as many times as I want in succession.
Golden hitter.
Yep. Fan Weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Today, high of 74. Yeah, baby. Tomorrow, high of 67. We'll start looking ahead to the opening day forecast later on in the show. Up next, Matt Clement. It's a Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filippone for my guys at Comer & Cross. With warmer weather, right now is the right time to call Comer & Cross at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Before that schedule fills up, your new Comer & Cross garage floor will transform your garage in just one day. And take it from me, you will love it. Comer & Cross makes it so simple. They take all the stuff out of the garage for you. They can even make it secure on site. They'll fix your cracks and pits in your garage perfectly. In one day, you're driving on your gleaming new Comer & Cross garage floor. It is an incredible experience. So take advantage of Comer & Cross's great offer right now, the gold standard, a garage floor that's never going to chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever again. And these are pros, not subcontractors. So call Comer & Cross for your free, quick, and easy estimate before that schedule fills up. Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or just say, hey, Siri, call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR to speak to them. We're going to COMERcross.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Window Nation March sale. Up to 50% off all window styles. Visit windownation.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at spitzertoyota.com.
Traffic-wise, the usual slowdowns on the Parkway East, right around Wilkinsburg, Parkway West, top of Green Tree Hill, 28 not looking too bad. No issues on 79. No accidents to speak of on these major roadways. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDK, I'm Rob Taylor on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com.
Eating less is one thing. Knowing what to eat when the scale hits pause, that's different. If you're on the weight loss meds but feel like you're missing something, add Awaken 180. Free support for life. Awaken180weightloss.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Texter writes in at 412-928-9370. LMAO, listening to the station is like watching The View. Pirates suck and will always suck. Call it like it is. Stop giving hope to the fans. Blah, 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 blah. We just did a segment that we entitled, Who Sucks Less, Brian Reynolds or O'Neal Cruz? I wouldn't say that that's exactly painting any beautiful pictures of these dudes.
Yep.
Maybe use a Q-tip. I don't know what you're hearing. But we just ragged on pretty much every hitter not named Lau or O'Hearn.
Correct.
And for good reason. But I also think it's fair to say, and add this qualifier, it's been 4 games.
Mm-hmm.
It's been 4 games. So far, not so good, but it's been 4 games. We're joined now by 93.7 The Fan baseball analyst, all-around good guy, Matt Clement. Good morning to you, Matt. How's it going?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Excellent.
Yes.
Matt, before we get into some of the pitching stuff that we want to ask you, Should Triolo have bunted in the ninth inning? First and second, nobody out. I was surprised that Donnie Kelly didn't put the bunt sign on there.
Yeah, I was too. Watching the game, I was surprised, and then it became worse when he, after the guy threw 8 straight balls, he swung at a sweeper there. And I think the theory of today's baseball that we all got to realize also, and I realize, even though it's hard sometimes to realize playing in a different era, guy throws whatever it was, 8 straight balls or 8 out of 9 balls, 2 guys on. That's the pitch that's going to be the fat one. He wants to get a strike because he doesn't want to go. He doesn't want to get in that spot again. And I think that that's some of the analytic games that are played. And in that situation, that doesn't mean I totally agree with the whole situation. And I'm thinking maybe I'll take a pitch there, but you watch it even in like high school now. It's changed, and it's kind of trickled down. The effect of it is, okay, this guy's throwing a lot of balls in a row. His sweeper's his best pitch. If he gets ahead, I'm in trouble. He's got to throw me a good one here because he's gotten behind. And I think that's the theory that they went with in that game. And obviously, it's real easy to say, hey, should have bunted in that situation.
Matt, it seems like Brian Reynolds is behind on the pitches. It seems like he can't pick it up fast enough. His hands are very late every single time he's at the plate. I know obviously you're a pitcher, but if you were to give advice and to work with somebody like Brian Reynolds to get out of that, what would it be? Like, what does he have to do to get in sync with being at the plate?
Yeah, Doran, it's really, sometimes I look at this thing and I look back sometimes, and when I get a little bit critical or try to figure things out, I remember how hard that game is. Mm-hmm. And you can think of it from your perspective in a different sport, but I feel like for him, it's just going to be reps. You're right. Like, it's early. It's going to be reps. It's a good point. That's why you have now, obviously, these staffs have like 2 or 3 hitting coaches right now. And, he's a professional hitter. It's been a while. And then this is kind of a point that I heard you say what you were talking about right before I got on about who's worse, him or Cruz right now. And it's a point that the Pirates team, a lot of focus on Cruz, but they need Reynolds. Like, Reynolds is a big cog in this offense that kind of has, had a rough go of it the last, year plus here. And I think that, overall reps, you're going to put them in the cage. You're going to put, they have machines now that can simulate pitchers, like the actual pitch you're throwing in a mix that you're not even controlling or knowing about. And I think that, I'm sure he's doing that. Like, these guys, I'm sure they're doing it. And sometimes it's just a different view, right? You leave spring training, now you're in the big stadiums. That can just throw you off by a hair. I heard as I watched the Mets game, I heard the Pirates announcers and the Mets announcers that the different times I was watching those games talk about how Bichette just does not look good on a fastball. And Bichette kills fastballs. So I think it's part of that early season, hopefully, for Brian Reynolds' sake and the Pirates' sake, you're sitting here in the middle of May saying, I don't even remember what was going on at the beginning of the year.
Our buddy Matt Clement, 93.7 The Fan baseball analyst, joining us on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Harry tasked us with putting together a new lineup for the Pirates, given everybody's struggles. And I look in the Reds are throwing a lefty today, so that's going to put a wrench in everything. Brandon Lau, really good hitter, has been excellent for the Pirates, not the same against lefties. Now, Ryan O'Hearn, on the other hand, had reverse splits last year, had an 800 OPS against lefties, so you keep him in the lineup. Ozuna, hopefully this could be his chance to break out, but perhaps Mangum can flex in. I don't know now. I mean, does lineup consistency matter, Matt? Because I do think that they have vastly different lineups, obviously, with a lefty on the mound versus a righty.
Well, I mean, the number one thing about the lefty versus the righty is going to be, probably the next thing you ask me after this question is O'Neal Cruz. He vastly changed he changes your lineup, and he was, to put it, I guess, nicely, miserable against lefties last year. So if him being out of the lineup changes your whole consistency of the lineup. And they do have a lot of natural left-handed hitters on this team. So it should be an advantage against the righties, which, going forward, I think it will be. But as it is right now, it's gonna mix it up. And I think when you're 1-3 or you're off to a bad week or whatever, lineup consistency doesn't matter. When you're mixing up every day and the team is like doing okay to above average, it can matter to a hitter. It can matter to him. It can matter to the offense. But I think, in my opinion, you mix it up, you throw it out there right now when just, I hate to say it, but you've kind of wasted 3 really good outings.
Yes.
Out of 3 guys you really needed to pitch well the last 3 days.
Your thoughts on Blajinski's efforts this weekend? 8 strikeouts. It looks like he was working on some different pitches. What did you see from your perspective?
Well, I mean, going into this, the early spring training, I thought Majinski would be the 5th starter, and I think a lot of people thought I was crazy. I really, to see it then, I guess I'm learning a little bit about talk radio business. When you say that, then he pitches, you're a little more nervous when he pitches. You want to feel good after.
Or you could just be wrong all the time like me, Matt, and you don't even think a second about it.
So as I really watched intently, and I thought he was awesome. I mean, he blew through the that top of the order is no joke. Lindor, Soto, and Bichette, he blew through them, struck them out both times, the first 2 times he faced them. I think the big difference in him, trying to go back, and as a reliever, you don't really pay attention to the mix as much when he's relieving, and he started very little last year. He just was setting up. The split finger looked like the difference in him. He was setting up, he'd throw the split, and then he was finishing at the top of the zone with the 4-seam. Now, the command was really, really good of all of his pitches, but he has electric stuff. And I think the next step for him, is it's I had this curse on me when I played. Like, I was a 4-inning pitcher, I was a 5-inning pitcher when I was trying to kind of break through. And I think we just got to, there's a point. And it wasn't last game. Last game, he had a lot of pitches. It was cold, first outing, everything else. But, every time you sit there and listen to when he starts a game, the announcers are sitting there going, oh, it's the second time through the order. He's a 4, he's not going to make it. So he's hearing that. It's always talked about. He's probably thought about that way. Hey, let's rip the Band-Aid here. Send him back out there. I was that way. I got to Chicago. Don Baylor was my manager. I'm in the 5th inning against one of those Reds teams of, Adam Dunn and Casey and Boone and all those guys. And he comes walking out in the middle of the 5th inning when I walked the first 2 guys in the 5th inning or 6th inning. And he goes, hey, man, you're in a different place. You're getting through this. I'm not taking you out of this game. And, and maybe, I thought back to that story as I'm watching him because, you might have something really big here because his stuff is electric. And that split high fastball combo with the other stuff that's really good is that 8 strikeouts wasn't like, wow, I can't believe he did that. I think that's something that he could be doing often.
And I think he'd have made it 5 innings if he got a little bit of defense behind him. I mean, you get the knuckleball that almost takes off Gonzalez's head. You had the booted ball by Triolo. I mean, if those don't happen, the pitch count's more efficient, and perhaps he goes into the 5th inning. What did you see last night? Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, the good point about that was that I forgot about that play. The knuckleball to Gonzalez, which was probably scary. I mean, no fault, but I've seen those in the outfield shagging, and I'm running away from them when I'm during BP. I can't imagine being at third base and it coming 115. But that was a big play because that made that inning longer. It taxed him that inning. That maybe turns into a 6-inning outing. It's a great point by you.
How about that? I made a great point.
ABS system. What is your thoughts on the challenge
time
system?
for everything.
I was Mr. All these new rules, and I kind of predicted this one. All these new rules, I was like, oh man, we can't put a guy in second base in the 10th inning. This is we can't be only throwing the first base a few times. All these new rules, I've been kind of like a traditionalist, and this one, I'm probably going to like this one. I don't like it right now. I think it's awesome. I love the gamesmanship. I actually was watching I think it was the Mariners game last night. I was watching later on. And the announcer talked about how it was the Mariners-Yankees, and the announcer talked about how some catchers are going to add a bad frame in to get the batter to challenge it, to get the batter to challenge the call, to ruin one of your challenges. There's some new gamesmanship, and it really exposed the bad umpires. I saw C.B. Buckner's my goodness, he had so many bad ones that day, and that's one of the umpires a lot of people say is bad. It kind of exposes the good and the bad umpires. But I saw one guy last night challenge two balls. He got 2 strikes called balls for a walk in the same at bat. So it adds a new feature, and it's quick. If it wasn't quick, I wouldn't be in for it, but it's quick.
And a lot of the people that were out on like the DH coming into the National League have said their reasoning is because it takes some of the strategery elements out, Matt. And I agree with you. I think there's strategy in this. Like, I would love to pick O'Hearn's brain on why he didn't challenge either of those balls last night. And we saw a weird one from Cruz. We saw a weird one where Reynolds didn't challenge it later on, but maybe that's because he only had one challenge. So I think we're going to get a bigger sample size here. But so far, it's over 60% when these pitches are challenged, whether it's the catcher or the batter that are getting overturned.
Yeah, it's really cool. I think the funniest part of the whole thing is there's only been 5 pitchers that have challenged, and they're like, it's almost like the coach is like, you aren't challenging because we think everything's a strike. So like, I'm always going to be called, hey, that's a strike, on the mound, and that's the one consistency. There's pitchers aren't challenging. It's kind of cool. Like you can see these like future Hall of Fame catchers like Salvador Perez. It's like he's calling it before he catches it almost. Like, and he's right every time back there. It's really unique, and but it's still my worry with it. Honestly, my worry with it was it going to take away, and probably the Players Association to a degree, was it going to take away what a catcher, one of his talents, which is framing, which is stealing strikes. Is this going to take it away? And the fact that there's some rules behind it, and you can only do it a certain amount of time to get it right, whatever the case may be, you still aren't taking that away and presenting it certain ways. Can change like your decision-making process in it.
Well said. And if you steal one and then the batter has to use a challenge, I mean, I know that if you get them right, that you get another one. But if you steal one, you still make them have to think about it. Mm-hmm. So I think that it keeps that element of the game for like the Austin Hedges of the world and Henry Davis, who I think has gotten pretty good at it. It allows them to keep doing their thing so they can make money. Matt, this was wonderful. It always is. Hopefully by the time we talk next week, we will not have to do segments like, hey, who sucks less, Brian Reynolds or O'Neal Cruz?
And I made it through the whole segment without any O'Neal Cruz specific questions. That's even better.
Well, he wore his sunglasses this weekend,
That's right.
So we'll let him off the hook a little bit there, Matt.
Hey, thanks, guys. That was fun.
Thanks, buddy. It was.
Thanks,
we'll
Matt.
talk to you next week. Matt Clement, who joins us now every Tuesday at 8 a.m. Coming up next, I can always tell when my 6-year-old's lying. She makes a face. I feel like I got the same read on the new Steelers head coach. We'll get to that coming up next. But first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins were winners yesterday in a big way. 8-3 win over the New York Islanders for the Penguins yesterday on the road, which moves them back above the Islanders for second place among teams in the Metropolitan Division. The Penguins are right now at 90 points. The Penguins also scored the most amount of goals in one single period yesterday. They had 5 in the second period. And Sidney Crosby, now 8th among all-time leaders in assists. He's up to 1,100 after getting one in yesterday's game. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Dorn.
What do you want from your building supplier? No nonsense pricing and incredible service from contact through completion of your project. That's what you get from my guys at Reed Building Supply. I know this because I've known them for years. They choose their partners with care. We're talking fast delivery from regional centers, responsive support when things don't go as planned, and reliable service always. Experience, knowledge, integrity, service. All from your personal Reed rep. Check them out today at reedbuildingsupply.com.
If at first you don't succeed, fire the guy who traded away your future. Toronto Maple Leafs just pulled the ripcord on general manager Brad Treliving after less than 3 years on the job. Why now? Well, the Buds are sitting at 24th in the league and officially on the verge of missing the postseason for the first time in a decade. But don't worry, fans. Before packing his bags, he made sure to trade away your 2026 and 27 first-round picks. I'm Frank Toll.
Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $32.99 now at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
At ramofpittsburgh.com, it's Ram Truck Month. Bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we're going to beat it. No games, it's as easy as that. Visit ramofpittsburgh.com for all the details. We truly are Pittsburgh's Ram store.
I'm back to doing what I love and more, thanks to the Good Feet store.
Don't let bad feet stop you from being active and getting healthy. Trade in your bad feet for good feet at the Good Feet store.
Baseball is finally back, and the Pirates are set to open their season at home against the Baltimore Orioles April 3rd through the 5th for opening weekend, presented by Giant Eagle. It all starts on Friday, April 3rd, when the Bucks take on the Birds for the home opener. Plus, all fans that day take home a 2026 magnetic schedule. Then Saturday, the Pirates take on the Orioles for Game 2 of the series at 4:05. Then we close out opening weekend with some Sunday afternoon baseball at 1:35. Get your tickets now at Pirates.com.
Hear that? That's the sound of a car rolling into Valvoline Instant Oil Change. The sound of another savvy driver getting an oil change from trained pros. The sound of not having to leave your car while we quickly change your oil. At Valvoline Instant Oil Change, there's no hassle with appointments or dealer wait times. That's one smart bell.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Right now, we got this accident in South Park. Right now, it's at Brownsville Road and Seaboulder Road. Multiple crews on the scene there. Otherwise, you're going to be slowing down the usual spots, the Parkway East, the Parkway West, to around Green Tree Hill on the inbound side. Traffic is brought to you by LGKG. If you're hurt, LGKG. Accident, LGKG. LGKG.com, your home team. I'm Rob Taylor on Sports Radio 93.7 A Fan.
Car accident? LGKG. Work accident? LGKG. Dog bite? LGKG. Med mal? LGKG. Born and raised in Western PA? That's us. LGKG. We try cases, and insurance companies know it.
A 90-year reputation. LGKG.com, where your case becomes our cause.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
I've talked to Aaron regularly, and we'll continue to do so, and we're just working through it, and when it's time to fully address it, we will. But it's a process that he's going through, and I'm comfortable with it. But we've had very, very positive conversations on a weekly basis. I mean, the offense is it's what I believe in. It's obviously what he believes in. So that part's already being built on a daily basis with the coaches. So we're just we're getting geared up for when we can meet with our guys next week. So
is that like the conversations you're having a part of everything?
Oh yeah, he knows. He talks to the coaches that are there, and there's a lot of very positive, healthy communication going on.
When my kids got something she wants to tell me, it's almost like she's bursting at the seams. Like there's a different energy about her. She's 6 years old. I always know when she's hiding something. McCarthy's basically beaming there.
Yes.
Like he's not saying that Rodgers is going to be here, but like, come on. He feels good about it.
Yes.
It's almost like Rodgers told him I'll be there, but let's just keep it under the hat for a week or two.
Mm-hmm.
And I think there's a clear difference between Mike McCarthy and Mike Tomlin. I think Mike Tomlin, look, he had been here for 20 years. He knew the media scene. He knew how to say a lot with saying nothing. He knew how to lie. And I'm not criticizing him for it. That's his prerogative. General managers lie. Coaches lie. Players lie. People lie. It's 10 commandments. Don't do it. Mike McCarthy's easy to read, man.
Well, it's like this, and we both have been in these situations back in the day. It's like, you're dating somebody for a long time, and then you break up. And then a couple years later, you rekindle that flame a little bit, and you're talking. You're going back and forth. You're bringing up old scenarios. You're in a good place with this person, knowing that you had dated them before. You know that you talking for weeks, right? You're just talking to texting, maybe some calls, late night, you're talking. It's going to lead to a date. No, you're going to go back out on a date, right? If everything is good consistently, the second time around with this person, and you're talking and everything's on the same page, it's probably going to lead to, hey, why don't you meet me here? Or let's go to the movies. Or why don't you come over and we can watch some Netflix? It's probably going to lead to that, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what this is.
Yes.
That's what this is.
There's a little flirting going on. Hey, remember how good things used to be?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, let me talk a little West Coast offense to you. Let me whisper some sweet nothings in your ear.
Yes.
Remember that time, Devontae Adams, back shoulder throw?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Remember that time?
Do you still call it this? Do you still call this play, X drive, Y stick?
Oh, yeah. We're still running X drive, Y stick. Yeah, he's coming back. Yeah. And because I think we can read Mike McCarthy, and I don't think he's a BSer. I mean, he's a Pittsburgh guy from Greenfield. He also said he likes some of the quarterbacks in this draft, and I believe him. And I think he really does like Will Howard. And I think both things can be true at once. This guy's a collector of quarterbacks. Like, if there's a quarterback in round 3 that's there, and he likes him, let's say it's Drew Aller, or it's Garrett Nussmeier, just to name a few, or it's the big dude with all the tools from North Dakota. What's the harm in bringing in a guy that you love?
Yeah.
And the guy that gets pushed out, to me, would not be Will Howard. It would be Mason Rudolph.
Correct.
Sorry, Kabali. So I just happen to think this guy's a breath of fresh air in that he is a truth teller, whereas Mike Tomlin, and again, not criticizing, he was going to be more guarded, and he was going to throw a soundbite out there. Hey, look over here. And we would all look over there. And then we even saw it in the pre-draft process with like a Malik Willis. Oh, look. I love this guy. Bang, Kenny Pickett. I think Mike McCarthy is just Mike McCarthy. Yeah, I like quarterbacks in this draft. I don't know what accent that was.
He kind of sounded like him a little
bit. I kind of tailed off there at the end. We'll take calls on Rodgers and McCarthy a little bit later on. We've got Tyler Kennedy talking about that outstanding Penguins win coming up in about 8 minutes. But, Harry, you said there was something we missed in our Pirates hitters conversation?
Yeah, and this goes back to the conversation because you were teasing me about, why do I have to give the hits over the at-bats if I can just give the average, because that is average. And PJ Kamenchik over at KDK pointed this out to me in the break room. He said, O'Neill Cruz actually didn't start 3 games because we were also talking about O'Neill Cruz might have less hits over the 4 games. Remember, Cruz didn't start the second game against the Mets. He had 1 pinch hit at bat. So Brian Reynolds has actually had 4 more at bats so far this season than Cruz has.
I mean, he still has a higher OPS and he still has a higher batting average, so I don't know what we're doing here.
He was just saying. He's had less at bat. Well, you said he had less hits than Reynolds.
He does.
So,
he also has a lower batting average, a lower on-base percentage, and a lower
But he's
OPS.
had 4 less at bats to try to hit.
Which is why you use things like OPS and batting average and on-base percentage, because it right-sizes it for everybody.
But what if he had those 4 extra at bats though? He might have more hits.
Oh wow! If the meteor that went to Cleveland landed on my house, I'd be dead.
No, you get my point. I'm not making an illogical point. If he had 4 more at bats, he might have an extra hit in those 4 at bats.
You know what he'd do in those 4 at bats? He'd probably strike out 4 freaking times.
You're wrong.
You're
wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. I'm just saying you're wrong. If he has more if he has more opportunities to get hits, he might have 1 more hit, and then they might have the same amount of hits. Reynolds has 3 hits. Cruz has 2.
Okay, ask yourself this question. Why didn't he play the second game?
Because there was a lefty on the mound, and because he can't field in center. Doesn't mean he can't hit.
His statistics would tell you from last year and this year so far that
he got a hit in his pinch hit appearance as well, or he got a hit off the lefty in the Mets series.
Okay,
so,
I'm a little confused here. Are you like the only person in the world in doing it with bizarre math sticking up for O'Neill Cruz? Because
I'm just saying, he doesn't have as many at-bats as Reynolds has. Reynolds has had an advantage. He's had more at-bats to get that extra hit.
I don't even know where we're
I think I'm arguing with a brick wall right now.
But I don't know the point. I don't know the overarching
I don't either.
point.
I'm very confused.
I said earlier that I think O'Neill Cruz will find it before Reynolds.
But we were also arguing that Reynolds has more hits, so Cruz might be worse, and Reynolds actually might be better than we initially thought he was. Because we were saying he was real bad, and we were saying Cruz was getting on base and stuff, but we looked at the stats, and that's not true. But looking back at the stats, Cruz doesn't have as many at-bats. So he hasn't been given the opportunity to hit as many times as Reynolds has. Thus, it also makes sense why we look at at-bats.
So basically, they're the same. So if he had 4 more at-bats,
would he get a 3rd hit?
Don't even.
How many hits does Reynolds have? 3. So
Cruz has 2.
They'd be the same.
But he has Reynolds has 1 more hit.
They
with
would be
4
the
more
same.
at-bats.
So if Cruz had 4 more bats and say
he might have an extra hit.
And they'd be the same.
Right, so then they would be tied instead of Cruz having less hits.
They'd be trash right now. Both would be garbage. Just one is just a little bit less garbage. Maybe a dumpster. Is that what we're saying? I don't know.
I'm just saying calculating hits over at bats this early in the season.
You're banned. You're banned for the next segment. You're banned.
Is more important than giving the average.
Tyler Kennedy joins us next. I can't believe that just happened. Tyler Kennedy joins us next.
I don't even know if I was making sense.
He's not making any sense.
I don't even know if I made sense. I don't even know if I made sense. I was just feeding into what he's saying.
Right. When you argue,
I don't even know if it made sense.
When you argue with imbecilic logic, you make yourself out to be an imbecile too. And I'm not calling you an imbecile.
Anything.
I agreed. We need to move on. This is ridiculous.
It's PJ's fault though, because he's the one that saw me in the break room and brought it up.
Fan weather is later on, but the Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Is there an oven around here? I'm going to go close my head in it. We got Tyler Kennedy joining us next. Penguins, what a victory. First, a Harry headline. Dear God.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Pittsburgh Pirates play tonight at 6:40 against the Cincinnati Reds in Game 2 of the 3-game series. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins at 5:45 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now here's Doran.
Trust is key in my life, and let me tell you about something that I'd absolutely trust to sell my home, and that's my good friend Gina Giampetro. You'll have a 5-star experience when you sell your home with Gina, and she always delivers. Matt wanted to sell his home in the North Hills, but wasn't sure about the market, so he reached out to Gina for her expert advice. In his 5-star review, Matt said that Gina's knowledge of the local market, including buyer trends and inventory, made all the difference, and said that Gina handled the staging, marketing, showings, and negotiations flawlessly. Matt's selling experience was seamless, and he was thrilled with the results, with his home selling for over $500,000. Gina will sit down with you. You grant a price. You grant a deadline. If the deadline passes and the home isn't sold, she will have it bought and turned into a rental. She also offers a no-obligation guarantee. If she doesn't do her job at any point, you're free to get out of the contract. Pull out your phone. Give Gina a call, 724-602-9752, or Google Gina GMP over Remax Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Hey, Pittsburgh. It's Sean Whalen from Whalen Exteriors checking in. We just wrapped up the Home and Garden Show this month, and so many people are taking advantage of our Respect Your Home guarantee. When you hire Whalen Exteriors for a new roof and gutters, it truly is no mess with no stress. As the leading roofing company in the greater Pittsburgh area, we're the pros with the 5-star reviews, and we're motivated to earn your business. Make sure to reach out before the end of the month to take advantage of the Whalen Exteriors Spring Special we're offering for a limited time. WhalenExteriors.com.
Planet Fitness has everything you need to power your progress, so you can give everything you've got, all for just 1 cent down. Whether you want to get the most out of our best-in-class equipment or go all in with free fitness training, our trainers are ready to help you get stronger than ever before. Take your workout to the next level at Planet Fitness. Join the club today for 1 cent down, $15 a month. No commitment. Deal ends Friday, April 10th. You ready? Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet. See club for details.
Rally House, shop every team in town. College and pro, come on, it's time to go.
The season starts at Rally House. From jerseys and hats to tumblers for game day, it's where outrageous selection meets every fan's style.
Steelers, Penguins, Pittsburgh Panthers, Pirates, Penn State, Nittany Lions. Rally House, it's your city, it's your house, it's a Rally House.
Level up your fandom in-store or online at rallyhouse.com.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 20% and get financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Ouch! Check from behind. Man, that's gotta hurt.
I'd hire Morgan & Morgan if I were them.
What?
Yeah, Dan, America's largest injury law firm. They serve up justice, ice, cold, law. Know what I mean?
I guess.
Their gloves come off when they fight for you.
Okay.
I'm talking a settlement slap shot.
Shouldn't we be talking about the game?
Yeah, Dan. Morgan & Morgan. Proud sponsor of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Offices Pittsburgh.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. Ethos.com/protect.
Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to LendSeek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Hot water fast. Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
I'm going to use 0 names here, and I'm just going to mention it briefly. I'm going to use 0 names. A Pirates beat writer retweeted porn last night. Like a 30-minute long porn video on X. And another Pirates beat writer had to text him and say, hey, man, don't do that. You might have accidentally clicked a button you didn't mean to click. That's all we'll say. That's it. Wish I could say more. I won't. We all make mistakes. Tyler Kennedy joins us now.
I love it. Whoops.
I mean, that For You tab, it can be dangerous. I mean, I'm probably telling on myself a little bit here, but you got to mind your thumbs. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, that's a hard one to explain to everyone, eh? Well, my 4-year-old had my phone. I don't know who.
Tyler Kennedy brought to you by SaveYourSettlement.com, helping injured people and their families plan for the rest of their lives. TK, I mean, the first goal, Soderblom scores. And then you get a shorty from Ricard Raquel. That was his first career shorthanded goal. Then you get Ryan Shea. I mean, that's scoring from a bunch of different places. And I heard you on the postgame show. I mean, that's sort of the beauty of this team, isn't it? I mean, they get it from up and down the lineup.
Unbelievable. Like the confidence Dan Muse has throughout his line is unreal. Guys are stepping up, and it's not just a 2-guy. It's not just Sidney Crosby, Evgeny Malkin doing all the heavy lifting now. They've got such great support from a lot of great players, but I give a lot of credit to Kyle Dubas and Dan Muse, because guys come, they pick up guys, they come here, and their career literally takes off. From Chinikov to Sollenberg, like all these guys come here and just do so much better. And that starts with the coaching staff, making guys feel comfortable, letting them know what they expect, all those great things. But last night, it was so fun to watch. Like, it's so easy for really any team to be down by 2 and just fold to 10 and be like, hey, this ain't our night. These guys always scratch back, the heart, all that stuff. And Dan Muse, he literally does not waver off the plan. Like, they're down by 2. He's still throwing his 3rd and 4th line out there. And he does that, and they reward him by scoring a big goal.
Anthony Mantha, you got to extend him, right? You got to bring him back. I mean, 2 goals last night. He's been absolutely fantastic. He's one of those guys you were just mentioning, too. You got to try to bring him back next year, right?
Yeah, he's had a career year. He's even kind of stepped into the leadership role, but it's going to be very interesting because of the year he's had, right? Like, he's I think he's at 30 goals or close to. Like, he's going to want a pretty big contract. And you got to make sure this wasn't a fluke where he's just got red hot at that contract year. Guys, there's a lot of guys that have huge years before their contract, and, you never know what can happen. But he's been great for them. A guy that's come in with a huge hockey IQ, a guy that I didn't think was ever that fast, but for not being that fast, this guy gets more breakaways than anyone else. And he's got that he's not a little scoring touch. He's got a huge scoring touch, like his patience, his confidence, and the snowball's just getting bigger for him. And yeah, he's definitely a big piece of the puzzle. And they should try to do everything they can to get him back at the right price.
Tyler Kennedy, our guest here on the Fan Morning Show. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Soderblom finishes an assist shy of the Gordie Howe hat trick. And, man, I don't know why you're fighting that guy. Sweet God.
Yeah. You know what? He's a monster, and, his whole MO was he didn't play hard enough. He had all the skill. He was so good. He comes here. He finishes his checks. He's never going to put someone through the wall, but he finishes checks. He hangs on to the pucks. The Penguins have got him to understand how to use his big body and how to create offense from it. And when I see him fight like that, the first thing that goes through my mind is this guy wants to stay in the lineup. He loves playing for this team. This guy will do whatever it takes to stay in the lineup, because when you're a guy that's been around and guys are coming back from injuries eventually, you're okay, I got to make sure I'm not the odd one out when Malkin comes back, when Lizotte comes back, and when a guy fights like that, he's showing you hey, I'll do whatever it takes. Whatever you ask, I'll do it. So again, a guy coming in unbelievable since he got here.
TK, Artur Shilov started the second for the Barzal goal. I mean, he's way deep in the net. He had a rebound on another one that didn't look all that great. Would you start with Shilovs in the postseason, or would it be Stuart Skinner?
I think I would start with Skinner. I think he's been around long. I think he's got more playoff experience. I didn't think Arthur played that great last night. There's the Shen goal where it was off a rebound that. You can't stop that. But Barzal goal, you got to come out and challenge. The guy's going wide. You got to come out, cut down the angle. I didn't think he played great. I thought the forwards and everyone else played unbelievable, but I didn't think he played great. I'm coming back with Skinner. I think, he played the last two games back to back, and I think we always thought okay, when is Muse going to run with one starter? When's he going to run with one guy and let him ride it until he has a bad game? But he sticks to the plan. He goes back with Arthur. But I think right now you got to start Skinner. Veteran guy, and he's making the big saves when you need him to.
TK, Sid gets to 1,100 assists last night. I mean, every time he takes the ice, you feel like he makes history. I don't know this. I was efforting to look it up, but how many of those 1,100 assists do you think ended with TK burying one past the goalie?
There's got to be at least 10. I think 10 of my goals were from Sid. I remember one time it went backdoor to Sid, and the goalie was completely out of place, and I was literally behind the goalie, and Sid, he could have put it in, but he passed it over, and I tapped it, and he goes, yeah, that's a gift. That won't happen again, But, yeah, he demands so much attention from the other team that if you're have the ability to find that white ice, that gray area, you can get so many shots off. If you have the ability to play off him like guys have in the past and went from being third and fourth line guys to one, Kunis went to the Olympics, Pascal Dupuis went from the lower bottom six to a legit top line guy. That he just makes everyone better around him, and he's made the guys a lot of money.
TK, this was great, man. Hopefully they get one tonight, or get 2 points tonight against Detroit, who they'll be out for blood. But you can find a way to get 2 points, particularly in regulation tonight. You got to feel pretty damn good about this team getting in the postseason.
Yes, and I have a feeling Malkin's probably going to come back tonight, another jolt into the lineup. But the way they're rolling, the way they need to, if they can start off hot and on their toes and get a jump on Detroit, they got such a great chance. They win tonight, they're in the playoffs, in my opinion. So thanks for having me, boys. I appreciate it. Make sure you don't retweet anything you shouldn't.
Never. Would never happen to me. Thanks, TK. You too, bud. Keep your hands in the gloves. See ya. He liked that.
He did.
You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. I have, accidentally bookmarked stuff.
Oh, yeah, me too.
All the time.
Accidentally double tapped.
And a lot of the times it's weird, stupid, advertisement things. You're just scrolling by and it's like, oh, wow, hey.
But when you repost, you'd have to make two mistakes because there's two buttons you got to hit because you have the option to just repost or you have the option to quote. So you would have to accidentally hit two buttons.
Man,
there's no excuse for a mistake of a repost.
Are you sure?
No, he's right. That has to be.
On the phone, it might be different.
No, you got to do two.
You do have to do two.
Yep.
Oh,
I think that's probably the case. That might be the case of a burner account. Where you got some skeezy porn account and you think, never mind. We've gone too far into this.
How do you know about all this?
Maybe that's why we've gone too far into this. Man, I can't even manage one Twitter account. You think I got two?
Yeah, same. No chance.
Do you not remember when I made the Chuck Funkins account to roast Bubba because he batted me 7th in the lineup for the Ireland baseball game last year? That was a good time.
Chud Funkins?
Chuck.
Oh.
Chuck Funkins. Yes.
All right, coming up next, we react to TK. Something sort of clicked in my brain hearing the way he described all these guys coming in and playing well. We'll talk about that coming up next. But first, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pittsburgh. I'm losing it. The Pittsburgh Pirates, they play tonight at 6:40 against the Cincinnati Reds in Game 2 of the 3-game series. Pirates lost yesterday 2-0. Tonight's game, like yesterday's, can be heard right here on 93.7 The Fan. At the same time, our coverage begins at 5:45, and that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at spitzertoyota.com.
This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Eating less is one thing. Knowing what to eat when the scale hits pause, that's different. If you're on the weight loss meds but feel like you're missing something, add Awaken 180. Free support for life. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Coach Wooten's Basketball Camp, the world's #1 teaching basketball camp since 1961. Your child will learn the game, play the game, have fun, and get an experience of a lifetime at Coach Wooten's Camp. Let your kid be a kid. Down the screen and go do what we do. Let's go shoot some hoops. Early registration discounts available. CoachWooten.com.
Adam, ever start a project thinking, I'll just do this myself?
Yep. Famous last words.
Exactly. That's why I like this. Guardian Protection is offering free professional installation with a new security system.
So you don't have to figure anything out. They handle it.
Set up right, working right, protecting your home from day one.
We're talking intrusion, fire, cameras, the whole deal.
Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN today.
Terms and conditions apply.
College students, are you looking for a lucrative summer job? Get in shape, earn incredible pay and tips, and get a sign-on bonus with 2 Men and a Truck. We're hiring now. Apply at careers.2men.com.
2 Men and a Truck.
Want a health plan that travels with you? With UPMC Health Plan, you can access care wherever you are. That's access to UPMC doctors and hospitals, local providers, plus urgent and emergency care nationwide through the Cigna Healthcare PPO network. What's more, you get 24/7 access to virtual care. All this with award-winning customer service from their healthcare concierge team. When your employer gives you a choice of health insurance plans, choose UPMC Health Plan.
Have you looked up in the air lately? No, I'm not talking for the bird, plane, or Superman. I mean to check your chimney. Old man winter finally may be moving out of here, but with the thaw comes all the damage. Chimneys, mortar joints, your bricks, retaining walls, well, now they're just starting to show how damaging that a rough winter can be. So call my friends at Precision Pointing, awarded Best of the Best from the Trib as the #1 masonry company in the region. Precision Pointing did right by me, they'll do right by you. So visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net today.
When your money gets tight, you have to make some tough choices. Do you pay the mortgage, pay the credit cards, or pay the IRS? For lots of people, taxes get pushed aside until the letters start, then the threats, then the action, bank levies, wage garnishments. You can stop worrying. The IRS is offering new opportunities to help you resolve your back taxes. And Guardian Tax knows how it all works. If you owe more than $10,000 in back taxes, you may qualify to reduce your total tax debt by a very significant amount, even if you're years behind on filing. But timing matters, and so does who you trust. Guardian Tax knows the system and how to work it in your favor. They step in, deal with the IRS directly, and fight to protect what you've worked so hard to earn. In today's economy, you can't afford to lose more. Call Guardian Tax now for a free confidential consultation. 800-404-4307. 800-404-4307. Don't wait for the IRS to make the next move. Make yours first. Call now. 800-404-4307.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Now we know why they call them beat writers. Oh, jeez. My mic was on. Could have happened to anybody. Fan Weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Today, high is 74, low is 60. 60% chance of thunderstorms later in the evening. So Soderblom scores a goal last night, has a fight, an assist shy of the Gordie Howe hat trick. He has pretty much outproduced already with the Penguins what he did with Detroit. Igor Chinakhov has outproduced by leaps and bounds here in Pittsburgh what he was doing in Columbus. You've got Erik Karlsson, who somehow didn't register a point last night, even though they scored 8 goals, and he's been the best player on the planet maybe for a couple of weeks here, playing at a super high level, and he wasn't playing at that level under Sullivan. You've got Anthony Mantha with a career year, Justin Brazeau with a career year. This is coaching.
Oh, yeah.
This is putting guys in positions to succeed. This is giving guys confidence and not screwing with them when they make mistakes. Like, Ben Kindle had a stretch earlier in the season where it was like, is this guy ever going to score again? And instead of stapling his tuchus to the press box, he let him keep playing. And now Ben Kindle's been one of their best players. Dan Muse should be the Jack Adams winner for Coach of the Year. Now, Lindy Ruff in Buffalo is the favorite right now. John Cooper's getting a lot of love for what they're doing in Tampa. I mean, come on. And we all know John Cooper's a great coach. Usually you give the award to a guy who's getting the most out of a team he didn't expect a lot out of. So Lindy Ruff, fair enough. But, I mean, Dan Muse has done an unbelievable job. And it's not an accident. Like, if a guy has a career season, you give a lot of credit to the guy.
Yeah.
If everyone's having a career season, you got to give some to Dubas for bringing him in and believing in these guys. But Dan Muse is getting the most out of every one of them.
Well, I was gonna go that route too. I think it's a great partnership. I think it's a great melding of Dubas and Muse, of Dubas getting the guys that Muse can bring the most out of. That matters a lot, and especially in hockey, it does matter. In my opinion, the most is, do these guys fit the system of the coach?
Yes.
And will that coach bring the most out of them? I mean, we've seen guys come and go with underneath Mike Sullivan, thinking that they were going to fit, and it just didn't fit in the system. And it looked good on paper. I mean, many guys, and it just didn't work out. But it seems like every move that Dubas has made is melding with what Dan Muse is doing, and they both have done a great job. But Dan Muse has done a fantastic job with his first time on the job. First time.
It's incredible. And Getzoff, who does a fabulous job. I always have to get that in there. He brought up on the broadcast last night, you've got an all-time great behind the bench for the Islanders. Hockey Hall of Famer, one of the greatest goaltenders of all time. And Dan Muse is like, I played Division III hockey. And his guys, I mean, they were in the fight. They were in the fight.
Yep.
Sully, when he was first on the job, he played the Sherrys of the world. In his second year, he played Gensel. But that first year, you had Kuhn Hockel, and you had Brian Rust. And I remember a story Jason Mackey wrote. He had a one-on-one sit-down with him, and he's like, yeah, I'm going to let these guys make mistakes, and that's the only way you can learn. And boy, did that not pay off.
Mm-hmm.
And then he got away from that. He played those young guys because he had him in Wilkes, and he trusted them. Matt Murray, too. Dan Muse is he's playing talented guys, and he's saying, hey, if you make a mistake, you're staying in the lineup, and we're going to trust that you can figure it out. That's got to be freeing, man.
Oh, yeah.
Oh man, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna. I'm gonna try to make a play.
Mm-hmm.
And if I don't, so be it. My coach will put me out there for the next shift.
Mm-hmm.
And you're not that you're out there trying to be an idiot.
That's
but
a really good feeling as an athlete, especially a young athlete. Like, you have the trust in the coach that you can mess up and you can actually play free and play your game of the reason why that you're there, instead of being handcuffed and held back because you have to play a certain way underneath a certain coach or a certain system. It is such it's a very overlooked part of professional athletics, of professional sports. It really is, because that means a lot. And you're seeing it. You're seeing proof of it of every single guy on this Penguins team.
If Ben Kindle was a rookie last year, he would not have been in the NHL. He wouldn't even have made the damn team. And if he did, it would have been for a 9-game tryout, and he'd have been gone.
Yep.
He could score 20 goals this year. He's on pace for 19. He could score 20 goals this year, and where would they be without this guy? You know, hey, Carlson, all that stuff that you've done that's helped you win a Norris in the past, 100 points, hey, why don't you do that?
Yeah.
Ridiculous. Now guys like Connor Sherry are still playing for the Rangers and Mike Sullivan because he doesn't trust any new guy. No offense. Thanks for winning the gold and 2 Stanley Cups. Coming up next, Neil Walker joins the show. Let's try to get him to say something bad about his brother-in-law. But first, it's a hairy headline.
Wrong.
I'm lying. There is no headline.
Did you do the weather already?
I did.
Okay.
It's Fan Morning Show.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7, The Fans, Fan About Town. Family-owned D'Amelio Heating and Cooling. D'Amelio's services heating, cooling, commercial refrigeration, and tap beer systems. They service all brands and provide 24-hour service. D'Amelio's is a Carrier Factory certified dealer. D'Amelio's Heating and Cooling. Call 724-838-9360. Pittsburgh's undisputed car wash champion is Mr. Magic. Get a free premium wash by texting FAN to 47757 or visiting MrMagicCarWash.com. Then stop by any of their 23 neighborhood locations to enjoy the most exceptional wash in the burg. Enjoy the shine at Mr. Magic Car Wash. Got plumbing problems? Call the pros who've been going down the drain since 1969. A quick drain service serving the entire tri-state area. Expert plumbing, sewer, and drain cleaning, plus DOT certified gas, water, and sewer line installation. Lifetime guaranteed. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Ready to upgrade the windows and doors in your home? Now is your chance to win $5,000 towards your purchase at 84 Lumber's brand new Anderson Windows and Doors showroom in Mount Lebanon. Mark your calendar. Visit the showroom at 1675 Washington Road on April 9th from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. to view Anderson's full product line and enter for your chance to win $5,000 towards your windows and doors. For more information, visit 84lumber.com and follow along on Facebook.
Pittsburgh is Edgar Snyder and Associates' home. Their offices have been right here in our region for more than 40 years. They know the streets, the people, the stories. Now random law firms are showing up, billboards up and down our streets, names you've never heard of, but they can't compete, not with Edgar Snyder and Associates, their roots, their people, or their legacy. If you need help after you've been injured in an accident, call the law firm that calls Pittsburgh home, 1-800-94-EDGAR, or visit edgarsnyder.com. Remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you.
Introducing new regenerative treatments for men and women with thinning hair from New Image Hair Clinic.
New Image is putting plant-based technology to work for men and women with thinning hair. Our hair and scalp analysis will get to the root of your thinning and damaged hair and create a healthy environment for hair growth. Using exclusive private label products, vitamins, and FDA-approved laser hair therapy. Only 30 minutes, easy and effective. The results speak for themselves. Fuller, thicker, and more hair can be yours.
Call New Image now and find out which new regenerative treatment works best for you. Call now for a free hair and scalp analysis and receive $250 off. Call 800-514-HAIR, 4247, or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Our new regenerative treatments worked for me, and they can work for you too.
That's 800-514-HAIR, 514-4247, or newimagehairclinic.com.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water?
I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Right now, we just got this reported accident on Crosstown Boulevard in the downtown area. Could be causing some delays in that area. Also, the Parkway East is still slow around Wilkinsburg. Coming on in from the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDK. I'm Rob Taylor, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Hear that? That's the sound of another savvy driver rolling into Valvoline Instant Oil Change. No hassle with appointments or dealer wait times. That's one smart bell.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Best thing on the radio.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Phillips coming home. Swing, fly ball, falling fast into right, and it will be caught. And that's the game. McLean holds on to the ball as three Reds converge, and he fell down over one of his teammates and snow-coned the ball, but he held on, and that little dunker doesn't fall in, and the Pirates are blanked in Cincinnati 2-0. The final.
Texter writes in, you guys are too hard on Triolo. He's way better than you make him out to be. Please pull his stats the last 3 years when he became the everyday starter. Yeah, he has 1,000 plate appearances. I think he is what he is as a hitter. Now, he got hot at the end of last season, but getting hot got Key Brian Hayes paid. It didn't make him good. He can field at third.
Oh, hold on. He's batting .234 career. I mean, come on. 19 home runs and 923 at bats.
My God. Neil Walker joins us now. Neil doesn't say mean things about people, but I'm going to ask Neil, if you were in your brother-in-law's shoes last night, buddy, would you have bunted Triolo in the ninth inning?
Yeah, I mean, it's when you're on the road, you're obviously playing more for the tie than you are at home. I think up to that point, obviously the offense, they just have not been able to get it going for outside of first game. Yeah, I don't know. That is a good question. That's a tough spot to be in. I think if the boys are swinging the bats really well, then you may err on the side of where are we in the lineup? What are we? How are we doing? And there are a lot of variables. So it's hard to say. It's hard to say absolutely he should have. But if to your point, the chances of Jerry Triolo hitting a home run right there to take the lead, or even slugging a double or a triple are super high. So I don't know.
I think he was probably banking there, Neil, on like a productive out from Triolo, because Triolo's bat on ball skills have generally been pretty good. How about the fact that the Pirates are 6 of 47 with runners in scoring position? That's the bad news. It's also the good news, because you're not going to be that historically awful for forever.
Yeah, and water's going to find its level. Yeah. And, I think when the beginning of the year is always kind of interesting, especially when you start 6 games on the road. Just to kind of feel settled, and not that that's an excuse by any means, but there is a portion of it that you've been in the spring training, you're living out of the suitcase, then you go straight to basically New York for almost an entire week, and then you got 3 games there. So I think it's hard to take anything from these first 4 games, but that certainly is one thing that's glaring and something that's been noticeable. And when you're losing 2-0 or you're losing close games, I mean, the pitching's been very good, and the bullpen has been okay outside of the first game. So it's I want to redo this conversation hopefully next week when they get a series under their belt at home, and hopefully things seem to be kind of finding their level.
How about Brandon Lau? I mean, he's not a big guy. Where does he generate that power from, Neil?
Man, he's just got leverage. If you watch the swing and you watch the approach, he does a really good job of using every pound that he has in his body. And when you watch it, he's very much trying to create leverage. He's trying to find ways to kind of put that backside through the ball and create backspin and lift balls. And he's mainly a pull hitter, but man, he does a really good job. And I am very interested to see once hopefully he has close to 81 home games, how he's able to take advantage of that right field wall, because the dimensions at PNC Park for left-handers, and especially somebody like him, are just built for somebody like that. And we've seen the guy hit 30-plus home runs. So, but we've also seen some left-handers that not 100% take advantage of the dimensions at PNC Park too. But I think he's the anomaly.
Who breaks out of it first, O'Neill or Reynolds? Reynolds just seems so far away from it right now, Neil.
Yeah, it's been strange. I mean, Reynolds, we know Reynolds is very much a warm weather type player. He doesn't necessarily get going until the weather warms. And I think of guys like Adam LaRoche, who were here 20 plus years ago. You knew that April and May he was just going to be kind of grinding to help the team and to do well. And then all of a sudden, when late May and June come around, he's off to the races. But and with O'Neill, we know how streaky he can be. So if I had to guess, I'd probably say O'Neill pops out of this thing quicker. But it has been it's been frustrating for both, because those are your two guys basically hitting in the 1 and 3 hole every day. If one of them's not doing well, that's one thing. But if both of them are struggling, that makes it so much more difficult on 2, 4, and 5 in your lineup.
Neil, if you were a betting guy, would you bet mad money that Paul Skeens will go out tomorrow and have a dominating performance after his first performance this past weekend?
I would, yes, I would, and I'm not going to do that. But I would be shocked if he didn't come out and be as sharp as we've seen him. History tells us with him after not so good starts, he bounces back in a big way. He's familiar with that Cincinnati lineup. I think he has a very, very good start tomorrow in Cincinnati. Yes.
The whole rotations look good apart from him, and that's actually, we do good news, bad news. Like, after starts where he gives up 4 or more runs, Paul Skeens is 3-0 with a 1.55 ERA, 35 strikeouts, and 10 walks. So I feel like he'll be fine, and he'll be his Cy Young self in the not-too-distant future. But what have you seen out of the other guys? I mean, Keller, Majinski, and Ashcraft all went there and did exactly what you wanted to see.
Yeah, especially, I mean, Mitch is Mitch, right? We know what we're going to get from Mitch when he's throwing the ball well. He's creating weak contact and putting guys away when he has the opportunity. Ashcraft and Majinski, those are two guys, in my opinion, that if they're able to successfully stay in the rotation, that's gonna help the guys down the bullpen. And if they can't, we see Majinski not necessarily settle in like he did last year in the starting rotation. Now he's added 2 new pitches. They look very good. His stuff looks really good. And then the question was always, well, what can he do that second time through the order? Well, he checked both of those boxes with the pitch mix, the add in the pitch mix, and getting through a really good lineup in New York the last time out. And I thought Ashcraft looked very, very good yesterday. I thought the slider was really sharp. I thought the fastball had life. That lineup is not necessarily the Mets, but regardless, he looked very, very good. And both of those guys, if they don't settle in there, in my opinion, both of those guys are assets in the bullpen. But time will tell if they're able to kind of stay in the starting rotation or not. But 2 guys, in my opinion, that are big X factors for this Pirates pitching staff that nobody really talks about that much.
What are you seeing from Ozuna?
Yeah, he just doesn't look comfortable. He doesn't really look settled right now. I don't think he's necessarily pressing. I think once he gets, once he finds the barrel, I think, even if it's not a base hit or a double or even a home run, I think he's off to the races. Sometimes being in new environments, you can just not feel settled as quickly. He's been around a long time, so I don't necessarily feel that. He looked good enough in spring training where I didn't think that there would be any concerns as far as timing and rhythm or whatnot. But it is kind of peeking its head right now. It does look like he's just a little bit off, but I think he finds a barrel today or tomorrow, and I think that you see him become a little more comfortable. And he's notoriously he's somewhat passive at the plate. He sees a lot of pitches, which is a good thing. But when things aren't going well, when you sometimes you step in the box, and if you're a guy that likes to take the first strike, when things aren't going well, you feel like you step in the box and it's 0-2 right away, and you're just grinding. So that's kind of what I see right now, and he'll be fine. But again, another guy that might be more of a warm weather type of hitter. So we need to make sure we get some nice warm weather for the home series. I think we can get some guys going.
Neil, great job on the NBC broadcast.
Yeah,
man, we haven't talked to you since then. That's fantastic.
Boy, that was really exciting for me. I appreciate that. Yeah, the first kind of national gig, I was extremely nervous, but having the familiarity with both sides, really that was very helpful. Talking to the managers on both sides before the game and having some familiarity. Obviously, didn't have a lot of familiarity with Al Leiter and Matt Vasgersian, but those guys were great. So I appreciate it.
Neil was excellent, and hopefully you get to do many more of those as the Buccos get into playoff position later on. We're wishing that into existence. Thank you for your time, buddy.
All right, guys, you have a great week, okay?
Thanks, Neil.
You too. What a man. Neil Walker. He'll join us next Tuesday at 9 a.m. as well as every Tuesday at 9 a.m. throughout the Pirate season. I thought that Vasgersian and Leiter were laying it on thick about how Skeens was getting, quote-unquote, rocked.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, man, you're just not used to seeing this from Skeens. And they were right. But also, maybe if the outfielder in center field makes a couple of plays, he gets out of it giving up 2 runs in an inning. They were really milking it. Boy, can you believe this Mets lineup, what they did? They had 2 fly balls that should have been caught.
Yeah, but nobody expected Skeens to get pulled whenever he did.
Absolutely
so I
not.
understand.
And
they were just holding a defensive sword. I still maintain that the Mets were. Their swings didn't look good. That's what I
No, they didn't. They were just hacking away, and it worked.
Mm-hmm. And now Cruz, we got a new version of Cruz. He hasn't had an error or had a misplay since he's been wearing the sunglasses. It's a different version. It's like Ben with the gloves.
And he's been starting backwards to catch the fly balls. Starts back and then retreats and then goes forward. Wow.
Yeah,
look at
it's
that.
a totally different O'Neill Cruz. We'll see if he plays today. There's a lefty on the mound for the Reds. This on Twitter, as we're talking about Cruz and Reynolds. This guy named Jose writes, yeah, try putting up with all the bleep condemnation from fans led by media to burn at the stake for making a couple of bad plays and then focusing on your job. Easy for you guys. You just talk for a living. Doesn't take a lot of talent. No one's rallying mobs to tear you down. Isn't that what you're doing right now?
Have you seen some of the things people have said?
Oh, man, people are
nasty.
We had Chelsea Green take a picture with you, and instead of people being like, oh, wow, what a nice moment. Oh, boy, wow, Chelsea Green, she's beautiful. They're like, look at Harry's shoes. I get crap all the time. You just mute people. Mute.
Yep.
It is what it is.
Yep.
And you do a radio show whether people like me or not.
Yep.
How about, hey, Neil, you want to disagree with your brother-in-law? Probably a better way I could have phrased that.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, that wasn't a
Hey,
good...
should Trill have bunted in the ninth? Just leave his brother-in-law out of it.
Right.
Yeah.
Clint Hurdle was asked a question online, too, and he said, not my place. He responded and said, not my place. I think that's the right answer.
Was that about where Triolo should...
Yeah. And bunting in the ninth.
He said, yeah, I didn't even get to tell the people what I was talking about. Doesn't matter. Text us brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can tweet us brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Mike McCarthy spoke at the NFL owners meetings yesterday, at least to Pat McAfee. I think he's got more comments today at the breakfast table where hopefully Kaboli doesn't fall asleep. What did he have to say about quarterbacks in this draft? And I got a hypothetical for the people. Best caller wins a pair of tickets to the night before with Jason Aldean.
Nice.
How about that?
Nice.
But first, it's a hairy headline.
Powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Pittsburgh Pirates, they've lost the first game of the series to the Cincinnati Reds after losing 2-0 in yesterday's game. Game 2 of that series is tonight at 6:40, same time as yesterday. So the coverage on 93.7 The Fan begins at the same time, which is at 5:45. That's when the North Shore Tavern leadoff show begins. You can listen live on the radio or listen live on the free Odyssey app. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Excuses are like armpits. Everybody's got them, and they stink. The Baltimore Ravens are claiming that Navingstar pass rusher Max Crosby from the Raiders fell through because they got cold feet over long-term knee concerns. But team president Sasha Brown just dropped a wild one at the owners' meeting, saying that it was only a headline because of a slow news cycle. You can't use a phantom dead period to excuse missing out on a game record. I'm Drake Toll.
This is the highlight of my morning. Hey, what's up? It's Island.
And I'm Josh.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Bacon, Egg, and Cheese Biscuit is that it's our go-to morning comfort.
You've got that nice golden fluffy egg.
With a soft, flaky biscuit.
Crispy bacon.
Melty cheese.
You want something quick, you want something convenient, but most of all, you want something good.
There's no better way to start your morning.
There we go.
Start off the morning with a Chick-fil-A Bacon, Egg, and Cheese Biscuit with Simply Orange Juice. Order on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
No! It's just a golf lesson, champ. Loosen up. I can't. See that Hyundai Santa Fe? Yeah. I only paid to now sell. Finish up on your own. I gotta run.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends March 31st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Baseball is finally back, and the Pirates are set to open their season at home against the Baltimore Orioles April 3rd through the 5th for opening weekend, presented by Giant Eagle. It all starts on Friday, April 3rd, when the Bucks take on the Birds for the home opener. Plus, all fans that day take home a 2026 magnetic schedule. Then Saturday, the Pirates take on the Orioles for Game 2 of the series at 4:05. Then we close out opening weekend with some Sunday afternoon baseball at 1:35. Get your tickets now at Pirates.com.
And we're back with Taylor Fournier, talking about the value of working with Pittsburgh's one and only family-owned and operated Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram store.
Bob, at Three Rivers, our customers get the Pittsburgh traditional car buying experience, and we're proud of it since Dad opened the doors in 1984.
A no holding customers' keys, forced test drives, or waiting for hours to hear from my manager to get a quote.
No, not at Three Rivers. If it's new, certified pre-owned, car or truck, you have questions, we have answers. Get your quote and you're out the door.
In person, on the phone, or online.
That choice is yours. With our exclusive 3R software, you get a final price, no surprises during signing. It's as simple as that.
The choice is yours. Multi-location conglomerate or traditional Pittsburgh Three Rivers. Get to the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard for the Declaration of Deals sales event, or visit jeepofpittsburgh.com for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case? Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Ready to celebrate? Hop into Easter festivities with everything you need at Target. First, get ready for your special occasion with 25% off stylish looks. With spring vibes, vibrant colors, and fresh florals, you'll find outfits that match everyone's style. Then, fill up their baskets with endless joy. From select Easter plushies to fun toys they'll love at 20% off. Don't miss out. Make this Easter unforgettable at Target.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Traffic-wise, we're looking pretty good on the roadways. No issues on 28, no issues on the Parkway West or the Parkway North. A little slow on the Parkway East. Inbound from the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDK. I'm Rob Taylor, Sports Radio 93.7 a fan.
Window Nation March sale, up to 50% off all window styles. Visit windownation.com.
Spring can be tricky weather-wise in Pittsburgh, but Window Nation can help keep your home comfortable no matter the weather. Plus, in March, the more you buy, the more you could save. Up to 50% off all window styles. Visit windownation.com for a free consultation today.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
I've talked to Aaron regularly, and we'll continue to do so, and we're just working through it, and when it's time to fully address it, we will. But it's a process that he's going through, and I'm comfortable with it. But we've had very, very positive conversations on a weekly basis. I mean, the offense is it's what I believe in. It's obviously what he believes in. So that part's already being built on a daily basis with the coaches. So we're just we're getting geared up for when we can meet with our guys next week. So
is that like the conversations you're having a part of everything?
Oh yeah, he knows. He talks to the coaches that are there, and there's a lot of very positive, healthy communication going on.
For better or worse, Steelers fans, accept your fate. Aaron Rodgers will be the Steelers quarterback in 2026 at 43 years old, but it'll be his old offense. Now you've got a good wide receiver, too. You've got a solid running back tandem. But it's what Mike McCarthy said to the Pat McAfee show about this year's quarterback draft. That's where I want to go right now. He said he likes this draft. Like to get his hands on one of those guys. And here's the question for Steelers fans at 412-928-9370. If the Steelers use a day 2 pick on a quarterback, and that obviously cuts into the potential chance for Will Howard, will you be okay with that? 412-928-9370. Like, I don't care at all about Will Howard, his feelings, any of that. And if Drew Aller's there in the 3rd round where I got 3 picks, I'm taking Drew Aller. And let the best man win. And I'm kicking, God bless him, Mason Rudolph to the curb. Like, I don't factor Will Howard into this at all, apart from he's one of the options to maybe be a guy. But why would I not add as many options as possible?
You got 3 third-round picks. And let's say that they don't use any of those to move up. If you're sitting there on day 2 with 3 third-round picks, I am 1,000,000% okay with it if they draft a quarterback. It creates competition. It brings the best. It's healthy competition between Will Howard and, say, quarterback that they draft. Not only is it healthy competition for this year of who the backup would be, and see you later, Mason. Like, I mean, you really don't need him at that point. I would roll if something happens to Aaron Rodgers. I'm fine with rolling with a young backup quarterback. It is what it is.
Yes,
it creates great competition for this year of the backup role between Will Howard and, say, Garrett Nussmeier or Drew Aller. But it also creates great competition for next year whenever you draft a quarterback in the 1st round. All 3 of those guys, you have 3 young quarterbacks, 2 that had already been there. Well, one that would be in his 2nd year or in his 3rd year at the time, and one would be in his 2nd year, and they had competed against each other for the backup role. You're getting so many shots at the quarterback position if you draft a quarterback next year in the 1st round. If you have, say, Lenore Sellers, Drew Aller, and Will Howard. It's like, all right, best man win.
I'm with you. And I think that because you have an old quarterback coming back here in Aaron Rodgers, when, we don't know, but he'll be back. I think you almost overcorrect the other way, and I'm fine with it. Like, okay, we got an old guy. If he goes down for an extended period of time, Mason Rudolph ain't going to get you to the promised
What is that
land.
going to do?
And there's
It
no
does
point to
nothing.
it. You're not winning the Super Bowl with Mason Rudolph.
No.
Probably not winning with Rodgers. You're sure as bleep not winning with Rudolph. So why not go with a youngster then at that point? And if it's Will Howard because he wins the backup job, great. If it's Drew Aller because he wins the backup job, great. Whoever wins it deserves it, and I'm fine with that. I want to have my cake and eat it too. Because I'm trying to view it through the lens the Steelers view it through, which is we want Rodgers back because we think we got a shot to compete. And we've got a pretty damn good roster. That part I agree with. Well, I also want to find out who the hell the next franchise quarterback is. And I don't think it's likely that it's Howard. I don't think it's likely if he's here, Drew Aller, but I'll take the tools that Aller has.
Yes.
I think it's most likely their next franchise quarterback is QB1 that they draft next year. But it doesn't mean that if the season goes to hell in a handbasket, I don't want to turn it over to a young guy and at least see.
See, yes.
And Rodgers isn't going to play in the preseason. So you could get a great look at a young quarterback and a great look at Will Howard. Exactly.
Yeah, you could get a great look at two. They would have every single rep in OTAs and in training camp. They would split halves in preseason. One would take first half, one would take second. You flip the next game, and you get a great observation of what you have in two young quarterbacks. That's the route I would go if I was comfortable with my 3 third-round picks and felt that I already made the picks that I needed to make this team better immediately.
And I don't think that they have a ton of holes anymore because you get Jamel Dean at outside corner. That was a big hole for me. You've added multiple safeties. That was a big hole for me. You added a number 2 wide receiver, and I think you're probably going to add one in round 1. Or you could add a guard in round 1 and a receiver in round 2. You got 3 third-round picks. Like, I don't think this roster, if the Steelers had Bo Nix in his second year, I think people will be looking at the Steelers roster saying, wow, this team could maybe contend for multiple playoff victories. But people hear Rodgers and they go, oh, he's old, whatever. What I'm saying is, roundabout way, I think this roster's pretty good. And you've got 12 picks. What's the harm in using one at the quarterback position? And when McCarthy says he's excited about the QB position, I don't think that means in this draft, I don't think that means he dislikes Will Howard. If you have a couple of good baseball cards and they're worth a lot of money, I'm not just going to rest on my laurels. That's it. I got all the baseball cards I can sell. No, you go get more.
You get more, right.
You get more.
Yeah.
Bad analogy, but people get it. 412-928-9370. Anthony in Oakland. Hello.
If the reports are true that Aaron Rodgers wants $30 million, he's done the Steelers a favor. If this is a real organization, because there's no way in the world McCarthy and Omar Khan and Mr. Rooney could look at the video of Aaron Rodgers play and say that he was more of an asset than a liability. He was not very good, people. He just wasn't. He had spurts.
He was very good against non-playoff teams, and he was very not against playoff teams.
Well, did you watch that last Cleveland game?
That's a playoff-level defense.
My point is, he's not worth $30 million.
No, he's not.
He's not worth hindering the organization.
Well, and Anthony, just listening to McCarthy yesterday, like I wouldn't be surprised if both things could be true. Like Charlie Batch could be barking up the right tree. Hey, guys, pay me $30. No. Okay, well, I'll give you my answer by the draft, and they all expect him to come here. I'm guessing that's probably how that went.
I don't want sitting around twiddling my thumbs waiting on an answer. Make the answer for him. Thank you, but no thank you. You did a great job last year, but we were 10-7. That's not good enough, people. And Mr. Rooney has to get it through his thick skull that 10-7 is not good enough with old geezers. Let's go young. We can get 10-7 with young if you're an organization.
Maybe, maybe not. And the maybe not wouldn't be the worst thing either. Thank you for the call, Anthony. A good one. Thick skull, jeez. Man, taking a big shot at Art, too.
There's just nobody out there that would do that, in my opinion. Like, it'd be different if there was multiple bodies and multiple quarterbacks that you could pick from, but there's just not.
I would have much preferred a young guy to be the guy, but then you look at Malik Willis and the price that you have to pay, or the price you'd have to pay in trading for a Mac Jones. Like, I'd rather load up the roster as much as I can, have two young quarterbacks behind Rodgers, see if Rodgers can play better in McCarthy's scheme with better talent, and if he doesn't, whatever. And if he gets hurt, well, then one of the two young guys comes in, and maybe you got an answer on one of them. 412-928-9370. Best caller wins a pair of tickets to the night before with Jason Aldean. Are you okay with the Steelers drafting a quarterback if that might cut into the chances of Will Howard getting a chance? 412-928-9370. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Bengals with a crucial win yesterday against the New York Islanders, winning 8-3, scoring 5 goals in the second period. That's the most this season they've scored in one single period. And also Sidney Crosby got to 1,100 career assists. He's 8th on the all-time list of NHL players with assists. Penguins are at 90 points right now. They are back in second place in the Metropolitan Division standings, and they have another game coming up tonight at 7 o'clock. They come back home. They play at PPG Paints Arena against the Detroit Red Wings. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the Blues with Westwood One Sports. Arizona, Michigan has the makings of a Final Four classic. Both teams are remarkably efficient on either end. Both feature future NBA stars. Both have mammoth front courts. And a tight one, the Wildcats, #1 overall on Bartoric the last month, have the slightest of edges. I'm signing with the best starting 5 in the game. Give me Tommy Lloyd's boys on the money line at +100. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Shopping for replacement windows? Metropolitan Window Company elevates your shopping experience.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you'll experience personalized knowledge, expertise, and professionalism from our first visit to your home until our craftsmen complete your installation.
We're the window company that people want in their homes, and our exclusive Infinity by Marvin 100% fiberglass windows are the windows people love.
They're built for life. They are the strongest, longest-lasting windows you can buy.
And we have a great selection of colors and finishes. Experience Metropolitan Window Company. Stop by our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
After an accident, you need an injury attorney who fights for you. Ogg, Murphy, and Perkoski are ready to take on the insurance companies and win you the compensation you deserve. Call 412-391-FIRM. Ogg, Murphy, Perkoski, the firm. We're all in.
West Shore Home makes bathroom remodeling easy and convenient. And right now, their Spring into Savings promotion means free installation on your remodel. And if you've always thought that tile was the only way to go to get a luxury bathroom, well, you can think again. West Shore Home's brand new modern composite wall systems give you that high-end tile look without the grout, the cracking, or the maintenance. Right now, get free installation and save an extra $500 just for being a fan of the show when you schedule your free consultation at westshorehome.com/fan. See the website for details.
For years, Gone South has been a podcast about crime in the American South. But for our new season, we're widening the lens. Through deeply reported, narrative-driven stories, we're digging into the myths, scandals, and power structures that still shape the South, and, in a lot of ways, the country itself. Follow and listen to Gone South Season 5, an Odyssey podcast. Available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your show.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Planning to move your office or business? Trust Corrigan Moving Systems, formerly Parks Moving and Storage, Pittsburgh's leader in workplace solutions. From office relocations to decommissioning, warehousing, and inventory management. Corrigan makes moving seamless so your office can be back up and running without skipping a beat. For a free quote, go to corriganmoving.com or give us a call at 724-237-4578.
Golf season is back, and it's time to claim your spot at Conley Resort and Golf Club. Conley is forming new weekly golf leagues for players that want great competition, a beautifully maintained 18-hole course, and the perfect place to unwind after the round. Grab your buddies, form a team, and make Conley's your weekly golf night. Great golf, cold drinks, and bragging rights on the line. Want to make a weekend of it? Come stay and add Suncrest Golf and Grill to the fun to play 36. Visit ConleyResort.com. Conley Resort and Golf Club, where the round doesn't end on the 18th.
Get ready to be wowed. Your new Floor & Decor is coming soon to Bethel Park. We've got the latest looks in tile, wood, and stone in stock and ready to go. Get ready. Your new Floor & Decor is on its way. Don't miss our grand opening, coming soon to Bethel Park.
Don't let tax refund worries hold you back. File now with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They'll find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
No hot water? Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Starkey's sick, so Becky's filling in, and Harry has volunteered to do a Ernie Banks, and by volunteered I mean should be paid for it swimmingly. And I think the two of them are going to kill each other.
I do too. Is that what you're in there doing? Were you being dad?
I was trying to make sure that, you guys are friends. You're pulling on the same rope. It'll be a great show.
Are we friends? I don't know.
Ah, you're coworkers.
Are we friends?
You and me? I think we're great friends.
Adam wants to call me best buddy and then insult me in many different ways about things I say and how I look and act.
I don't say anything about how you look.
What are you talking about? You said last week.
What are you talking about?
You read a comment from the texters that talked about me hating a salad more than I hate you.
That wasn't him saying
I didn't say it.
But why did you read it? You've got the medium here to speak, and you chose that line to emphasize? Why?
It's a good text. He's like my brother.
Yeah.
That's what I do to my brother.
And even before Donnie's wedding, we had that week where I was like, fine, we could be brothers, because you seem disappointed that I didn't consider you a brother of mine, and I had a real
You don't
moment
have a
with
brother. You have a sister.
Doran knows that very well.
She's moving to South Fayette, too, by the way.
No, she's not.
I swear to God. Yeah.
Are you being serious?
Yeah, I was waiting for the perfect time to tell you. Yeah.
I'm going to have her come over and play some basketball. Like loving basketball.
It's 9:39. Time to call Gina G and Petro of Remax Select Realty if you're looking for a place, if you're looking to buy or sell your home.
Is that why they call him Scoring Doran, because he can make baskets?
Wait, are you being serious?
I am. Texture writes in, Harry can't even see his Johnson. Wow, I can't believe someone.
Why would you read that?
Why? Why would somebody text that? That's ridiculous. That's rude. It's evil. Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Let's go to Bob in Johnstown. Hi, Bob.
Good morning, gentlemen. Before we get into the why I called, I wanted to address the previous caller talking about the Cleveland game. I was at that game, and that game was nowhere near Aaron's fault. First of all, we did not have DK Metcalf. Darnell Washington went down with a broken arm. We had a catastrophic play from our safety that allowed the only touchdown in the game. And we were in the game all the way to the end, and even with two missed field goals from Boswell.
Yeah, you still got to score. You still got to score. You got to get a touchdown.
We still have to score. You're right. Yeah. But I mean, it's not totally his fault. Now, so to why I'm calling, I agree with you, Adam. I believe that with Aaron Rodgers coming back, with Mike McCarthy, the quarterback whisperer, as they call him, with Howard and grabbing a receiver in the draft, say Drew Aller, I'm with you on that one as well. I believe that we could have our future quarterback ready next year after Roger retires.
We'll put you on hold, Bob. It's a good call.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think... look, best case scenario is you win the Super Bowl with Aaron Rodgers. All right, just best case scenario. It's not the worst case scenario if they don't play well. And I'm not rooting for Rodgers to get hurt, but they're 2-5 or something like that. And Rodgers is like, you know what? Ouch. And I'm going to take some time off. And one of the two young quarterbacks comes in and plays really well. And if you fall in love with a guy in next year's draft, maybe you could trade that guy. Maybe he's the next Malik Willis, but you've got his rights, and instead of just getting paid, you can trade that guy.
Mm-hmm.
Like that. There's so many more things that become available to you if you're rostering two young quarterbacks, one whom they purportedly love in Will Howard, and another who's got all kind of tools and traits like a Drew Aller.
That's what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Like, if I'm Omar Khan, put me in that seat right now, and somebody is there in the third round, one of these quarterbacks, and obviously I've scouted them, went to the pro days, or watched their film, or had a scout go to their pro day. I'm drafting one, and I'm collecting assets, man. Like, and then I'm drafting one in the first round next year. Just so it takes away the ability to miss. I mean, if you look at the ratio there, I guess it would be ratio. If you look at the difference there, like, all right, one quarterback, it's easy math. Like one young quarterback could probably miss. If I have three, the chances of them missing.
Yeah, it's more names in the hat.
Exactly. Like that's just what I'm doing in this day and age in football.
And it's different to me if they had 7 picks. If they had one first, one second, one third, and so on, then I'm trying to build this roster up. But like, you're not going to see all these guys make the roster. Like, you're not going to have 12 rookies on your roster. We've been saying this for months and months and months. One place you could have a spot. Quarterback position. Texter. Now, is this from Harry? Best thing to happen in the morning show is Harry started talking more. Man. And he didn't even hear it. I read a nice text about Harry, and he doesn't even care.
I was trying to give the tickets to our guy Bob, but because you said he won the tickets, but hey, if you want me to not
Troy
too much.
in Mount Washington, good morning.
What's up, guys? How you doing?
How you doing, bud?
So I'm going to try to touch on all these points of your question and not just talk about Aaron Rodgers. First off, people just need to accept he's coming back. He's playing next year. It is what it is. Let's just move on from that. Second thing, in terms of drafting a quarterback in the third round, do I mind it? No, but here's a couple reasons why I would mind it. First is if your guy like Aller is gone, if your guy like Nussmeier is gone, and you're telling me that you're just going to take a quarterback that you.
Oh yeah, I'm not doing that.
No,
those two would be special cases. Like Carson Beck doesn't do it for me.
Yeah, absolutely not.
Right, but like the North Sellers and stuff would do it for you just a little bit later in the round. But what I hear about Mason Rudolph, I just don't agree with. I think we have to take the Steelers for what they're trying to do and what we think they can do. So if the Pittsburgh Steelers are at a really good record, we're at 9-3, we're at 9-4, and Aaron Rodgers goes down, and we need someone for 2 or 3 games to keep our head above water, to get it done, to move ourselves into the playoffs and into position of where we think we're going to be. You don't want anyone else but Mason Rudolph as your backup quarterback. And
he got one shot last year and sucked.
I disagree, Troy. If I have Will Howard and he's obviously has the experience at that time, say you're 9-3 and it's weeks into his second season in the NFL, I'm going with the backup.
What experience would he have though?
Just more practice time. I mean, being around, watching film, understanding the game, slowing the game down, even though he's not playing, being around Aaron Rodgers, a new system.
Right,
but hold on. I'm going with the backup quarterback that has legs. That can move.
You know, as a former player, though, that there is nothing that simulates an actual game.
There's
nothing that simulates you being out there and doing that. So what you're saying to me is, who do you trust more in those 2 to 3 games to win you those games? So Aaron comes back. I choose Mason Rudolph over I choose a Will Howard or a Nussmeier to get me to those next 3 games. Now, I'm not saying we're keeping Mason ahead of that, but we have to take into consideration we think and the Steelers think that they're getting Aaron Rodgers to make a push for the Super Bowl. And if they're trying to do that, there's a misconception in this league that a backup quarterback is one or two things, which it is. A backup quarterback is someone that is going to keep you above water if your quarterback goes down.
Oh, they're incredibly important, Troy, and thank you for the call, buddy.
It's a young guy.
Yeah, and thank you for the call. Yeah, backup quarterbacks are incredibly important, and they might agree with you. They might say, hey, we're going to keep Mason around for that exact kind of scenario. It's why Mason was on the roster last year. It's why they brought him back. But from my perspective, if Aaron Rodgers goes down on a team that I don't think is winning a Super Bowl anyway, even if he's only out for a couple of games and you're trying to fight your way into the playoffs, I'd still rather see Will Howard or Drew Aller.
I would rather see.
How are you supposed to learn? I mean.
Right, and I mean, this is just my theory, and it's been my theory for a long time. Like, this is why that the Kansas City Chiefs traded for Justin Fields. It's like if Patrick Mahomes isn't ready, he's our backup quarterback, and you know what? If all else fails and he isn't accurate, and he can run. Like, he can extend drives with his feet.
And Rudolph ain't that guy. Never has been.
Like, that's how I'm looking at it. If I need 2 games to win to get into the playoffs, and I know what Rudolph did last year, didn't win the game against Chicago, and it's like, all right, like, I'd rather go with the athlete that if everything breaks down, he can still extend a drive and keep a drive going with his legs and get 10 yards.
And that's when the highest paid defense in the NFL, you make your hay.
Yes.
Young quarterback, run, extend drives, make plays, and you can do both things this year. Like you can try to win and then not even wave the white flag if and when Rodgers gets hurt, but give a young guy an opportunity. And if they're going to keep talking about how much they love Will, and we hear it from him all the time, then give him that opportunity. Good chat. Coming up next, we will end the show. We will hand things over to City Limits, filling in for Starkey. Starkey was sick yesterday. Then he was blaming Limits for getting him sick. Now I feel sick today. I'm blaming Starkey. Like, Starkey always walks up in here, and I hope he's okay, first of all. But Starkey always walks up, oh, Crowley, are you sick? Are you sick? Or are you going to get me sick? He comes in yesterday. He's got, hepatitis, and he doesn't care who he infects. But if I infected him, it'd be the end of the world.
Yep.
Love you, Joe. Feel better. Bucks and Pucks again tonight.
That's right.
What a world. First, a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates and Reds play today at 6:40 in Game 2 of the 3-game series. The Pirates lost 2-0 yesterday, so they're already losing the series. But another opportunity today to play. 6:40 game time. Coverage on the Fan begins at 5:45, and that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at spitzertoyota.com.
Well, right now, we're still looking at this accident on Streets Run Road. That's in Baldwin right now. The multiple crews on the scene of that accident. The major roadways looking a lot better this morning. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDK. I'm Rob Taylor on Sports Radio 93.7 A Fan.
Want a big law firm with no continuity?
That's not LGKG. Don't care about having access to a named partner?
That's not LGKG. Prefer working with those who have no clue of what makes Western PA people tick?
That's not LGKG.
Don't care about courtroom reputation?
Then don't call LGKG. We're not for you.
Did you know a drain that smells bad is making strange gurgling noises or is slow to drain? Could mean you have a blockage in your main sewer line? Don't wait for a complete backup, causing costly property damage and more extensive repairs. Call the trusted team of experts at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric and get your home flowing smoothly again. And if you know you need your sewer line repaired, McVeigh offers free second opinions on any sewer line repair or installation. Call McVeigh or visit callmcveigh.com to schedule an appointment.
Spring brings brighter days and more time to show off your Kohl styles. School drop-off, a chance for your outfit to shine in the morning rays. The sun filtering through your windows, practically a personal spotlight. And family walks, all perfectly timed for golden hour. Shop Kohl's for 15% off and make the most of more daylight. Your outfits deserve it. Select styles. Offer ends April 4th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Aetna has been my lifesaver. Easy to understand, and if not, customer service is always there to help.
Those words from a real Aetna Medicare Advantage member speak to why U.S. News & World Report named us a best Medicare Advantage company. Because we show up with care management that ensures doctors work together on complicated conditions. We show up with the latest in online tools to make healthcare easier to use anytime. We show up for you, because that's how healthier happens together. Member feedback has been edited for length and clarity.
ready. Spring is here. How about a fresh start? Baseball is back, the excitement of the draft, and sunlight finally filling your home again. Pella Windows and Doors welcomes the season with energy-efficient windows that brighten your space, elevate curb appeal, and keep your home comfortable all year long. And right now, get 55% off installation or 0% APR for 48 months. Call 855-77-PELLA or visit PellaPittsburgh.com. Pella, Pittsburgh's trusted window company.
Hey, Penguins fans, turn $10 into $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using the bonus code PIT150. Then place a $10 hockey bet. You'll get $150 in bonus bets in addition to your winnings if your first bet lights the lamp. Steel City fans know greatness when they see it. It's right here on the ice and in the app. With BetMGM, every game's a power play at your fingertips. Download the BetMGM app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code PIT150. Don't sit on the bench for this one. Jump on the ice and take your shot today. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Texter writes in per our last conversation, stop bringing up Aller. Pick a different quarterback. Listen, I think Aller got terrible coaching. And Doran, you were on this from the very beginning at Penn State. You know, James Franklin never met a big game he could win. And then Drew Aller, you know, he fell into that. But he also had a rinky-dink smoke and mirrors offense with Andy Kotelnicki. I'd like to see what those raw tools and that ability could do with Mike McCarthy. I do.
Yep.
And Brian Angelico and a whole bunch of guys. And with the weapons the Steelers have. I'd like to see that. I look at tools.
Yep.
I'm looking at tools. Tools matter more than whether or not you won a national championship in college. They just do. Now, it doesn't mean that Will Howard couldn't be good. I don't know. Never really seen him play outside of college because guess what? He hasn't. But Drew Aller is a nice ball of clay. And if you feel like you hired a quarterback guru, and the Steelers do, what's the harm? Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. I want to end on this. This is marvelous. Penguins, Red Wings tonight. We got Bucks and Pucks. You can listen to the Pirate game tonight at 6:40 right here on 93.7 The Fan. Hopefully, Bubba Chandler can pitch the Pirates back into the win column. But this quote from Brian Rust following the Penguins game last night. Yoey writes, no celebrating in the Penguins dressing room, not even many smiles. Brian Rust said, quote, time to get ready for the Red Wings.
Love it.
Let's go, baby.
Love it.
Singularly focused, Dickerson. Let's go. The Red Wings are minus 115 on the puck line tonight. Penguins minus 105, so the Red Wings slightly favored. It's the flippy floppy for the Pirates. Pirates are minus 115 with Bubba Chandler on the mound. The Reds minus 105. Last night I thought the Pirates and Pens would sweep it. They did not. Do they sweep it tonight?
Yes.
I agree.
I'm going with the Cruz homer again.
I'll go with an Ozuna homer.
Okay.
I wonder if Cruz is going to be in the lineup.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
At some point, here's what happens, though, because the second game of the season, you sit him when the lefty's on the mound. Are you going to sit him when this lefty's on the mound? Are you just going to keep sitting him when lefties are on the mound? All offseason, he worked to hit left-handed pitching. It's all we heard. And then he worked in the outfield with Kiermaier. Like, at some point, he's got to face a lefty. Why not tonight?
Well, I think if he's in the lineup tonight, we'll know what really went down for the second game.
Oh, great point. Unless they'll just say, well, we wanted to get Mangum in there. We wanted to get guys in there so that they're not sitting around. But, I mean, I'm with you. I think that would tell the story there. Yeah, I'm interested to see what the lineup does look like tonight, because there's a lot of guys not worth playing right now, and a lot of them are going to have to play. So tough decisions for Donnie Kelly in the early going. Yeah, I think the Pens are going to take care of business. I'm looking for a big one from Stu. Stu Skinner, go grab this goaltending position by the Nards. Make it yours. Okay. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Starkey is not in. He is ill, which means City Limits is hosting the show. He's got a great show planned, a bunch of awesome guests on tap, and Harry Callis will be producing. He's doing double duty.
Oh, good. Yeah. I'm so excited.
How long before things get personal between the two of them?
30 minutes.
Yep. Fan Weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track today. High is 74, 65% chance of thunderstorms. Talk to you tomorrow at 5:40. Goodbye.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filippone for my guys at Comer & Cross. With warmer weather, right now is the right time to call Comer & Cross at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Before that schedule fills up, your new Comer & Cross garage floor will transform your garage in just one day. And take it from me, you will love it. Comer & Cross makes it so simple. They take all the stuff out of the garage for you. They can even make it secure on site. They'll fix your cracks and pits in your garage perfectly. In one day, you're driving on your gleaming new Comer & Cross garage floor. It is an incredible experience. So take advantage of Comer & Cross's great offer right now. The gold standard, a garage floor that's never going to chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever again. And these are pros, not subcontractors. So call Comer & Cross for your free, quick, and easy estimate before that schedule fills up. Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or just say, hey, Siri, call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR to speak to them or go to COMERcross.com.
Introducing new regenerative treatments for men and women with thinning hair from New Image Hair Clinic.
New Image is putting plant-based technology to work for men and women with thinning hair. Our hair and scalp analysis will get to the root of your thinning and damaged hair and create a healthy environment for hair growth. Using exclusive private label products, vitamins, and FDA-approved laser hair therapy. Only 30 minutes, easy and effective. The results speak for themselves. Fuller, thicker, and more hair can be yours.
Call New Image now and find out which new regenerative treatment works best for you. Call now for a free hair and scalp analysis and receive $250 off. Call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Our new regenerative treatments worked for me, and they can work for you too.
That's 800-514-HAIR 514-4247 or newimagehairclinic.com.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods. Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
Spring weather is unpredictable in Pittsburgh. You never know which way you'll be adjusting your thermostat unless you have the right windows. With Window Nation, you can count on your home being comfortable regardless of the weather. Their windows are customizable and energy efficient. Expert installations take just 1 day, and Window Nation products are backed by a lifetime warranty. There's no better time to upgrade with Window Nation. In March, the more you buy, the more you could save, up to 50% off all window styles. Visit windownation.com for your free consultation today.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at spitzertoyota.com.
Well, pretty much the Parkway East is the only issue on the major roadways right now. Everything else is looking pretty good. Traffic brought to you by your local super lawyers at LGKG. Hurt, LGKG. Accident, LGKG. LGKG.com, your home team. I'm Rob Taylor on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Staples.
Staples has hundreds of great ways to boost your brand, like spectacular signs, brilliant brochures, eye-popping posters, mouth-watering menus, and more. Shop now through April 18th and save up to $125 on all your custom prints. Staples, that was easy.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Nicholas Callis here with your fan headlines powered by Bowser. The Pittsburgh Pirates, they're going to play tonight at 6:40 against the Cincinnati Reds in the second game of 3 in the series. First game yesterday was lost by the Pirates 2-0. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. We've got coverage about an hour before game time. Coverage begins at 5:45 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. So listen on the radio or listen on the free Odyssey app. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now it's the Pomp and Joe show without either Pomp or Joe. It's Austin Bechtold.
Empowering, innovative, and provocative. I like that word.
Achari works through Shin. Rips it on net. Saved by Sorokin. Loose in front. They score! Soderblom, the big man, with a huge goal. Raquel short-handed to Russ. Back in front. Raquel. He scores! That is the swing the Penguins needed. A shorty from Ricard Raquel, and it's 3-2. Shovels it behind the net for Mantha. Shea shoots. He scores! These Penguins, they've done it again. Say hey to Ryan Shea. We're tied at 3. Barzell and Brazo ahead to Mantha. He scores! The Penguins in front for the first time tonight. Able to push it free to Brazo. Then Mantha, backhand, scores! Anthony Mantha putting on a show. Mo feeds the moment. And it's 5-3 Pittsburgh. What a period.
I sure hope you didn't blink during the second period, because 8 total goals on both sides eventually led to 8 goals for the Penguins last night in an absolute statement victory on the island against the New York Islanders and putting them much closer to getting back to the playoffs for the first time in 4 years. Austin Bechtold with you. It's the Pomp and Joe show with Harry Callis behind the glass producing. There is no Bob today, of course. You know, Bob is typically not in with us on Tuesdays. Joe woke up not feeling well today. Joe was expressing yesterday how he was feeling a little bit under the weather, and unfortunately got worse for Joe today. So wishing our guy all the best and hoping things are going to be okay for him and he can have a speedy recovery. So it's me and Callis behind the glass. Harry, I am honestly very excited for this. I think we're going to have a lot of fun.
Why are you excited?
I think Doran put the odds of us going at each other's throats at 30 minutes.
Yeah,
I feel like we're going to definitely be able to break down that barrier and have a great show.
You think so?
I do.
I'm only going to be here for half the time, I think. So
yes, I think Donnie will replace you.
We're going to have a great half show?
Yeah, a great half show.
Perhaps.
It's like a half birthday. Today was Doran's birthday.
How about that?
Yeah, how about that? Did you guys do anything special? Did Crowley give him a gift?
Crowley thinks he's 42, so I mean, he's rounded up. No, he's not. Doran turned 38 today, but Crowley keeps forgetting how old he is. So, 38. No gifts were exchanged, so we just wished him a happy birthday and moved on.
Wonderful. Well, good to be with you, and happy birthday to Doran Dickerson. Last night's game, going into it for me, was make or break. It was the one that was going to tip the scales on whether your 2025-26 Pittsburgh Penguins made the playoffs. And that game, the way they won it, the way that they responded after giving up 2 goals in the first 3 minutes of the second period, after no goals were scored in the first period, is why my confidence level in this team is at an all-time high this season. At the start of the year, my expectation was this was going to be a team finishing in the bottom 5 of the NHL standings, and you better hope the ping pong ball 20-plus years later after hitting on Sid works again with Gavin McKenna. Any dashing hopes of that or any thoughts of that actually being a reality, pretty much around Christmas time were gone. When the true gift underneath the tree, the hockey stick that arrived at your doorstep, was a competitive hockey team that brought in Justin Brazeau and Anthony Mantha and some guy named Parker Wotherspoon. And yeah, those are 3 of the biggest contributors and most surprising players in the NHL this season. So much that Anthony Mantha, of all people, scored 2 goals in 2.5 minutes to close out the second period. He leads the team. Leads a team that has Sidney Crosby, sure he missed a month. Evgeny Malkin, sure he was suspended 5 games. Ricard Raquel, 30-plus goal scorer in his career. Brian Rust, consistently an elite goal scorer. I think it's 7 years in a row with 20-plus goals. Anthony freaking Mantha with 29 goals this year. He was the one that put the Penguins in front for good. Down 2-0, they go on an 8-1 differential. So for a team that was projected to finish right around the bottom of the NHL standings, if you look at the little playoff predictor wheel that people like to put out there on social media, the Penguins now have an 84% chance to make the playoffs. This win convinced me that they are going to do it without Gino, with a goaltender situation that I still think is a little bit shaky. Who do you go with tonight against Detroit? And the numbers are, if the Penguins win this game in regulation, because Detroit's a team that Pens are battling for a wild card spot, if they were to fall out of the Metro race with the Islanders and with the surging Blue Jackets, if the Penguins beat the Red Wings in regulation tonight, that percentage jumps up to 92%. You can pack up your things, get ready to roll, and book those playoff tickets. Games 3, 4, and 6. Maybe even games 1, 2, 5, and 7 are coming to Pittsburgh. I was impressed by the way they responded, by the way they bounced back. And for somebody who has doubted this team for a large portion of this year, yeah, I have. I've wondered if a stretch of Mantha, Brazeau, Wotherspoon, the Noah Charis of the world, Ben Kindle's 18. Okay, when does the dam break? And I don't think that's unrealistic. It's not like this is one of the most talented teams in the NHL. Sid's older, still great. Malkin's older, still has been playing very well. Letang, not. We could have a Letang conversation in a little bit. But Erik Karlsson's playing his best hockey in a decade since his Ottawa Senators days when he almost willed Ottawa to an Eastern Conference final victory over the Penguins. And right now, staring down the barrel of a 92% chance of making the playoffs. If they beat the Red Wings in overtime, it's 91%. If they lose to the Wings in overtime, still take a point, 84%. If they lose to the Wings in regulation, it drops a little bit, still 75%. And the way that the schedule is played out, and will continue to play out, look, after they got beat down by the Stars and Colorado got them good after they went to their barn and beat them 7-2, you could see some wins on the horizon. You get the Red Wings at home. Tampa Bay is a little beaten up. You get Florida in a back-to-back at home. It's a little strange, but you get them on a Saturday and a Sunday, and they're not going to make the playoffs. How much into it will they be? They're last in their own division. Followed by the Devils, they're not good. The Caps twice, home and home, and at the St. Louis Blues. Are you like me at 412-928-9370 and looked at that game and said, whoa. If they would have went to New York and just took a point, I would have been content. I would have been happy. You're able to keep pace. You're able to put yourself in a pretty solid situation to keep up. But to take 2 points, you're a point up on the Islanders. There's a game in hand there. You're now 2 up on Columbus. You're now 4 up on Ottawa. And you're 4 up on the Wings. If you beat Detroit, in a way, you're delivering a Mayweather-McGregor-level punch to the face of the Detroit Red Wings in the wild card race, at least to surpass you. Ottawa, right in that range. You took the extra point from them Thursday last week in the shootout, 4-3. I was impressed, man. I was surprised, impressed. Elmer Soderblom scored. He was the one that got the scoring started. Raquel with 2. Rust on the board. They even get a Ryan Shea goal. How about the play from Erik Karlsson of late? One of the best months from a Penguins defenseman since Paul Coffey, truly. 412-928-9370. My enthusiasm for the Penguins right now really is at the highest level that it can be because of where they sit in the Metro standings. Game in hand on the Islanders. Tied with Columbus, still up 2 points. And maybe the schedule really isn't as bad as we were initially making it out to be. The next question is, who starts in net tonight? Do you go right back to Shelovs, or do you give the net to Stuart Skinner? Do you try to make sure that you continue to keep this rotation going, back and forth they go, and in a way, continue with the momentum that you've been having built up because of the way your goaltenders are playing? 412-928-9370. Let's go to Paul in Washington to chime in. Paul.
City Limits.
What's up?
Oh, same old, buddy. How are you?
I'm good, man. What's on your mind?
I'm excited. Well, what I'm excited about is hearing you and Nicholas Harry Callis together. I think you'd make a good team together for one day soon when you get your own show. I mean, hey, Joe's been out of the office a lot lately. You know, you got to take advantage of these opportunities that you have, my friend.
Well, Joe's not feeling well today, Paul, and I hope that he, has the best nap that he could possibly have to be back tomorrow.
Oh, it's not our fault. He's sick. This is our opportunity.
No,
Paul's right.
Harry, he blamed
This is
me for like
true.
half
You're
the show
right.
yesterday,
Nicholas,
saying it was my fault.
This is your opportunity. This is your opportunity, and you guys have a great show, and I'm listening anxiously for all the rips you can give on your favorite guy in the morning.
Paul,
And
do you have
know who that is.
any penguin takes here, Paul, or just chime in
Well,
for pleasantries?
Well, I didn't know I was going to get on air right away like that, but I hope they make the playoffs. I mean, you got a lot of high-priced stars on that team. I think you got to go with the hot hand. I mean, that guy they got in that trade for Jari, I mean, he hasn't really been all that. I think they had to go with that kid in Scranton up there in Wilkes-Barre and bring him down and give him a shot. And, you know, I'm just anxiously hoping that the Pirates get to 100 games, that they win this year. I still think that the Pirates, they got 2 or 3 guys down in Indianapolis that are going to make valuable contributions. And sometimes you need to cut your losses while you have a chance and just admit you were wrong with some of your experiments you're working on. Like, you need guys to hit. You can't count on Triolo. You can't count on Cruz anymore, and you definitely can't count on Brian Reynolds. Enough of this waiting around for coulda, woulda, and shoulda. You guys have a great day.
You don't want to hear about the big
Pirates-
tree, Paul? The big tree?
The big tree? I don't want to hear about Tree C and whoever the heck else they got. I just know one thing. When I heard Donnie Kelly talking about Cruz and his blunders, it sounded like the second carnation of Derek friggin' Shelton. You guys have a good day.
Thanks, Paul. Texter, Austin should work at IHOP. He waffles on the Penguins week to week. Well, yeah. But seriously, when new information comes out, you watch them one day get just beaten up by Dallas and look completely overmatched. And then they come out and throttle the Islanders. And it's a team that is not, this is not the talent of 2016. This is not the talent of 2017. This is not the talent of 2014, even though they fell apart that year. Still, this is not a team that is put together with it's chemistry that's working for them. It's players exceeding expectations like Mantha and Brazeau and Ben Kindle's 18. Did anybody possibly think that he'd be this good and score 20 goals as an 18-year-old? No. So as it continues to go on and on and on, yeah, I'll admit I have waffled on that. But this is the game that has made me think that they will get to the playoffs and can make some damage. Texter, why did the buddy say Waffle House instead of IHOP? Yeah, kind of a thing. Texter, I share your enthusiasm limits, but can you please stop with the pack your bags jinx? Do you really believe in sports broadcasting jinxes? Maybe play-by-play wise, but I mean, it's not like I'm saying Ayuk is at the goal line or anything here. Shout out to our guy. Here's Marty in New York. What's up, Marty?
Yeah, so I'm from Pittsburgh, but I'm working in New York this week. So, but yeah, I was excited you started off the show with talking about the Penguins and not the Pirates, because that last night's game just it started off a little bit rough, and I was nervous, and then that second period came, and it was just an explosion of excitement. I was in a New York bar near Buffalo, and everybody's like wondering why I'm watching the game on my phone, freaking out. But I think the biggest thing about this game and then moving forward is that just Crosby being in the lineup, getting the lines back to some cohesiveness and being deep down the middle just makes it a lot tougher for teams like New York that aren't very strong at center to match up with us. So I was just curious, if you think once we get Gino back, I'm not sure what's going on with his hand. None of these other teams really worry me. I think with our depth and the way we're playing, we can make a pretty good run into the playoffs. The only thing I'm a little worried about is our goaltending. So I keep hearing talks about Murashov coming up, and I don't think that would happen. But do you think, I guess my real question is, do you think if Seelovs and Skinner kind of just keep giving up 3+ goals, if there's even a hint that he could be brought up?
I think that there should, Marty, and I appreciate the call because, look, if you're not going to have a consistent goaltender that you can rely on every single game, and you're in the middle of a playoff series, and let's say Shelovs is the one that gets the net first, and hypothetically they're playing, let's just say the Blue Jackets. What if he allows 5 goals in that first game against the Blue Jackets? Do you go right to Skinner? What if Skinner then responds with giving up 4 goals himself? Who do you go back to? Who do you ride there? Once you get to the playoffs, you need to have somebody established. Like, pick a team that has had a goaltending tandem that has been able to just consistently flip in and out, go back and forth like they would do during the regular season, maybe like a 60-40 split, and it work in the postseason. It doesn't happen in the Stanley Cup playoffs. You ride hot goaltenders. The only instance that I can think of is Murray, Fleury, 17 and 16, but a lot of that was just due to injuries. Who was the healthy goaltender at the time when Murray was hurt? Here comes Fleury, and those two at the time were both elite goaltenders. Matt Murray as a rookie, Stanley Cup. Matt Murray, second year, Stanley Cup. Fleury obviously been there, done that guy, had struggled in the playoffs previously to that. But when his number was called upon and they truly needed him, he provided everything that you could possibly ask for and more. Off the Top is presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Your thoughts at 412-928-9370. We have a fun giveaway coming up next. We have a question to pose. The best call will win 2 tickets to the night before with Jason Aldean. But first, here's Brandon in McKeesport. Hi, Brandon.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
I'm good, man. What's on your mind?
So last night I was watching the game, and with all these young guys, seems like they got real aggressive and charged to the front of the net. I like that they're doing that. They're not being lethargic. They're not going back on D. They're staying real strong, being aggressive. And I think all these young guys have maybe added a spark to Sid and Tina. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying, Brandon. Appreciate it. The other thing about them just moving forward that I think is fairly important here, you're going to get Malkin back. It seems in a way, at least in terms of ice time, they're taking some things away from Chris Letang's plate, and they're trying to, at least in a way, put more on Carlson, less on Letang, and it's worked out for them. Regarding the lines, like the first 3 lines, last night it was Crosby, Chinakhov, Rust, so Raquel centering Mantha and Brazeau with no Malkin. Kindle, Novak, and Hayes flip-flopping some things around just to be able to, take away from the fact that Malkin was not playing, and still no Blake Lizotte, of course. Likely not back until the playoffs. Let's go to Ron in the car. Hi, Ron.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Hey, Ron.
Glad to hear you guys together. Real quick, Carlson. So even going back to the whole season, beginning of the season up until now, great month of hockey from Carlson, but he's played great all year. And I would have to say the number one factor is change of coach. I think Carlson has made those comments earlier in the season as well. What stands out? Sullivan, the Muse, making that change has benefited Carlson, entirely.
No doubt, Ron. Appreciate the call. He has allowed Erik Karlsson to play freely. And has basically allowed him to dictate what he needs to do on the ice, not be put into the box that Mike Sullivan wanted him to be in. And it might just be a communication thing, because whatever switch that has been flipped for Erik Karlsson right now, he's playing as one of the best defensemen in the entire NHL, and probably the best that a Penguins defenseman has played since Paul Coffey. Here is Andrew in Baldwin. Hello, Andrew.
Hello, Austin, or should I say city limits?
What's going on?
Nothing much. I heard Penn's talk, and I figured I'd hop in on the conversation. In terms of goalie starting, I think, personally, I would like Skinner to start tonight, because when I watched that Senators game, when they won that shootout, those guys were so happy for him. They play hard for him. And I personally think in a big game like this, you want someone who's going to have to back your guys.
Did you not feel that way about Shilovs last night?
No, I thought Shilovs played great, but I feel like in terms of Skinner has had more experience in bigger games than Shilovs has had. Skinner, has played in multiple Stanley. He's played in big pressure games. I don't think Shilovs has had that kind of experience.
Andrew, you sound like a former hockey player. Why do you think that Erik Karlsson has been unlocked this year?
Like the previous caller just said, coaching is everything. Sullivan had him in that box. I have not been a fan of Sullivan for the past couple of years, what he's done with his team. And obviously it's been showing with Muse under the board what these guys have been able to do. They're playing hard. They're playing to his system. And Karlsson, I've always loved Erik Karlsson as a hockey player. Like you said, every time he had that puck for the Senators, I was terrified. And we're seeing why. Now, anytime he has the puck on his stick, I think something's going to happen. And it's truly been a magical month he's having.
You think they're a lock for the playoffs?
I'd like to think so, obviously, but the East has been so ridiculously crazy this year. You never truly know. You can never feel safe. But I think if they win tonight, I like their odds.
Appreciate the call. 412-928-9370. Good start on the Penguins. Up next, the other part of what we watched and witnessed last night from the other team in town that was shut out 2-0. A good start squandered from Braxton Ashcraft. What do the Pirates need to do moving forward, starting out 1-3, and it looks like they're just picking up right where they left off? We'll discuss it coming up next. You could watch the show on Twitter at 937TheFan. Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You could also interact with the show on the Fan Text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. The texters have absolutely brought it today. There is a lot of shots have been taken on the text line.
Yeah, on the YouTube chat, because people don't like that you switch your opinion.
Oh, so they've never switched an opinion before?
What are you doing to whataboutism? I'm just saying, I can't defend them, but I will say this. I will say this.
Okay.
I think it's important to have confidence and have a steady opinion one way or the other and not flip your opinion game to game. Now, I don't think that the Penguins can make it through a playoff series, but I've maintained that they will make it through the playoffs no matter what. Well,
the difference is this is a team that you have been competing with all season long for playoff positioning. And you went into their place where you have historically struggled and kicked their ass. That's what makes it a difference for me with 8 games left now.
So you had less faith that they were going to beat the Islanders because they didn't beat the Dallas Stars?
Well, I felt like they didn't play well against the Stars. They've been riding basically an up and down roller coaster where now Crosby was out. They got him back. Malkin obviously banged up as well. At least for me, still a very shaky goaltender situation. My confidence was wavering for them because of all of those factors. And I didn't know if once you got to the true stretch of the stretch run, if you could have an Anthony Mantha or depth scoring be able to stack up when you're already down 2-0 to a team like the Islanders, and the way that they fought back and outscored them 8-1. Mm-hmm. That's significant enough so that they could lose to Detroit tonight, and I'm not going to waver on that based on this one game, what I saw against a team that you have been going up against all year long, fighting against, now a game in hand against as well still.
So you think they're going to make the playoffs?
By a point? I do think they're going to make the playoffs.
Period, full stop. Austin said they're going.
Okay, Travis Williams. But yeah.
You got the reference.
I did. I think they're going to ultimately go to the playoffs. So yeah, a lot of the text line has been full of a lot of dread and doom and gloom and a lot of anti-Austin and Harry talk today so far on the text line.
I haven't said barely anything.
I know. Come on, texters. 412-928-9370. Interact with us there. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. The biggest mistake that the Pirates continue to make, and it doesn't seem like they even realize it, and will likely do it again today. That's coming up next. But first, it's a Harry headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Hauser Chevrolet.
Pirates have lost 3 of their first 4 games of the season. They lost yesterday 2-0 to the Cincinnati Reds. And now they've got another game against the Reds. Game 2 of 3 is tonight. Game time at 6:40. Coverage can be heard live on The Fan beginning at 5:45. And that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. You can listen on the radio or listen on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY Odyssey. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Philadelphia Eagles general manager Howie Roseman keeps trying to downplay the chances that the team will trade star receiver A.J. Brown. But Howie Roseman isn't fooling me. I think that there is a strong likelihood that A.J. Brown is playing elsewhere next season. Too many reports have already been floated about trade negotiations the Eagles have had. I don't think those are happening or made public if Philly isn't serious about trading Brown. I'm Nick Costos.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Rally House. Shop every team in town. College and pro. Come on, it's time to go.
The season starts at Rally House. From jerseys and hats to tumblers for game day, it's where outrageous selection meets every fan's style.
Steelers, Penguins, Pittsburgh Panthers, Pirates, Penn State, Nittany Lions. Rally House. Rally House. It's your city, it's your house, it's a Rally House.
Level up your fandom in-store or online at rallyhouse.com.
When it comes to protecting what matters most, you deserve more than just a policy. Root for Your Insurance is a family-owned agency that takes the time to understand your unique needs, whether you're protecting your home, business, employees, or the people you love. They don't just sell insurance and disappear. They explain your coverage, offer guidance, and help you make confident, informed decisions. Root for Your Insurance. Insurance services that go above and beyond. Visit rootforyour.com today and experience the difference a trusted partner can make.
Hey guys, it's Amanda from the Wide Awake Morning Show, and when plumbing problems strike, I know exactly who to call. Mr. Rooter Plumbing. They're a family-owned business that truly cares about the community, and it shows in everything they do. They aim to be the American standard of plumbing, delivering reliable service, honest work, and solutions you can count on. Whether it's leaky pipes, clogged drains, sewer repairs, or more, their experienced team is always ready to get things back to normal quickly and professionally. What really stands out to me is their white glove service. You get 100% of their attention every time. Call Mr. Rooter Plumbing at 877-ROOTER-2.
Taxes was waiting on the refund you needed yesterday.
All right, your car repair is going to run about $3,000.
Now Taxes is getting back on the road with TurboTax and Credit Karma, where you can get your refund up to 5 days faster and get personalized guidance to take every dollar further. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Deposit a federal refund into Credit Karma Money account and early submission of refund data by IRS required. Terms apply. Banking services provided by MVB Bank, Inc. Member FDIC. Credit Karma is not a bank.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Spring is in the air, and Alev's long-lasting pain relief is here to keep you moving. The days are longer, and the flowers are blooming. Whether it's gardening, yard work, or just spending more time outdoors, spring has a way of getting us moving despite any body pain. That's where Aleve can keep you going. With just one dose, Aleve gives you long-lasting body pain relief for up to 12 hours. From sunup to sundown, Aleve's got your back. Try Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
This is Riley Green with Boot Barn, sharing a deep respect for the cowboy way. Growing up, my dad and granddad showed me what a true cowboy spirit looked like. They'd be up before dawn working with their hands. They taught me to grab the heavy end of a job and always do the right thing and shake hands like you mean it. That grit, that honesty and pride, that's what it means to be a cowboy. Riley Green and Boot Barn, proudly honoring the cowboy way.
Pros, get ready. Your new Floor & Decor is coming soon to Bethel Park. With job lot quantities of tile, wood, and stone in stock, and the brand names you trust, Floor & Decor is on its way. You ready? Coming soon to Bethel Park.
Baseball is finally back, and the Pirates are set to open their season at home against the Baltimore Orioles April 3rd through the 5th for opening weekend, presented by Giant Eagle. It all starts on Friday, April 3rd, when the Bucks take on the Birds for the home opener. Plus, all fans that day take home a 2026 magnetic schedule. Then Saturday, the Pirates take on the Orioles for Game 2 of the series at 4:05. Then we close out opening weekend with some Sunday afternoon baseball at 1:35. Get your tickets now at Pirates.com.
Hey, it's Crowley. Spring weather is unpredictable in Pittsburgh, especially after the unpredictable winter we just had. You never know which way you'll be adjusting your thermostat unless you've got the right windows with Window Nation. And you can count on your home being comfortable regardless of the weather with Window Nation. Their windows are customizable and energy efficient, and expert installations take just one day. There's no better time to upgrade with Window Nation. In March, the more you buy, the more you could save. Up to 50% off all window styles. Visit windownation.com for your free consultation today.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Participation may vary.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
Coming home. Swing, fly ball, falling fast into right, and it will be caught. And that's the game. McLean holds on to the ball as 3 Reds converge, and he fell down over one of his teammates and snow-coned the ball, but he held on, and that little dunker doesn't fall in, and the Pirates are blanked in Cincinnati 2-0. The final.
Well, that sucked. Braxton Ashcraft. Remind me if you've heard this before. Braxton Ashcraft, solid outing for the Pirates. Pitches a career high. 6 innings. Gives up just 4 hits. Sure, he walked 4, but only 2 runs come across the plate in the bottom half of the 4th inning. 3 strikeouts for Braxton Ashcraft. Sounds like a day that should be a successful one at the ballpark for the club, right? The Pirates record 4 hits. They don't score off of Chase Burns, who last season had an ERA of 4.5, who, in his last start that he made, it was against the Pirates, and pitched 5 pretty dominant innings. This time he goes 5, strikes out 7, worked around 3 walks, and beats the Bucks. The Pirates have started the season 1-3. The offense just picking up where it left off last year, averaging 3 runs per game.
And you know what the real story here is, Austin?
Connor Griffin is not here.
That is one.
That's one.
Andrew McCutchen did not come off the bench to pinch it for Jared Triolo because he plays for the Texas Rangers.
But wouldn't it have made some sense? And I wasn't going to start with McCutchen, but since you brought it up, Callis, wouldn't it have made some sense for Andrew McCutchen to be on this roster instead of Billy Cook in situations like that to pinch hit in those type of moments? And
Billy Cook pinch ran in the win against the Mets. He made the game-winning catch against the wall.
He did.
He's a serviceable gentleman.
So you would rather have Billy Cook bat in that type of situation than Andrew McCutchen?
Would you consider wait, who? Billy Cook?
Correct.
No.
Like if there was a pinch hitter that was coming off the bench for Jared Triolo, who is becoming the most polarizing figure of Pirates baseball in 2026.
I'm not going to say Billy Cook. I would confidently say Billy Cook could probably handle the at-bat better than Triolo did. And I think that there is other options off the bench that the Pirates could have used aside from just Andrew McCutchen or Billy Cook. I think there was a few other options they could have had that would have made more sense than Triolo.
Well, my point on McCutchen, and especially with Marcell Ozuna starting off very slow, what does he have, 1 hit so far in 3 games, was that there was still a bench spot available for him. It wouldn't have been a huge role. It wouldn't have been a starting role. And maybe he wasn't willing to accept that. But based on what we know, and based on what Ben Cherington has said, it basically has been, hey, the Pirates, we're not interested in bringing McCutchen back, really under any circumstances. And McCutchen was ticked off by that.
I mean, the thing about it from our perspective, like you've been full-time at the Fan now, you're doing the Pomp and Joe show, right? And it's been over a year since that's been your thing, right? Yeah. Would you be interested if management was like, hey, you're going to go back to part-time because we're going to have somebody else do this job full-time, right? You'd be upset about that.
Well,
McCutchen is a near 20-year veteran in Major League Baseball, and he wants to start. And no player in Major League Baseball, I think, has the dream like, I'm going to come off the bench unless you're a young up-and-comer waiting for an opportunity. He said, if you're not going to start me, if you don't want me to be DH, I think that that was part of the discussions they were having was that, okay, if you're not going to use me in that full-time everyday starter capacity, then I will take my chances somewhere else. The Texas Rangers bit, and I think that having not come back to the Pirates has also given him the edge that he might not have had if the Pirates just would have lended out another contract to him.
But I think that in the same token, McCutchen probably wanted to be here so badly where he would have been willing to accept a role like that, kind of like how Miguel Cabrera accepted it for one final run with the Detroit Tigers.
But he was still pretty much their everyday DH. He wasn't coming off the bench. He was still their DH.
The analogy that you made in terms of like me and where I'm at right now, I think it's different when you're hopefully at the very start of your career and trying to ascend compared to McCutchen on the 18th hole.
But look,
even putting in.
Even me, I'm full time. Like if management was like, hey, you're going to be in a reduced role, I'd be like, what the heck? I wouldn't like that. I don't think anybody that does any type of job aspires to be like a platoon part-time type of person. Everybody's striving for that full-time, consistent security, and I don't think he would have taken kindly to being an off-the-bench guy. That's not even saying that he'd be having as much success either if he were just an off-the-bench guy.
I don't think he was.
We only know he's doing so well because the Rangers are letting him start.
Was he even given that choice to be an off-the-bench guy for the Pirates? That's what I think. I don't think he was.
We can't prove it, but
I think they just decided, look, we signed Marcell Ozuna. We have tied our hands to him, and this is the direction that we want to move in. Like, sorry, there is no room for you here, even as the 26th man. That's the way that it was interpreted for myself.
So you thought in the offseason Between the two choices, you would have picked Andrew McCutchen over Marcelo Ozuna.
No.
Okay.
But I would have
That's
taken.
the point.
That's not the point. There's still a role for McCutchen if he was willing to accept it, and there's nothing that proves that he wouldn't have been willing to accept it.
What role other than an off-the-bench guy? Like, what role would you give him? He's a right-handed hitter like Ozuna is. The Pirates weren't going to let him play the outfield really at all. So you're talking about, okay, hi, I'm Andrew McCutchen. I've got all of this talent left to give, I feel like, and I'm still a name in Major League Baseball. Give me a job. Give me a full-time capacity job. Give me an everyday starter type of job.
I still think that he could have went and played in the outfield once every 2 weeks.
But the Pirates didn't, and that's
because
the point.
they don't care about defense.
Exactly.
Look what they're doing right now with Cruz out there in center field. He's been an abomination so far defensively in that first game, ruining it for Skeens. Ryan O'Hearn, he's not an outfielder. He's a first baseman.
Well,
Brandon Lau's not good defensively. Triolo, they're playing him off his natural position. So they clearly don't care about defense.
Well, then, I mean, they don't feel like he could play the outfield. The Rangers don't feel like he could play the outfield either. I would personally put him there, but if we're factoring into the formula in the equation here that the Pirates were not going to put him in the field and they were going to stick him at DH for most of the time, then no, it wouldn't have worked.
He also signed a minor league contract and had to beat out, who was it, Mark Canha for the Texas Rangers. It's not like he was signed to the Rangers for a huge deal like, okay, here's your position. We're making you our everyday DH.
No, but he's making guys like you regret the decision now. He's playing well enough to earn a spot somewhere else.
I don't regret the decision. It was the decision that I always thought was the one they should have made to re-sign him.
That's what I'm saying.
I haven't waffled or flip-flopped on that whatsoever.
No, I'm saying you regret that the Pirates didn't sign him and provide him with some sort of off-the-bench role.
That's correct.
That's what I mean.
I feel like he would be a better fit than a Nick York or a Billy Cook, and I don't care about him defensively. Look at what the Rangers did. McCutchen can't play defense. Same thing with Jock Peterson. They have two guys that don't play a position. And the other thing, and I think you'll understand this, Callis, is with the DH, you're bringing less guys off the bench. You're playing less guys because there are no double switches.
No. I would disagree because the Pirates did some strategic things against the Mets when there was extra innings, because I remember I think O'Hearn got on base and they pinch ran Billy Cook for him, so he got into the game, and then he made the game-winning catch against the Mets on Sunday.
So you can't pinch run Jake Mangum, who's also fast and stole 20-plus bases last year, and put him in the outfield?
I think Mangum was already put in for some reason. Maybe not. Maybe I'm misremembering. I don't know.
Like, that's why, with the versatility of Mangum playing every outfield defensive position, Triolo can play every infield position, Gonzalez can play three of them. They had with now also O'Hearn being able to play right field and also at first base, you had the defensive flexibility and positioning.
We're going to put him right field?
Who?
McCutchen.
Yeah.
No.
Again, I'm saying once every 2 weeks. I'm not saying throw him out there once every 5 days.
Okay, so once every 2 weeks he goes and plays right field. He doesn't consistently DH. Like, how many days does he DH then?
Twice.
Yeah, he doesn't want that. No player.
So he wanted a minor league deal with Texas instead.
The minor league, don't think of the minor league deal as a minor league contract like he was going to go play in their minor league system.
No,
you
but
sign a minor league contract, it's an opportunity contract, and he took the opportunity he was given, and he ran with it, and he made the roster. That's all it is. A minor league contract just means tryout. He got the tryout, he proved himself in the tryout, and now he has a job. No established Major League Baseball player, no established athlete anywhere wants a role where you're coming off the bench. I guarantee you most don't. Coming off the bench is for younger players to get opportunities and then move themselves into an established position. He could have chosen between, okay, maybe being on the bench, even if the Pirates wanted to do that, but I don't think he would have wanted that. I don't think he would have been happy, and I don't think that he would have been able to give the most that he could possibly give as somebody off the bench. And it's a lot harder, I think, to try to start once in a while, once every 2 games in a week or 2 weeks, and have the success as opposed to playing every day.
Texter, if Kutch was in the outfield instead of Cruz, Skeens would have remained in the game. I don't believe in that whatsoever.
No.
But.
No.
Good conversation there, Callis.
Sure.
I didn't want to make it a McCutchen thing, but.
Well, you're tweeting about it, and I'm like, what the heck are we doing? It's like,
yes, you have very much known that I've been tweeting about it. You make sure everyone knows that every day, every tweet about McCutchen I put out there.
Your account's public.
Should I make it private?
If you don't want people to hear what you have to say, I mean.
Here's Dave in Myrtle. Hi, Dave.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, man.
Hey, I just want to talk a little Bucks baseball.
Let's do it.
Two things, O'Neal Cruz and Jared Triolo. First of all, I think Cruz is not a leadoff hitter. Doesn't hit for average, doesn't have a good on-base percentage, strikes out way too much. And my second point with Jared Triolo, he's a great guy to have on the team as a 25th, 26th man on the roster, utility player, but an everyday player, he's just not. I mean, last night, 9th inning, back-to-back walks on 9 pitches. He comes to the plate. First pitch is a 1.5 foot outside, in the dirt, swings. And then he proceeds to strike out, swinging on 3 pitches. Bring Connor Griffin up. He can't do any worse at the plate than Jared Triolo.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. And that's where I was going to go with this segment. Jared Triolo is making me lose my damn mind.
Making it long for Andrew McCutchen, too.
Watching him bat consistently in this lineup, and this is where Jared Triolo has batted this year. Opening day, he batted 6th. Next day against David Peterson, a lefty, he batted leadoff. They've batted him 5th in the order. And they've also batted him 6th again. So what happens last night with 2 guys on? Leadoff walk, then a walk to Ryan O'Hearn, and the Ducks are on the pond. The Buccos are trying to put something together against a guy looking for his first career save. And what happens? After back-to-back walks, Jared Triolo swings at the first pitch, 5 feet outside the zone. It's in the left-handed batter's box. The catcher had to stop it from going to the backstop. It was embarrassing. The fact that Jared Triolo is consistently in this lineup infuriates the hell out of me. The fact that they are batting him 6th makes no sense to me. The logic or reason that's been passed down by people that cover the team is, well, you want to break up the lefties at the very top of the order. Really? Then why do they have Cruz, Lau, Reynolds, your first 3 hitters, all lefties? You want to break?
Cruz and Reynolds is a switch hitter.
Well, yeah, but if you're going to the plate against the right-handed hitter or against the right-handed pitcher,
it's more saying like you've got that versatility that he could bat either way if you have either type of starter on the mound.
We're getting there. Hold on. So instead, you bat Jared Triolo in between Ryan O'Hearn and Spencer Horwitz, batting 6th in the middle of the order instead of Nick Gonzalez or even Henry Davis. Jared Triolo is a .230 career hitter. If it wasn't for 1 month last year, he hit over 300 in August, people would say that Jared Triolo is Key Brian Hayes at the plate. Triolo so far this year, 118 average, 2 hits and 17 at-bats, 1 double. He struck out 3 times, a absolutely non-competitive at-bat, and also a poor decision by the management to not have Jared Triolo bunt in that situation. 2 on, nobody out, and that's the guy that's up there at the plate. That's where McCutchen will be pinch hitting. But Jared Triolo, isn't it just an unwritten rule where if a pitcher issues back-to-back walks, having trouble finding the zone, O'Hearn could have walked earlier in the at-bat if he just would have tapped his head and signaled for an ABS challenge for a ball that was inside, clearly inside. Surprised that he didn't challenge it on, I think it was a 3-1 pitch. Eventually did work a walk. But for Triolo not to bunt there, for it not to be signaled for Triolo to bunt there, and for Don Kelly to continue to pencil his name in to the middle of this order in the 6th hole, you get excited. Pirates have something working here. And then it's Jared freaking Triolo coming up to spoil the fun. Not even a bunt the runners over for Spencer Horwitz? Could set up even a sac fly in that situation. I know it was a 2-0 game. Does the approach change if it's a 1-0 game? It shouldn't. There are 2 guys on. 1 bunt, and you're in scoring position for Horwitz, for Gonzalez, if you get it to Henry Davis. And I know you're not talking about the 27 Yankees coming up
to try to drive in the run, but it still puts you in a better position where I feel like this team is completely left off this season where last year ended. These are the batting averages for players that returned from a year ago. O'Neal Cruz, 143. Brian Reynolds, 167 with an on-base of 211. Jared Triolo, 118. Spencer Horwitz, 091. Henry Davis, 182. The players that are bailing them out from being a tire fire offensively right now are Brandon Lau and Ryan O'Hearn. A combined 13 of 30 this year, a 443 average. Everyone else is 20 of 144. A combined 138 average for everyone else. That includes Marcelo Ozuna, just one hit in his Pirates career so far, hitting at 083. And the worst part about the Triolo thing, too, other than being 2 of 27, he has left already 4 games. He's played them all. 12 runners on base. Already. And on the first pitch, after back-to-back walks, he swings at a pitch 5 feet outside the zone. Give me a break. Greg in Youngstown will set it straight, I'm sure. Greg?
Hey, I agree with you totally, 100%, Jared Trio. Here's the problem. Why can't this guy bunt? Because he can't hit. Every time he goes up to bunt, he either messes up or they don't let him bunt. I mean, isn't that like the coaching should say, hey, listen, maybe we've got to teach this guy how to bunt a little bit? Because he can't hit worth it. You know what? I'm like you. I'm just fed up with this guy, 100%. And he's not that great of a fielder because he can't play shortstop. He is so slow laterally that he can't even play the position. So what's the use of this guy on the team?
Yeah,
really?
he really is.
Overrated.
He is the 26th man. Like, every time it seems like he comes up in a big situation, I don't know, almost every late inning situation so far for the Bucs that's mattered because of where they put him in the lineup at 6th. Like, if you bat him...
Why can't he bunt? Why can't he bunt?
I don't understand why they don't bunt him.
Issues with this dude. I mean, isn't that the manager's problem where, hey, look, I'm going to have you in practicing bunting all day until you learn how to bunt. Because if you can't bunt, you're going to be gone. And you know, they're way too nice to these guys. Like Reynolds. Reynolds should have been gone after this year. They should have just peddled him. He lost it. He's on the downslope of his career. And this guy can't hit either. It just... They have too many dead, wasteful bodies on this team that can't hit.
Thanks, Greg. They have already left 40 men on base through the first 4 games of the season. I don't know for sure, but I can pretty confidently say, without looking at it, that has to be the most in all of baseball, right? I mean, they left 9 guys on in that second game of the year against the Mets, where they ultimately blew it in extra innings. And... at least right now, you're getting great pitching from everyone outside of Skeens. And I think we all think that it's just that was just an aberration. That was a one-off. That was an outlier for Paul Skeens, right? Keller, 6 strong innings, no runs, 3 strikeouts, game 2. Majinski went 4 1/3, career high 8 strikeouts. Ashcraft goes the longest he's ever gone in an outing in the major league, 6 innings, gives up just 2 runs. Strikeout numbers weren't high, but whatever. You give up only 2 runs over 6 innings. That's a quality start. Quality start from Keller. Quality start from Ashcraft. It's not dubbed, quote-unquote, a quality start from Majinski, but still 4 1/3, and he gives up just 2 for a guy that's your 5th starter. It's a pretty good outing. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service. Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Fan Weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. You looking to retire soon? Well, let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. There is a lot of rain in the forecast coming up over the next few weeks, over the next few days. 40% chance of rain tonight in the overnight hours. 95% chance of rain tomorrow. 50% chance of rain Thursday. There's a 50% chance of rain during the home opener. That's expected to start right at 2:30 and continue into the 4:12 scheduled first pitch time. Listen to the Pop and Joe Show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle and Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday. 937thefan.com contesting page. You can check it out on our new and improved, updated website at 937thefan. 412-928-9370. We will continue with your Pirates thoughts and comments coming up next. Because Jared Triolo has been a lightning rod of Pirate talk, and we've discussed a lot about Oneil Cruz, there is one player who is slipping under the radar right now where the money is not meeting the reality of how this player should be playing on an everyday basis. What does that mean? Find out next. Austin Bechtold in for Pomp and Joe, 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pittsburgh Penguins with a crucial win yesterday over the New York Islanders. They won 8-3 in that one, improving them, going to second place in the Metropolitan Division standings. They've got 90 points right now in the standings. Penguins also scored their most goals in one period, with 5 in the second period from yesterday's game. And Sidney Crosby now has 1,100 assists. He is 8th all-time among NHL players with that total. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Ready to upgrade the windows and doors in your home? Now is your chance to win $5,000 towards your purchase at 84 Lumber's brand new Anderson Windows and Doors showroom in Mount Lebanon. Mark your calendar. Visit the showroom at 1675 Washington Road on April 9th from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. to view Anderson's full product line and enter for your chance to win $5,000 towards your windows and doors. For more information, visit 84lumber.com and follow along on Facebook.
Hey guys, Donnie Football here. I know a couple of people on GLP-1s, and I get why people are now starting to add Awaken 180 into their program, because at first, great. Appetite's down, you're losing weight. Now it feels like, all right, here we go. But for some people, it can turn into, oh man, I thought this would go faster. My results have stalled. My stomach's off. I don't feel great. Now what? And honestly, that makes sense. If you didn't really change what you eat, just the amount of it, that's only going to take you so far. And trust me, I get why people go on GLP-1s. I'm not anti-GLP-1. What I'm saying is, if you're on the meds and you want to feel better, keep the results moving, and teach you how to keep the weight off after, talk to Awaken 180. You've already got momentum. You took a step to get healthy. Now add in the part that helps you finish the job while enjoying the ride. Free support for life with the solution for weight loss online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Need water heater experts? Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater.
Looking for insurance you can trust? At Neophis Insurance Group, they're proud to partner with Nationwide Insurance to bring you dependable coverage backed by one of the most recognized names in the industry. From auto and home to business protection, their team works with you to find the right policy for your needs and your budget. Call Neophis Insurance Group today and experience the confidence of coverage powered by Nationwide. 412-364-3388 or online at neophisinsurance.com.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
Get off the couch and get moving. 2 Men in a Truck Pittsburgh is hiring movers and drivers now. If problem solving and making people happy is who you are, we want you on our team. Visit careers.2men.com.
2 Men in a
The latest advancement for thinning hair and hair loss is now at New Image Hair Clinic. It's called laser hair therapy, and you could try it for free. Simply call today at 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com to schedule your free evaluation. In as little as 1 hour, they can help determine the possible reasons for your hair loss and if the laser hair therapy is for you. Call now and KDKA listeners can receive 2 weeks of laser treatments for free. Certain restrictions apply, so call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, Penguins fans, turn $10 into $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using the bonus code PIT150. Then place a $10 hockey bet. You'll get $150 in bonus bets in addition to your winnings if your first bet lights the lamp. Steel City fans know greatness when they see it. It's right here on the ice and in the app. With BetMGM, every game's a power play at your fingertips. Download the BetMGM app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code PIT150. Don't sit on the bench for this one. Jump on the ice and take your shot today. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Nicholas Callis here with your fan headlines powered by Bowser. The Pittsburgh Pirates losers yesterday 2-0 against the Cincinnati Reds in the first game of that three-game series. The second game of three will be played tonight at 6:40. Coverage on the Fan begins at 5:45 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show, so listen on the radio or listen on the free Odyssey app. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's hour number 2 with neither Pop nor Joe. It's Austin Bechtold.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, more Pop Papiani and Joe Starkey.
I say bring it.
It's the Pop and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
You guys had Phillips kind of on his heels there with the 2 walks to start the ninth. What do you kind of feel like you guys could have done differently in terms of just the at-bats after those 2 walks to just kind of take advantage of that opportunity?
Yeah, continue to battle there, with the 2 walks. And, I think with, Tree going up, first pitch, slider, sweeper didn't look like it was pretty close. But just trying to go for the win there. I think that with, just continuing to stay within ourselves, I think that's the thing. When you start to press, you start getting outside of the approach, and that's what it looked like to me after those 2 walks.
That's Don Kelly, who I like and think did some good things last year to earn the job. And there was a report a couple of days ago that was out, I think it was from Jason Mackey, Pirates Insider, that said that he had bypassed other gigs, other opportunities, other managerial interviews and job requests and stuff like that to stick it out with the Pirates. This is the job that he wanted. And somebody who was a guy that a lot of people at least wanted to talk to and interview, well respected throughout baseball. He says the ball was way outside in the Jared Triolo pitch, and Triolo was just trying to win the game. What? Jared Triolo in his career. So win the game would effectively mean hit a ball either. You're not scoring Ryan O'Hearn from first unless you have a ball that just dies in the corner. So maybe he's talking about a home run. Jared Triolo in his major league career has hit 19 home runs over now 4 seasons. It's his 4th major league season. So he is not the guy that's going up there to win you the game at the plate. He's someone that has to assist in someone else winning you the game, especially when it's not a 1-run game and just a little seeing eye single or a little bloop can get it done for you. For the guy that is already struggling this year with just 2 hits and 17 at-bats. But somebody else who is having a very, very difficult start to the season is the man being paid the most money of anyone on this franchise. That's Brian Reynolds. An 8-year, $106.75 million contract extension that was signed in April of 2023. Brian Reynolds is making $14.25 million this year. And what has he done to show for it? Through, 4 games. I get it. Small sample size. 3 hits and 18 at-bats with 1 walk and 8 strikeouts. He's hitting 167 for the guy hitting 3rd in your order. No extra base hits, 8 strikeouts, 167 slugging percentage, and a grounded into a double play that also has helped eliminate the Pirates' threat of base runners. Reynolds a year ago has statistically his worst season in baseball. 16 home runs, 73 RBIs, hit 245, lowest average of his career. Not really counting the COVID year, hit 189. It was a weird season, just strange. So throw out the COVID year. On base percentage, lowest it's ever been at 318. Slugging percentage, lowest it's ever been at 402. OPS, lowest it's ever been by a mile. Went from an all-star in 2024, 791 to 720. Is at 377 currently at the moment. 18 at-bats, just 3 hits. If anyone is going to pick it up in this lineup and be the catalyst for the returning players, because Brandon Lau has hit, Ryan O'Hearn has performed. Those guys combined, hitting 443. Found that good number from Christian on Twitter. Everyone else is hitting 138 combined. Includes Marcell Ozuna. How is this offense supposed to take off? How is this offense supposed to find any rhythm when in the middle of your order, the way that this lineup has been constructed, and sure, there's no consistency yet. They've only played 4 games. But with Cruz leading off hitting 143 and looking like he had an uncompetitive at-bat late in the game last night, swung at 2 pitches, saw 3, all 3 were strikes, and just doesn't look that interested at the plate. You follow that up with Lau, who's your best hitter right now, then Reynolds and Ozuna, then O'Hearn. You can't find any rhythm, any consistency when, Lau gets on base, then who comes up? Brian Reynolds to do nothing. Or Ozuna to do nothing. Then O'Hearn gets a base hit. Here comes Jared Triolo. The way that this lineup has been constructed and the way that they just flat out haven't played and performed. Sometimes it's just about the Jimmies and Joes, more so than the X's and O's, and where you construct the lineup. And sure, we can bitch and complain about where Jared Triolo is all the time. 1 RBI for Brian Reynolds, and it was because of a nice little, what would you call it, 25, 30 mile an hour dribbler up the left field line in extra innings a couple of games ago. He's done nothing. Cruz has done nothing. I don't think you can just blame the hitting coach for this. Maybe it's just the fact that your players are not performing well enough. And I know, 4 games, 1-3 to start. No one seems like they've improved yet. Emmanuel and Carnegie joins the show. Hi, Emmanuel.
Hey, man. Before the season started, I cautioned y'all to pump the brakes just a little bit because, everybody been talking about batter lineup protection. Cruz and Reynolds are combined, I think, 5 of 32. And then Trio, I talked about him before the season as well. The best shortstop we have is in the minor league right now.
Yeah, he is.
And 3 weeks, a month, that's not going to change his development. I say he should be brought up since day one. Let him go through his growing pains. That's the best way he's going to become the best batter at the shortstop position by the season ends. We're holding him back, and I think we cost us a game yesterday. I think we lost one game.
By not having Griffin up.
By not having Griffin up in place of Trillo. So we're probably going to go 500. I picked us 500. It's still early in the season. There's still room for optimism. The acquisitions we brought in outside of Arizona is doing really, really good. But Reynolds and Cruz has started to become a little bit of a concern the last year and a half.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Well,
here's the thing, too. You expect, I thought Brian Reynolds, and look, maybe he's historically a slow starter, too. Reynolds has never been, outside of that year they started 20-8, when he had, I think, 5 home runs in the first 2 or 3 weeks of the season, was leading baseball in home runs, and was just on a tearing path. He's having a really good start to the year. We haven't seen Brian Reynolds start off great. But when you factor in the types of at-bats that these guys are having, too, it's not like Cruz is working long at-bats, fighting off 3-2 pitches. It's not like Reynolds is going deep into counts and getting close to walks. Same thing with Triolo. I think Henry Davis, out of that entire group, has had the best at-bats. And he is even batting 182. He's put a charge into the ball. He's not striking out nearly as much. Yeah, I'm looking for silver linings here. But out of Cruz, Reynolds, throw Horwitz in there too, Davis, and Triolo, the best at-bats have been had by Henry Davis. And that might be a hard conversation to have. Harry, would you agree with that? That Henry Davis has had the best at-bats out of all those guys so far? Reynolds, the amount of times he struck out looking this year, I think, is already at 4.
Yeah.
Cruz, these guys are just not swinging at good pitches. And it seems like they're completely in between or just lost at the plate to start.
Cruz's approach, I'm not going to scrutinize it too much. I don't know. Reynolds is the one that looks the most lost out of anybody. But I would agree that Henry Davis has definitely a better approach. I like what I've seen out of him. He just seems more confident. He seems more sturdy, especially what he's doing defensively. He just looks like all around he's taking more professional approaches to how he's playing.
412-928-9370. This is the hot topic right now. People want to talk Bucko baseball. Matt's in Greensburg. Now he's on the fan. What's up, Matt?
Hey, what's up, Lawrence?
Hey, man.
Hey, I just think we need to pump the brakes. We're 4 games in. I like, I talked to Zan Grilly the other night. I like Cruz's approach. I know he got a lot of stuff for game 1, but he worked 3 full counts that game. Had a ball 4 overturned by Peralta on the ABS. And Reynolds, aside from that 1 year, he has always started pretty slow. So we're like 12, 15, 18 at bats in, and you can't have it both ways. So you're either looking at small sample or you're not, because Griffin, he should probably be the starting shortstop, and they set him down for a small sample size, 25 games in spring. And I just think I don't even start looking at batting average till 50 games, 60 games in. And I just think take a step back. The Mets are probably a top 3 team in the NL.
Top
and
3
Chase
team
Burns
in the
is
NL? In terms of spending, they are, but in terms of, look how they collapsed last year, just won 83 games and fell apart, and the Reds got into the playoffs because of it.
Sure, they collapsed, but they're a lot better this year, I think, with what they added to their bullpen. So,
Matt,
I'm just saying, like, yeah.
If I may, look, it's like we're looking at 4 games this season, but they have patterns that they're already showing that they showed last season and the season before, which is why I think we're all getting out ahead of this now. The runners left on base thing going on is a thing they did last season. Not picking up their pitchers. Like Mitch Keller threw 6 scoreless innings on Saturday, and they didn't win the game because they left a ginormous, an elf reference there, a ginormous amount of runners on base. It's things we've seen. It's more than just 4 games.
I agree, but like what I talked with Zangrilli, the power was there game 1. They have 12 hits game 2. It's not last year. The feel was different. Going 1 run on 3 hits, eking out a run, and no run support. I feel like this is a little bit different, where it's like, what do they have? 4 home runs in game 1 and 12 hits game 2. I just feel like it feels like a professional lineup. I'm not panicking. It feels like the lineup is way deeper. We're not dealing with G1 Bay after Canario 5-6.
Yeah,
like we had to watch the last 2 years. Like on
paper it's better, Matt, but so far performance-wise, eye test-wise, outside of game 1, where has the power been? The power has been Brandon Lau with 3 home runs in 4 games. Ryan O'Hearn with 1.
I know. I'm just, it's like 45 degrees this weekend. Like I'm willing to wait a couple weeks to when the weather gets warmer, and I just think that the offense is going to come. Like I said, maybe I'm too optimistic. I like most of the moves, and I still think Triolo is a guy where I want Griffin at short and I want Triolo kicked at third. And the Nick Gonzalez experiments I'm tired of seeing them, and like you said, I like Henry Davis's approach. His approach has probably been the best so far.
It has, and that's saying something, man. I appreciate it. Good for Davis, bad for everyone else. When the first overall pick that many people were already ready to dub a bust, which I wouldn't blame you if you did. His defense is great, but he hasn't been able to show an ability to hit. Callis mentioned that game on Saturday, and I had to double-check this, triple-check this, and look again. With runners in scoring position, the Pirates were 2 for 18, and they left 17 guys on base in that game for Mitch Keller.
Exactly.
The game they lost 4-2.
Not good.
So you're just repeating trends that were already seen last year. And if it wasn't for Brandon Lau, and it wasn't for Ryan O'Hearn and their hot start so far, you'd be looking at exactly what the case was last year, where you got crushed by Miami, a bad team. And going into the home opener, you get throttled by New York. What was that? Didn't they get 7 runs off Mitch Keller in that game, too? I don't think that'll happen for Keller in the opener against the Orioles this week. But, man, there are just some alarming trends that have continued from year to year. That's all we're saying.
I think he cited some homers, too. Lau had half the homers for the Pirates.
Right. Lau has 3 of the, I think, 5 home runs they have.
So he was on, but, what about everybody else?
O'Hearn has the other. No one else has hit a home run this year. Reynolds hasn't. Cruz hasn't. Triolo surely hasn't. Gonzalez hasn't. Ozuna hasn't.
But, again, it's true. It's not even about the home runs necessarily. It was my point there. My point was, you're not getting what I feel like are comfortable at bats from these players. It's not about hitting the home runs. There are a lot of hitters that don't look comfortable, and that's not good.
Not at all. And I'm sure it's the beginning of March, but you want to have that debate and argument? O'Neill Cruz was in the World Baseball Classic. Ben Cherington made it out to be this huge hoopla that he was in the WBC. We weren't able to work on his defense. Yeah, he's been an outfielder since the back end of 24. Stop with that nonsense. And Brian Reynolds is in, year 8 of his major league career? Too many excuses. Perform. Here's Tiffany in Slippery Rock. Hi, Tiffany.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you guys?
We're great, Tiffany. What's on your mind today?
Okay, a couple things. First, I would love to give a shout out to you two and Waynesburg University.
Yeah.
Austin Bechtold, Nick Callis, Donnie Football, Jack Hillgrove, Logan Arblaster, the list goes on and on. I love 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh Sports Radio. You guys are awesome, but Waynesburg University just contributes significantly to the success of this station. So go you guys.
Pumping out talent, baby.
Thanks,
Go
Stephanie.
Jackets.
Yes, and regarding the Pittsburgh Pirates, I am a huge baseball fan, huge Pittsburgh Pirates fan. Love the conversation you're having this morning. And I just, simplistically speaking, shoulda, coulda, woulda. Shoulda traded Cruz, could do better without Triolo in the lineup or on the field, and would have been way better off with Kutch as DH. Don't know what Ozuna is doing, a whole lot of nothing. And I think that's all I have to say about that.
Thanks, Tiffany.
And kudos to you guys. Good job. I love the show.
Appreciate the kind words. Hey, the other thing about the Triolo thing, sure, they're playing him at short, but let's have this hypothetical discussion as if he was playing at third. There was talk about Paredes from the Astros. Will they trade for Beatty? Will they trade for Vientos? Who's going to be the third baseman on this team? Gonzalez could play short just until Connor Griffin is here. Maybe that's in a week. Maybe it's in 2 weeks. Maybe it's in a month. Maybe it's in 2 months. Whatever. The fact that Jared Triolo is in this lineup, I feel like is a talking point that I know I brought up a couple of times, but it wasn't discussed enough in spring training. Watch what this guy did just a year ago. And I know he had one good month, but isn't that the trick that people tried to make with Ke'Bryan Hayes for, I don't know, a solid portion of his career? Well, look how good he hit at the end of 2023. Maybe he can finally put it together. Maybe this is the Ke'Bryan Hayes that has just been waiting for the breakout. The 2020 Ke'Bryan Hayes. Maybe that's the guy. Jared Triolo a year ago. And these are a consistent amount of at-bats. April, Jared Triolo had 36 at-bats. He hit 250. May, 52 at-bats. He hit 135. June, in 40 at-bats, he hit 200. In July, 50 at-bats, 180. August, he played considerably more. 92 at-bats. He hit 315. Okay, good for him. How did he follow that up? 100 at-bats in September, hit 240. So maybe the Jared Triolo believers and backers would say, if you play him every day, he's just naturally going to figure it out.
Dude, but there's no pressure in those games. There was no pressure in those games late in the season.
Meaningless games.
Like, you can, like, I could go up and have comfortable at bats in an exhibition. Like, it's not difficult, I think, when you're that relaxed than it would be when you're at the beginning of a season and you've got to set a tone. And these guys can't hit in the clutch.
He's a career .234 hitter with a .318 on-base percentage, an OPS of .661. You could have done better with Isaac Paredes. You could have done better with Beatty. You could have done better with 40-year-old Aramis Ramirez a couple of years ago when they brought him back. Remember those runs?
Nick Gonzalez.
Then Jared Triolo, who couldn't hit a beach ball if you put it on a tee for him to hit it out there in the ninth inning. He's still going to pitch 5 feet outside the zone.
But not even like an acquisition. Like, the Pirates could be fine with Nick Gonzalez playing third. I've maintained that opinion pretty strongly through February and March. Like, he is a third baseman. It's fine. I think that he's taking pretty solid approaches at the plate as well. It's Triolo playing shortstop that is creating a significant issue.
Nick Faribault joins the show in just about 10 minutes. Dave is in Wexford. Hi, Dave.
How are you guys?
Good, Dave.
Good. Hey, you know what? If you want consistency, then you have to put guys in consistent positions. Now, I'm not talking about positions in the field, but if you expect somebody, look at all the really good teams in Major League Baseball, and even the average teams in Major League Baseball, the teams that are competing for playoff spots, they bat in the same position in the lineup every single night.
Yeah.
They don't jump from hitting leadoff to batting sixth to batting eighth and then back to the leadoff position. They bat in the same position every single game. And I know we're 4 games in, but you can't expect a guy from going to the sixth position to hitting leadoff and then back to sixth. You put pressure on these guys to perform in positions that they're not used to hitting to. There's a different approach to hitting leadoff than there is to hitting sixth. And if you want consistency, you'll do it. And you'll put these guys in the same position every single night. You cannot continue to do this crap. And it's the same thing with the Pirates. And it's the same thing with every manager who manages for the Pirates. Shelton did the same thing.
Thanks, Dave. I think it was more excessive with Shelton. Like, you were talking legitimately a different lineup every single time. Now, they did last night run back the lineup that they ran on opening day. It took Derek Shelton, I think, over 2 months for them to run out the same lineup. Like consecutive days or what? They just never did it. Ever. Now, look, maybe we should pump the brakes a little bit. It is just 4 games. Maybe we're overreacting. But this is just what you do when you live and die on 162 with your baseball club, right? Here's
No,
Chan.
we're not overreacting.
I don't think we are. I think
we're not overreacting.
We're picking up on trends that are following for players who have been here for years.
Yes.
Cruz, who... Poor Kevin Kiermaier's never going to get a job coaching in baseball because he trained O'Neal Cruz, apparently. They had these great workout sessions on how to play center field from Kevin Kiermaier, a Gold Glover who was great with the Rays. And if someone's teaching something from the Rays, you know they have to be pretty good, outside of when Derek Shelton was the Rays hitting coach. And O'Neal Cruz, first game, loses the ball in the sun, doesn't have any sunglasses on, and comes in 3 feet on a ball that ended up being 5 feet over his head.
You used to talk to Derek Shelton regularly on this show.
On the Derek Shelton show, yeah. I was really hoping today would be the first day of the Donnie Kelly show. I don't know if that's happening or not.
I didn't hear anything.
It'd be cool if it would be. Maybe it will. I'm not sure, but half hour from now is when we usually had the Shelty show. Here is Chandler in Phoenix. Hi, Chandler.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good, man.
Man, every time Dave was saying something about the lineup, I was just saying, thank you, Dave. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. I agree.
Why in the world would you have Triolo ever bat first, and then why would you ever have him bat right behind Ozuna, especially in the ninth inning? And I want to get to that, too, because, like, you get Ozuna on base, and then you keep Ozuna on base. The whole time I'm saying, put Mangum on. He doesn't go in. And then Triolo comes up to bat, and I'm still saying, put Mangum in. And they keep Triolo in. 3 strikes. The first one wasn't even close. I don't know what Donnie Kelly was talking about when he was saying he's trying to win the game.
I'm glad that you brought something up, at least regarding this topic, Chandler, because there was something that I didn't get to that I wanted to. They brought Billy Cook in with 2 outs to pinch run for Ryan O'Hearn. Why not bring him in when O'Hearn reaches immediately? Like, why are you bringing Billy Cook in with 2 outs to pinch run? He's the tying run, yes, but why are you doing it in that situation?
I can answer that. With 2 outs, he's going to run on contact, so he's going to get a better jump than O'Hearn would have.
But why not?
More likely to score on hitting the gap.
Already make that change defensive, or that change on the bases, put Billy Cook in, have him on base in a bunt situation where if you're so concerned about Ryan O'Hearn, maybe in that situation too, running-wise,
it's more likely that they would score the 2 runs with less than 2 outs, but once there's 2 outs, you have to have him score or you lose.
That is true. I'm just surprised by the timing of that, Chandler, and I cut you off.
And when I don't know if I'm still on, but when you still, like, the lineups are a problem, and then just Donnie Kelly's decisions are just confusing. Like, you put Hunter Barco in, who is a known starting pitcher. You put him in a high-leverage situation as a reliever in extra innings. He sucks in the first one that he pitches, and then you throw him out again, and he just messes up the game. And then the Pirates have a lead in Game 3 against the Mets, and then you put Jose Urquidy, who was horrible in spring. The velocity is down. I texted my brothers. I'm like, this guy's going to give up the game, and he just about did by 2 feet. Like, the decisions are just confusing. The lineups don't make sense. I mean, there has to be some sort of consistency. You got to put guys in the right spots.
Are you saying Hunter Barco sucked? I'm sorry. I just want to clarify that.
I think, yeah, he gave up a ton of hits. I mean, were it not for some amazing defensive plays, I think he was in a very bad situation.
Against the Mets on Saturday, he also escaped a bases-loaded, nobody-out situation. I don't think he should have gone out for the next inning because he was probably exhausted. That's high intensity, but, like, you know, like he did not do a bad job for where he was put in.
I think he was put in a situation that he's never experienced before and he should have never been in.
I do agree with that, Chandler, and I appreciate the call. Nick Farabaugh is at the NFL owners meetings, GM meetings, head coach meetings. They're all there in Phoenix, Arizona. Mike McCarthy just spoke. Do we have another update on Aaron Rodgers? Have we learned anything about where the Steelers are going in the first round of the NFL draft? That and much more with Steelers insider Nick Farabaugh coming up. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You can watch the show on Twitter at 937thefan on Twitter. Check us out there. You can also text us. The text line has been absolutely jumping today at 928-9370. The same number that you call us on, you can also text us on at that number. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Right now, here's a message from Joe Starkey.
Selling a home can be a little stressful, so it's important that you choose the right real estate agent that can make the selling process simple and stress-free. Anna wanted to sell her home in the South Hills, reached out to Gina and her team for help, and it's another 5-star review for Gina because Anna said Gina and her team walked her through the entire selling process and took away all the stress of selling her home. It can be very stressful, as you know. Anna said Gina and her team quick to answer any question in an honest and professional manner, years of experience, knowledge of the market. Gina and her team were able to sell Anna's home for over $800,000. You can't lose. Gina sits down with you. You agree on a price and a deadline. Deadline passes. Home isn't sold. Gina will have it bought and turned into a rental. So if you're in the Pittsburgh area, you're ready to sell your home or buy one, call my friend Gina of RE/MAX Select Realty. Call Gina, 724-602-9752. Google GM of RE/MAX Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Nicholas Callis here with your fan headlines powered by Bowser. The Pittsburgh Penguins' big win yesterday over the New York Islanders, an 8-3 victory for them, moving them back up to second place in the Metropolitan Division. They've got 90 points. The Penguins also scored 5 goals in the second period. That's the most goals they scored in one period this season. And Sidney Crosby got an assist that moved him to 1,100, 8th among players in history with on the all-time assists list. Penguins at home against the Detroit Red Wings tonight at 7 o'clock. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. Call McVeigh today.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
3 NFC West teams this year will be legit Super Bowl contenders. The reigning champion Seahawks, the Rams, and the Niners. And if you look at the Week 1 schedule, Seattle definitely has the advantage to start. Playing the opening game on a Wednesday, giving them more rest heading into Week 2, while the Niners and Rams have to play each other in Australia in Week 1. Early advantage to the Seattle Seahawks. I'm Nick Costos.
Springfest is happening now at Lowe's. Keep the spotlight on your yard with Stay Green Premium 2 cubic foot mulch, 5 bags for $10. Plus, when you want more help indoors, get up to 40% off select major appliances that help you supercharge your chores. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid to 4/22 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for details. Mulch offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
America, look around. Everywhere you go, prices are still high, rates have been whipsawing markets, and the debt and spending don't exactly scream stability. Experts say diversifying with intention is the #1 secret account that all American smart money uses to hedge against instability. Monetary Gold has been around since 2000, witnessing multiple economic setbacks. If you call now, Monetary Gold will cover up to a lifetime of your IRA fees on qualified accounts. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
When it comes to protecting what matters most, you deserve more than just a policy. Root for Your Insurance is a family-owned agency that takes the time to understand your unique needs, whether you're protecting your home, business, employees, or the people you love. They don't just sell insurance and disappear. They explain your coverage, offer guidance, and help you make confident, informed decisions. Root for Your Insurance. Insurance services that go above and beyond. Visit rootforyour.com today and experience the difference a trusted partner can make.
Dollar Bank's best sale of the year is now extended until April 11th. All loans, all terms. No dream is too big for this sale. Ready to fix your kitchen? Make that major purchase? Simplify bills? We can turn your dream into reality with affordable borrowing solutions tailored to your needs. Don't miss our best sale of the year. The Dollar Bank loan sale ends soon. Save big at dollar.bank/loan sale. Dollar Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
SpringFest means more sun, more fun, and more free at Lowe's. Keep your yard in line with an additional free Ego 56-volt battery when you buy a select Ego mower, trimmer, or blower. Plus, keep landscaping fresh with Stay Green 1 cubic foot garden soil, 5 bags for $10. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 4/8 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Soil offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm of LGKG. When our fellow Western Pennsylvanians suffer terrible injuries, tragic losses, and immense financial hardships through no fault of their own, who fights for them, Joe?
We do, Larry. That's where LGKG comes in, holding the negligent accountable for the pain and suffering they cause.
History, trust, and results.
And success. More than 200 million recovered and over 10,000 clients served. That's the LGKG story.
At LGKG, we stop at nothing for justice. At LGKG, we try cases, and insurance companies know it.
Hey, it's Andrew Filippone for my guys at Comer & Cross. With warmer weather, right now is the right time to call Comer & Cross at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Before that schedule fills up, your new Comer & Cross garage floor will transform your garage in just one day. And take it from me, you will love it. Comer & Cross makes it so simple. They take all the stuff out of the garage for you. They can even make it secure on site. They'll fix your cracks and pits in your garage perfectly. In one day, you're driving on your gleaming new Comer & Cross garage floor. It is an incredible experience. So take advantage of Comer & Cross's great offer right now, the gold standard, a garage floor that's never going to chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever again. And these are pros, not subcontractors. So call Comer & Cross for your free, quick, and easy estimate before that schedule fills up. Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or just say, hey, Siri, call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR to speak to them. We're going to COMERcross.com.
Hi, I'm Andy.
And I'm Kristen.
And we're a Henny couple.
I met Juliet through Andy and found out she worked at Henny Jewelers. I came in and found my dream diamond, and Juliet helped us create the perfect ring.
It was an amazingly personal experience for both the engagement ring and our wedding bands. I couldn't find any other jeweler who could beat the value.
If you're looking for a jeweler you can trust that treats you like family, Henny Jewelers is it. Check them out at hennyjewelers.com or follow them on social.
Henny Jewelers. They'll be your jewelers for life.
Here's how it usually goes. You buy something to install at home, you open the instructions, and suddenly your whole Saturday is gone. Skip all that. Right now, Guardian Protection is offering free professional installation with the purchase of a security system. That means no tools, no frustration, just experts who set everything up the right way right from the start. From intrusion and fire protection to smart cameras, it's all handled for you. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN today. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, it's Andrew Filippone for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook partner of 93.7 The Fan. Big hits get even bigger with Dinger Tuesdays on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge. Customers choose their own reward every Tuesday to use on MLB bets. How will you play your game? Option 1, the bet reset. Use this on your wager and you'll get refunded in bonus bets if your bet loses. Option 2, a 50% profit boost. Make your bet, activate the profit boost, and if it hits, that's extra winnings at no cost. Make your choice, and the reward will be ready to use on your next MLB bet. The guy that I think is most likely to hit a home run this Tuesday, Brandon Lau, as he has gotten off to a very good start as a Bucko. The 2 homers he hit on opening day. Visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to choose your reward for MLB bets every Dinger Tuesday. FanDuel, an official partner of MLB. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Rewards are now withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hear that? That's the sound of a car rolling into Valvoline Instant Oil Change. The sound of another savvy driver getting an oil change from trained pros. The sound of not having to leave your car while we quickly change your oil. At Valvoline Instant Oil Change, there's no hassle with appointments or dealer wait times. That's one smart bell.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Cloudy with a shower this afternoon. The high 67.
Weather brought to you by Staples. From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in-store and online. Staples. That was easy.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Nick, it's a pleasure to have you. I don't believe we've ever spoken before. You're a recent graduate of Slippery Rock. Am I right about that?
No. And he is currently looking at a lot of rocks, a lot of mountain ranges. Whatever goes on in the desert is what Nick Farabaugh is looking at the NFL owners' meetings in Arizona. He joins us from there now. Hello, Nick. I'm guessing it's like 95 degrees.
It will be. It's only 8:40 in the morning here, so it's not too hot yet. It's only about 80-something right now. The sun's not out either. It's overcast, so I'm not getting beat down by the sun. You are right. There are mountains right over there. There are some palm trees here. There's cactuses. I mean, it's very deserty. That's how I would describe it. It's very different from Pittsburgh, from what I hear.
Nick Farabaugh on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Nick covers the Steelers for Penn Live, where it is currently, Nick, 71 degrees in Pittsburgh, but it's about to rain for the rest of the week, so you have some fun to look forward to when you get back. Now, it seems like Mike McCarthy really has a lot of fun talking to Aaron Rodgers. I see a tweet put out there by Kabali that says that McCarthy said during the media availability that just wrapped up, he talked to Aaron Rodgers last night. Kabali says that those two talk more than him and his wife talk.
Yeah, they do talk a lot, pretty constantly. It seems like they talk a lot about old memories of what happened during their days in Green Bay. That was
reminiscing.
McCarthy told us. Yeah, talking about specific plays, and I think they nerd out about, obscurely deep football stuff, like the science and stuff behind it. Real football guys. And then they talk about personal stuff as well, and I'm sure McCarthy's going to be like, I bet you didn't hit these spots in Pittsburgh, and, all that. And it does seem like that they have a really good stream of conversation going here, and that's very regular. So it seems like, McCarthy probably has a pretty good pulse on this situation. I would say that's pretty fair.
Biggest takeaway from McCarthy's media availability today was?
It's kind of interesting. We were all over the place. We asked about a bunch of questions. We had two sessions with him because the local had one with him yesterday too, and we kind of talked a lot yesterday more about quarterbacks and his evaluation process. I will say, I think the biggest thing I learned this week about McCarthy was how he evaluated the quarterback position. The physical tools matter more than anything. Big size, big hands, long arms. You need to play in the cold. You need to play in the winter of Pittsburgh. Like, that is a big thing. It's going to be different than what you saw in Dallas. I do think one of the big takeaways from the press conference today, and it really has been, all throughout the offseason, is I just do not think this Will Howard stuff is smoke. I think they're completely real about it. He praised Will Howard effusively today, and Mike DeFaber did a great job asking him, what does he need to improve upon? And he said winning from the pocket and, processing defenses and all of that, the hardest part of playing the position. But he's got all the physical traits. And he wouldn't have been a sixth-round pick if McCarthy were there. I think that's one of these takeaways where just around the quarterback position is, they clearly think that they have a very good developmental prospect on their hands already, Will Howard. But also, I think they're going to look for another one. McCarthy basically said as much yesterday that he would be very interested probably in a mid-round quarterback. So I think you're probably going to see pretty well-rounded quarterback room. You know, if it's Aaron Rodgers coming back, you're probably still going to see him draft another one in the middle round somewhere.
Well, doesn't that just completely contradict what he just said, Nick? Like, if he believes in Will Howard so much and he thinks he's this great quarterback that might be the answer to for the Steelers' future, why would they draft a quarterback in the middle rounds that, at least from maybe a narrative perspective or people that are even in the draft room might say, hey, we drafted this guy in the 3rd round or the 4th round. We're not going to have him start or play more over the guy that is maybe the 3rd string quarterback right now and the one that was drafted in the 6th round? That doesn't make much sense to me.
So here's the thing. I think that Mike McCarthy and really Omar Khan believe in the theory of throwing as many resources at a position of weakness as possible. And so you get more bites at the apple. It's just kind of, if you have a higher quantity, you have a bigger chance of potentially just hitting on one of them. That's kind of where I think they're coming from here is, why have one when you can have two? And really what I think people maybe aren't thinking enough about is Mason Rudolph vulnerable? I think that's maybe one of the takeaways here is, you know, when we talk about quarterbacks this year, it's all about Rodgers, it's all about Will Howard, it's all about, you know, the prospects in the 26th class. We don't hear a lot of Mason Rudolph talk, and I understand, you know, we know what he is, but I do think there's a real possibility they draft someone in the middle rounds and you're backups for Howard in the rookie. Like, I think that is a wholly likely scenario that could absolutely happen. Rudolph's going to have to battle for his spot. And so that's one thing to think about. You know, it's not like he's a roster lock. And so what I think that they're kind of hitting at here is, if you can develop two guys and you like two guys in there, maybe one of them hits, maybe neither of them do. But we have 12, you know, they have 12 draft picks. And I think that's one thing that they talk a lot about this week is there are so many draft picks that they have that they can hit on so many different needs. And quarterback's one of them. I think that they feel like they would be remiss to not take a dart throw on somebody with one of those picks. And so that's kind of the philosophy is the quantity of picks you have, but also having more bites at the apple at that position gets you a higher likelihood of fixing that position or finding someone that maybe can slot in there. So that's always something to think about. You know, good teams, the 49ers did this a lot, you know, before Brock Purdy came along, where they would just take guys late in the draft, at quarterback, and Purdy hit. It's happened sometimes. And so I think that's a philosophy that they've kind of taken on. So that's why they would draft it.
Nick Farabaugh of Penn Live joining us. Listen to the Pop and Joe Show on demand, Apple Podcast, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcast. Sean Gentili of The Athletic coming up in 20 minutes to talk Penguins Islanders from last night and Penn's Red Wings tonight. So, Nick, did McCarthy say anything about where he would have drafted Will Howard? Did he expound upon this? Like, I just don't understand how Mike McCarthy has this love affair for this quarterback and Sean McVay didn't. Like, McVay, wouldn't he have taken him in the 5th round to just be a backup? Or Kyle Shanahan had said, ooh, we got such great value out of Brock Purdy in the 7th round. Maybe we can see a similar thing with Will Howard that quarterback guru Mike McCarthy sees. That's what I don't understand.
Yeah, I mean, he said if, you know, I was around, he wouldn't have been around in the 5th or 6th round. So that kind of leads me to believe he would have taken him in the 4th, which is kind of where everyone thought he would have gone during the draft. I think everyone thought he was going to go in the 4th round. I don't blame him for thinking that. I thought that Will Howard was about a 4th-round prospect when I watched him. And so it seems like that's where you would take him. And that's right around where you take a guy that, you know, you want to develop and see if they can become something. Maybe they become a backup. Maybe they become more. But that's kind of where, you know, I think that is. I also think McCarthy, you know, he said yesterday something I think will maybe get people a little bit worried. You know, he said sometimes, you know, I always look at the floor and the ceiling, but sometimes I really get enticed by the floor. And when it comes to Will Howard, that is immediately what I came to was this guy has a really high floor, which makes me think the pick this year is going to be a ceiling pick. So I think that Will Howard is a guy that's going to be a backup in the league for a decade at least, or maybe more. We'll see where things go and how he develops. But to me, that was the floor pick. He is a high floor prospect. That allows him now to, I think, to chase a guy with a high ceiling. So that's something that I've kind of observed, and now I believe.
Do they view Carson Beck as having a high ceiling?
I mean, they shouldn't. I don't know
they
if
shouldn't.
Do. The thing with Beck, man, is that the arm's just not. The juice in the arm is just not there anymore after the surgery. I think they like him, though. I mean, it's hard to ignore the profile of interest, right?
What's to like?
With the combine.
Other than he started 50-plus games, what is to like in Carson Beck?
I think that that's part of it. I think that they like the experience. I think that they like the kind of surety of him winning a lot of games. I think that that's something that they value. Listen, I think the kid is really smart. He does really good on the board. I think that was something that they were really impressed by at the Combine. And I think that's part of kind of why they brought him in to Pittsburgh, was to get him more on the board, see how he dissects defenses. I think he's really smart. I think that's probably a big thing for them and why they like him to a degree. But, I mean, man, the juice of the arm is just not there. He doesn't have much mobility. So, listen, I guess they could think he has a high ceiling, but I would point them and ask them, what tape were you watching?
You put something out there on Twitter that I thought was interesting, where Mike McCarthy was talking about adding quarterbacks to the roster, and Aaron Rodgers and Brett Favre as long-arm quarterbacks with big hands, Nick. We're back to the hands conversation. So Kenny Pickett would not be good in Mike McCarthy's offense, but you pointed out 3 names that fit the requirements for hand sizes?
Yeah, for hand size and arm length. Arm length is something, too. I mean, I had never really thought about arm length quarterbacks, but it's something that he talks about, long arms and big hands. And if you look at McCarthy's draft profile, guys he's picked, and he didn't pick Rodgers or Favre, but he has picked guys like Brett Hundley and some others. Even Dak fits into this, even though he didn't draft him. They fit the prototypical size, big hands, long arms. And there's a few guys that fit that. It's Cole Payton. Drew Aller fits there. I know that's big for you, Bechtold. And then Taylon Green fits that. So those are the 3 guys that jumped out. I think there were a few that just missed the thresholds I put up there, which was 31.5-inch arms and 9 3/8-inch hands. I was just doing that kind of with the Rodgers Favre measurements because that's kind of what the mean was for those 2 guys. Ty Simpson's barely off, but he doesn't have big size, right? Beck does have big size. He doesn't have great hand size, but he has prototypical size and good arm length. It seems like the physical traits of a quarterback and the pedigree that they have are going to be really big in drafting any quarterback. So to me, I don't really see them going for someone that is, say, smaller or anything like that, which does to me kind of lessen their interest in a guy like Ty Simpson.
Did McCarthy say anything about the left side of the offensive line?
Yeah, he did. He said he wanted to add young guys there. So I think that they really like Hoffman and Anderson as a competition, but I think clearly they also understand, those guys probably aren't long-term answers at that spot. Hoffman's a guy that, has had trouble keeping weight on a little bit at times, but he's nasty and mean. He's really good technically, but sometimes he can be a little undersized. Anderson has been a really good fixed offensive lineman, but I think, hasn't shown the consistency yet to get that starting gig. So I think that they're going to add someone at left guard within the first 2 days of this draft. They can find a starter, in the second or third round. It's a very deep guard class. In terms of tackle, I think that's going to be a very interesting one to watch. My feeling is they're going to draft someone probably more towards the middle rounds, not early. I think a 4th-round pick on a developmental tackle probably makes sense. I still think that they are optimistic about Broderick. With Broderick, to me, I think the neck, the actual recovery of the neck is going to be fine. It's going to be, can he get his strength up? How strong is he still going to be? How ready is he going to be physically? Is he lifting weights? I think that's a real question. All these things about, how ready is he going to be physically? So I think that comes down to that. But I do think they like Dylan Cook and what they have there. So my guess is tackle probably comes in the middle round, and you get an earlier guard there to hop into that competition, and you make it 3 guys in that competition instead of 2.
A few more minutes with Nick Fairbaugh of Penn Live, 93.7 The Fan and the Pirates. Want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball and softball showcase. Parents and coaches, send us an email, youthsports@937thefan.com. To register your 12 and under team in 93.7 The Fan may make a stop at Tier Field. It's brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel, and details are at 937thefan.com. Did he give any updates on any potential extension candidates? Nick Herbig, Joey Porter Jr., maybe a surprise guy that could be in the limelight come training camp?
It seems like the Steelers want to extend Joey Porter Jr., Nick Herbig, Keanu Benton, and Darnell Washington. I think all four of them are guys they want. I do. And I actually think they want to extend Spencer Anderson too, so maybe 5. So I think that they have a real aptitude to get these done. I would say Porter's at the front of the line. I'd say, Herbig they really want done, but that's a more complicated situation for other questions, right? Is Nick Herbig going to want to be here if he's not guaranteed a starting spot? But I think the Steelers are willing to pay him like he is one. So, yeah, I think we're going to see, a lot of extensions handed out this offseason to some of the Steelers draft picks. They really want to get some of these guys locked up, and they really like some of their young players. So, yeah, I think we could see 4 or 5 extensions, believe it or not.
Who would be right after Porter, do you think, in the likelihood to get done?
So I think Herbig would be there, but I think his is going to be tougher. My guess is the next in line would be Washington, just because of what he means to the run offense. And then I guess it would be Benton. And then you kind of have Herbig, as like the second in priority, but he's kind of this weird floating situation. And, what does Herbig want? How willing is he to sign? What price does he want? How high are the Steelers willing to go? So, Herbig's the one I can't quite put my finger on. But my guess is the hierarchy is something like Porter, Herbig, Washington, Benton. But they all want those done. But I do think there's, a tier, 1, where they're we got to get these guys done pretty much at all costs. And I feel like that's Porter and Herbig, personally.
What's the biggest NFL story outside of the Steelers that you've heard at the owners' meetings?
That I've heard? I mean, listen, dude, the talk about these replacement refs is wild.
Is it?
I think that could be a huge story. If the referees in the NFL, don't get me wrong, the refereeing is very poor, but we saw what happened last time the replacement refs came in. It was a disaster.
You think the current referees are poor, is what you said?
Yeah, I think that they are, but it's they were poor back in 2012 too, and we saw how much worse it can get. Because in 2012, it was untenable. They remember they ended the strike because of the Hail Mary, and that was something Mike McCarthy was asked about yesterday, and he kind of reflected on it, and you could just tell his expression was I hope we don't have replacement refs again. But I think that is going to be the biggest story because it could be absolute turmoil with the refereeing situation. I think that could be fairly significant. And I will say, Austin, these owner meetings are usually thorny about something. There's not really a proposal this year that's controversial. There's no tush-push. I think the Browns one was kind of laughed off by everyone, and that's why they withdrew it. But I don't think there's going to be something here that's going to, poke up thorns among people. But I do think people are very worried about their replacement refs.
What about the discussions about 18 games? Has that been brought up at all?
So it's been brought up to some of the owners. I know that, and the kind of structure that it seems like it would go is, it seems like the NFL has this already figured out. It would be 18 games, 2 bye weeks, and every team would have to play an international game.
Do we really need more international games? That's one of my pet peeves. Why do we need all these international games where you got to wake up at 9:30 to watch it, and the West Coast is get up at 6:30 a.m. for an international game? How does that work for the NFL?
Here's the thing. I think they want to dominate that morning spot. I think that's 6:30? What they want.
When half the West Coast probably isn't up yet?
Yeah, listen, the West Coast, is the West Coast, but I think the NFL wants to dominate the conversation as much as possible. So if that's an early window in the Eastern time zone, it is. And here's the thing. Their ideal is to expand into more markets. They just handed out international marketing rights yesterday to Italy. I think a few teams are like the Browns and the Saints and some others are in there. They were looking at India. They were mentioning a few other countries yesterday. They're going to continue to expand their footprint. And we're going to get games, They're in Australia this year. I think we're eventually going to get a game in Japan. I think that's going to happen at some point. We might get a game, we're going to get more European games. We're going to probably get a game in, Italy and stuff like that eventually. But they're just going to keep expanding their footprint, man, and that's what they want to do. So at some point what's going to end up happening is every single team is going to play an international game every year. And, they're going to alternate each year, losing a home game and going and basically losing a true road game. So we'll see how it goes. But absolutely, in an 18-game season, every single team will go international at least once. That is 100% going to happen.
Thank you, Nick. Appreciate the time. Safe travels back to the Berg.
Thanks for having me on, Austin. Appreciate it as always, man.
That's our guy, Nick Faribaugh of Penn Live, out at the NFL owners' meetings taking place right now in Arizona. Fan Weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. You looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. 40% chance of rain tonight, which could begin right around 11. It is currently 71 degrees in Pittsburgh with a feels like of 65. Dan Moore. All right, up next, Sean Gentili of The Athletic joins. Was last night's game the tipping point for the Penguins' season to officially 100%, not statistically, but in our minds, make the playoffs? Or does everything go back to the drawing board tonight if they lose to Detroit? That's up next. Austin Bechler with you in for Pump and Joe with a Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates were losers yesterday, 2-0 to the Cincinnati Reds. Pirates have won one of their 4 first games of the season, and they've got another one against the Reds tonight. Game 2 of that 3-game series is at 6:40. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7. The Fan will have coverage at starting at 5:45, and that's presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
As we emerge from a tough winter, it'll certainly mean a ton of home repairs this spring. But there's good news. Great home equity loan rates at Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union have already blossomed. It's Dan Zangrilli. I've been a member for a few years, and right now you can get a home equity loan for as low as 5.25% APR. Visit AllegiantFCU.org for full terms and conditions and to see if you qualify. It costs just $5 to become a member at Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, an equal housing lender.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
The NFL offseason is here, but the action never stops. The draft is right around the corner, and Heed the Call NFL podcast with Dan Hanzus and Mark Sessler is your pro football destination. Prospects, team needs, and pick-by-pick coverage of draft weekend.
Heed the Call covers all things NFL, and we have fun. No fake hot takes or boring data dumps here. Just entertaining football talk from your favorite buds at the bar.
So come hang out with the Heed the Call heroes for football news, analysis, and mirth. All the mirth. Follow and listen to the Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
Wait is over. Time for lunch. Tired of waiting for building supplies that never show? You need a reliable partner. Great projects start with great partners. Get top quality building materials delivered on time from your local expert, Reed Building Supply. They have it all. Visit reedbuildingsupply.com today.
You could file your taxes on a basic free service, which is fine. But are you okay with fine? Because when it's your money on the line, do you really want to guess if you missed a credit or hope the math is right? Get the confidence of TurboTax for free right on the Intuit Credit Karma app. Free Fed and free state for simple 1040s only. Around 37% of filers qualify. See details at turbotax.com/free. No schedules except for EITC, CTC, student loan interest, and Schedule 1A.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani.
Papiani. When I say number one Cochrane knows ball, I'm not kidding. Their annual Slam Dunk Offers event has returned to Audi Pittsburgh and Audi Washington. Get up to $40 per month toward your payments when you lease or purchase a new vehicle. Pick from our elite Audi lineup and roll with your favorite lease or finance special, like the all-new Q3 SUV, redesigned for 2026. Score your Slam Dunk offer now at Audi Pittsburgh or Audi Washington. Online at AudiPittsburgh.com and AudiWashington.com. Offer applied as a $1,000 dealer allowance toward MSRP, not redeemable for cash. Example vehicle, 2025 Audi Q755 with MSRP $76,350. Zero down payment required. New in stock only while supplies last. Tax, title, plate, license, and dock fee extra. May not stack with other offers. Ends 3/31/26.
When you see a Gravely mowing the grass, you're looking at over 100 years of ingenuity and action. You're seeing a rugged, durable machine professional lawn service companies have relied on for generations. Or maybe you see a homeowner who demands the best, cutting their own lawn like the pros, whether mowing or on a trailer between jobs. When you see a Gravely, you're seeing greatness at work. Take your lawn mowing up a notch with a Gravely. See the full line at your local dealer.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pittsburgh Penguins' big win yesterday over the New York Islanders. 8-3 final score, pushing the Penguins back up to second place in the Metro with 90 points. They also scored 5 goals in the second period of yesterday's game, the most goals they've scored in one single period this season. And Sidney Crosby now at 1,100 assists. He is 8th now all-time on the assists list in the NHL. Penguins play again tonight at 7 o'clock. They play the Detroit Red Wings at home. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now more of No Pump or Joe. It's Austin Bechtold for hour number 3. Here we go!
Here we go. They've got Pittsburgh sports on lock. It's Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey. It's powerful. The Pop and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Barzell and Brasso ahead to Mantha. He scores! The Penguins in front for the first time tonight. Anthony Mantha puts him on his back, and it's 4-3 Pittsburgh. Able to push it free to Brasso. Then Mantha backhand scores! Anthony Mantha putting on a show. Mo feeds the moment. And it's 5-3 Pittsburgh. What a period.
In a month dubbed March Madness, we got some Mo Madness last night to help the Penguins on a huge comeback, down 2-0. And they outscore the Islanders 8-1. Sets up what could be a win, and yeah, you are very, very, very likely to get into the NHL playoffs in the Eastern Conference. Austin Bechtold with you in for Joe Starkey, Bob Pompiani. The Pomp and Joe Show has been turned over to me today, with Joe not feeling well today. Hope for a speedy recovery for Joe, and back here in no time as we welcome in Sean Gentili of The Athletic. On our video feed, you can watch us on video at 937thefan.com. You can go to our YouTube page, watch us on Twitter. Callis has done a great job staying overtime hanging out with us, producing Behind the Glass. Big credit to you, Harry. And how about Sean on our video feed right now? Looking marvelous today with a Carhartt hat. Do you like my hat today, Sean? People have made fun of the hat, saying that it looks like one of those huge baseball hats that they made last year. They're like the size of like 8 feet. Does it look? It does look really big, doesn't it?
Is it a fitted or a snapback? What is that?
It's a snapback hat. Oh yeah,
it's gigantic, dude.
I only wear snapback hats. What size hat do you think Malsey wears?
I'm kind of there. Yeah, he wears an 8 3/8.
Wait, do you actually know
that? It's the size of a cinder block.
You know that he actually.
It's like
that would be
it's
great
probably closer to 8. It's closer to 8 than 7, I think. It might be like a 7 and 5/8, let's say.
So, Sean, my big takeaway today, and what I led the show with, was this. Look, I have been up and down, wishy-washy on what this Penguins season was. And I could never really get a firm read on how this was going to play out later on in the season. When you get to the thick of it, the real crunch time moments like we're in right now. So I thought last night was really the tipping point for them, either or. And the way that they came out in that second period and responded to a 2-goal deficit, count me very impressed. I still am worried about their goaltending situation moving forward, but I think that they are making the playoffs. We said it earlier, full stop, to steal a Pirates term, and that they will get in. Did last night make you think the same?
I've thought that the whole time, honestly. I know you've been down on them, especially over the last couple of weeks. It's understandable. You know, the schedule was brutal, and there were a lot of Eastern Conference teams playing well. But you got to remember these teams that they're in direct competition with. We saw it last night with the Islanders. We're going to see it tonight against the Red Wings. We've seen the Blue Jackets fall off a bit. These other teams they are competing against are not that good. And they banked enough points to stay 2 points ahead, 3 points ahead, 4 points ahead in crucial junctures like that. It's and now is part of that because the loser's point? Absolutely. But it all counts, man. And I think, you know, when you look at the competition and you look at again, the Columbus and Detroits and Islanders of the world, Boston, whatever, these are really flawed teams. And I think the fact that they stayed far enough ahead of them, you know, really throughout the course of the season to give themselves a workable bumper coming into the stretch run, I think it gave me some degree of faith in them getting it done. And, you know, last night was a huge part of that. If they lose in regulation to the Islanders, we're having a completely different conversation today, completely, right? So the margins are slim. But ultimately, I think they're the best team of that bunch. And I think we're seeing that play itself out over the you know, we're the last week or over the ensuing couple weeks.
Yeah, if they would have lost, they'd be looking at a playoff spot. You're now 3 behind the Islanders, who, sure, there's a game in hand there, but it's still an uphill battle with Columbus and the way that they've played. Do you think that they can...
Columbus is coming back to earth, too, by the way. Like they haven't been great for the last week or so. As incredible as they were from the coaching change on, like Rick Bowness is going to get Coach of the Year votes. He's been incredible. But, you know, that's not a particularly talented team either, and they've been playing down to that level over the last little bit. It happens. These are flawed teams. Over the course of 82 games, man, typically that bears itself out in one way or another.
So just very quickly veer off the path and then come back on it. Why did Vegas make a coaching change right now and think Tortorella was the right choice?
That's one of the most brutal organizations in sports, man. Like, they're owned by Bill Foley, and he's a guy who's made it clear from the jump since they came in the league that he is averse to absolutely nothing. If he thinks that there's a move out there to make that team better, he's going to make it. And we've seen that manifest itself in a bunch of ways. Like, Bruce Cassidy took over the job, you know, with a pretty unceremonial firing of Peter DeBoer, who won a bunch of games for them. We've seen them take chances on guys with disciplinary issues, with legal issues. We've seen them, you know, show no real loyalty to anybody on the roster over the last bunch of years. And that's an organizational philosophy. That's how they're built. That's how they want to do things. It goes from the owner on down. And I think what we saw with the coaching change is just the latest example of that. Like, is it shocking? Yeah, because there's 8 games left in the season in 20 days, right? Like, that's really, really the window's tiny. But at the same time, like, it's something we've come to expect from this organization. It's how they're built and it's how they operate.
Simple question, complicated answer, I'm sure. How in the heck is Anthony Mantha playing this well?
He's always been really big. He's always been really skilled. His issues over the years, especially with Washington, the few years he was there, was that he couldn't stay healthy. And I think that's been the biggest thing for him. And for as big as he is, he's not a particularly tough player. And I think that's caused frustrations with some past coaches and past organizations, right? Like he's 6'5" and is broad as a refrigerator, but also the dude's he's staying out of corners. He's not, freight train hitting people. So I think that brought some element of frustration, to his game at earlier points in his career. But ultimately, man, this is a guy that drives offense at 5-on-5, and he's capable of scoring 30 goals. We knew that. He's shown that if that he can produce on that level if he's in the right spot. And I think he's on a team where he's getting real top 6 minutes and he stayed healthy. And that's been the big variable for him over the last few years, when it comes to producing like this, and things have played out. He's another lottery ticket to hit for Dubas, right? And we've seen plenty of those, but none have hit bigger than that one. Absolutely.
There's a lot of talk on Penguins Twitter about what a potential deal for Mantha would look like. Are you talking 3 years, $11 million, or is that too low?
It's low. It's low because the UFA class is horrendous. We've seen it over the last few months. We saw it really going back to last offseason. We saw guys re-sign. The pool of talent that's going to be available on July 1st, on July 1st is just abysmal, right? So you're seriously looking at a situation where Anthony Mantha, maybe more so than any other forward, truly on the market, and certainly any other winger might be having the best offensive season. It's crazy, but it's true. So there's going to be someone out there who's going to be willing to give Anthony Mantha 5 years and $30 million. It would not surprise me in the least. 3 years and $11 million is not going to get it done, and part of that is just because of it's a supply and demand issue. And if you're the Penguins, and someone offers Anthony Mantha $5.5 million a year for 5 years, you say thanks a lot. We appreciate what you did. Best of luck, and see you on the flip side, because that's too much money and it's too much term for a player who ultimately has really struggled to stay in the lineup consistently over the last bunch of years. Good as he's been this season.
Erik Karlsson went into yesterday tied for the second most points in the month of March. 24 points in 15 games during that stretch. Clearly, he has been unlocked by the way that Dan Hughes is coaching him, but I feel like we're seeing an Ottawa level of Erik Karlsson that I didn't think, Sean, was even there anymore.
I agree. Honestly, I thought that version of Karlsson had come and gone. I talked to Chris Pronger yesterday, legendary NHL defenseman, also a super tough dude who hasn't been overly enamored with Karlsson's game in the past. And Karlsson's on his Norris short list. So that tells you something, man. If Chris Pronger, who's as good as anybody who's ever done it, he's the last defenseman to win MVP, yada, yada. He's like, boy, I don't know what got into Erik Karlsson, but he's drinking some of the Ottawa era Gatorade, right? So people have taken notice. He's not going to win the Norris. He might not make the top 5, but he is absolutely going to show up on ballots, and it's going to be deserved. The guy's been really, really good, and you can credit him for it. You can credit Dan Hughes for it. You can wonder where this was for this 2 seasons that came before this one, but the dude has just been undeniably awesome.
Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates. Personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we give money for you. Joined by Sean Gentili of The Athletic. Here's the thing that does concern me, though, moving forward, Sean, is the goalie rotation. Still, nobody has grabbed the bull by the horns. Nobody has taken this thing and ran with it. Nobody's pitched a shutout where you're like, man, dominant performance, or just a 1-goal game where you say, okay, maybe the baton can be held by this goaltender moving forward. Do you think any of these guys will get that done by the time we get to the playoffs? Because I just can't see them going back and forth ushering goaltenders in like a first-round series against the Islanders or Columbus in a situation like that.
I don't think you can do that, but I think that Skinner's the guy at this point. I thought he was really good against Ottawa last week. Since the Olympic break too, he's certainly been the better of the two. They've started basically the same amount of games. He's got an 884 save percentage, right, since the Olympics. That's not great, but when you compare it to Sheliv's, that's also 23 points better. And Skinner has him beat pretty decisively in goals saved above average, which is a really, really helpful metric. Skinner's at +6 there, and Sheliv's is at -6. So is it a great situation? No. Is it possible? Like if I were calling the shots, would I call up Starkey's boy Miroshov and maybe I would think about that more now than I would have, say, like 6 weeks ago. But also, like, I think Skinner's been a little bit better than maybe we're giving him credit for. So he would be, my dude at this point. But you're also talking about a guy that's fallen apart in the Stanley Cup final in 2 consecutive years. So I get that there's legitimate concern about him. There's no real perfect option. And the other thing to consider too is that Sheliv's is waiver ineligible. So if they wanted to demote him for whatever reason to the AHL to bring up Miroshov, they'd have to carry 3 goaltenders, which at this particular moment, given what their injury list looks like,
can't do.
Probably not super viable. So it's a tough situation. I think if I were them, I would certainly try to get a look at Miroshov maybe in a couple consecutive games before the regular season ends. And maybe that's what the benefit, honestly, of last night and potentially tonight is. If you get like a little bit of padding there and you get something to work with, in terms of a margin over the rest of the Eastern Conference playoff field, I think you can get silly and you can get creative and you can say, like, we're going to start Miroshov, twice in 3 days or something, just to see what we have moving forward. Because I think you do need to check on that as an option for sure.
If you had a ballot and you had to vote today for Coach of the Year in the NHL, where does Dan Muse rank on that ballot?
The broadcasters vote on Coach of the Year, unfortunately I'm not going to have a ballot there. You know what, man? That's a really, really hard one this year. I mentioned Rick Bowness earlier in Columbus. The work that guy's done has been incredible. John Cooper in Tampa. I think we dock successful coaches of really good teams. I think we saw it happen with Sullivan over the years, plenty, where you just take guys for granted whenever they're coaching, a top end team. But what Cooper's done with Tampa this year has been really, really impressive. They've dealt with a lot of injuries. They haven't had Victor Hedman for the vast majority of the season. So there are other guys in them. Joel Quenneville in Anaheim's done a great job of helping them level up. They're going to make the playoffs after being out of it for a bunch of years. I think it's a really tough ballot this year. But ultimately, yeah, I would put Muse in my top 3 at minimum. And I think a lot of it depends on how the next couple weeks play out. But man, the work he's done is undeniable, and a lot of it starts with Karlsson. Frankly, I think Karlsson is like the example of the work that Muse has done. Is he's meeting players where they are. He's not trying to force them to adhere to any idea of what they should be. I think he's good at identifying what players are great at and empowering them to succeed there. And I think Karlsson's a great example, but also, man, he's done that in a lot of other instances too. So, yep, great job. I'm not sure he's going to win it, but he's definitely going to get a lot of votes regardless of who's actually turning in the ballots.
More important player to return to the lineup soon, Blake Lizotte or Jack St. Ivany?
I thought you were going to say Blake Lizotte or Sidney Crosby.
Blake Lizotte or Evgeny Malkin? Do you imagine?
Man, that's a great question. I still think it's Lizotte. I think the fourth line has been a big part of their success, and I don't think they've been as good without him. Even though you see the Soderbloms of the world scoring goals yesterday, that's all well and good. But I think the results with Lizotte on the ice are pretty undeniable, and it sounds crazy, but those guys have been great. I think that's another example of how great Muse has been, is that he gives them big minutes and has shown a lot of faith in them throughout the season, and they've rewarded that, right? So, yeah. I don't love the way they've defended. I think they're going to need some other option to present itself. Like, someone's going to need to play better on the blue line than they are right now if they want to hang in the playoffs for any meaningful amount of time. But I think, if you made me choose someone to add to the lineup like tonight, I think I'm going with Lizotte.
I tell you what, Soderblom, he just beat the snot out of Scott Mayfield on the ice last night, didn't
crazy. That's a club. Wow. I don't think we knew he had in his bag. I have one of my good friends is covered the Red Wings for a long time, and he was shocked to see it last night. Like he's tall as Soderblom is, and big, like clearly skates around, looks gigantic, but yeah, he's not a physical dude. He's not a guy that fights. So the fact that we saw that last night is pretty interesting.
Are you concerned? Are you panicking? Or are you just completely good with how Chris Letang has played over the last couple of games after a, let's just call it, bumpy stretch? Did you get a phone call there?
He's been better. He's been better. I think part of that is that we're grading on a curve, and he couldn't have gotten much worse than what we saw from him. For a stretch there. Again, in those games against Carolina, he was rough. I think it's a positive sign, and it bodes well moving forward. But I'm still not sold. We've seen that a couple different times this season where there's been solid stretches of play, and then it hasn't been sustained for one reason or another. So yeah, I think we need to see a little bit more before we're willing to say that Letang fixed whatever was going on with him, at various points throughout the season.
All right, lastly, what do you think the ceiling is right now for the squad? First round playoff series victory? Can they go to the Eastern Conference Finals? I don't think so, but is that even within the realm of possibility?
I think they can win a playoff round. Absolutely. I think especially if they stay out of the wild card spot and they end up playing like the Islanders or Columbus, they can absolutely beat those teams 4 times in 7 games. I think stuff will get dodgy against Carolina. I certainly wouldn't bet on them to win a series there, but it's very, very viable that in a first round series against the Islanders or Blue Jackets, that they would start that as the favorite, and they probably deserve it. I think they absolutely can win a playoff round.
To you, we say
congratulations
on all your success.
Thank you, Sean.
You're welcome, Austin.
Sean Gentili, The Athletic. Great stuff on the Pens, who will play again tonight, as it's a back-to-back for your Pittsburgh Penguins, currently second place in the Metropolitan standings, 90 points. Islanders at 89 with a game in hand. They're at 75 games. Penguins at 74, which is 2 up on Columbus, same amount of games, 88 points. Ottawa has played 73. They're at 86 points. Detroit, 86 points as well. They've just played 73 games, so very important one tonight. Still no announcement on who will be in goal for the Penguins, but it is Pittsburgh native and John Gibson for the Red Wings, who's been pretty good this year. 246 goals against average and 905 save percentage, 4 shutouts after being traded over there from Anaheim. 412-928-9370. Your thoughts on the Pens and much more. Up next, Donnie Football is going to step into the producing chair, and we'll dive into a little bit more Bucks and Pucks round 2 coming up tonight, including an admission on Connor Griffin. 93.7 The Fan Youth Baseball, or 93.7 The Fan trading cards, I should say, are brought to you by Baseball Card Castle and Cranberry. It's your go-to destination for sports cards, collectibles, and memorabilia. These cards have picks and stats the fan hosts. You can pick them up at Baseball Card Castle and Cranberry, or anytime that we are out in the community, we have them. We will provide them for you, and we'll hand them out to you.
Did you get one yet, Austin?
No. Did you get one yet, Harry?
No, but I've heard you've been very vocal about it.
I have been vocal about it. I think that we should have a card. And I think that maybe in the second edition, round 2, that is something that could happen. I think it should happen. The next ticket drop for the night before, featuring Jason Aldean with John Morgan and Shane Profit at Rivers Casino on April 22nd, is this week. It's April 2nd. That is Thursday from 6 to 7 p.m. You can go to Census Pizzeria, CENCIS, Pizzeria and Bar at 3005 Fairport Lane in Cranberry Township to be able to stop by 6 to 7 for your chance at the ticket drop. The night before, Jason Aldean with John Morgan and Shane Profit at Rivers Casino. You can't buy a ticket Ticket drops and winning a contest are your only way to get in a contest we have coming up next. For the caller, the best caller, to discuss our Bucks and Pucks optimism meter coming up next. But first, a Nicholas Ericalis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pittsburgh Pirates play tonight against the Cincinnati Reds in Game 2 of the 3-game series. Pirates dropped Game 1 of the series yesterday 2-0. 6:40 start time. Coverage on the fan begins at 5:45, and that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And Austin's trying to get my attention
because Joe has a message for the people.
What a man, what a mustache, and what a company. Listen, after this winter, you might need roofing and siding projects at your house. This is the place to go. $500 off your first roofing or siding project, I might add. It's an Owens Corning Platinum Preferred Company. JP Roofing and Siding, not an easy designation to get. Only 1% of them have it. He has it. So give him a call. 412-829-7711. That's 412-829-7711.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
There's one name that North Carolina basketball should be targeting as its next head coach, and that is current Chicago Bulls head coach Billy Donovan. Donovan won 2 national championships in college at the University of Florida. Why in the world would he want to stay as the head coach of the Chicago Bulls, who stink every year, when he could go to North Carolina with all those resources? Tell me Billy Donovan couldn't win a national title at Carolina. I'm Nick Costos.
America, look around. Everywhere you go, prices are still high. Rates have been whipsawing markets, and the debt and spending don't exactly scream stability. If your retirement is mostly stocks and bonds, you may be taking a risk, more risk than you think. And when you're near retirement, a sharp drawdown at the wrong time can do real damage. Experts say diversifying with intention is the #1 secret account that all Americans' smart money uses to hedge against instability. Its precious metals, silver, and gold is having a spectacular bull run. Would it not make sense to get in before the rocket takes off? Monetary Gold have been around since 2000, witnessing multiple economic setbacks. They have the experience to help tailor your portfolio to your needs. If you call now, they will cover up to a lifetime of your IRA fees on qualified accounts. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional. That's 877-NOW-GOLD.
Hey guys, Donnie Football here. I just got married, and I had this moment when I picked up my suit about a month ago. I'm standing there thinking, this is pretty wild, because I could have worn this same suit a couple of years ago. Seriously, that's what hits me most about Awaken 180. Not just that I lost the weight, it's that I never put it back on. Not a pound. In fact, I've lost a couple of more. So when the wedding came around, I wasn't scrambling. I wasn't trying to crash into shape. I wasn't looking for some last-second miracle. I already had it handled. Awaken 180 helped me lose the weight, feel good while I was doing it, and actually keep it off. No meds, no starting over, no panic, because a big day is coming up. I got to go into my wedding feeling good, comfortable, confident, and just enjoy it. And honestly, that's what people want. Not just to lose it, to know that it's gone and that it stays away. That's why Awaken 180 worked for me. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Ready to upgrade the windows and doors in your home? Now is your chance to win $5,000 towards your purchase at 84 Lumber's brand new Anderson Windows and Doors showroom in Mount Lebanon. Mark your calendar. Visit the showroom at 1675 Washington Road on April 9th from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. to view Anderson's full product line and enter for your chance to win $5,000 towards your windows and doors. For more information, visit 84lumber.com and follow along on Facebook.
No! It's just a golf lesson, champ. Loosen up. I can't. See that Hyundai Santa Fe? Yeah. I only paid. Finish up on your own. I gotta run.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry. Offer ends March 31st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
The problem with radio is we can't show you our new box packed with a KFC snacker, 5 nuggets, fries, and a drink for just $7. So you'll just have to trust us when we say the crispy golden fried breading will make your mouth water. You'll have to trust us when we say this is a ridiculous amount of chicken for such a small price. And you'll have to really trust us when we insist that, yes, it really is only $7. $7 box feast from KFC. Trust us. It's finger-licking good.
Prices and participation may vary. Tax, tips, and fees extra.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Before the first tee time and before the sun comes up, the Cedarbrook Golf Grounds crew was mowing and rolling greens. At Cedarbrook Golf Club, they believe public golf should feel just as good as a private golf club. Cedarbrook Golf Club works hard every day to keep the greens smooth and fast and fairways nicely mowed. Come experience the difference and book your tee time today. Check it out at cedarbrookgolfcourse.com. That's cedarbrookgolfcourse.com.
With Aetna, I always get a quick answer, and I don't have to search on the internet. They go above and beyond to help me with whatever I need.
Those words from a real Aetna Medicare Advantage member speak to why U.S. News & World Report named us a best Medicare Advantage company. Because we show up on calls with members and doctor's offices when requested. We show up with access to convenient care options. We show up for you. Because that's how healthier happens together. Member feedback has been edited for length and clarity.
Recreating one of the greatest rock bands in history, The Machine performs Pink Floyd live at Jurgles on Saturday, April 4th. The Machine has spent the last 30 years perfecting the work of Pink Floyd, performing songs from The Wall, Dark Side of the Moon, and many more. The Machine performing Pink Floyd, Saturday, April 4th at Jurgles. Get advance tickets now at jurgles.com. Another Drusky Entertainment event.
Cold shower? Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater.
Step onto history at Omni Bedford Springs Resort and Spa, home to the legendary Old Course, ranked #1 in Pennsylvania by Golf Week 3 years running. This timeless course blends championship play with breathtaking scenery. This season, don't miss the Generation Cup on July 12th, a family tournament where parents, kids, and grandparents team up for a chance to qualify for the 2027 National Championship. Enjoy themed play days like Donald Ross Days, Tillinghast Twilight, and Spencer Oldham Sundays. And be sure to inquire about special Women's Golf Day events happening this May.
Looking for a summer job that's going to pad your wallet and build your savings? Join the moving team at 2 Men and a Truck. Great pay, incredible tips, and a sign-on bonus. Apply now at careers.2men.com.
2 Men and a Truck. T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
This early on in the season.
Yeah, easier said than done. Been there myself, and it's difficult when that starts to happen. And I think with Lau and O'Hearn leading the way, that other guys will jump on board and we'll start to come up with big hits.
A tale of two teams and a tale of two different nights last night as the Pirates lose 2-0 to the Reds. The Penguins put up 8 goals against the New York Islanders. 8-3 the final. They beat an Islanders team that was 23-13-2 at home this year. Penguins, they're a pretty good team on the road. They've lost a lot of games in overtime on the road, but those are extra points that you want to take when it's harder to do so and you're playing away from PPG Paints Arena. 37, 21-16 on the year. They are 29-8 on the road. So the Penguins actually have more wins on the road this season than they do at home, which is a little bit of a surprise, but see how they fare ultimately coming back to PPG Paints Arena tonight as they will play against the Detroit Red Wings, which is another big matchup. Wouldn't call it necessarily a must-win game for the Penguins, but one that you want to take. John Gibson returns to Pittsburgh and will start for the Wings. Stuart Skinner, after Artur Shilov's got the start last night, you would think likely to be in goal. Maybe they go back to Shilov's again after yesterday's performance, which I thought ultimately was pretty solid. Not great, but they've been good enough. Faced 23 shots and allowed the 3 goals. And the Pirates not being able to put together any offense in yesterday's game. They only muster up 4 hits. Couple walks were thrown in there. Bubba Chandler will make his season debut tonight. The 6:40 first pitch right here on the Fan. 5:45 North Shore Tavern leadoff show will begin with Dan Zangrilli for the 1-3 Bucks against the 3-1 Reds. Brandon Williamson will make his first start for Cincinnati. Big shout out to Callis, who has been here since right around 5 a.m. Stuck around and produced the morning show, did the Fan early morning show, and did over half of the Pop and Joe show today. In for me, as I'm in for Joe, who's not feeling well and is under the weather. He's going to miss his day-to-day with an illness, to put it in a Penguins term. And Bob, who will be back in tomorrow, but is not here on Tuesdays. So, Donnie, now behind the glass. Hello, sir.
What a role reversal this is, Limits.
I know. How about it, huh?
We've had a couple of shows where you've been back here. I've done the yapping for majority of it. It could be that way on Friday, too. Given
that is a possibility,
that
yeah.
Joe is, if he's still under the weather.
Yeah, that you are here or would be at PNC Park, and I am there, or maybe running the rig at PNC Park. We'll see about that. But here's my question at 412-928-9370. And the best caller will receive 2 tickets to the night before, which is an event that you cannot buy tickets to. You can only win them. You could go to a ticket drop, or you can win them right now. Your best call at 412-928-9370 regarding this.
I've talked to Aaron regularly, and we'll continue to do so, and we're just working through it, and when it's time to fully address it, we will. But it's a process that he's going through, and I'm comfortable with it. But we've had very, very positive conversations on a weekly basis.
And Mike McCarthy even confirmed again today, talking to Steelers media. He and Aaron Rodgers talked last night. Him and Rodgers are in constant communication, but Rodgers still remains unsigned. So my question for you at 412-928-9370, I want you to sell everyone on who you believe should be the Steelers quarterback if Aaron Rodgers is not back. Or maybe you just truly believe that is the worst possible decision ever for Aaron Rodgers to be the guy. You could throw out Will Howard. You could say Carson Beck. You could say Drew Aller. You could say a trade candidate that no one is even talking about yet. Who do you believe is the best option moving forward for the Steelers at quarterback? Maybe you're a Mason Rudolph backer. 412-928-9370. The best caller will win 2 tickets to the night before. It's featuring Jason Aldean at Rivers Casino. That is the night before the first round of the draft on April 22nd. John Morgan and Shane Profit will also perform, and it's powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Winners must be 21 years of age or older to participate. For me, the answer ranges depending on what they do in the draft. And if they do pick a mid-round quarterback, I hope it's either Garrett Nussmeier or Drew Aller, and I would start that guy. Because if you ultimately add a high upside quarterback to compete with Will Howard, that could bring the best out of a multitude of things. You truly find out, is Mike McCarthy's coaching up to snuff in the modern NFL with a young quarterback? The last time that McCarthy helped develop a young QB outside of Aaron Brooks at the turn of the century in New Orleans, it was the very beginning of Aaron Rodgers' career. Very talented, tough quarterback, one of the most talented quarterbacks of all time. And McCarthy helped mold him. I don't think McCarthy made Aaron Rodgers what he was, but he helped. He facilitated in it. If Garrett Nussmeier, who Mike McCarthy is good friends with his dad, Doug Nussmeier, or Drew Aller, 6'5", big arm, big hand size, as Nick Veraball was telling us about earlier. Nussmeier's at 6'2", and neither quarterback is that mobile. They can move around, they can escape, but they're not Lamar Jackson outside the pocket. They're not Josh Allen. Aller can move, but he's not going to be able to. You're not creating designed runs for these types of guys. I would rather go with one of those guys than Will Howard, because even though Mike McCarthy is saying if he was in the NFL, he would have drafted Will Howard earlier. Like if this was this year's draft, would Will Howard have been drafted by the Steelers in, let's say, the 4th round or the 3rd round with all these high draft picks that they have in the middle rounds? All these, 3/3, 2/4, a couple 6th, stuff like that. Would Will Howard have gone as far in the draft as he actually did? I would think that a McVay or a Shanahan, if this was a huge faller in the draft and they thought he had such great potential, would have taken him. So that's what I would do. I would pick either Nussmeier or Aller. I would pair that quarterback up with Will Howard and let the best man win. And if they fail, and it's halfway through the year, you give the other quarterback a chance. And maybe it does set you up for 2027. Let's start with Jack in Monroeville. Hi, Jack.
How you doing?
Good, man.
I would love to see Drew Aller come in and play, compete against Will Howard. I think that would be the best thing to do. I don't believe that Aaron Rodgers is really going to have his heart in it. I think after last year, he's maybe coming in to maybe help everyone. But that's about it. His expertise and the way he thinks about things, and he can report that to them. Other than that, I would definitely start either Will Howard or Drew Aller if they get him.
All right, Jack. So we have a Will Howard and a Drew Aller caller so far. Sam is in Indiana. Hi, Sam.
How we doing?
Good, man.
All right. So my main thing is the Aaron Rodgers deal. I don't think we have any concern with him coming back. I think he is full throttle. Him and Mike have been having those conversations that we heard during the coaches conference yesterday. I like the Aller conversation. I don't want to hear too much about the Nussmeier. I think he will be a complete draft bust. But, yeah, throw Aller into the mix if we get him late 3rd round, early 4th round, whatever we do with our picks, trade him around. We're talking.
You're right there, Sam. Are you about to be arrested?
No, it's the ambulance running by. Sorry. But, yeah, we take Drew Aller and let him compete against Will Howard. And we always have Mason Rudolph to be the true backup if we need to. And I think we have something in Howard. I don't see any reason why we get rid of Will Howard right now, and why anyone would think that Will Howard could not be our starting quarterback. I hate that we haven't tried him out at all, and excited to see what he can do for us.
Thanks, Sam. 412-928-9370. Let's hear it. Best call. What quarterback do you want to quarterback the Steelers next year? It could be a draft pick. You could just be the biggest Will Howard fan out there, and you want to proclaim your love for Will Howard and thinking that he is the answer to the Steelers franchise. Maybe Kevin in Vegas is going to fly in for the night before. Kevin, what's up?
So I actually am flying in for the night before to go to the draft with my daughter.
So, yeah, I'd love the ticket. Hey, I don't want Aller. I don't want Aaron back. I think the best thing you do is you let Mason and Howard go at it, unless Ty falls to you, which isn't going to happen the way he's shooting up the board. And you're ready for 2027 when it comes to the quarterback position. We've been playing this, try to find, a diamond in the rough for the last 5-6 years, ever since, Ben hurt his elbow. We failed repeatedly. I got it. McCarthy is known to be somewhat of a quarterback coach and an offensive, guru, but I would rather just ride it out this year. We'll win a playoff game anyways with the change to McCarthy, and then go after the quarterback that we really need in next year's draft, like Dante or Julian or Arch.
Wow, so Kevin is deferring the pick to next year's draft. Thanks, Kevin. How about that? And what's to run it back with Rodgers? Not something I expected. Greg is in Cape Cod. Hello, Greg.
Hey, yeah, I think I like Drew Aller. I think he got I don't think he got a good shot in Penn State. I think there were coaching issues there.
Yeah, I would agree with that. That's why Franklin was fired after a 3-3 start, high expectations to win a national championship. Aller was a part of that too. He did throw a costly interception, the game-clinching interception against Oregon that completely let the wind out of their sails.
He did, but that's a one-time thing. He's still a young guy, and the upside there is it's just too much to look past if you can get him in a late round, third or fourth.
Thanks, Greg. How about that? So far, 3 Drew Aller calls. Maybe they just know who they're calling into, and maybe they're just trying to
I think people
suck up
want
to
Jason
me,
Aldean tickets.
Donnie, to be able to get these tickets.
If I say the name Drew Aller, this guy will be a pig in slop.
All right, we're still looking for the best call out there. Neil is in Coriopolis. What's up, Neil?
Hey, guys. I think it's a lose-lose. I know they're not going to do that because of the mean thing where they're above the mean. They're not going to try to go with Will Howard, but if he is great, then you have maybe something there. If he's not, then you could draft somebody next year. But if we're going to bring back, did they not watch the Cleveland game? Did they not watch the Texans game? This guy, yeah, he did a little bit better, but he's basically Russell Wilson, and he looked better in certain spots. They got to just stop. They might as well bring Big Ben back if they're going to bring
Big Ben back. Wow, I think Neil is going on hold. He is the leader in the clubhouse right now. Bring Big Ben back. Not something I expected. Here is Jay in Natrona Heights. Hi, Jay.
Hey, first of all, tell Aaron Rodgers goodbye. We don't need him. He's just going to come back to the same thing this year as last year, so that's no good. I would go with Nussmeier, too, with Will Howard, start Mason Rudolph, and see what we got. If we got nothing, we have a bad season, then we had a good pick next year. But tell Aaron Rodgers to go to wherever the hell he goes to and just stick with the rookies.
Wherever the hell he goes to, Jay.
Yeah, wherever the hell that La La Land he goes to, wherever, let him go. Fly away.
On the darkness retreat.
Yes, exactly.
Jay,
and stay there.
Jay is the new leader in the clubhouse. Let's go to Nathan in Slippery Rock, and he topped Jay. Hi, Nathan.
Hi, fellas. How you guys doing?
Good, man.
That might be tough to top, but I will try it. So, personally, I don't think that if this $30 million a year report is true, and he wants $30 million a year, I think you need to tell Rodgers to kick rocks. If he would play for what he played for last year, I think it would be fine to run it back in the McCarthy system and have him sit with Howard, have Howard sit behind him another year, because I think obviously we saw that it did well for Jordan Love having Rodgers in that room for a couple years with him. If that's not the case, I think we just let it roll with Will Howard for the year and see what we have. I think that there's definitely some upside there. Obviously, I think obviously being with Rodgers for a year is going to help him as well. And then if a guy like Drew Aller is there in the third or fourth round, I guess we could take a swing on him and let those two battle it out in the preseason and into the beginning of the regular season and just kind of see what happens there, because Limits, you know as well as I do, there's a lot of upside there with Drew.
Yeah, there is.
Kind of like there is with Will Howard. I just don't think we've seen enough of those guys at a high level yet. Unfortunately, it didn't go well in big moments for Drew at State College, but that was a lot of, I think, a James Franklin problem. So if we got him with an offensive-minded guy like Mike McCarthy, I think we could get something out of one of those two guys, especially with the offensive talent that we have.
Yeah, Nathan, I think that, both quarterbacks were somewhat victims of their circumstance. Both coaches were fired, Franklin and Brian Kelly, because of failed seasons. A lot of it was on Andy Kotelnicki, the offensive coordinator for Penn State, just put Drew Aller in a box that he did not fit in. They tried to put a square peg into a round hole with him. And at least the way that I saw it, and a lot of people up there see it, they never played to his strengths. They always tried to have Aller on the move and running these motion offenses and just doing a lot of things that he wasn't good at and wasn't comfortable with. And the same kind of was seen with Nussmeier. Not that creative a wide receiver core. His offensive line was horrible. He was constantly being hit. I think he's pretty good under pressure and being able to deliver the football, but you're not talking about perfect products here, perfect quarterbacks. Donnie, I need some help. Nathan and Jay are our top two right now. Who do you think should be taking away the tickets? Both were very good. I'm using my phone a friend on Let's Make a Millionaire.
I was leaning Jay.
Yeah.
You went to Jay. I thought he brought the goods.
I think Jay's got it.
He was a little bit worried if he could live up to the hype of some of the other callers, but I thought I think
Jay lived up to
really solid.
Yeah, he brought it. He brought the goods. Jay, congratulations. You are going to see Jason Aldean. You are going to the night before. So stay on hold, and we will get your information down during our brief intermission as we segue to Michael McHenry coming up next to talk about the Buccos in Red Series in Cincinnati. He'll be on the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Who's in hot water? It's sponsored by Mr. Water Heater. Trust the experts. Call Mr. Water Heater today. Oneil Cruz is in hot water. He led off the season with a base hit off the end of the bat to center field for the Bucs to help out Paul Skeens in the offense. That followed with a Brandon Lau home run. But since 2 bad defensive plays, kind of looks lost at the plate to start this season, has not put together good at-bats. So he's in some hot water to get it all together before the home opener this Friday. Fan Weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. The weather for the home opener, 76 degrees. There is a 45% chance of rain, and, well, the rain is expected to start just a little bit before 3 with a 4-1-2 first pitch on Friday. Need that to change. A couple more days to go. Michael McHenry, the Fort, coming up next. Austin Bechtold in for Pop and Joe. Donnie has a headline. We're back in a moment.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins blowing out the Islanders last night, 8-3. 5 goals for Pittsburgh in the second period, 7 unanswered for the Pens in the game. 2 goals apiece for Mantha and Raquel. The Pens back to it tonight, a back-to-back as they host the Red Wings. Puck drop at the arena set for 7 p.m. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
Aetna was there for me as I was going through a rough medical patch this year. I had peace of mind, which helped with my healing.
Those words from a real Aetna Medicare Advantage member speak to why U.S. News & World Report named us a best Medicare Advantage company. Because we show up on calls with members and doctors' offices when requested. We show up with the latest in online tools for easier access to healthcare. We show up for you. Because that's how healthier happens together. Member feedback has been edited for length and clarity.
Rally House, shop every team in town. College and pro, come on, it's time to go.
The season starts at Rally House. From jerseys and hats to tumblers for game day, it's where outrageous selection meets every fan's style.
Steelers, Penguins, Pittsburgh Panthers, Pirates, Penn State, Nittany Lions. Rally House, it's your city, it's your house, it's a Rally House.
Level up your fandom in-store or online at rallyhouse.com.
Coach Wooten's Basketball Camp, the world's #1 teaching basketball camp since 1961. Your child will learn the game, play the game, have fun, and get an experience of a lifetime at Coach Wooten's Camp. Let your kid be a kid. Down the screen and go do what we do. Let's go shoot some hoops. Early registration discounts available. CoachWooten.com.
As we emerge from a tough winter, it'll certainly mean a ton of home repairs this spring. But there's good news. Great home equity loan rates at Allegiant Community Federal Federal Credit Union have already blossomed. It's Dan Zangrilli. I've been a member for a few years, and right now you can get a home equity loan for as low as 5.25% APR. Visit AllegiantFCU.org for full terms and conditions and to see if you qualify. It costs just $5 to become a member at Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, an equal housing lender.
Right now, West Shore Home is bringing you huge savings on your bathroom remodel with their Spring Into Savings promotion. Get free installation on your bathroom remodel and save an extra $500 just for being a fan of the show when you schedule that free home in consultation at westshorehome.com/fan. West Shore Home makes bathroom remodeling easy and fast, from your free consultation to the professional installation that's completed by their teams of highly trained employee installers. They got your back from start to finish. And if you've always thought tile was the only way to get a truly luxurious bathroom, West Shore Home is about to change your mind. Their modern composite wall systems give you that high-end look without the grout, the cracking, or the maintenance headaches that come with tile. Available in 6 distinct colors with a UV protective finish and keeps it looking sharp for years to come. This is affordable luxury. Don't wait. Visit westshorehome.com/fan to schedule your free consultation and lock in your savings today. See the website for details.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I own a coffee shop, and I wanted to label everything with our logo.
That's ambitious.
Cups, boxes, bags.
Ooh, that'll add up.
Not at all, because right now, Staples prints custom labels for 30% off.
30% off? That's shockingly affordable branding.
Yep. Now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/18 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Hey, it's Pony. Imagine a world where you can leave the house and take your home Wi-Fi speeds with you. Thanks to Xfinity Mobile, it's not just a fantasy. Just picture it. You're at your kid's soccer practice, streaming the other game in 4K, just like that. In the airport, download a cozy family comedy in a snap with Wi-Fi Power Boost. What if the places you had to be felt more like everywhere you wanted to be? That's the magic of Xfinity Mobile. Reliable Wi-Fi and 5G when you need it. Xfinity, imagine that. To get started, call or visit Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Visit XfinityMobile.com to learn more. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus regular rates for 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience. More, Verizon Unlimited Plus and AT&T Starter. As of 2/10/26. Taxes, fees extra. After promotion, regular rates apply.
Today is the day you heard these words. Your new Floor & Decor is coming soon to Bethel Park. We are getting ready to help make your dream space a reality. With a huge selection of tile, wood, and stone, we've got the latest looks that reflect not just where you live, but how you live. In stock, ready to go, and we won't be beat on price. Get ready. Your new Floor & Decor is on its way. Don't miss our grand opening, coming soon to Bethel Park.
Not sure how to tackle your taxes? Are you sweating the small print? You may be experiencing FOMO, the fear of messing up. The answer? Using TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it, with a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. It's time to take your taxes to the max. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm of LGKG. When our fellow Western Pennsylvanians suffer terrible injuries, tragic losses, and immense financial hardships through no fault of their own, who fights for them, Joe?
We do, Larry. That's where LGKG comes in, holding the negligent accountable for the pain and suffering they cause.
History, trust, and results.
And success. More than 200 million recovered and over 10,000 clients served. That's the LGKG story.
At LGKG, we stop at nothing for justice. At LGKG, we try cases, and insurance companies know it.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Shenderovich, and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
A 2-0 loss to the Reds yesterday in Cincinnati. Braxton Ashcraft, a nice start in his 2026 season debut. 6 innings, 4 hits, 2 earned. Did walk 4, but struck out 3. Pirates and Reds do it again tonight, 6:40 first pitch. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show at 5:50 as Bubba Chandler makes his first start of the season. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports. Back to Bob Fabiani and Joe Starkey, the Pomp and Joe Show.
Hey, I'll take it.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Fly ball to left field. Michael McHenry, the fort! Oh, baby! Your Buccos lead it! Unbelievable! Wow! His first in the big leagues! They're going to bring the house down!
You know what time it is? Every Tuesday during baseball season, this time of year, Michael McHenry, Sportsnet Pittsburgh, joins the broadcast. Michael, good to see you. Looking well, doing well.
Good to see you and good to be seen. Appreciate it.
Yeah, good.
Heard Pomp's out.
Yeah.
Heard the guys just gave up on you today.
Well, Joe is under the weather, and Tuesdays are not Pompiani days. You know,
Oh, I thought he was like in and out. Sorry.
Yes.
My bad.
Well, yes, he is in and out.
I didn't want to throw Joe under the bus because he's supposed to work every day.
Yes. Bob only works Mondays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays typically, unless there's a change in the schedule.
Purebred Yinzers couldn't get sick. You know, the ones that came from like the steel,
yeah,
just emerged out of the steel at some point. I didn't think he could get sick.
Well, Joe's originally from Buffalo, so maybe that does, in a way, prove your point.
I did not know that. See? Learn something new every day. Thank you.
Well, Michael, we'll start this way. I'm kind of sick of watching Jared Triolo at the plate so far because, oh my gosh, it seems like he comes up in a big spot every single time. And last night was one of them where I was surprised Donnie Kelly did not have Triolo bunt. And from a hitter's approach, were you surprised that Triolo attacked the first pitch after back-to-back walks to lead off the inning, and Triolo swung at a pitch that ended up being like 4 feet outside the zone?
Yeah, I was surprised because Triolo has a really good eye overall. Even when he's not hitting good, he doesn't necessarily swing out a lot of balls out of the zone. He does have swing and miss even in the zone because he's got a little bit of a dip to the barrel in his swing. Yeah, I thought maybe we'd see a bunt there, but if you look back to last year, and this is no excuse, he was not a good bunter.
Yeah.
And you got to have him in the ball game, and I think he's a giant part of this team. I think where the real frustration comes is you do have the best prospect in AAA, so the fans see it as like, what are we doing? But at the same time, Connor Griffin is doing exactly what he should be doing to say, hey, by the way, thank you for the failure in spring. I'm really close. When you guys are ready, I'm ready. That's what you want because we can just enhance it. Then it makes our team better overall. And Trillo hit in the last part of the season, right? And then he had a good spring, a really good spring. So you are kind of like, is it just going to be something that's temporary? He can bounce, into something good? Because this entire offense outside of Lau and Hearn have really been struggling to start the season.
Do you think they should move him out of that 6-hole, Triolo, and replace him with either Davis or even Nick Gonzalez?
I think there's something to be said, and I've talked to a lot of guys about this, just having an idea where you stand because you become a different hitter, right? If you're in the 6-hole, that's a guy that usually has a lot of swing and miss, but is a run producer when it comes to swinging the bat. Pedro Alvarez, for example, before that 13 season, hit 6th a lot because he had swing and miss, but man, he could really do some damage. So, yeah, I think you could think about moving him down. He really thrived kind of jumping from the bottom of the order to the top of the order last year. He seemed to understand that role, and it fit his, identity at the plate. So it'll be interesting. I think they're trying to figure out the balance of that batting order.
He's not hitting yet, but I really do like Henry Davis's at-bats, Michael, and the way that he has been able to – his strikeout numbers are down so far. And, again, it's only 4 games. We don't want to overact too much and nitpick too much yet. But I like what I've seen. The double down the line that helped drive in a run a couple of games ago was pretty solid. He's looked good.
Yeah, my favorite bat of the whole season was in the 10th inning when he drove the ball to the right side. He's trying so hard to stay on the ball and hit the ball the other way. In college, he had a lot of thump to right center, and even in the minor leagues, he showed that. He has not been able to show that often. The only game I can really remember where he really highlighted that is that 2 home run game against Ohtani in his rookie season. So I think, if he can stay this course, to your point, Austin, this guy is bought in. They're giving him the reins, and the way he's catching and throwing, and even his blocking has been as good as I've ever seen it at this point this year. So I think he's going to help our team in a multitude of ways, but we can't sit here and say, oh, we got to have his bat. I think the bat's going to come, and it's going to be a huge bonus at some point. And if it's what we think it can be, man, that's going to be special. Because we have to remember, this guy caught 682 innings last year. A typical starter catches well over 1,000. So he's never had this opportunity where he's going to get into that territory where he may have a run like he has in the minor leagues for 2-3 weeks where he's harder than fire. He's never had that opportunity in the big leagues at all.
I thought Braxton Ashcraft was really good last night. Career high 6 innings, spun the curveball well, did allow 2 runs in the 4th that came across. But, Michael, you give up 2 runs over 6 innings. You should expect to win those games a fair amount of times. What did you make of Ashcraft, and what's his ceiling? What's his potential? Was that just the beginning of what he can unlock?
Yeah, I'll tell you something that Jacob Wilson told Jack Wilson, and obviously Jack came to me because we're really close. Out of all those guys outside of Skeens, Ashcraft was the toughest guy. All those guys, across the board, Oakland said Ashcraft has deception. The ball jumps on you. The spin is different. So that's even including Bubba. That's including Majinski and most of those guys have faced Keller. So that says a lot, right? Because we're going to watch Bubba today. It's electric. I think what impressed me the most yesterday kind of speaks to your question about what's the ceiling. He shouldn't lead with his curveball. He did a Paul Skeens and a Mitch Keller. He said, this is my best breaking ball. And him and Henry kind of flipped the entire game plan. The Reds do hit the fastball well, but what an incredible job by him seeing what is available for him that day, utilizing it a ton. And then getting deep in the ballgame, because a lot of times when that happens, you don't get deep because that's not necessarily just a strike pitch. His slider is usually his go-to off-speed in the zone. That curveball was nasty, and I'm excited if he can continue to build on that. This guy could flash being a 1 at times, and but he is a 2-3 in a lot of rotations across the league.
Skeens is going to go tomorrow. The first time we've been able to talk to you since opening day. Just evaluating the 40 or so pitches that he threw in that game against the Mets, what do you think went wrong, and how much can it spiral for a pitcher when the O'Neill Cruz 2 errors that were not deemed errors but were errors ultimately happen in an inning?
Yeah, it can spiral on most people. Skeens is just not most people. So, he really was pitching exactly like he was in spring. He just didn't have any good fortune. We saw this last year. His kind of ramp up, it takes him a minute to get that timing. And when he's driving the ball inside to righties away from lefties, he never gets to that extension side. And I think because of World Baseball Classic, he'll never say this, and I don't expect him to, but because of those amped up innings, and even last year, you look at how he kind of approached it, he was working on things. I think the World Baseball Classic just didn't allow him to get all that time in, but he pitched the same way last year. Early in the season, he never was getting all the way through the ball, and then all of a sudden it started to click. His rhythm and timing got good. The only difference is last year, a couple balls got caught. The Adam balls happened, and he got out of innings. This year, just not the same. And his stuff is actually, in my opinion, a little bit better, especially the split and the sinker are extremely better. And I think he wants to go to that a lot, and that's not going to help that problem. But he's a competitor, and that's what he's going to do. I expect him to come out and dominate tomorrow.
Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You can watch the show on Twitter as well at 937 The Fan on Twitter. Fan Text Line is brought to you by Egger Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Talking to Pirates analyst, former Pirates catcher Michael McHenry, Sportsnet Pittsburgh. Brandon Lau has been the offense so far. 3 out of the 4 home runs, the other one for Ryan O'Hearn through the early portion of this season for the Bucks. And, ultimately, I thought Lau was going to be a good addition, but to see this type of power potential, and Michael, I saw a stat, and I can't remember it as vividly as I'd like to, but he has, I think, the 4th most home runs per at-bat by a second baseman in MLB history.
Let's go. It's
stunning.
Yeah, I mean, he's a special breed. Probably my favorite thing I've heard about him, one, his faith in his foundation. He's a family man. He's a team-first guy. When he came in, he got with the Pirates, and they sat down and created a plan defensively. I know we're talking about his offense. We know this guy rakes. He's a really special player. They nailed that trade. It's probably the best trade I could find looking into it in the last 15, 20 years when you think about what all we got back for one player. But he wanted to improve his defense. He knew that he needed to help this team defensively as much as he did offensively. And it's been fun to watch him even yesterday do a great job getting around the bag, getting in front, reading the hop, and making a great tag on Henry Davis's throw. And those things are going to go unnoticed because of his bat, but those things are going to come up in a huge way because he works extremely hard on that first step, being in the right position, because as you get older, you don't move as well, but you're smarter. So that's what he's utilizing, and he's still moving just as well as he was the last couple of years. So I think he's an incredible addition. I think the balance of him and O'Hearn with their personalities is the perfect fit in our clubhouse, and I think everybody's going to kind of follow that trend of them hitting.
It's actually a slugging percentage. Joe Block put it out there yesterday. He is 4th all-time. 484 slug is right behind Robinson Cano, Jeff Kent, and Roger Hornsby.
Let's go.
577.
Wow.
Roger Hornsby, highest career slugging percentage by a second baseman when Ron Cook
he knows what he's trying to do when he gets up there. That's the cool part. Like him and O'Hearn, 2 different guys. You have Lau trying to go deep and create it. You should look up the fly ball conversion to home runs. It's almost perfect. I think it was 127 fly balls and 30-something home runs last year. Like everybody in America would love to be able to do that. Most guys can't. But he's been able to maximize his potential by creating loft in his swing, and I think he's going to help the Pirates in so many ways.
Michael, why do you think that O'Neal Cruz and Brian Reynolds are getting off to slow starts, and who would you be more concerned with moving forward?
Reynolds I'm never really concerned with. He's going to hit. He's always fiddling with his swing right now. He's not sinking down into his legs. He's kind of loading back into that hip, and maybe that's because of ABS, because it measures height, so he's trying to stay a little bit taller. I don't know. Looking forward to talking to him, but it's going to come together for him. It always does. He always has that run or 2. If he has 3, he's usually an all-star where he just absolutely dominates the baseball. O'Neal Cruz, I think he just looks uncertain. I think it's all in his head. I think he wants to be great. People think he doesn't care. That's not the truth. He actually is really disappointed when he makes mistakes. But I've loved how he's owned every mistake this year. Even that first game made a mistake, and then it kind of came back to him with the sun, and he owned it. And we would have seen maybe in years past where his head would have been tilted down and he wouldn't have said, all of it, but he walked us through the entire situation with no excuses. So I think having Ozuna there and someone to rely on like he did in 23 with Santana, I think it was 24. He raked that year. I mean, he was a 3-WAR player that year, and I think we're going to see that guy, if not better, this year.
How do you unlock that out of him? Like, what does Johnny Kelly have to say to try to flip that switch? Because I felt like his at-bats yesterday were not nearly as good as they were on opening day.
I'm going to go back to Andy Haynes. He was a former manager in the Miami Marlins minor leagues. I think he won 3 championships, but his team was stacked. Great baseball guy, but he had Ozuna on his team. Ozuna was one of the best prospects in all baseball, and you're talking about a team with Yelich and Mike Stanton at the time. Now he's Giancarlo. They were having a meeting about Ozuna. He just couldn't put it all together, and they're like, anybody have any suggestions? And Big Dog, my boy, stands up and said, why don't we just leave him alone and let him play his game? Let him fail and be like, hey, you need anything? And a lot of times it happens in the big leagues with guys that have already established themselves. It's tough to do when they haven't established themselves. But I think we're in this area of not understanding this giant avatar that can run like the wind, that can throw a ball 1,000 miles an hour and hit it 5,000 feet. And at times we've seen him hit lefties at a 400 clip for 6 weeks. So like everything that people say, it's in a small sample size when we've seen him do everything of greatness in small sample size. How do we untap that? I think we say it's yours. Go. You're in for 162. Good luck. Like a joyful guy. And when he's kind of jumping around, being that kid on the field, you're getting the best version of him. I know that for a fact. And I know the coaching staff over there is literally teaching and teaching and teaching. He knows what to do. It's just learning. And you got to think it's always changing. Left and right field, and this guy is always changing. So the communication the other day on that relay, the play he did and he took over, that shows huge growth for me.
How do you feel about their defense through the first 4 games?
The way they bounced back after the first game, I think was awesome. I mean, there's some things that maybe went unnoticed for fans, but I thought the communication was a little off, but and guys out of position, but I think it's been pretty good. I think going into this season, if you looked at our team on paper, defense was probably the question mark of like guys playing in different positions and whatnot. But I think they've also kind of set it up that way. It'll be interesting to see the lineup today with the lefty going for Cincinnati. Do they go back with Joey Bart behind the plate? Do you put Mangum in for Cruz? I'm sure O'Hearn's going to come in and play first. So it's going to be interesting how that all unfolds, because that makes it better defense, but you take away some of the offense.
Yeah, that's where I feel like, and Nick Callis and I were going back and forth on the McCutchen topic, and I know you and I have talked just in text back and forth about McCutchen. That's where I feel like you would have fit into this team, Michael. I mean, there's not a lot of left-handed pitchers in all of Major League Baseball, but pinch hitting for Triolo last night. DH spot with Ozuna scuffling in a role today against a left-handed hitter. But your guy's doing really well in Texas to start.
Yeah, I mean, if you like 455, he's clutch, dude. Like, he's played 18 years for a reason, and he's a borderline Hall of Famer for a reason. And if they have any sense, he is a Hall of Famer. But, like, he's happy, dude. Watching him smile, talking to him, it's a really good team. And the way they utilize him is really fun. I think he's playing in the outfield today for the first time this season. But, yeah, it's just like, if you think about it, any guy of his pedigree fits on any team. It's just the direction the team wants to go. And, like, you can't say that the Pirates didn't nail their offseason. They did. Would I love to have him here? Absolutely. But they nailed it, and they had their plan, and he jumped on board and got his plan. And, I don't think that changes the fact that he's always a Pirate, and he's always going to bleed black and gold, just like I will. But I'm so excited for him, man. It's so good to see.
A few more minutes with Michael McHenry, Sportsnet Pittsburgh. Who has been the most impressive out of the bullpen?
That's a great question. I mean, it's easy to go Santana.
Even though he didn't pitch well on opening day.
Well, I think that bounce back said a lot. And I would say that about Mattson too. And then you can even go into maybe the nastiest guy on our team, the Sidewinder. But, it's hard to say who's been the most impressive, because I want to see Barco. I think he's going to be the guy that we look back and say that's the guy that really stepped up this season, because that situation he's put in is so difficult. He got out of it, made a great play, And then going back out there, me and Steven talk about this all the time, that adrenaline dump, I mean, it was really his ball game at that point. But that adrenaline dump is so hard to come back from. And the fact that he even made it competitive is really impressive.
All right, Michael, last one for you. We know how good the pitching staff is. It's the offense that, in a way, feels like it's picked up where it left off from a year ago. Why do you think that, should people be concerned, or why do you think people should kind of pump the brakes at the moment and just give this thing some time?
It's March. I mean, we're not even into April. And when the weather heats up, it always gets better. And yeah, we're going to have to think about winning games by one run right now. Don't think about what we have or potentially have moving forward, because that's going to come. And we're going to need the bats to take over and let us save some of these guys' innings, right? So the fact is that our pitching is going to be able to do this pretty consistently throughout the year. So it's just going to take a little bit more. And a little bit more is not much. I mean, we had 31 one-run games last year that we lost. So, like, it's not a lot of offense. It's playing really good defense and pitching, and that being so consistent that when the offense does show up, that one extra homer that we put in the lineup, really benefits us. That one extra walk. The only thing I've been concerned about is, it's cold. The ball's not going to fly as well, but swing and miss at times. And, we really haven't been walking as much as we have in the past. And now the way that our lineup's set up, those walks can really hurt the other team because we have a lot of guys that could leave the yard.
Michael, always a great conversation. We'll do it again next week.
Absolutely. Appreciate you guys, and take care of yourself. God bless.
You got it. God bless. Have a great Easter. Michael McHenry, Sportsnet Pittsburgh. Join in the show as he does every Tuesday during baseball season here in the 1 o'clock hour. 412-928-9370. Your thoughts on a numerous amount of topics that have been thrown out there. Pirates tonight will play Cincinnati. It's the debut of Bubba Chandler before Paul Skeens will go tomorrow. Getaway day for the Bucks as they will return to Pittsburgh for the first time. They will play in Pittsburgh, I should say, for the first time, back at PNC Park. Opening day, 4:12 first pitch. Mitch Keller lined up for the Pirates to start the home opener against the Baltimore Orioles in a game that you can hear it right here on 93.7 The Fan. Tonight, Pirates, Reds, 5:45, North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zing really will begin. When you go to the ballpark on Friday, when you typically go to the ballpark on any day, the Bucco bricks have been a staple of PNC Park and the walkway outside the ballpark for a couple of decades. We now have an answer as to what has truly happened to the Bucco bricks and what is being done to remember the Bucco bricks. We will tell you what that is coming up next. But first, Joe Starkey has a message for you. If only I turned on my sound.
Might need roofing and siding projects at your house. This is the place to go. $500 off your first roofing or siding project, I might add. It's an Owens Corning Platinum Preferred Company. JP Roofing and Siding, not an easy designation to get. Only 1% of them have it. He has it. So give him a call. 412-829-7711. That's 412-829-7711.
Fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Final four is set in college basketball. Illinois and UConn Saturday, 6:09 tip. And then the second game is Michigan and Arizona. A couple of one seeds meet Saturday just before 9 p.m. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The greatest March Madness shot ever. After overcoming a 19-point deficit to take down number one Duke, UConn's Braylon Mullins three-pointer is now in the conversation. Now, when your name is said with names like Leitner and Jenkins, it must mean you are doing something right. But the best March Madness shot? Give me Bryce Drew's 1998 buzzer beater to take down Ole Miss. Absolutely iconic. I'm Addie Bates.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you can put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 20% and get financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Catastrophic injuries bring emotional strain, physical pain, and financial stress. You don't have to face it alone. Ogg, Murphy, and Perkoski will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call 412-391-FIRM today. Ogg, Murphy, Perkoski, the firm. We're all in.
Want to know how much more your home is currently worth in the Pittsburgh area? My friend Gina Giampetro of RE/MAX Select Realty has a free and easy way for you to get your answer. To get started, just go to her website, GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
Hear that? That's the sound of a car rolling into Valvoline Instant Oil Change. The sound of another savvy driver getting an oil change from trained pros. The sound of not having to leave your car while we quickly change your oil. At Valvoline Instant Oil Change, there's no hassle with appointments or dealer wait times. That's one smart bell.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Rally House, shop every team in town. College and pro, come on, it's time to go.
The season starts at Rally House. From jerseys and hats to tumblers for game day, it's where outrageous selection meets every fan's style.
Steelers, Penguins, Pittsburgh Panthers, Pirates, Penn State, Nittany Lions. Rally House, it's your city, it's your house, it's a Rally House.
Level up your fandom in-store or online at rallyhouse.com.
Looking for health insurance for employees in multiple locations? UPMC Health Plan National Access has you covered. UPMC National Access gives employees access to the top-ranked doctors and hospitals of UPMC, along with nationwide access through the Cigna Healthcare PPO network for employees outside of the service area. For the quality, affordable coverage that your company deserves, choose UPMC Health Plan.
Hey Pittsburgh, it's Sean Whalen from Whalen Exteriors checking in. We just wrapped up the Home and Garden Show this month, and so many people are taking advantage of our Respect Your Home guarantee. When you hire Whalen Exteriors for a new roof and gutters, it truly is no mess with no stress. As the leading roofing company in the greater Pittsburgh area, we're the pros with the 5-star reviews, and we're motivated to earn your business. Make sure to reach out before the end of the month to take advantage of the Whalen Exteriors Spring Special we're offering for a limited time. WhalenExteriors.com.
Before the first tee time and before the sun comes up, the Cedarbrook Golf Grounds crew is mowing and rolling greens. At Cedarbrook Golf Club, they believe public golf should feel just as good as a private golf club. Cedarbrook Golf Club works hard every day to keep the greens smooth and fast and fairways nicely mowed. Come experience the difference and book your tee time today. Check it out at cedarbrookgolfcourse.com. That's cedarbrookgolfcourse.com.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Who's in Hot Water is sponsored by Mr. Water Heater. Call Mr. Water Heater today. Trust the experts. Jared Triolo is in hot water. At least he should be. He probably actually isn't. 2 of 17 this year. Jared Triolo, I found this absolutely stunning because we are just in the very beginning of the season. They have played 4 games. This was put out there by Pirates insider Cody Duncan, Donnie. But I think Cody's not putting out, bad numbers. I trust Cody's numbers. Jared Triolo has left 12 runners on base this season. 12. He didn't bunt in the 9th inning. I'm looking at another instance right now. We were talking earlier about how Jared Triolo always comes up with runners on base in like a big moment. They're replaying the game on Sportsnet Pittsburgh. Top of the 4th inning, Jared Triolo is up with runners on first and second. There are 2 outs. Jared Triolo has a chance for an RBI, and he swings and misses at a pitch that's right down the middle. A fastball legitimately right down the middle, and he swings and misses at it. Maybe I was wrong about Connor Griffin. Look, I was somebody who said, just give him some time, let him ease into the season. You can call him up at like 3 weeks in or the first week of May, and that gives him a chance. At just 19 years old still, he'll turn 20. You take some pressure off of him. He's never played above AA, where you don't put the weight of the world on the rookie's shoulders to immediately come up and be the reason why the offense thrives. That's why you went out and got Brandon Lau. That's why you signed Ryan O'Hearn. That's why you signed Marcell Ozuna, who has yet to hit only 1 hit in his Pirates career. But, I have never been a Jared Triolo fan. He's a great guy, but he is not that great of a defender at short. Already has an error this year. He's a Gold Glove defender at third. They're not playing him at third. They're playing him out of position. He should be playing there, and Gonzalez should be playing at short, but they want Triolo, the better defender altogether, to play at that position. So Gonzalez, who also had a ball that was lined towards his head that he got out of the way of and just didn't put his glove up at third base. I'm kind of getting tired of it, man. Already. Now, maybe it's because I'm a baseball nerd that can live and die with all 162 games. But at least for me, maybe I was wrong. Maybe I am already eager and anxious to see Connor Griffin here now. Because the additions that they made, I thought would be able to make sure their lineup could hold on until Connor Griffin gets here. Isn't that a crazy thing to say? You're kind of just waiting for the 19-year-old rookie shortstop to appear to save the offense. Think about that for a second. Isn't that a little bit too lofty of expectations and goals? Now, I know the Nationals felt that strongly, like when Juan Soto came up or when Ken Griffey came and tried to save the Mariners, stuff like that. It's a lot of expectation. That's a lot of pressure to put on a guy like Connor Griffin. I think he'll be ready for it. After a couple of weeks, it would make it a little bit easier on him. He's already 500 through his first series. He's not roping the ball. He did hit the right center field gap and get thrown out at third base on a ball that a double he tried to turn into a triple. So it's not like the hard contact we saw at times in the early portion of spring training when he was roping the ball and hitting 4 home runs. But maybe it's just because I'm so tired of watching Jared Trillo. Great, nice guy, can't hit the baseball. Hit 6th in this order for a lineup that was supposed to be so much improved. Jared Trillo should be batting 9th. He should be batting 8th. Even if he's getting me choked up talking about it. Even if it's Nick Gonzalez batting 6th, or if it's, I don't know, even Spencer Horwitz in that position. I would rather have Horwitz lead off and you move Cruz to batting 6th so that your 7, 8, 9 is Gonzalez, Triolo, and Davis. You can get figured out however you'd want. I think that Gonzalez should probably be batting first. He's more of a contact guy. Triolo's not even that much of a contact hitter. Higher career average, Gonzalez. Better all-around hitter, I think it's Gonzalez. Why is Triolo batting 6th? With Nick Gonzalez batting 8th. Social media's biggest loser, brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Donnie?
I think I'm going to go with Mike McCarthy for this, and it's not because of anything he said, but every single year at the owners' meetings when they take that big picture of the coaches.
Yeah, he was like on the end this year.
Big Cat from Barstool, he always tries to find the funniest looking one. And folks, it's our pal Mike McCarthy.
Oh, is it really?
And he just solos him out, so the picture looks very funny because it's very distorted. It's zoomed in.
Yeah.
And our big fella friend, who is now the head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers, got singled out there.
Wow. Now, where was Omar Khan in the general manager's picture? He wasn't even in it. Did you see that? I didn't see Omar.
I didn't notice he wasn't in there.
See Omar in the picture. Now, I counted up the general managers, and it didn't add up to 32. All 32 head coaches were in the picture, but not all 32 general managers were in the picture. That was a little strange. What's cooking? It's brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Very kindly. And Fan Weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. 74 degrees right now in Pittsburgh. Great weather for shorts. Feeling the summer heat. Friday, 76 degrees for Pirates opening day, but there is a 45% chance of rain, and it's supposed to be raining at first pitch and for the entirety of the game. Hopefully that changes. Donnie, do you agree with me on my Connor Griffin take, and where are you with Jared Triolo? Because while O'Neal Cruz, there are higher expectations on Cruz and on Brian Reynolds. And I feel like everyone has kind of exhausted, those points. Like, we all know that Cruz and Reynolds need to hit. And, maybe we haven't talked enough about Reynolds, but we talked a lot about Cruz. I just don't think people are talking enough about Triolo and how there was a thought that the Pirates would go out and get a third baseman in the offseason. They didn't, and now you reap what you sow. Jared Triolo is your shortstop, will be your third baseman potentially when Connor Griffin gets here. That's not good enough for me in the lineup.
It's tough to have him as an everyday player. He is a very good defensive player. He's a Gold Glove caliber defensive player, depending on the position you have him at. It's difficult to have that dude and trot that dude out there every single day because of what he lacks at the plate, and it's just so glaring. I mean, the at-bat last night, these guys are professional players that have been playing the sport for 10, 15, some of them even 20 years, maybe even more than that, depending on how old they are. And you have a pitcher on the mound that was clearly erratic, who had thrown, 8 consecutive balls to start his outing. He walked the first 2 guys in the 9th. How in the world does somebody come up there and have the mindset of, I'm going to swing at the first pitch? That is like an all-time sign from not only the player, it falls on him. The coaching staff, too, has to say, listen, man, give him the sign to take. I don't care if it is the softest-looking pitch right down the middle. This guy has thrown 8 balls in a row. Don't go anywhere near it. Instead, he swings at something that was 3 feet out of the strike zone. He just lacks so much at the plate, and it's so infrequent that he comes through. It's tough to have that dude in there every day. And on top of that, they're putting him in the meat of the order. They're putting him at like 5 and 6.
Yeah, and we talked about...
Put the dude at 9 if you want, and we can get through that.
He's already left 12 guys on base. He's 2 for 17 on the season. How is he not batting 8th? I would rather have Henry Davis, who has more of a pedigree, even if it is just in the minor leagues, and you drafted him 1-1, or Gonzalez is a former first-round pick. Why is Triolo even possibly... Like, I don't understand the confidence level in Jared Triolo. I guarantee he'll be batting 6th again today. Tom Pelissero putting this out there on Twitter as we conclude the show here. The NFL DK Metcalf rule is passed. At least that's how Alan Saunders phrases it. The league will now be able to consult with officials regarding a potential ejection, even if a flag was not thrown. DK Metcalf was allowed to finish the game, of course, last year in Detroit after the altercation with the Lions fan. The officials did not see it. He was later suspended 2 games. So now the NFL is going to be allowed to consult with officials and step in on an ejection. Like if they see something that goes on in the stands or whatever else that it might be related to that officials might have missed because it didn't occur on the field, the NFL will now be able to swoop in and say, hey, there's something that went down here, relay the information, pass it on, and there's a chance that DK Metcalf, if this was 2026, would have been out of last year's Lions game, in addition to potentially the 2 games that he was additionally suspended for to close out the regular season. Thanks to Sean Gentili, thanks to Nick Farabaugh, and thanks to Michael McHenry for joining the show. Big, huge thanks to Callis for stepping in and staying overtime and running the board as I moved into the host chair with Joe not feeling well, waking up today, and Donnie for stepping in as well. You had the 3 amigos of producers all filling the way here on the Midday Show. PM Team coming up next. Austin Bechtel. Talk to you tomorrow, the fam.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Reds 2, Pirates nothing last night in Cincinnati. Braxton Ashcraft, 6 innings, 4 hits, 2 earned. He did walk 4, but struck out 3. The Pirates wasting a good start. They get back to it again tonight against the Reds, 6:40 first pitch. Bubba Chandler gets the ball for Pittsburgh. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show starts at 5:50. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
I'm Pat Boyle, here to help you beat the books with Western One Sports. The Lakers square off with the Cavs tonight with critical playoff seeding implications. I'm expecting a ton of points in this game. LA and Cleveland are both top 6 in the NBA in offensive rating over the last 15 games. Luka Doncic returns after his 1-game suspension. Shot-making quality will be through the roof. Defense could be optional. I like the over for Cavs-Lakers. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Some things are great do-it-yourself projects. Your home security system, not one of them. With Guardian Protection, you'll get free professional installation when you purchase a system. So everything's set up properly, tested, and ready to go from day one. No second guessing, no rewiring it 3 times, no why isn't it working moments, just reliable protection including intrusion, fire, cameras, and smart home features. Do it right the first time. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN today. Terms and conditions apply.
Thor Dickerson here. Looking for an easy way to raise money for your youth sports team or organization this season? Keystone Custom Apparel has a brand new fan club fundraiser designed specifically for sports teams. Each player receives a custom shirt featuring the names of their supporters on the back. Supporters simply donate $20 per name, enter their name online, select their favorite player, and check out. No collecting money from parents, no complicated order forms, no headaches. Most teams raise $2,000 to $5,000 with this program. Visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com or give them a call, 724-206-0285 to get started today.
And you thought today would just be another day on the job. But then you heard these words. Your new floor and decor is coming soon to Bethel Park. Pros have never had a partner like this. We're getting ready with job lot quantities of tile, wood, and stone in stock, and a dedicated pro team to get you in, out, and back on the job. Get ready. Your new floor and decor is on its way. Don't miss our grand opening coming soon to Bethel Park.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I own a coffee shop, and I wanted to label everything with our logo.
That's ambitious.
Cups, boxes, bags.
Ooh, that'll add up.
Not at all. Because right now, Staples prints custom labels for 30% off.
30% off? That's shockingly affordable branding.
Yep. Now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/18 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Are you stuck staring at your W-2? Are tax refund worries holding you back? You probably have FOMO, the fear of messing up. The fix? Using TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. It's time to overcome your fear of messing up and get your taxes done right. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55-plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy 2, get 2 free offer.
HD1 Pittsburgh.
An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, another Pirates Pens doubleheader begins at 6:40 on the Fan. Zane Grilli will have the leadoff show, the middle game of the 3-game series in Cincinnati. Bubba Chandler set to make his season debut. Penguins back home to play the Red Wings tonight at 7. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Tuesday edition of the PM Team.
Back with more Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Able to push it free to Brazeau. Then Mantha, backhand, scores! Anthony Mantha putting on a show. Mo feeds the moment. And it's 5-3 Pittsburgh. What a period.
Hey now. Good afternoon, everybody. Penguins score 8. Blow out the Islanders. Now bring on the Red Wings. Malsey here, Donnie here. A guy who's in one of the 7 fantasy baseball leagues that I joined right before the start of the season impulsively is shadowing Donnie. Because I sent out a tweet and then a bunch of people got back to me, so I just started joining fantasy leagues.
Wait, there's a dude shadowing Donnie in there?
Yeah, so you're blind? You walked in there before the show, and now you're in here, and you can look into that room. You can't see that there's a young man in there with a Sidney Crosby jersey on?
No, I can't.
Okay.
I can't see him.
He's not invisible. He's a real human.
Well, it's nice to see him.
What's his name?
Don't know.
You didn't even bother to ask?
I didn't see him.
How is that possible?
I was tunnel vision. I was laser focused before the show.
Well, you can introduce yourself now.
Hello, guy in the Sidney Crosby shirt shadowing Donnie. I'm Chris, the least attentive member of this show.
Obviously. Is he with us all day today, Don, or is he? Yes. Is this a doubleheader for him? We could have used him on the board from 10 to 2 today. Is he up to speed on that?
I know I should have thrown him right into the fire. But thank God for the 3 full-time producers we do have. I'll say that, baby.
So you have long maintained, and I agree with you on this, Chris, that there's a big difference between morning radio and afternoon radio.
Yeah.
If I was on the air at 6 o'clock this morning, what I would say about the Penguins game is a lot different from what I'm about to say right now.
Oh, boy.
6 a.m. is, oh, my God, what a game. pinch yourself. This is so cool. This is so much fun. And I think all of that is true, but we're also, 8 more hours removed from the game happening. And I do think that morning radio is more about just like, hey, let's be fun. What are you looking for in a morning show? Can I wake up and not hate myself even more for being awake at 6 o'clock in the morning and having to get ready for a job I more than likely don't love? Mm-hmm. So I think the vibe is different.
Yeah, there's energy
Right.
and fun.
That's why.
And then when people are pissed off about their jobs in the afternoon driving home, they want to vent, and we have to match that level of anger.
Well, so here is my take, spinning off of last night's game, that I think is very relevant. What do you do with Mantha? What do you do with this guy? He's going to have the best year of his life on a 1-year deal. The lottery ticket hit.
Oh, my God, did it hit.
He is 1 goal shy of 30. He's 6'5", 230.
Silky mitts. Very silky mitts.
The old school men that still permeate hockey and run the sport love big dudes who score goals.
Big dudes with soft hands
and I
are
told
valuable.
I said this to Pomp on the sports call last night after the game. Look, there are so many underlying numbers and analytics in hockey that a lot of these guys still subscribe to. But at the end of the day, on July 2nd, you hold a press conference for a new player that you signed. Being able to just say, hey, this dude scored 30 goals last year, and he's a big man holding up a jersey, that still resonates, and you can sell that. You can sell hope. You can energize a fan base by introducing a guy who looks like that coming off that kind of season. And this is what I would describe as a very good problem, but is absolutely a problem that I would like our listeners to react to, especially Penguins fans who crave Penguins talk, at 412-928-9370, because the number that got thrown out there today is not one that just is a rubber stamp number where you say, pay the man his money like we're watching Rounders for the 97th time. Gentili said 5 years, $30 million. That's a ton. And honestly,
he's 31 years old.
And but as he put it, and he's right, when you're the only legitimate goal scorer that's in free agency, it's like when Kirk Cousins would become a free agent in football, and he's the only franchise quarterback that's available, so he gets all guaranteed money, and his agent ends up in the Sports Business Hall of Fame. There are just not a lot of guys who have Anthony Mantha's profile who go into free agency these days, or at least this year. So what do? 5 years, $30 million? To me, that almost makes it a one or the other. Do you want Mantha or do you want Malkin? I know it's a lot more term on Mantha than it would be Malkin, but are they going to give out 2 contracts this summer where guys make $6+ million a year? I don't think so. So, I mean, I feel like this is one of those situations where it's great that Mantha had this awesome season with the Penguins, but I don't bring him back.
I don't know how you can keep a guy that played 13 games last year that's going to actually play more games this year than he has since 2017. Dude, he was awesome yesterday. And when a big guy with soft hands is playing well and scoring goals, it's just inherently very fun to watch. I basically am describing like a homeless man's version of Mario Lemieux. Big guy, super skilled.
Super homeless, but yes.
Yes. Has never seen a dollar, right? Hasn't gotten a real job yet.
Somebody that Marty Griffin would
don't get me
send out pictures of.
Let's not go right now to that well already. I don't think you can do it, man. I think you have to say this guy, assuming you can finish the job here and get to the playoffs, is a massive reason why you did it.
Yep.
That it was a great story, and you shake his hand if you're Kyle Dubas and you say, go, I hope you make every dime you can in free agency. Here's what we're comfortable giving you. Here's what we think we could give you. You can laugh at it and call it an insult.
It is. It's going to be such a disrespectful offer.
That's what I mean. But know that I'm doing this knowing somebody else is going to pay you, and no hard feelings. Okay, buddy? Like, I just don't think you can do it. Do you pay for career years when a guy is going to enter his mid-30s here soon?
No, you try to find the next Anthony Mantha, but I don't think that's a very easy task.
It's not. Kyle Dubas played one. Like, if he was a scratch-off lottery ticket buyer this past offseason,
yeah,
everything he scratched was just the max prize over and over again.
This is how sports bettors get themselves in trouble. Because they hit a couple of parlays and now they think that, they're the guy from Two for the Money. There should be a movie made about them and they should be doing 1-900 call-ins to shows. Okay?
My lock of the year.
Right? I mean,
this frickin' parlay just didn't hit.
And the comparison I'll make on that is Neil Huntington was really good at finding dumpster dive pitchers until he wasn't. And he got, I think, caught up in I am so much better at this than everybody else that I can let these pitchers leave and I'll just bring in Ryan Vogelsong and we'll be fine.
I'll trade Neil Walker for John Neese and sprinkle magic dust on him. And it doesn't always work.
And that's why when we've talked about expectations for this Penguin season and what we want to get out of this, and like when Pop in Austin shockingly said, if they make the playoffs, it's still a good year. You're not going to have this guy on your team again next year. And let's say even somehow they shock us and they give him that money and they give him an extension, I can almost guarantee you he's not going to replicate this season. And I don't think they'd expect that. I think they'd look at him probably as more of a 20-goal scorer than a 30-goal scorer because that's who he's been for most of his life as an NHL player.
I mean, he's not even been like really a 20 pony. The last time he scored 20 goals was 23-24. Before that, you have to go back to pre-COVID to find a year where he got to 20. He's having it. You can't. It's an awesome story, and these are the discussions that have to be had sometimes in afternoon drive, of course, never in the morning. We would never have brought this up. You can't pay a guy in his early 30s for a career year long term.
So you think if I open up phone lines on this, we're just going to have
I don't know,
prudent, because I was getting text messages last night from Penguins fans saying, pay Anthony Mantha.
No, I don't
re-sign Anthony Mantha.
No, I don't think we're going to have prudent fan
I think our Penguins fans are very smart.
Pony.
I think they think we're smart, so I think they're going to agree with us.
Pony, they just went to UBS Arena. They went to Long Island, where most of their games resemble like what happens in a noir thriller, right? Where like
what?
Like one of those, like
a noir thriller. Do you even know what that is?
Like one of those hard-boiled
noir thrillers.
No. One of those hard-boiled, like black and white crime movies where the good guy ends up getting killed. The good guy ends up dying, or something awful happens.
Donnie,
in one
name
of these.
one of these movies. Yeah, obviously, Chris is talking about a genre of film that we all know about. Can you name one of the movies he's talking about for him over the years?
Film noir. Here, well, I can't help you.
You're a movie buff. You talk about, you quote movies all the time.
Think about a movie that's just like very messed up in terms of like no one really gets out alive, so to speak. That's what I'm talking about.
These hard-boiled movies.
Here, you know what's film noir?
Like it's an egg.
Reservoir Dogs is film noir.
Okay, but now you just gave him a clue, so he's going to name another movie that's like Reservoir Dogs to try to like back up this idea.
Reservoir
that you think
Cats.
Everybody listening knew what you were talking about when you said hard-boiled noir movies. Does John Football watch hard-boiled noir movies?
I guarantee you he knows what film noir is. I guarantee.
He's
got a whole list of them on a
Donnie's a movie guy, and he has no clue what the hell that just meant, if he's being honest. And I know he wants to be honest.
Do you know what film noir is, Pony?
I do now with the way that you just described it, but I didn't before.
I think you did.
So the good guy has to die at the end.
It's not a feel-good movie.
Why couldn't you have just said that?
So
why couldn't you have just said one of these movies where the good guy doesn't die in the end? That would have been much easier.
A movie like, but see, it's not like
the bad guy gets away. Or the bad guy gets away.
But what about movies that you watch and you're like, I never want to watch that again? Not because it's
like
bad.
Requiem for a Dream.
That's the exact movie that popped into my head.
I agree with that. I don't want to watch that again.
Not because it's a bad movie, but because, man, I do not want to sit through that again.
That or like Train Spotting, those are just a different category altogether. Train Spotting.
Is Train Spotting a movie or a type of movie?
Train Spotting is a movie. You don't want. That's like in the Requiem for a Dream category.
Right. I mean,
but no, usually, like I think here's what I think people are going to say, and I won't belabor it with.
I don't think people are going to say anything. We have no callers on this. I think they all agree with us that Anthony Mantha should not be given this money, and he should be sent on his way, saying, "Hey, awesome season, thank you, but we can't pay you this amount of money."
People are going.
We appreciate it.
People are going to say they went into their house of horrors, and largely because of Anthony Mantha, put an 8 spot on a team that was
we literally have no one that wants to talk about this right now.
That's because our callers are trained to wait for you to say the phone number, and then they line up.
Go ahead and do it, Chris, and I'm going to see that it doesn't happen because everybody agrees with us. So go ahead.
Anthony Mantha's having a career year. Pittsburgh, should the Penguins give him a long-term extension? 412-928-9370. That's 928-9370.
All right, I'm going to minimize the window. I'm going to look at it again in 30 seconds. And I'm going to prove to you that I'm right, that everybody agrees, that yes, it was an amazing moment. Yes, it was the win of the season for the Penguins.
Don't cry because it's over. Smile because it happened.
But our opinion on this is so ironclad that there's not going to be, I'm waiting 10 more seconds.
Got one.
There's not one. It's going to be
one
Jeff
fish
in
coming
South
in,
Park.
two fish coming in.
There you go.
Now the trout are swimming towards the
You've
lure.
got Jeff in South Park and his burner account and
Wrong.
Johnny the barber to make fun of him.
Haven't seen Jeff yet. No Jeff. No evidence of Jeff. We've got all new people.
Well, then I'm worried about him. Is he sick like Joe?
No, he tweeted me last night.
Was it something mean?
No, he was loving on the fact that they were beating the brakes off the Islanders.
All right, here is Nate to start us off. Hello, Nate.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
I'm excited that Mantha's doing well, but, sadly, I do agree with you, Tony. I don't see how you could possibly pay him
ironclad
for that long.
Why are you saying ironclad
maybe
so
doing
much?
3 years.
Because it is.
But I don't see how you do 5.
Well, he's not, but that, yeah, I mean, Nate, there's the classic example, though. You said I could see doing 3 years. The player says I want 5 because that's a lot more guaranteed money.
And because he's the only big goal scorer out there in free agency, somebody is going to give him what he wants. It's just a fact.
He's going to walk in there and just look better by comparison because there's nothing else.
You know what another sports analogy with this kind of reminds me of, although this guy did not have a career year like Mantha is having. I think it's the supply and demand that got Dan Moore paid. And we were all like,
100%.
We were like, what? Dan Moore?
But there were no left tackles.
There were no starting left tackles out there. Exactly.
And so you say, well, but in this case, I think, I would say this about Mantha. That's unfair to Mantha. He is objectively playing very good hockey.
Yes.
I didn't think Dan Moore was ever objectively anything better than maybe an average tackle.
I also think it's tacit in what we're saying here. Clearly, maybe it's not tacit. Maybe it's obvious. We do think he's a one-hit wonder.
I don't think he's going to be this player again.
Exactly. He's a one-hit wonder.
Yeah, I think he could be like a 20 to 25 goal scorer for the next year or two. But I also think he could easily fade back to just Pony. His shooting percentage is almost 22%. His career shooting percentage is 13%.
Yeah,
the people would tell you that is one-hit wonder.
Let's see if we actually have calls on this next at 412-928-9370. Would you give Anthony Mantha a big extension? He really won the Penguins the game last night in New York after Raquel's shorthanded goal. He was the guy that drove the stake through the heart, chased the best goaltender in the NHL this season, made him look bad. He's on a one-year deal. Would you give Anthony Mantha a big extension at 412-928-9370? My guess is everyone says, thank you, Anthony Mantha, but no thank you. We have, I think, the greatest tweet commentary in the history of the Penguins by one of their insiders last night. And Austin Bechtold gets his flowers from a listener. All coming up. Text us on the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line right now at Donnie Headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Reds shut out the Pirates 2-0 in the first game of a 3-game set in Cincy last night. Braxton Ashcraft went 6. He allowed 2 runs, 4 hits, 4 walks, and 3 strikeouts. Bubba Chandler makes his 2026 debut tonight. Pirates and Reds at 6:40. Coverage on the Fan begins at 5:50. All brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Mike's Beer Bar. That's where we'll be hanging out on Friday before our show, right across the street from PNC Park. Baseball is coming back to the Berg, and the place to watch the games and hang out before games and after games, and even when they're not playing like tonight is Mike's. You're going to the hockey game. Go over to Mike's, park over there. Don't deal with the expensive parking and the hassle of parking over near the arena. It's a beautiful day. Go eat at Mike's, get your steps in, walk over to the arena, and you'll feel good about yourself, and you'll feel invigorated by it after drinking all the great beer there, 80 rotating taps, and awesome food options like steak on a stone. So meet me at Mike's Beer Bar.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood. Learn more with Robinhood at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Illinois beat Iowa on Saturday to advance the Final Four in Indianapolis this weekend. Champaign, Illinois is about a 2-hour drive from Indianapolis. My guess is the town will be painted orange this weekend. Illinois plays UConn in the first game of the Final Four on Saturday. I'm Chris Black.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
America, look around. Everywhere you go, prices are still high, rates have been whipsawing markets, and the debt and spending don't exactly scream stability. Experts say diversifying with intention is the #1 secret account that all American smart money uses to hedge against instability. Monetary Gold has been around since 2000, witnessing multiple economic setbacks. If you call now, Monetary Gold will cover up to a lifetime of your IRA fees on qualified accounts. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
At cheapofpittsburgh.com, it's their declaration of deal sales event. Bring us your best offer on any Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we will beat it. No games, easy as that. Visit cheapofpittsburgh.com for all the details. We are Pittsburgh Jeep Store.
Your reputation matters. That's why so many landscape professionals choose Gravely. You can save up to 20% on Gravely commercial mowers during the Gravely Mow the Distance sales event starting April 9th. Visit your local Gravely dealer today.
Rally House, shop every team in town. College and pro, come on, it's time to go.
The season starts at Rally House. From jerseys and hats to tumblers for game day, it's where outrageous selection meets every fan's style.
Steelers, Penguins, Pittsburgh Panthers, Pirates, Penn State, Nittany Lions. Rally House, it's your city, it's your house, it's the Rally House.
Level up your fandom in-store or online at rallyhouse.com.
Ready to upgrade the windows and doors in your home? Now is your chance to win $5,000 towards your purchase at 84 Lumber's brand new Anderson Windows and Doors showroom in Mount Lebanon. Mark your calendar. Visit the showroom at 1675 Washington Road on April 9th from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. to view Anderson's full product line and enter for your chance to win $5,000 towards your windows and doors. For more information, visit 84lumber.com and follow along on Facebook.
Hey, Pittsburgh, the pick is in and the destination is downtown. This April 23rd through the 26th, don't just watch the future of pro football unfold, be in the center of it. Affordable hotel rooms from AAA Travel at the Hotel Monaco for the ultimate 3-night draft weekend. $1,529 per person, double occupancy, and you're in the center of the huddle and history. Visit your local AAA Travel office or call 1-800-354-8761 to book your draft package with AAA Travel today.
Hey, Penguins fans, turn $10 into $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using the bonus code PIT150. Then place a $10 hockey bet. You'll get $150 in bonus bets in addition to your winnings if your first bet lights the lamp. Steel City fans know greatness when they see it. It's right here on the ice and in the app. With BetMGM, every game's a power play at your fingertips. Download the BetMGM app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code PIT150. Don't sit on the bench for this one. Jump on the ice and take your shot today. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Raquel short-handed to Russ. Back in front, Raquel. He scores! That is the swing the Penguins needed. A shorty from Raquel, and it's 3-2.
Yeah, pretty prophetic comments from Josh Getzoff, who was on his A game last night in Long Island.
Oh, I love the
Penguins
Pat Joe
games
line
on TV.
I love the Pat Joe line. Once again, hey, collides with Pat Joe, who once again goes down like he fell off a building. I don't know why. He deadpanned it, too. It was great. Very, very funny.
Josh Yohe was there and fired off a flurry of tweets that I think was just unbelievable.
Like you're saying, Hall of Fame run by Yohe in a very short period of time. I think, are they post-game tweets?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. These were great.
These really had his fastball last night.
Would you like to share with the class?
I'm trying to, here it is, my favorite one. I don't know if the Islanders will make the playoffs or not, but UBS Arena absolutely leads the league in amount of building employees getting high outside after games. So at least there is that.
Do you think he was saying that like negatively, like kind of like a narc, or just matter of fact? I felt like it had a negative dint to it.
Hey, it's on at that point the game's over. They're on their own time. They ain't on the company's time. They're not subject
Clearly, Josh
to the
has never covered a Raiders game in Oakland, I would think.
I don't think Josh is anti-pot. I don't get that sense from just the few times I've been around him. Should I text him and ask? You anti-weed?
Josh, where do you come down on the weed issue?
I think he just walked out. It was a very pungent smell, and it happens all the time when he leaves Islanders games, and he notices that they're in Islanders employee garb or arena garb when it happens.
They had to smoke it up to stifle or to dull the pain of what they saw.
There's also this one. No celebrating in the Penguins dressing room post-game. Not even many smiles. Time to get ready for the Red Wings, Brian Russ said. I like that mindset.
I always like those quotes, but you know what? That'll mean exactly nothing if they come out and like lay an egg tonight. Although doesn't it feel like they have gotten the win with Shilovs in net was a humongous bonus. He was not good, by the way. That was like, if I were going to point to one actual thing from this game that would be like, cause for some concern down the stretch, depending on how many games he's got to play, he was not good. They bailed him out by just going.
I think they're pretty much
Penguins.
a lock to make the playoffs unless they lose to teams they're much better than in April. Here's one more from Josh. Given how brutal the upcoming schedule is for Columbus, and he's right, and the Islanders, Penguins Flyers in the first round is suddenly in play. Unlikely, but possible. I would agree with him on that. And that would be the rare series. Well, actually, I can't say that. But it would be the series that they could play in the first round more than any other, where it would flip, and I think they would go from hunter to hunted. The pressure would be on them, I think, to win that series at that point. And some of the, like, house money, and it doesn't matter what happens in the playoffs. The Penguins have given us a great season.
Yeah.
We should be thankful for it. If they get matched up with the Flyers and lose to a team that is less talented than them, that had to get hot in the last 15 games to make the playoffs, barely got in, and then beats the Penguins, that would, like, suck all the positivity out of this year if that happens.
I would agree just because of who it is on the other side. It would make me see red.
And you guys can.
I agree with that.
You guys can say that this is like a wussy weenie move. That's why I don't want to play them. I actually don't want that pressure in the first round. I want to feel like with a first round series, all right, Columbus, Islanders, whoever, let's play them. If we lose in 6 or 7, whatever, we can still look back on this as a good season, something to build on, even though Sid and Malkin and Letang are all old, and
I think
Carlson may never be this good again.
Do you think they're better than any of the teams they could conceivably play? I think they are. So the Flyers would be the worst one because you'd be, oh my God, like I can't believe they lost this. It would
feel the best to beat them, but it would also suck so much to lose to them.
Here's the problem.
That I don't even really want to think about it.
If they're in 2-3 matchup with Columbus, I think they're clearly better than Columbus. Do you? I think they're a better hockey team and should beat that team.
Yes. I wouldn't say clearly
Maybe
better,
not
but
clearly.
I would say still better.
They're 2-0-1 this year against the Islanders, and they just throttled them in their own building. And while Sorokin can steal a series, we all know what hot goalie theory is.
They have his number right now.
They're clearly not the Islanders of old. Would you agree with that?
I would, yeah.
Yohe even said that, I think. He was like, that's not your father's Islanders. I would expect to beat them.
Yep.
I would expect to beat the Flyers, but the Flyers would, by orders of magnitude, be worse than those other two. But I guess what I'm really saying is, the Penguins have shown me enough, especially with like real adversity. No Crosby for a while, no Malkin, no both of them at times.
Yeah.
Like win your first series, man.
I agree with you, but they are on the right side of the coin flip against the Islanders in Columbus. Like I give them 55-45 advantage, something like that. The Flyers might in theory be similar, like maybe it's up to 60-40, but losing to them would feel like it was and it would feel like it was a colossal upset at this point.
Yeah,
frankly,
it hurts more than it. I mean, it hurt. It would hurt more than everybody else. They're starting. I still don't trust the goaltending, although I think Skinner is obviously more trustworthy than Shelov's. The Penguins are starting to have weird elements of a team that like actually can win a playoff series or even two. Think about what they've got. Still have Crosby, who doesn't even, like last night, him setting 2 milestone marks, 1,100 assists, multi-point games, and moving into third all time.
Yeah.
Did they not feel like afterthoughts in that game? They did to me. They have some scoring. Raquel Mantha. They have guys depth-wise who are playing really well. They've got Elmer Soderblom coming an assist short of a Gordie Howe hat trick.
Yeah.
They've got Erik Karlsson play. What are you throwing up like the
2 goals, baby?
Oh yeah,
he's got
I know.
2,
and he's clanked iron too. And then they've got like Karlsson playing.
He really could have 4 right now, Don.
Easily. And then
I could be in deep trouble on that bet.
If he had even 3, if he had 1 more, we'd be formally on Soderblom watch.
Like Shari works through Shin, rips it on net, saved by Sorokin, loose in front. They score! Soderblom, the big man.
Yeah, Soderblom. Sorry.
Huge goal.
And then a fight.
Oh yeah, and then he whooped what's his name? Was it Wheeler?
Yeah.
Yeah, whooped Wheeler's ass. And actually
so he was an assist shy of the Gordie Howe hat trick.
I just said that.
I know.
Are you pulling a Starkey on me today?
No, I'm just I was temporarily distracted because I was trying to find this Austin tweet.
Hold on though. The funny thing about Soderblom is he's actually playing objectively good hockey, and they've needed him to on the fourth line. Okay, just quickly. I watched that game on about an hour delay, just getting the kids to bed, and I genuinely did not check, other than Donnie blowing up our group chat with Elmer in all capital letters, so I knew he had scored. What a delight it was to see them actually kind of throw an avalanche at the Islanders. And then my man Soderblom, when I got to his goal pony, I went and rewound it. You know what he was doing? Showing real instincts of a goal scorer. He was just camping out, waiting, very patient when he got the puck.
He's got a revenge game tonight, Donnie. He's going for
Donnie.
He's trying to finish the job here and get the hat trick.
If he gets a 2-goal game tonight, can you imagine how hyped people are going to be?
What do you mean? He'll be hyped. I don't know, but when you say people, what people are you talking about?
I got on the YouTube chat.
It feels like we get multiple tweets and posts every time he scores. Like
so remind people what the bet is.
If Elmer Soderblom gets to 5 goals,
I pay him $1,000.
You owe Donnie $1,000. You gave him 100-to-1 odds. If Soderblom doesn't, Donnie pulls $10 out of his wallet and gives it to you. Our listeners, I get into the YouTube chat every day. I give a salutation.
They're loving the Soderblom?
I check to see what they're talking about. The first thing I see today is people going, hey, Soderblom, that's 2. That's 2.
Austin Bechtold was in for the Midday Guys, started his show with this. Ben Battaglia loved Bechtold's opening rant about how these Penguins are for real. And he tweeted him and said, great job, man. That was a great opening monologue. You are making the case to be the next Mark Madden for Pittsburgh radio, which is fine. I mean, Mark's had a long run of success here, but it gets retweeted by Austin. And here's my pet peeve with this. Okay? Here's my little pet peeve. If Donnie went on the air and did like a very fun segment that people liked.
Which he does often.
And then someone tweeted and said, you know what, Don, I think you're the next Randy Bauman. Would you retweet that? Would you do that?
No, because even though he's legendary in the market, he's not associated with us.
Yes, he doesn't work here. In fact, you could make a strong argument he works for competition.
Oh, no, you don't make a strong argument. He, by definition, does work for the competition. This person was talking about Austin being the next version of our current direct competition. I think I
look at that as a complete shot at us by Austin.
I also, it's also a fan listener who is suggesting that, Mark has had a very good career, but it's kind of, Austin's turncoating us. I think
he's Benedict Arnolding us.
Oh, definitely. Benedict.
That's what he did.
How about would you say Bechtold Arnold? Benedict Bechtold? Benedict Bechtold. Here's the point.
You know what, Donnie? You were doing such a good job today. I just want to let you know, if you want to be, you can be the next shirtless Tom in this industry, bro. I really see it. I could really see that for you. And you can retweet that if you want.
The lesson here is to maybe click like on it because no one can see your likes anymore. They can see your retweets.
Well, they can see retweets all right. We saw Kevin Gorman's retweets. We saw Gormy the Owl.
How appropriate.
He was up late last night, boy.
How appropriate that I'm sitting in a chair while I say all this.
How does that...
He's got to own it,
What does Gorman do next?
I think he's got to own it.
What's he say in his next tweet? He just puts out the Pirates lineup like nothing happened? I think he's got to address the masses here.
I think he's got to own it. When Rex Ryan was revealed to have an obvious foot fetish,
that's a great point.
He owned
Donnie,
it.
That's a brilliant point by Chris.
And people were like,
he said,
funny.
yes, that was me in the video.
He'll make jokes about
He'll make jokes. He'll be like, yeah, I put my best foot forward. Hey-o!
I made a horny video with my wife about her feet. He owned it. And then Wes Welker made fun of him and got benched in a playoff game, and it hurt the Patriots. Which, in a way, the foot fetish actually literally helped Rex Ryan win a playoff game.
If Kevin said something like, I've got the best seat in the house tonight, and fellas, I know something about seats and chairs, it would be perfect. It would be great. I hope he chooses to own it. No shame in here. I hope he chooses to completely own it.
he didn't commit a crime. No. He didn't do anything illegal.
Nothing. I hope he chooses to own it.
Just say, look, I was on the road and I was horny. It happens. You know? And what guy, seriously, because here's what's going to happen if he doesn't. If he doesn't address that, every single tweet he sends out or anything he says, I don't know. I don't think so. Anything he says now, he's just, all of his, I've been there. His mentions are just going to be people throwing that back in his face.
I agree.
Constantly.
I think if he owns it, he completely neutralizes it.
If he meets it head on, I think... Look, people like when you don't take yourself too seriously and you can have a sense of humor about things. And I think if he were to do that in this situation, it would humanize him, and I would actually think make him much more relatable and much more likable. Not that Kevin isn't either of those things already.
He's a likable, affable guy.
He is, but he's got a little bit of a PR issue right now, and that would be my advice. Like, yes, you're right. What time did this happen? Do we have a timestamp on it?
The gentleman who retweeted it and got it, I don't think had the timestamp.
And how long was it up for?
I don't know. He noted
was it a brief moment and Gormy just got?
I don't think so. He hasn't come out with like I got hacked. I think the best part is
that's the other play in these situations. You say somebody got a hold of my account. Donnie, would you buy that? If Gorman came out today and said, I got bad news, folks. Somebody got a hold of my account. And that's why that went out. Would you buy it?
So he could potentially get by with that since it appears that he's a first-time offender here. But there was a former
3 strikes and you're out here.
Well, I'm going to bring up a former fan producer here that had to get not talked to by a boss or anything, but he got a heads up from our buddy Jermichael Finley. I thought it was actually pretty honorable of Jermichael to do this.
It was high levels of honor.
To be like, hey, man, I just want to let you know, like, people can see. I think this is when you could still see likes and maybe the occasional retweet was also noticed.
Yeah.
He's just like, hey, man, I want to let you know.
You can see likes.
People can see this.
Hey, now that we've gone down this...
He tried to claim that he got hacked by somebody, and he was like, man, I've told you this a couple of times, though.
That's like a dog ate my homework take. Now that we've gone down this rabbit hole, I do have to ask you guys this question.
By the way, the one video said translated from Portuguese, in which this Connor Williams had an unbelievably funny line in response. He wrote in response to, translated from Portuguese, he's in the trenches, dude. I cannot imagine what that burner timeline looks like.
That's a deep cut right there.
That is an amazing, amazing
So tell me if you think this is for real or you think if I'm trying to be hacked or scammed here.
Okay.
So John Staggerwald DM'd me and said, "Can you vote for me to co-host a podcast event?"
Oh wait, you're
by
getting
Spotify and Google.
No, you're getting scammed.
So don't even touch that.
No.
I see it, but I've not touched it.
No, you mentioned that to me off the air. I think while we were on our Indy trip, you just mentioned that in passing, and I didn't really think anything of it.
Staggerwald wanted me to check out his podcast.
Well, because I think that I didn't realize it was that exact message. I thought that he just respected you, which I think he does. And so I thought he was actually asking for input. No, do not click that. He got hacked. Please do not click that.
All right, I have not.
By the way, I feel like this is the perfect coda. It was Mayfield that Soderblom fought. Our friend, the Confluence. Wait, weren't we just talking about our buddy, the Confluence, on Twitter? Donnie,
maybe.
Weren't you talking about that guy, the Confluence, who's got like Van Halen or whatever as his avatar?
Yeah, and I think he's going to be around on Friday. He wants to meet all of us.
Yeah, he was ombudsmaning us for that discussion.
By the way, I just want to let you know, Donnie, the ability to show a vast wealth of pop culture and sports and everything else, I really think you are showing shades of Tall Kathy here in this segment. I can really see that coming out in you over the air.
What are you gonna, when he does a great 6 to 10 show, are you going to say you're showing shades of the Kilbasi kid, Phil Kurzik?
It's unbelievable that he reposted that.
And Lindbergh's in there pumping his fist.
Follow us on Twitter. Watch us on Twitter. Brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. All right, we got Sports Court next with our guys from Edgar Snyder. We will ask them to prosecute or defend the biggest topics in Pittsburgh sports. But first, a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Final Four is set. Illinois and UConn Saturday night just after 6 p.m. Michigan and Arizona follows that one just before 9 p.m. on Saturday. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Hey, it's Norm Dickerson. Tired of unreliable supply chains holding up your construction projects? Delays cost money. You need building materials you can count on right when you need them. That's where Reed Building Supply comes in. I've known them for more than half my life. Quality lumber and everything else for your residential or commercial build. On time and with a smile from your personal Reed rep. Don't build with uncertainty. Build with Reed. Visit us today at reedbuildingsupply.com. Reed Building Supply, building Western PA one project at a time.
Hot water fast. Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater.
And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Motley Crue, the return of the Carnival of Sins. Friday, July 17th, the Pavilion at Star Lake. The Crew celebrates the 20th anniversary of Carnival of Sins. Motley Crue, with performances by Tesla and Extreme. Tickets on sale now at livenation.com. Motley Crue, part of the Minutemen Workforce Solutions concert series.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose, but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Presented by Robinhood.
He crosses, spins, pulls up.
With Robinhood Prediction Markets, buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds, just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot, block, steal, run, and moment that shifts the game. With Robinhood Prediction Markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fans, Fan About Town. Family-owned D'Amelio Heating and Cooling. D'Amelio's services heating, cooling, commercial refrigeration, and tap beer systems. They service all brands and provide 24-hour service. D'Amelio's is a Carrier Factory certified dealer. D'Amelio's Heating and Cooling. Call 724-838-9360. Pittsburgh's undisputed car wash champion is Mr. Magic. Get a free premium wash by texting FAN to 47757 or visiting MrMagicCarWash.com. Then stop by any of their 23 neighborhood locations to enjoy the most exceptional wash in the burg. Enjoy the shine at Mr. Magic Car Wash. Got plumbing problems? Call the pros who've been going down the drain since 1969. A quick drain service serving the entire tri-state area. Expert plumbing, sewer, and drain cleaning, plus DOT certified gas, water, and sewer line installation. Lifetime guaranteed.
For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Planet Fitness has everything you need to power your progress, so you can give everything you've got, all for just 1 cent down. Whether you want to get the most out of our best-in-class equipment or go all in with free fitness training, our trainers are ready to help you get stronger than ever before. Take your workout to the next level at Planet Fitness. Join the club today for 1 cent down, $15 a month. No commitment. Deal ends Friday, April 10th. You ready? Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet. See club for details.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
And now it's time for the PM Team Sports Corp with our friends from Edgar Snyder and Associates.
Listen to the PM Team on demand, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts.
How are we getting away with that one, by the way?
The entire break, all I've been thinking about is whether or not I'm going to ask Nick to prosecute or defend the Kevin Gorman situation.
Oh, my God.
That's all I've been thinking
You
about.
want to talk about, and I think Nick, by his reaction.
That's all I've been thinking about.
By Nick's reaction, he was at least listening in the last segment. So, like, he kind of had a visceral reaction to that statement.
Well, I caught the tail end of it. I could piece it together, then do a little deductive reasoning about what happened. I think you just got to own it. You got to say, yeah, that was me. You can't go with the hack. You can't. Everyone sees
no
through
one
that.
gets hacked anymore unless, like Pony said, they're getting asked to rate somebody's podcast.
No, people
on
get
Spotify.
hacked all the time. But the people that are getting hacked are not posting pornographic things. They're like trying to sell
you crypto.
Yeah, sell crypto and things like that. Exactly.
Well, I think he just gave a great answer. You just got to be like, yeah, it was me. So what? I'm an adult.
You got to own it. You have to.
I think that's a very good take. And
well, it's a good take because it agrees with us.
Well, I think
which has been the theme of the show so far.
Technically, that would be defend. He's defending. My client is.
Yeah, he's defending.
My client
he's
has done nothing
he's defending Gormy, but we would also defend Gormy in this situation.
Sure. Here, I'll throw a.
I think Nick just got frozen and we lost him. Anyways, go ahead.
I was gonna say I was gonna throw a sports one at him and start. I was locked and loaded, ready to throw defender prosecutes.
Is the defender prosecute question for him? Was it Tiger Woods related?
It actually wasn't. Although I was gonna go with something here on that front. We got you back here, Nick.
Defender prosecute this. Tiger Woods saying he was just looking at his phone before the crash is a good excuse for the crash happening.
I'm going to prosecute it. I feel like, again, you kind of got to own it, right? At this point, I'm shocked that Tiger Woods has a driver or doesn't have a driver. He's worth $1 billion. You got to pay somebody to drive you around. Say, hey, listen, I've had a lot of back surgeries. My leg is obliterated into a million pieces. I was on my painkillers and I messed up.
Yeah.
Yeah, the old I was looking at my phone thing doesn't really hold up when he apparently had a couple of hydrocodones on him, according to the police.
Yeah, I also think it looks worse. Like, not only was he presumably on something, if that's what comes out, he was then looking at his phone. Like, you can't have both.
Right.
Nick, how about, and it's not a prosecutor defend, but it's like just a sidebar to this. The idea that in Florida he can say, I'm not going to take the field sobriety test.
And it's a misdemeanor in Florida to no, it's not the field sobriety. When he got to the station, he blew a .00, like a completely
They wanted to
clean
do a
breathalyzer.
blood test.
A urine test.
A urine test, okay.
So he can say, you can deny it, but you're automatically, I think it's a misdemeanor, Nick, in Florida to deny or to refuse a urine test.
So then how does that get held against you in court, Nick?
So each state is different. And listen, I don't do criminal law, but I know in PA, if you refuse a field sobriety test, you can, but it results in an automatic license suspension. I want to say it's for 6 months or something like that if you say no to the field sobriety test. So yes, you technically have a choice, but it's not without consequence. So in Florida, it must be that, hey, you're presumably guilty of a DUI unless you prove otherwise.
I think, Pony, it might be like, Nick, would it make sense? I know you say you don't do criminal law, but would it make sense that that would be something called like failure to comply, basically? Or
yeah, essentially,
whatever?
yeah.
Okay. Because that's, I think, what one of the charges was.
Yeah, there's a lot of small details and idiosyncrasies about, whether or not that constitutes a search of a person and what you need in order to get that search. So I'm almost thinking it's like a failure to agree to a lawful search, and it's a failure to comply. I think you're right, Malsey.
I have a sports one for you. Defend or prosecute the following statement. It's not too early to worry about Brian Reynolds offensively.
It's not too early.
Yeah, defend or
I'm going to defend that because it is not too early to think about that. He got off to a very slow start for, pretty much a slow year last year. He looks slow at the plate. It looks like he's having trouble maybe catching up a little bit to the faster pitches, and his judgment isn't great judging balls and strikes right now. And I think that looks worse than if he was making contact and grounding out. I mean, he's just not even doing that.
I got another fun one for you, Nick. Defend or prosecute this one. Dan Hurley should have been administered a technical foul for pressing his face against a referee after his player made a 3-point shot to beat Duke.
And there was how much time left on the clock,
0.3 seconds.
Yeah, you got to give him a tech.
Yes.
I think you do.
I
mean, that's
what are you, a Duke
Hurley.
graduate?
First of all, that's Hurley to a T, right? He is as literally in your face as a college coach can get. He is boisterous and he's relatively mean, it looks like, at least on the court. You better make sure that clock is 0-0-0 before you do something like that. I think if there's time left on the clock, that means the game isn't over, and it probably should have been a tech.
All right. On that note, defend or prosecute. That now becomes Braylon Mullen's shot. That is the greatest shot in NCAA tournament history.
I'm going to defend it. It feels that way.
If Pony was the judge right now, by the way, in your courtroom, man, the side eye you just received would have maybe made you think twice about this route.
Well, we're all a victim of recency bias, right? But think of the scene. They were down 20-some points, slowly chipped back against Duke, who there's no love lost for pretty much anywhere. And, I mean, that shot was, 40 feet? To beat a much more talented Duke team with at least 2 or 3 NBA guys, one of whom is going to be probably second or third overall. I think all that together, I think that's probably the greatest shot.
All right.
I like that. I like it. Bold, very bold.
Court adjourned for the week. We'll talk again next week. Nick, thank you.
All right, guys, thanks.
There you go, the PM Team Sports Court.
We hit him with actual legal, like when sports and law actually intersect.
Tiger was changing the station. What a flex it would be if you could find out
what station he had on.
You were, like, the station down in Florida found out he was flipping to them, and then you could do all kinds of promotion off of that. A station so good, Tiger was willing to flip his car for.
I mean, you got to think
Classic
got
Rock
XM on there.
94.9.
What's that? You got to think Tiger has XM.
What if you found out he had like Apple CarPlay going and he just had Steely Dan's Dirty Work on repeat? Just over it. He just kept playing
It's like the Sopranos scene where Tony's singing it in the car.
Chris has never seen any of The Sopranos.
No, I've seen Pine Barrens, one of the great episodes in television history.
Yeah, and all the other episodes are really, really good, and you refuse to watch it for some
I've seen the finale,
reasons.
too. You know who would make a promo about it if he found out Tiger, even though Tiger's like obviously needs major
that guy
help.
right down the hall.
Do you want to talk about content Craig having a fiesta? That guy would be happier than we've ever seen a human being.
Tiger almost died listening to 93.7 The Fan.
Tastes so good they can kill.
For. Yeah, tastes so good. All right. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track today. Again, nice night in Cincinnati for baseball, Pirates and Reds. We'll get to them a little bit later on. Mike McCarthy with new Will Howard propaganda. New Will Howard hype. What did he say today at the owners' meetings? You'll hear it next. Quick timeout, long commercial-free segment. It's the PM team.
Hey, Pittsburgh. It's Sean Whalen from Whalen Exteriors checking in. We just wrapped up the Home and Garden Show this month, and so many people are taking advantage of our Respect Your Home guarantee. When you hire Whalen Exteriors for a new roof and gutters, it truly is no mess with no stress. As the leading roofing company in the greater Pittsburgh area, we're the pros with the 5-star reviews, and we're motivated to earn your business. Make sure to reach out before the end of the month to take advantage of the Whalen Exteriors Spring Special we're offering for a limited time. WhalenExteriors.com.
Just 20 minutes from downtown Pittsburgh and 10 minutes from the airport, Moon Golf Course offers a beautiful 18-hole course that's perfect for players of all skill levels. Whether you're squeezing in a quick round, planning a weekend outing with friends, or hosting a golf event, Moon Golf Course delivers scenic fairways, great conditions, and a relaxing day on the links. Book your tee time today and experience one of the area's hidden gems. Visit moongolfclub.com.
Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, a family-owned and local-based company, is your #1 choice for roofing in Pittsburgh. They do roofing, siding, and gutters with exceptional customer service for all your needs. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. Call the Pickle today.
Rally House, shop every team in town. College and pro, come on, it's time to go.
The season starts at Rally House. From jerseys and hats to tumblers for game day, it's where outrageous selection meets every fan's style.
Steelers, Penguins, Pittsburgh Panthers, Pirates, Penn State, Nittany Lions. Rally House, it's your city, it's your house, it's a Rally House.
Level up your fandom in-store or online at rallyhouse.com.
Hey, it's Pony back to talk about Xfinity. Imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Jobs change, kids grow up, new memes come out. But what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Well, thanks to the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most, that finds and fixes any issues before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. You get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices and no one battling for bandwidth. For the next 5 years, all your devices will be working in perfect harmony, and you get our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, and no strings. So even though kids will grow up and you still won't understand what the X67 means, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. Plus, get online in 5 minutes with same-day Wi-Fi, all with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. To get started, call or visit Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
When disaster strikes your home or business, Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration of Pittsburgh is ready to help. Our certified team handles everything from emergency cleanup to full reconstruction, working directly with your insurance to make the process simple. Available 24/7, we respond fast and restore your property with care, honesty, and experience you can trust. Visit panhandlecr.com. Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, restoring Pittsburgh's peace of mind.
Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, and we're gonna save you.
When your money's on the line, are you okay with a basic free tax service? Get the confidence of TurboTax with free Fed and state filing on Intuit Credit Karma. Around 37% of filers qualify. Simple 1040s only. See details at turbotax.com/free.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
No! It's just a golf lesson, champ. Loosen up. I can't.
See that Hyundai Santa Fe?
Yeah.
I only paid.
Finish up on your own. I gotta run.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends March 31st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Gotta love it. Another Bucks and Pucks doubleheader. Penguins and Islanders at 7 o'clock at the arena. On the Fan, we'll have the Pirates and Reds. Bubba Chandler makes his 2026 season debut. Leadoff show comes your way at 5:50 with Zan Grilli. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Tuesday edition of the PM Team.
Okay, let's go. Come on. Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Foley and Muller, live and local, just like Mike's.
I think the biggest thing with Will, and it's probably consistent with young quarterbacks, they got to win from the pocket. At the end of the day, 9-10 games a year are going to come down to the 2-minute rule. That's what the stats tell you. That's the way we train. So his ability to win from the pocket, because I think he has everything else. I mean, people get caught up on what round he went in, but if I was drafting players that year, he wouldn't have been around in the 5th or 6th round. I mean, I valued him higher than that based off Kansas State. I thought he jumped out of the TV set during the college playoffs. I mean, what is there not to like about the guy? I think he's definitely a real prospect as a starting quarterback. I believe that when he came out. So you can talk about his throwing mode. You can talk about some things throwing the ball. I think there's a lot of growth with his feet. Like a lot of these guys. The challenge I see in college football is so scheme heavy when you're running these quarterbacks. Their schemes are diverse. There's not a lot of training in the footwork. So throwing the ball, and you got the best guy who's ever done it in Aaron Rodgers. I mean, you look at the way Aaron throws. I mean, just watch his feet. Watch the ground force, explosion that comes up to his feet through his hips in his throwing motion. So the point is there's room for development. I think there's a lot to work with. Well, I'm excited to work with him.
All right, that is Mike McCarthy's latest musings on Will Howard from the NFL owners' meetings today. Here's one thing I like about what he said there. He actually identified something mechanical that Howard needs to get better at, and McCarthy makes it sound like it's an easy fix. It almost is like the guy in Toronto who said that Jose Bautista's big problem was his timing.
He had a weird hitch.
And that he was starting his swing too early, and a lot of balls were being hit 400 feet foul. And if he just a split second kind of moved things back a little bit and did everything a tad bit later, it would unleash him or untap something. And that's what McCarthy is essentially saying with Howard. The footwork is bad. Footwork is not coached well in college football. Blame Ohio State and Kansas State for that. Now, I know how to coach it. And, oh, by the way, Aaron Rodgers is the best guy to learn from when it comes to the footwork part of the game. I am not some kind of film savant when it comes to quarterback where I can refute that in any way. I can't. But what I like about that, Chris, is it's actually like a concrete thing and not some
wishy-washy, intangible. Well, right. I just love the way the guy talks and the way he carries himself.
Bingo.
It's giving, yes, it is concrete. It is this is an issue, this is a fix. Josh Allen had a bad throwing motion. They fixed it. Look what he became. He's an MVP. He's one of the absolute best in the league. Here is my one sort of comment back to that, though. And I do like that it's something other than kind of the typical Will Howard discussion, which is just trust us. Trust me, bro. We really like him, which is basically been the tenor of it from the time they drafted him. Would you agree?
Yes.
Don't you think there are a lot of other smart people in the league who are smart about quarterbacks, who are freakishly devoted to studying quarterbacks, who would have looked at the player there and noticed the same thing? Hey, footwork's probably not what it needs to be. Pretty good chance that is like a reason why he's not what he should be as a thrower of the football. We can fix it. 31 other teams are not stupid. There's a couple, the Browns.
No, a lot of them are, though, especially with quarterbacks.
How many smart quarterback teams, though? O'Connell in Minnesota, McVay,
Rams.
Shanahan.
Yep.
Like, there's the usual suspects, right? LaFleur's smart. There's enough smart people, is my point, who probably could have at least used a long-term backup that maybe could be a starter, who said no, not once, multiple times on this guy. Which makes me wonder, maybe McCarthy could be completely correct. I'm like you. I'm not going to refute what he's saying because I don't have enough pure knowledge of what's supposed to be happening there. But there's a lot of other people in the league who presumably would have noticed the same thing about Will Howard. That's what I would say to that.
I don't remember that at all in the draft
in the run
prep going into it. Yeah, hey, he's got this issue that's correctable, and if he is able to figure that out or someone gets a hold of him and helps him with that, he can be a really good quarterback. I also think what he said about, I would have drafted him earlier than that, that's really not that far-fetched because although there was no one that thought Will Howard was a first-round pick quarterback, we talked a lot about the quarterbacks in last year's draft. Obviously, the opinions on them varied. Shedeur Sanders was Mel Kiper Jr.'s number one prospect, and he went in the 5th round. So the quarterback thing was really not clear-cut last year. We've talked to people that had Will Howard as high as a 2nd, 3rd round pick. We've had people that have felt like the Steelers were justified in waiting until the 6th round to pick him. But no one has said that he was a guy that was an undraftable, was best as a free agent who would need to win a camp battle or go play in the UFL or CFL or something like that to get his job. I think most people that don't think that most draft experts, I should say, I won't say most people. Most draft experts, I think, felt like the Steelers got a bargain in the 6th round with him. They got good draft value there.
Mm-hmm.
They got a guy in the 6th round who's
he was
functional
a 4th round
NFL
pick,
quarterback.
Yes. He should have been early day 3.
Right. So even that remark from McCarthy is not that outlandish. It's the thing where he says, I think he's a real prospect as a starting quarterback. That is him putting his flag down in the Will Howard ground.
You would just have to see so much more. I mean, a lot. Even McCarthy might have a concrete thing or things he wants to fix that he thinks once he fixes them is going to unlock some new version of the player. We've never seen the old version, like the pre-fixed Will Howard, in an NFL preseason game. I think that's what bugs me the most. I get it. You took the job. You probably had to say nice things about him during the interview process. You aren't going to trash the guy in public for some reason. But there is no body of work here. None. There are practices. There are teammates saying he's a sponge. There's the quarterback we all think is going to come back and start this year saying he's a great teammate. I have a lot of high hopes for the kid. But there's no actual film. And that is problematic for me when we try to have these discussions. I'm not saying we shouldn't, but when people try to have these discussions and stake out camps, it's man, you're doing it on nothing.
But we wouldn't have. But if he had played in the preseason, I know I'll speak for myself, and you can probably agree. You'll probably agree with me on this. If he had played in the preseason, I wouldn't put any stock in that tape either.
Well, here's what I would tell you. I would at least say, compared to the discussions we have now about him, we would have seen him in something passing for NFL action. I know it's NFL exhibition games, but I also think it's different when you have a 1st-round pick and you're breathlessly saying, look at him, he looks so good in the preseason, he's great, after he's played a little bit in real games like Pickett did, having the great 23 preseason. If it's a 6th-round pick and he's just showing some basic flashes, I think that's kind of a different way you view that stuff because your expectations are so much lower to begin with. You're allowed to hey, that's a nice thing I didn't know he could do, or hey, that's a good throw.
Yeah,
that's an NFL throw.
But I've learned my Kenny Pickett lesson, and I would just say it's against vanilla defenses in the preseason with guys that, as Pompiani says, are the future bartenders of America.
I know, but it's different. My point is, it's different because Kenny, we had seen him play regular season games already.
Mm-hmm.
And then we watched him have, you always want that year 1 to year 2 jump. We watched him look, at least in the preseason, razor sharp as you could possibly look in that setting.
But his rookie year, he had a good preseason, too. Was not as
I understand that, but at
impressive
least
as year 2.
At least with Will Howard, the reason why you could maybe put more stock into it is because there's nothing else to put stock in. That's what I'm saying here.
Yeah, and my rebuttal to that is if he was bad in the preseason, we would just say he can't hack it, or at least I probably would.
Yeah, I would definitely
If he's good, I would still absolutely 100% take it with a grain of salt and say, I'm not going to profess or proclaim that he's going to be a good starting quarterback because of what he did in August against Carolina. I just can't do that anymore.
I wouldn't profess.
I won't do that.
I wouldn't profess that. I know you've learned your lesson. You kind of had to. You really had to rock bottom before you learned. But
if he had stayed healthy all of July and August, and McCarthy was saying the same exact things about Will Howard as he is now, and he was adding on top of it, and look how well he played in last year's preseason, I know you would be saying, Pony, who cares about that?
Correct.
Yes.
I ultimately would be, but
right.
But he didn't. And so, if you're going to ask me to sort of move the goalposts a little bit, or if you're going to wonder why I'm saying it the way I'm saying it, it's at least better the idea that he would have shown something in the preseason, and we're talking about him this way, than what has been the conversation, which is oh, yeah, we believe in the guy. Based on what? You can't even do the lowest bar of preseason with the guy.
Donnie,
a couple of practices?
Donnie, do you think that Mike McCarthy knows quarterbacks? If you're going to put him in a bucket, is he in the he knows quarterbacks or he doesn't know quarterbacks bucket? You had to choose one.
Yeah, I think that's a little bit unfair, but if I have to choose one there, I would say yes.
He does. What would you put Tomlin in out of curiosity? No. Okay. So I'm working off of that. You are at least admitting that the guy now who's in charge has a better understanding of what it takes to be a good NFL quarterback than the previous coach, right?
Yeah, no question.
So my follow-up to that is, because of that, when Mike McCarthy is bullish on Will Howard again today, does that make you more of a Will Howard believer? Here is someone who you actually put stock in what he said, what he thinks about quarterbacks, as you just said. You think he knows quarterbacks. So when he says these things, does it actually look, I know you don't have a very high opinion of Howard, but does it at least increase your opinion of Howard somewhat? Does it take it from a very,
He's asking you if you can get from 1 to 2 here.
Does what Mike McCarthy's saying about Will Howard make you any more excited about him as a player?
No, I need to see the guy do something that isn't practice against
So even having a quarterback knower, having his seal of approval does not move the needle for you at all?
No, because any coach is going to talk up that guy in that situation if he really likes Will Howard, and that seems to be what a lot of his interview discussion was.
But I don't agree with. Here's why I don't agree with that.
Because he would have talked up Mason Rudolph. Is that what you're going to come back with?
No, I was going to say he's been asked about Roman Wilson and Caleb Johnson in the last 2 days, and he hasn't taken a dump on those guys. He hasn't said negative things. He's not going to do that. But he doesn't say, we'll play the audio later, he doesn't say of Caleb Johnson, I think this guy's got a chance to be a starting running back in the NFL. He doesn't say about Roman Wilson, I think this guy's got a really good shot at being a starting receiver.
Well, he wouldn't want to say that about Roman because it might make Aaron Rodgers angry.
He doesn't bury the guys.
But he doesn't praise them over the top.
Exactly. There is a difference between coach speak, I'm new on a job, I'm not going to say anything derogative or negative about a guy that I'm going to coach, right? There's a difference between these two things. I'm not going to
There's
rule
a difference
anybody
between
out.
praising a guy and not burying a guy is what you're really saying. He did not bury the other two. He praised Will.
He left the door open for those guys to impress him and change the organization's mind.
He suggested that Will Howard would impress him.
This is way more effusive. This is way more he sounds like he he knows something that the rest of us don't know yet, but we're going to find out here soon.
I'm going to fix his footwork, and this guy's going to be awesome.
This dude can get it done. He's potentially the answer to our prayers.
I mean, the only thing I'll say is he gave a concrete reason, like you opened this discussion with. And if Tomlin had been asked about this, he would have done the usual, like, flowery. Well, he's a pro's pro. He's got a great mindset.
That is exactly right. That is exactly right. There is no way, if Mike Tomlin is doing all of this stuff, asked about Howard at the end of the year, asked about Howard again at the Combine, asked about Howard at the owners' meetings. He's not like saying that the guy is an NFL starting quarterback. There's no way. A, I don't think he actually believed it. And B, I just don't think he would pump a guy's tires that way. I don't. Is there any evidence in the way Tomlin talked about Will Howard at any point that made you think, wow, Tomlin actually likes this guy so much, he thinks he can be the Aaron Rodgers successor?
No.
Me neither.
It was all about Rodgers with him. And it's mostly about Rodgers with Mike McCarthy, but he's clearly saved room for Will Howard, at least praiseworthiness. I also, though, don't want to, like, go too far in one direction and say, well, it's different. Well, yeah, I mean, two different people. That doesn't mean it's going to be better. That doesn't mean McCarthy's saying, hey, I think there's something with his footwork, and I think we can improve it, and I think that'll make him a better player.
No, but the reason why I phrased things that way, the way I did to Donnie, is because I respect what McCarthy has to say about quarterbacks more than Tomlin.
Well, yeah, that's
right. I mean, that's
bar.
Just
low bar.
But is he barely getting over the low bar, or do we actually think Mike McCarthy is a guy whose takes on quarterbacks we should listen to and trust?
I think he's in a unique position where, because he's coached guys that I think would have been good almost with anybody, like Prescott was already good when he got there. I think Rodgers is just one of those dudes who would have figured it out no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not going to give him credit for Joe Montana in the last year of Joe Montana's career. Sorry, Mike. If it's Aaron Brooks as his, like, prized pupil that he brought from semi-obscurity, that's not enough because it's 25 years ago. He clears the bar, but I'm not going to say he's like doing an Olympic record vault over it. He's not setting the high jump record here for me. If he was, he would be somebody else's coach right now.
All right,
he wouldn't have been available.
So if Andy Reid is a 10 out of 10 as a quarterback whisperer, what's McCarthy?
Probably like 6.5, 7.
What's Tomlin?
Is there a number lower than 0?
But, dude, okay, so you said that's a low bar to clear. That's still a huge difference from a 1 to like a 6 or a 7, Chris.
I think Mike's
that's
like
a massive difference.
Mike's a 1 or a 2. He knew which guys were good, but I think his fatal flaw with all that was never wanting to let his hands off the steering wheel once Ben was gone to let those guys play the way that they might have been able to. Like, he knew what made a good quarterback. He knew Jackson was good, Burrow was good, Mahomes was good. But once he didn't have the Hall of Famer who had the sway over him, he couldn't take his hands off the wheel. But yes, it's a significant gulf in expertise at the position.
Here is, oh my God. Here is a text from another guy named Andrew. If I had a choice between Fernando Mendoza and Will Howard right now, I would go with Howard.
Pony, this is the problem with this stuff about Howard that we get from McCarthy and others. It makes people insane. Fernando Mendoza is an obviously better prospect. The fact that I have to say that out loud and like lecture somebody bums me out.
But if you didn't know that Mel Kiper and Fieldy Yates and these guys on TV to my right in the draft cognoscenti, if you didn't know that they had such a high opinion of Mendoza and you didn't know that he was a shoo-in to be the Raiders' first pick and you were just living in a bubble and all you had to go by was your opinions of the guys having watched both, you would actually say that there's a huge gulf between Mendoza and Howard? If you didn't know anybody else's opinion but Chris Muller's.
I would still,
because I know I wouldn't say that. I would still say Mendoza's better.
I would say Mendoza's better. I guess I wouldn't say huge gulf.
Yeah.
Some of it's perception.
That's what I mean. And like their perception in the NFL is wrong a lot of the time.
I know, but maybe it's just a natural pushback internally from me. Like I find so much of the Will Howard stuff.
That's why Roethlisberger labels you an anti-Howard guy for stuff like that.
I just think it's like irresponsible to put this much in the way of expectation on a player we've never actually seen.
I agree with you on that.
Almost exclusively vibes-based.
I know, but it's just interesting that you have chosen in this particular conversation, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong with this, but it seems in this specific debate about what Will Howard will be, you have put an unbelievably high amount of stock in what other people think of Will Howard. Not what Chris Muller necessarily thinks of him, but what other people do, meaning where he was drafted, how teams evaluated him in the draft.
My best way of forming opinions when I don't maybe have the hardcore graduate level expertise that every NFL coach should have about all the positions on the field or quarterback specifically.
Yes.
Then I have to go by the decisions that are made or not made by those people when it comes to selecting a player.
But the reason why I don't agree with that is because of the old Cook trope. Because if I went with that, if that was my base opinion for things, I would say, well, Mike Tomlin knows a heck of a lot more about football than me. If that's the decision he made in a game, I guess I have to trust it.
I understand that, but when it comes to so that's an in-game decision. When it comes to
how about drafting guys?
Tony, but when it comes to a complete unknown like this, right? A quarterback. Don't you think that when we talk about trades or player acquisitions in baseball, we both do this.
Yes.
When the Rays trade for a guy with you go, oh crap.
Yeah,
what
I've
are we
said
doing?
that. Used
we've
to be
all
the Cardinals.
There
are organizations like that for sure.
So I more look at it when I know that guys like McVay, specifically him, he's always going to be on the lookout for the Stafford replacement these days. When he passes on him, when O'Connell, who might still be in quarterback hell because he put too much faith in McCarthy, passes on him, all that stuff.
But
it matters to me.
But by what you're saying though, because this is where I guess I'm going to draw a very hard line. If a guy named Andrew texts in and says something that you deem ridiculous, I would take Will Howard over Mendoza. Okay, you think that's crazy. I don't agree with it. I don't think it's as crazy, but I don't agree with it. I know I actually believe this, and you would scoff at this too. I actually would prefer Howard over Simpson. And all the draft people are telling me Simpson is graded out as a first or second round pick. So, that should be almost equally as offensive as saying, Howard's better than Mendoza. But I don't think it is. Simpson started 1 year. Half of the year was good. This guy won at Kansas State. He won at Ohio State. He's a mobile quarterback. He was a proficient quarterback accuracy-wise in college his final season. I think he's a better prospect, even though one guy went in the 6th round and the other guy could very well go with the 15th pick in the draft.
I can make a case for taking Howard over Simpson solely based on the fact that I think there's one true first rounder, and I think it's Mendoza. And I have big questions about Simpson on a lot of fronts. And I think next year's class is going to be better. And instead of doing what I've seen the Steelers do in the last 5 years with Kenny Pickett and what I would call reach for a player who did not elevate his surroundings at Alabama, I'd rather just roll the dice with Howard.
That's a separate argument, though. Saying you'd rather keep Howard than use a first-round pick on Simpson, I am saying I actually think Will Howard is a better pro prospect than Ty Simpson, regardless of where you pick them.
I don't agree with that. I don't.
But other than those guys on TV saying Simpson is better, what basis is there for believing Simpson is a better player than Howard?
What basis is there for believing Howard's a better player than Simpson? He hasn't played in the NFL.
He's bigger. He moves better. He's played more games and has done better in college. Those are three pretty big things, I think.
I mean, if that was the case, the biggest, strongest guys who did the best in college would always get picked first, but they don't.
A lot of the times they actually do,
there's projectability, though. And at quarterback, there's clearly projectability. And people don't think a big, strong guy with a good enough arm projects well to the NFL. Also, didn't he get beat out by Skylar Thompson?
Sort of. Kind of. We'd have to go back and dig into that.
I mean, presumably, if he hadn't gotten beaten out by Skylar Thompson.
I mean, Jalen Hurts got beat out by Tua. Would you rather have Tua than Jalen Hurts?
I mean, I think that if Tua was in the Eagles system, he would have been a little bit better. But no, I would not.
Texas on the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line. Person in your law firm really always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Mike McCarthy saying today that he looks at Will Howard as a real starting quarterback prospect in the NFL. Do you agree or disagree with him? 412-928-9370. Best caller right now is going to win 2 tickets to see the night before the draft concert featuring Jason Aldean at Rivers Casino, April 22nd with John Morgan and Shane Profit, powered by Bowser Chevy. Winners must be 21 plus. Again, that number to call is 412-928-9370. Are you on McCarthy's side? Are you more on Mulsey's side? 412-928-9370. Donnie's mock of the day later this hour, too, but first a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins 8, Islanders 3 last night in Long Island. The Penguins had 5 goals in the second period. At one point scored 7 unanswered. Mantha and Raquel each had a pair. Penguins right back at it. They host the Detroit Red Wings tonight at 7 at the arena. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, let's talk right now about my guys at Comer and Cross with warmer weather here, not right around the corner like the notes they gave me. It's actually here right now. Temperatures in the 70s. It's time to call Comer and Cross at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR before their schedule fills up, and it will because they do such a good job. Your new Comer and Cross garage floor is going to transform your garage. It's going to increase the value of it. It's going to look good. It's going to make you want to spend more time and do more things in there. That's how I am looking at my new garage floor from them. In one day, you'll be driving on a brand new gleaming Comer and Cross garage floor. That's how it went down with me. They made a promise. They delivered. Came to my house late morning. They were done by early afternoon. You can have the same thing, but you need to call now. 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Comer and Cross for your free, quick, and easy estimate. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or go to COMERCross.com. It's Comer and Cross.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Arizona took down Purdue on Saturday in the Elite Eight. The Wildcats are heading to the Final Four for the first time since 2001. Tommy Lloyd took over as head coach in 2021. Lloyd has the most wins in his first 5 seasons with the team in college basketball history. Could Tommy Lloyd leave for North Carolina? That'll be the big question this week in Indy at the Final Four. I'm Chris Black.
Furnished by IntelliBrands.
Have you ever felt leg pain, restlessness, cramps, tingling, swelling, numbness, itchiness, or coldness? Then you need the new patented Legsercise Pro, the natural circulation booster that uses continuous automatic leg movement to soothe pain and promote healthy circulation the natural drug-free way.
Using Legsercise made walking painless again.
Legsercise Pro's patented walking simulator propulsion technology moves your feet back and forth along its concave track, creating constant movement and flex at both the knee and ankle joints. It's like having a physical therapist right in your own home.
I have much less swelling and no more tingling.
Call right now and order your very own Legsercise Pro, the new proven automatic leg mover that soothes pain and naturally promotes healthy circulation. Call 800-555-1212. That's 800-555-1212. 800-555-1212 now.
These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
Hear that? That's the sound of a car rolling into Valvoline Instant Oil Change. The sound of another savvy driver getting an oil change from trained pros. The sound of not having to leave your car while we quickly change your oil. At Valvoline Instant Oil Change, there's no hassle with appointments or dealer wait times. That's one smart bell.
I'm back to doing what I love and more, thanks to the Good Feet store.
Don't let bad feet stop you from being active and getting healthy. Trade in your bad feet for good feet at the Good Feet store.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
PennDOT is reporting that due to downed power lines, Route 51 is closed in both directions from Weigels Hill Road and Round Hill Road in Forward Township. On the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Renzel.
Window Nation March sale, up to 50% off all window styles. Visit windownation.com.
Spring can be tricky weather-wise in Pittsburgh, but Window Nation can help keep your home comfortable no matter the weather. Plus, in March, the more you buy, the more you could save. Up to 50% off all window styles. Visit windownation.com for a free consultation today.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Who's obviously the Pittsburgh Steelers correspondent for this program. We saw him last night for the first time this year. Mike McCarthy said he talked to Aaron Rodgers last night. Those two talk more than me and my wife. So it sounds like they're getting tight up.
Jeez, Mark.
And Kaboli, maybe reach out to your wife.
Exactly. That's the headline out of there, that Mark didn't talk to his wife last night.
Not just last night. I think he's talking
in general.
Yeah. Mark, open up conversation with Miss Kaboli.
Exactly.
Yeah. Jeez. Stop eating a mayonnaise sandwich right in front of her face and say hello. Ask her how her day is going.
And don't take your business with Miss Kaboli public.
Well, we don't know. Maybe they're the next reality TV couple.
Mark takes a lot of things public. He shouldn't.
I would too. The Kabolis?
Yeah, Mark and Mrs.
I'll tell you what. And then what if he starts working out so he can do what Aaron is doing with his?
Wow. Yeah, get a PhD.
Yeah, there's a chance. Kaboli.
Knocking boots.
They actually already did that show.
What's that?
They actually already did that show.
Love is Blind?
No, it was, I believe it was Mahershala, or...
Bob Loves Abby Show.
Yeah.
That's good.
Jeez.
That's Kabali getting ripped a new one on the McAfee
Keeping
show.
up with the Kabalis.
Kabali right now in a dogfight. PM team, contributor of the year. March Madness tournament. We've moved into the Final Four. Kabali taking on Jason Mackey, Pirates Insider. The Pirates Insider show now airing Sundays on The Fan, where we'll find out about all kinds of things in the Pirates organization. And in the other semifinal, you have Bob Pompiani versus Mike Florio. So the big guns who come on our show.
Where's the Pomp Florio matchup?
That has not been posted yet.
Not been posted. So we had Pomp Florio, Kabali Mackey get through, defeating respectively Greg Brown, Aditi,
Faribault,
and Fittipaldo. And then there were, you think we'll have a finish like UConn and Duke?
The committee did a good job. I know you guys bashed the committee. The only upset in the first round was Mackey over Fittipaldo. So when they, for the most part, got the seeds right.
So when the tournament committee sets out an actual NCAA tournament of 64 teams,
I think they feel good if the seeds hold.
Do you think they root for pure chalk?
Probably, because it justifies their
says
picks.
we did it perfectly this year. If there's a mayhem,
I know you say all the time you'd rather be right than anything else.
That's true.
Isn't that how you would feel if you were those guys?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not the one like consuming the tournament as purely an entertainment product. I'm the one who wants to say, hey, look, all these teams were in their right place.
So breaking news here on the Steelers offensive line. Omar Khan is at the meetings too, although he was not in the GM picture. He was one of the only guys absent. All the GMs take a picture together, then all the coaches take a picture together. If people were laughing about McCarthy's get up and the sunglasses he had on, and he was wearing a button-down shirt that would pair well with New Religion jeans.
True Religion.
True Religion jeans.
New Religion.
I don't know. Yeah, sorry. I've never.
It's going to be the name of Bechtold and Jermichael's
Donnie,
band.
ever own any of those True Religion jeans? You know what I'm talking about. It's just not my look.
Talking about like the big thick seams that they have and like the crazy pocket stitching. Yes.
Of course Donnie doesn't wear that. He was in here yesterday wearing camo shorts and Crocs.
And it wasn't like the old blob camo. It was the real camo. Like there was like grass and like.
And I think you
sticks.
had. Correct me if I'm wrong. Did you not have a rubber wedding band on that like color-wise matched the camo?
He had. You had like a green.
It was like the army green.
You color coordinated your wedding band with the camo. That's nicely done.
Don, I got army green on today. Alex just bought me a bunch of like plain ones in just different colors. So we're locked and loaded.
Khan is there too. He's not doing.
Why not get in the picture?
I don't know. So we'll have Kabali ask him when he's not getting ridiculed for caring more about Rodgers and McCarthy talks than chatting up his wife. Here is Omar Khan got run down by the Trib, and he was asked about Broderick Jones. And this is pertinent for a number of reasons. The biggest one being now these fifth-year options on players who went in the first round of that draft are being decided on, being picked up, or they're being declined. And this is what Khan said of Jones to the Trib. He's starting to do more and more. I've talked to him a couple times over the last couple of weeks, and he's in a good place, ready to work hard and do whatever he can to be ready to go. But he's not ready to go,
don't love that.
Obviously. He's willing to do what he can, but he's not.
That's not a timetable. That's hoping.
They have practices that are going to commence soon here because they get to start earlier in OTAs because they have a coaching change. That's one of the rules of the NFL. You get extra time with a coaching change. That makes it sound to me like he's not going to be ready. And look, I thought there was a 0.1% chance they were going to pick up that fifth-year option before this injury happened. Now I think it's 0. And it seems to me like the Steelers' strategy for this is going to be the following. Ride it out with Cook and Jones. Take a flyer on a tackle in the middle rounds of the draft and see if with a year kind of waiting in the wings, the guy develops enough to potentially be your starting tackle next year. That's how I see it. Just look at the guys they're bringing in here.
Do you think that almost, unless Broderick is somehow back healthy and plays at like a Pro Bowl level, he's one and done, one more year and done, probably?
Yes. And right now
I would say it, but I agree with it, and I couldn't question the decision if they did that.
Right now, I would say Cook is the favorite to be their left tackle when the season opens.
Well, if Jones can't practice to start with, he's going to get all the reps. It's going to be an inside.
He's going to get a head start, big time.
Yeah, I gotta just officially say it. I mean, it could always turn around in stunning fashion the way UConn did when I left them for dead on Sunday, but that was a huge miss by me.
And tell me if you guys agree with this take on that draft, the first draft here from this regime. Or no, the last well, I guess no. It's the first draft without Colbert, but Tomlin's still around for it. I think the best grade I can give it is a B+. They got a lot of good players in that draft.
But the first round pick
because
looks
they
like a
whiffed
bust.
on their first round pick, I can't give it an A.
And they also whiffed on their first round pick. Now, maybe he wasn't ready, but they refused to let him play the position they drafted him for until year 3.
And this is right in line with what Donnie has said about the 04 draft. After Ben got picked, they got Starks in the middle rounds. It's a good pick. But overall, not a very good draft if you just go pick by pick and grade every pick. You got your franchise quarterback in the first round. He won 2 Super Bowls. Amazing draft. I don't care if you picked long snappers and bums the rest of the way. It's a great draft. This draft, after Broderick Jones, go down the line. Porter, Herbig, Washington, even Spencer Anderson late. I mean, they picked good players. But they really screwed up the first pick.
Your picks are weighted. Each pick is weighted, bottom line. Like, you get a first-round pick correct, I think, in a big way, it's going to make your draft. Now, if you have an AB-like player in your 6th round and your first rounder was who was the Steelers' first rounder in 2010?
Pouncey. I mean, it's still an amazing draft.
I don't know why I had Ziggy Hood in my head.
That's 09.
But say you had Ziggy Hood as your 2010 first, and in that draft you still got AB. You're like, all right, an all-time great receiver in the 6th round blunts the impact of drafting just a guy in the first round.
True.
But failing that kind of unusual circumstance, you kind of weight the picks in order of expectation of production.
Donnie, you want to push back on that? Can you grade a draft an A if everything's good but the first-round pick?
No, I think it's pretty fair to say that just because the very first pick you're making, and not to mention they also traded up for him.
The player that's highest on your board.
And then they watched the Patriots get a shutdown corner a few picks later. Like all of the teams.
The Steelers got a shutdown corner in the second round.
They did.
He ain't Christian Gonzalez. He's very good, but he's not Christian Gonzalez.
He's close.
I think Christian Gonzalez is one of the 5 best in the league. I cannot say that about
It stings a little
Top
bit
15.
more. It stings more when the teams right after them or right around them end up coming away with far superior players.
And here's another one that actually drives that home.
JSN was 20.
I made fun of the Jets, and I said, look at that desperation pick of Will McDonald that got caught flat-footed. He's a better player. There's no doubt he's a better player.
But you look at the rest of that draft, like you take Jones away, and it's like, oh, okay, that's a really good first draft for a GM because they came away with several good ones.
Updating a story from Mike McCarthy at the draft about him valuing big sausage-like fingers and hands and pterodactyl wingspan from quarterbacks. Long arms and big sausage-like fingers and hands. By the way, does Lennox know about, can he recite all the dinosaur names still, or has he moved on from that in life?
He still likes them all. His big thing is he just likes to do math problems, for fun and, word searches and stuff.
God, he's going to...
So he'll like to give me, what are, for me, obviously rudimentary addition problems. He's like, here, I bet you can't get these. And it's 13 plus 27. I'm like, well, that's 40. He's like, you got it. But he's very
Donnie, I have to admit something about what Chris said is in line with this. I almost, if we were not going to be allowed, if the Indy trip fell through, okay, and we weren't able to go out there, and I wasn't able to make you do your losing bet for finishing last in picks on making the drive back and forth, my backup plan, my plan B, was making you take the SATs again. That was my backup plan.
That would have been sick.
And then, reading the results on the air of how you scored.
Can you imagine?
Oh, they would have been awful. And they weren't even good the first few times I took them.
The analogies section where it's this is to this as this is to that. And if you had gotten a couple of those wrong.
What if I somehow did better?
Wait, what did you do with that one test where he said, and he had it up to here?
Oh, yeah. That was a college, pop quiz. And the question was about Martin Luther being what pushed Martin Luther away from the
Catholic Church
to make his
Catholic
95
Church.
Theses. Yes,
and I just drew a little line and then an arrow to it, and I said he had it up to here with the Catholics.
I hope you got. I don't remember the end of that. Did your teacher at least appreciate the humor?
She gave a laugh, and then you just -1.
That's fair.
It was a ha-ha -1.
So updating the hand measurements and the long arms. In the 2025 draft among quarterbacks, who had the biggest hands among guys that were drafted? It was a tie. 9 3/4. Tyler Shuck and Will Howard. Who had the longest arms? 32-inch arms. A tie again. Seth Hennigan from Memphis and Will Howard. Another clue that McCarthy might really like Howard if his take on needing big, long arms like a pterodactyl and these sausage-link finger hands are accurate. Well, Howard actually measured out as the best in both of those categories at the Combine last year.
When you say
long arms and humongous fingers and hands.
When you say sausage-link fingers, I don't think that translates to great quarterback because I'm I don't know. Is that guy going to be able to throw the ball with finesse and touch? I imagine Andre the Giant's fingers. I don't think he was putting it above the linebackers and in front of the safeties.
Our top Pittsburgh draft picks by round were brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Donnie's mock of the day. The latest scoopage on the NFL draft and the Steelers less than a month away is next. Watch us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. But first, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates shut out by the Reds last night in Cincinnati. Braxton Ashcraft, pretty good in his 2026 season debut. 6 innings, 4 hits, 2 earned, 4 walks, and 3 strikeouts. Bubba Chandler on the mound tonight. Pirates and Reds do it again at 6:40. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan, the North Shore Tavern leadoff show at 5:50. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, let's talk right now about FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of 93.7 The Fan and the unofficial partner of Major League Baseball. It's a Tuesday, And FanDuel is giving you a chance to call your shot with daily dingers. Joining the action is easy. Just make your free pick. Who's hitting a home run in their game? And if you're right, you'll get a profit boost to use on your next bet for a chance at extra winnings. It's another reason why FanDuel is the home of home runs. Right now, we got a ball game tonight in Cincy. Buccos and Reds. Here are your home run props for this game. O'Neal Cruz has the best odds at plus 290. Marcelo Zuna next at plus 330. Brian Reynolds plus 350. I don't see Brandon Lau. Maybe he's not in the lineup tonight. You've got Ryan O'Hearn all the way down the board at plus 630. I think that's where I would go. Actually, I do see Lau plus 350. That would be my pick. You can get to FanDuel right now. Head over to FanDuel.com/Andrew to opt in. 21 plus in President Pennsylvania. No purchase necessary. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now double profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration to max wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem. Code 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey guys, Donnie Football here. I just got married, and I had this moment when I picked up my suit about a month ago. I'm standing there thinking, this is pretty wild, because I could have worn this same suit a couple of years ago. Seriously. That's what hits me most about Awaken 180. Not just that I lost the weight, it's that I never put it back on. Not a pound. In fact, I've lost a couple of more. So when the wedding came around, I wasn't scrambling. I wasn't trying to crash into shape. I wasn't looking for some last-second miracle. I already had it handled. Awaken 180 helped me lose the weight, feel good while I was doing it, and actually keep it off. No meds, no starting over, no panic, because a big day is coming up. I got to go into my wedding feeling good, comfortable, confident, and just enjoy it. And honestly, that's what people want. Not just to lose it, to know that it's gone and that it stays away. That's why Awaken 180 worked for me. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
No hot water? Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Here we go. It's time for Donnie's Mock of the Day. And you can listen to the PM Team On Demand, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts at 3:45. Make the smart call to Buell Insurance, 724-443-5610. Every day we try to give you the latest scuttlebutt on what the experts and insiders are saying about the Steelers in the draft. Donnie perusing the interwebs, making phone calls, exchanging DMs and texts to come up with the most recent mock of the day. The final day of March before we turn the page on the month that will bring the NFL draft to Pittsburgh and create mass hysteria. How are they going to cram so many people into that little area? Questions that I'm asking that I don't have the answers to. Don?
I went with the guy that we usually have on today. that we usually have on around 4:30. We won't have him on today. He's
Our
going
PM
to another
team
pro day.
Draft expert, Carnegie Mellon Zone,
We get more,
man.
yeah, we get more brain power than anybody else with
CBS
a
Sports,
Carnegie Mellon guy.
Ryan Wilson.
Yeah, he put out a mock draft yesterday, and he had the Steelers making 2 picks in the opening round.
Whoa! Whoa! Okay.
The first one, they stay at pick 21, and they draft Jordan Tyson, the wide receiver from Arizona State.
Injury risk, but I like that. And I have a feeling I know what's going to happen on pick 2.
And
okay, want to guess, Mulsey? What do you think
I think
happens?
they trade back into the first round. I'm not sure which team they would do so with. They trade back into the first round for Ty Simpson.
Don?
They trade back into the first round for Ty Simpson.
I didn't look. Swear to God, did not look.
I mean, it is pretty predictable when I say that. I mean, I don't know what else they would have done there.
By the
At
way,
number 32, so they make the trade with Seattle.
Can you guys run this by me? I saw like an exchange. I think Brad Spielberger was saying it and like rebutting Dan Orlovsky and talking about how Tyler Shuck, I bet the Saints wish that they had picked him in the first round if he's good, because then they'd have that extra year. Spielberger was just like, yeah, if he's good next year, they're just going to extend him after year 3, and that 5th-year option doesn't mean a whole lot. I actually agree with that the more I think about it. If a guy is good enough like that early as a second-round pick within 2 years,
you're right.
Who cares if you picked him in the first round? If anything, it's probably better to not have to like worry about that, because the price would go up automatically for being a first-rounder.
Well, I've already said this hour that I think Will Howard will be a better NFL quarterback than Ty Simpson, so I wouldn't really like that at all. The reason why things like this are somewhat plausible and possible is because the Steelers have too many picks. They've got 12. They can't draft 12 players. 12 guys are not going to make this football team. Probably more like 7 or 8 have a chance to. So you got to find a way to get rid of picks. And if that means moving up because there are guys you like in this draft, or trading current picks to get future picks in next year's draft or beyond that, you do it. I know Mike McCarthy was asked about this on McAfee's show today, and he said, this is a good problem. Yes, but the word problem was still used. Okay? Good, yes, that you'd rather have more picks than not enough picks, but you cannot make 12 picks.
No, you have to move around the chessboard a little bit here.
You can't have 12 rookies on your 53-man roster.
What would be
That's
the
almost
highest
a quarter of your
I
team.
think the highest number I would want to go with is what, 9 picks probably?
Maybe, yeah.
8, ideally. Like 8 impact players is better than 12 warm bodies, or you know what I mean. 8 potential impact players where you use the picks to move around.
You need at least one more wide receiver. There's a rookie that could make the team, a wide receiver. Need another offensive tackle.
Corner.
You need probably another guard. Okay, another corner. That's 4. Where else are they thin?
Probably another defensive lineman. Hayward's not going to be there forever.
Okay, there's 5.
Would you say they need another linebacker because
6?
They don't trust Peyton
Safety,
Wilson?
7.
And then how about another like a depth piece that's like a lottery
Punter
ticket?
maybe? But you just brought Johnston back.
A blocking tight end.
A return man?
A return man, like a guy who could wide receiver running back style, like just a weapon that you maybe
I don't
think
know
is
I honestly,
take a flyer.
I don't know who would return punts for them if the season started tomorrow. I don't think that guy's on their roster. It's not Metcalf. It's not Pittman. Maybe Roman Wilson would do it. I guess he probably would. You're not going to have Caleb Johnson do that anymore. Travis Homer's a special teamer.
Caleb Johnson would catch the ball and then try to kick it back to the punter.
Oh, you know what else you probably need? Another tight end.
I was going to say
you
that
only
because
have Freiermuth in Washington.
They got connected to a tight end as a first-round possibility, I saw.
Sadiq?
Yes, Jerry Dulac wrote something, I think, about it.
He did?
I'm almost positive, dude.
Oh, if he did, that's juicy. Because I actually think I know who that would come from, and it's not Art. It's not Art in this instance. And I would...
Would it be somebody within the organization who...
I'm starring that. I'm making note of that.
Did you see where I was getting it from? I think it was maybe the Post-Gazette's account had it. The actual Post-Gazette Sports.
Look, you look at their team, there's not a crying need for an elite tight end. You're paying Freiermuth a lot of money. He's a good player. Washington's a beast. So I don't really want to revisit the Arthur Smith thing where you can never have enough good tight ends, and it turns out you can. And strangely enough, both of your pass-catching tight ends were neutralized really by your own doing. Jonnu Smith just stunk, but kept getting opportunities, and because of that, that meant less playing time and less opportunity for Freiermuth. But Sadiq is, I think, a really, really good player, and I would be very, very tempted if he was still on the board at 21 to take him, the tight end from Oregon.
He's a freakish
Man, is he
player.
a beast.
He's a freakish.
He's huge, and he broke Jordan's record.
Yes,
at the
he's a
combine.
freakish player. Freakish player.
Donnie, is he on your board? Would you consider him?
This.
Would you consider Sadiq? Even though you got Pat and you've got Darnell Washington and there's no need for him?
I think he's one of those freakish athletes, and I think he's a very good player, but I don't want them to go that route.
I know you say that. I think they pick him and then they put the highlight tape on right after he got drafted, and it would be very tempting to change your mind.
It was our buddy Alex Kozora.
Oh, he's a freak of nature.
It was our buddy Kozora that had it. Jerry Dulac strongly hints Steelers are interested in first-round tight end. He strongly hinted in his chat today that Sadiq could be of interest. He cryptically referenced Sadiq when asked if the Steelers could draft a tight end. Quote, absolutely, and I bet even before the end of day 2. This isn't going to happen, but there would be some sentiment to take one at number 21 if a certain tight end were still on the board.
Yeah, we know who that is.
Well, he could fall into the best player available.
I mean, if he fell to 21, unless like somebody... Even if somebody caught him like smoking with a gas mask like Laramie Tunsil, he would be the best player available.
I don't know if I agree with that.
Where they could defend themselves and say, well, this guy was our best player basically after we got past number 12.
Well, no, hold on. Let me rephrase that. If Jordan Tyson was there, I'd take him over Sadiq. But would you call him better than Jordan Tyson as a player? Wide receivers are more valuable generally.
Oh, I know. Would I call him better than Jordan Tyson? No.
Well, you said you would take some issue with the idea that he would almost definitively be the best player available.
Well, actually, I got to say
21.
this. I think both have a very good chance to be excellent NFL players. The argument for Sadiq is that he doesn't have the injury baggage that Tyson has. Like, I actually think if Vega, Tyson, and Sadiq were all there at 21, I think Sadiq would have the least likely chance of being picked. I think it would be between Tyson and Vega.
Because of position. Well, Vega wouldn't be a positional value pick, I would think.
And I still think they would take Tyson.
I think that would be smart. I still
Do you
think
agree with
would be
that,
the
Don?
right play.
I think that's about right. But the Vega thing would be, I think it would be almost a 50-50 proposition if it was those two guys.
See, I think if it's between Vega and Sadiq, there would be sentiment to take Sadiq, as Jerry pointed out, but I think they would take Vega from Penn State.
With Vega, they would tell themselves, boom, offensive line
is done.
Yeah, we'll plug him right in. He's going to play right now. He's going to be our starting left guard.
The odd thing would be they'd have 4 out of the 5 spots, and yet the one spot they tried the hardest to fill would be the gaping hole at left tackle of uncertainty. It'd be a huge question mark.
All right. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track today. Storms possible in Pittsburgh. Good weather in Cincinnati for the Buccos tonight. When we come back, Pirates lineup is out for tonight's game. Did another guy get benched because of a gaffe last night? And what date is being thrown around for Connor Griffin's 2026 debut? We'll tell you next. Quick timeout, long commercial-free segment. It's the PM Team.
This evening into tonight, we are looking at some thunderstorms to drop into the area. Some of these could be gusty, so we'll be watching for those. Temperatures will stay on the warm side with lows in the upper 50s. For tomorrow, showers, especially during the afternoon and evening, possibly even some rumbles of thunder. Temperatures top off in the upper 60s. More showers and thunderstorms are expected on Thursday. From the KDK First Alert Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Ray Petlin.
Precision Door, a name you can trust.
Attention Greater Pittsburgh. Are you tired of dealing with a garage door that just won't cooperate? Locally owned and operated Precision Garage Door in Imperial at 8179 Steubenville Pike and their McMurray location has a fantastic offer. For a limited time with approved credit, you can enjoy 12 months same as cash financing and pay nothing for a full year. When you need a new door, call Precision, America's largest residential garage door repair and installation company. Precision trucks are loaded and ready to go 24/7. Their expert technicians will ensure your garage door operates smoothly and efficiently, regardless of brand. All that plus this amazing offer. 12 months, same as cash. Call 1-844-345-4737 now. On the web, it's PittsburghGarageDoors.com.
Precision Door Service, a name you can
Contractor
trust.
license PA 060566.
Aetna has been my lifesaver. Easy to understand, and if not, customer service is always there to help.
Those words from a real Aetna Medicare Advantage member speak to why U.S. News & World Report named us a best Medicare Advantage company. Because we show up with care management that ensures doctors work together on complicated conditions. We show up with the latest in online tools to make healthcare easier to use anytime. We show up for you, because that's how healthier happens together. Member feedback has been edited for length and clarity.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
It's Carrington Harrison here to help you beat the book through Westwood One Sports. Sometimes the movie that wins the Academy Award for Best Picture is not the movie that we remember most from the year. Back in 2017, The Shape of Water won Best Picture. It really should have been Get Out. That's happening right now in the NBA. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is going to win NBA MVP, but the real MVP this year has been Victor Wembanyama, who is an absolute alien. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
PennDOT is reporting that due to downed power lines, Route 51 is closed in both directions from Weigels Hill Road and Round Hill Road in Forward Township. On the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Renzel.
This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Eating less is one thing. Knowing what to eat when the scale hits pause, that's different. If you're on the weight loss meds but feel like you're missing something, add Awaken 180. Free support for life. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, another doubleheader tonight of Bucks and Pucks, Pirates and Reds. You can hear it on the Fan starting at 6:40. Bubba Chandler will make his 2026 debut. You can listen to the game here while you watch the Penguins and Islanders at PPG Paints Arena, or not Islanders, Red Wings, excuse me, at 7, Stuart Skinner in goal. Wow, I'm all over the place. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Tuesday edition of the PM Team.
You're on the air.
Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
coming home. Swing, fly ball, falling fast into right, and it will be caught. And that's the game. McLean holds on to the ball as 3 Reds converge, and he fell down over one of his teammates and snow-coned the ball, but he held on, and that little dunker doesn't fall in, and the Pirates are blanked in Cincinnati 2-0. The final.
Seems like you guys had Phillips kind of on his heels there with the 2 walks to start the 9th. What do you kind of feel like you guys could have done differently in terms of just the at-bats after those 2 walks to just kind of take advantage of that opportunity?
Yeah, continue to battle there, with the 2 walks. And, I think with, Tree going up, first pitch, slider, sweeper didn't look like it was pretty close. But just trying to go for the win there. I think that with just continuing to stay within ourselves, I think that's the thing. When you start to press, you start getting outside of the approach, and that's what it looked like to me after those 2 walks.
You know what I like about Donnie Kelly? He has a very, calm demeanor there. He sounds like he's delivering good news, but he's actually ripping a player to shreds. I love that.
It's a good tactic.
Trying to win the game there. You're Jared effing Triolo. The first 2 guys walk to start an inning. You're down 2-0. Okay, this is not Reggie Jackson in the World Series. You're not Joe Carter. You're not Maz. Go up there and put forth a quality at bat and let the guy throw a strike. If there's anybody on the Pirates team who gets regular at bats who should be getting the take sign in a situation like that, it's Jared Triolo. So actually, in that respect, I'm not thrilled with Kelly because that should have been the coaching staff's message to Triolo. Hey, wait for a strike, buddy. And that should be coming from the dugout and not just the player's own decision. But still, as Kelly put it, yeah, he swung at a pitch that really was not close at all.
I'm blanking out. Was there a visceral reaction on the television broadcast to his putrid at bat there?
I did not have the volume on for that game, so I can't give you an answer.
Man, I might have to go back and hunt for that one.
But yeah,
I'll say this.
He's a horrible hitter.
He's an elite glove. He is a large human being, about 6'5" or whatever, 6'4". Looks like he should be able to hit for power. Pony, I can't tell you other than Brian Hayes' loopy-ass swing, a Pirate of recent memory for whom I have lower standards at the plate. When Henry Davis swings and misses, it kind of looks dangerous. Like if he ever connects and lines one up, he's going to hit it 450 feet. The best I ever hope for out of any Jared Triolo at bat, I'm not kidding, like if he's going to put the ball in play, is him inside-outing a ball to right center and it maybe skipping on the grass and getting towards the warning track. I know he's hit a few home runs. He is the least intimidating hitter I've ever seen.
It is uncanny. It is insane how eerily similar Triolo and Hayes are to each other. They got rid of Hayes, and they replaced him with the same exact guy.
Would you like a taller version of Brian Hayes?
It's the same thing. It's
the Big Oak.
It's bouncers and dribblers and seeing eye signals.
It's never squaring up a baseball. It's not generating hard contact.
Now, I think there's already evidence that, again, there's a cause and effect. That at-bat was so putrid, he's off to a wretched start. I think the Pirates are already starting to scrap some of their plans with him. When the Pirates faced David Peterson in New York on Saturday, Jared Triolo led off because his stats were good against lefties last year. The Reds are throwing a lefty who hasn't pitched in the major league in 2 years today. Jared Triolo is not in the lineup. Mangum leads off and
plays right field, by the way.
Mangum leads off. O'Hearn second. Reynolds third. Ozuna cleanup. Lau moves down in the lineup because of a lefty. He'll bat fifth. Gonzalez sixth. Bart seven. Cruz stays in against a lefty. He's all the way down to 8. And then Nick York is at third and bats 9. So the first time against a lefty, they thought Triolo was their best chance of getting somebody on base. You fast forward to the next game against a lefty, and he's out of the lineup altogether. I don't think that's a coincidence. I think it's a reaction to what happened at the end of the game. It also begs the question once again on Connor Griffin. And you and me both said it was the right decision to send him down because of how he performed in the spring. But I said this to you early on in the debate about what to do with Griffin. And my point then is the same thing I'm going to say now. One thing that is going to make the Pirates look bad in this is if they're losing games and the left side of their infield can't hit. Because even though there's the unknown with Griffin and the fact that he put up very pedestrian numbers in the spring, and by his own admission with us, he said he did not close out spring on a high note, you have probably the best hitter in minor league baseball, one stop away at AAA, while you run Jared Triolo out there. He can't even, here's the other thing about that situation. You can't even ask him to bunt. He's supposed to be a guy that handles the bat well. He doesn't get a lot of hits. Have him move the guys up into scoring position for the next guy. That apparently, I don't even know if that got asked last night. It should have. I know baseball has evolved and changed a lot, but I can guarantee you this. If pitchers were still hitting in 2026 and there wasn't a pinch hitter there, the pitcher would have moved or attempted to move the runners up 90 feet. And this is going to sound harsh, but I kind of look at Jared Triolo as a pitcher hitting. Yes, he had a great August last year. Whip-de-friggin' do. The rest of the year, he sucked. He's not a good hitter.
The Big Oak. Jared Triolo's 387 among Baseball Reference's listed starters for the Pirates so far through 4 games. His 387 OPS, this is going to stun you, is it's fifth best on the team of those 9. It's barely halfway. Spencer Horwitz lugging around a 182 OPS. Marcelo Zuna, 298. O'Neal Cruz, 343. And Brian Reynolds, 377.
75% of those guys, I mean, even throw Cruz in there. Those guys have a body of work.
Some sort of track record to cite.
Ozuna, all-star MVP votes.
Horwitz
Reynolds,
was their best player last year
Horwitz was exactly, had the highest OPS
Davis doesn't have a body of work. But
no, he doesn't. But Triolo was a bad hitter last year and is a bad hitter again 4 games into this year.
His entire value is tied up in his glove.
And Connor Griffin is at AAA. The rumored date, and I wanted to see how you guys feel about this, is Memorial Day for Connor Griffin.
Seems like a pretty long-ass time.
That would be around 50 games for him at AAA and around 200 at-bats.
Is the goal to make people so desperate to see him that even if he comes up then, is the goal to make people so mad with Triolo hitting that if Griffin comes up and merely is an average player, people will be celebrating it? I mean, that's...
No,
I'm being facetious here. I mean, only one stop in Jared Triolo's minor league career would I say he's actually hit.
Okay, here's the question I'll ask you. Should the decision on when Connor Griffin gets here, should it be only about him?
It should be like 80 to 85% about him. The majority of it should be about his readiness. We had Howard Kellman on with us when we were there, and he spoke numerous times about how he was stunned Gregory Polanco didn't pan out because he thought he had enough at-bats and plate appearances, and he felt like Cruz got rushed a little bit. I'll paraphrase his words.
Henry Davis definitely got rushed. Remember how little time he spent at AAA?
Sure, and Cruz got rushed too, and Howard Kellman told us, the guy who's been there for over 50, or this is his 50th year doing their games, that Cruz never developed a working knowledge of the strike zone in AAA. Griffin, I think, has already shown a pretty good knowledge of it because if you've looked, Pony, he's walked multiple times, 3 times in 3 games. Like, he's reached base, I think, 8 or 9 times in 3 games already. If you're 80% sure he's done what he needs to do and Jared Triolo keeps sucking out loud like he does, you have to bring him up. You can't, if this is supposed to be a season where you're trying to win baseball games and make the playoffs, which it is.
I know.
You cannot continue to put a black hole in the lineup like Jared Triolo.
But remember what you said about Kyle Dubas, about how they lost that game right before the trade deadline in horrendous fashion. And you said if your plan was to do very little at the trade deadline before this game happened, your plan should still be to do very little. You should not be someone who overreacts to one game.
Yeah, I remember saying that.
Yes, if you're the Pirates, my opinion, for as bad as it may get with Jared Triolo and Nick York and those guys, and believe me, I think it can get very bad, Connor Griffin is so unbelievably important to the present and future of the franchise. It should literally only be about what he does at AAA. You said 85%. I disagree. It should be 100%. If they think what's best for him is 50 games at AAA and around 200 at-bats, they could literally lose their next 30 games And Jared Triolo could go 0 for 4 in every single one of those games, and I would still say make him wait until Memorial Day. Because him being great is that important, I think, to the health and well-being of the franchise. And I don't want, like, Jared Triolo struggles or the team writ large, as you like to say, their struggles influencing the decision I make with Griffin. Because I feel like they've fallen victim to that with some of the guys you just named. Looking for a surge, looking for a bump, looking for some juice, calling a guy up because the alternatives aren't good and that's your best hitter down at AAA. And you're making short-sighted decisions, I think, when you do that.
Do you think Griffin might just be different as a prospect than the other guys we've talked about?
He probably is. But
different approaches for different players here.
I agree. He probably is. But if their baseball intuition is it's vital for him to get experience at AAA, I wouldn't waver off of that because your shortstop
I guess that does appeal to me the more I think about it. That I said 85. It should be probably 100%. Like I'm betraying some of my own principles in saying that. I think it's just a testament to how much I don't want to watch Jared Triolo step into a batter's box any more than is absolutely necessary. I really hate watching him hit. As much as fun as it is to watch him generally be a good defender, a great defender sometimes, I hate watching him step into the box.
Because you just said yesterday, if he gets called up in late May and is great from day one, the Pirates should get credit for the way they handled him, for the way they developed him, for picking the right date to come to the major leagues and all the other things from drafting him all the way through to get him to become a great major leaguer pretty much from day one, because Trout was not great from day one. You know,
Trout had a very underwhelming first foray into the majors.
Yes, like I sat here and Cook would bring up once a week during baseball season that Mickey Mantle got sent back to AAA. You know, like
I was there, I saw it all.
These things are like mythologized in baseball history. That it's not like that cut and dried with these great prospects. And I know that there's a lot of emphasis that's been put on this season by the Pirates and by their fans. And honestly, like, on one hand, they're seemingly doing a great job with Griffin. Their way of getting through the season until he got here in terms of who was going to man third base and shortstop, not great. And I say that as someone who picked them to have a winning record this year, and both of you guys, I think, picked them to, or Donnie at least picked them to make the playoffs.
We all picked within a 3-game or 2-game window, 84, 85, and 86. No, they've, I don't know, did they really think like Jared Triolo was going to change his stripes and be a much better hitter?
No, I think what they probably thought was this.
Our other guys that we brought in will float us. And
everybody else will hit, and we'll just get defense at shortstop and be fine with that.
Hold on. Then at the risk of nuking this whole thing, I'll say it is 4 games in, and Ozuna's track record suggests he should be better. I know Reynolds wasn't good last year, but his broad track record, you would hope, suggests that he'll pick it up sooner rather than later. If those guys join Lau and O'Hearn, not even keeping their current pace, but just continuing to be good offensive players, I would feel better about this. Ozuna is terrible so far, and that needs to change probably quicker than anything else. That's all he's getting paid to do here is lug a bat to the batter's box 4 times a game.
Mm-hmm.
You got a 298 OPS, pal. You're getting paid by Pirate standards real money. Time to see ball, hit ball.
But I think, like,
they still could have put better offensive players in those positions. They still could have made more aggressive moves to shore up that side of the infield. They clearly telegraphed, hey, we're going to live with what we have there for now. Griffin's going to be our majority of the year shortstop, and then we're going to move Triolo to third. They made their moves, and those other moves haven't worked.
I also think they just overvalued what Jared Triolo did in garbage games last year. He hit leadoff on Saturday. He's hit 5th already this season. You've got runners on first and second and no outs. You don't have him bunt. You give him the green light to swing on the first pitch. You've got Jake Mangum on your bench who can pinch hit there, who's a better player, a better candidate, I think, to put the ball in play and definitely not be a double play candidate. You've got all of these options available to you, and you've decided until today, where he's not in the lineup against the lefty, you decided for the first, now it's only 4 games, but decided we believe in Jared Triolo because he hit.
Maybe not for long.
Because he had a 390 on base percentage in August last year. Who cares?
Jared Triolo.
Go by what your eyes tell you.
Jared Triolo splits, other than his August, where Pony, he was good. I'll admit. I've got to find the monthly splits here. His monthly splits, though, from last season are very, very underwhelming outside of that 1 month. And let me put it this way. What I'm really saying here is I'm not surprised maybe that people who are fans or media got a little bit fooled by it. I am surprised that the team got fooled by it. OPS by month, 434, 526, 658, 125, 884, 670. He showed you what he was in every one of those other months. But apparently you believe that he was something different. By the way, he's a 6'3", 220-pound guy with 7 home runs.
Rumored arrival date for Connor Griffin is around Memorial Day. Can the Pirates afford to wait? Will you be patient? 412-928-9370. Best caller wins 2 tickets to the night before. You want to see Jason Aldean? You can't buy tickets. You got to win them here. Best caller on this is going to win tickets. 412-928-9370. Jared Triolo, last night's biggest loser. Today, benched out of the lineup. Connor Griffin tearing up AAA. Rumored arrival date for Griffin is Memorial Day. How does that make you feel? 412-928-9370. If you can't call in and win tickets, if you're tied up, you're jammed up, for some strange reason you don't have a take on the Pirates right now, we have a ticket drop coming up for this event. And that is going to be April 2nd. So that is on Thursday from 6 to 7 at Sensi's Pizzeria and Bar. I like that there's a bar there, too, in Cranberry. So you can go up there, and you can get those tickets, and then you can hang out and watch the hockey game, eat some pizza, and drink some beer at Sensi's. 418, time to make the smart call. Buell Insurance Agency, 724-443-5610. And can text us your thoughts, too, on the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line. Personal law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Come back with your calls and expectations for Bubba Chandler. But first, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Bubba Chandler on the hill tonight as the Pirates meet the Reds in Game 2 of the 3-game set in Cincinnati. First pitch at 6:40. Coverage on the Fan begins at 5:50. All brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
18 regular season games will soon be a reality, and it could happen as soon as 2027. Patriots owner Robert Kraft has suggested this could happen by adding a second bye week, eliminating a preseason game, and having every team play one international game per year. Extending the season and shortening the offseason at the same time as preaching player safety doesn't really make sense, but the NFL knows we can't get enough. I'm Adam Abdallah.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Participation may vary.
Who says vaping is safer than cigarettes? Science does not support that belief. Vapes can contain a variety of chemicals, flavoring agents, cancer-causing elements, and other harmful substances. High levels of nicotine in some vapes can be more likely to lead to addiction, and chemical ingredients are not always listed accurately on vaping packages. Vaping can also damage your DNA, your heart, your lungs, and even your smile. Enough with the puff. Learn more at ul.org/vaping.
Sponsored by Underwriters Laboratories.
Hey, Pittsburgh, the pick is in and the destination is downtown. This April 23rd through the 26th, don't just watch the future of pro football unfold, be in the center of it. Affordable hotel rooms from AAA Travel at the Hotel Monaco for the ultimate 3-night draft weekend. $1,529 per person, double occupancy, and you're in the center of the huddle and history. Visit your local AAA travel office or call 1-800-354-8761 to book your draft package with AAA Travel today.
As we emerge from a tough winter, it'll certainly mean a ton of home repairs this spring. But there's good news. Great home equity loan rates at Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union have already blossomed. It's Dan Zangrilli. I've been a member for a few years, and right now you can get a home equity loan for as low as 5.25% APR. Visit AllegiantFCU.org for full terms and conditions and to see if you qualify. It costs just $5 to become a member at Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, an equal housing lender.
Shopping for replacement windows? Metropolitan Window Company elevates your shopping experience.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you'll experience personalized knowledge, expertise, and professionalism from our first visit to your home until our craftsmen complete your installation.
We're the window company that people want in their homes, and our exclusive Infinity by Marvin 100% fiberglass windows are the windows people love.
They're built for life. They are the strongest, longest-lasting windows you can buy.
And we have a great selection of colors and finishes. Experience Metropolitan Window Company. Stop by our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Hey, it's Pony. Imagine a world where you can leave the house and take your home Wi-Fi speeds with you. Thanks to Xfinity Mobile, it's not just a fantasy. Just picture it. You're at your kid's soccer practice, streaming the other game in 4K, just like that. In the airport, download a cozy family comedy in a snap with Wi-Fi Power Boost. What if the places you had to be felt more like everywhere you wanted to be? That's the magic of Xfinity Mobile. Reliable Wi-Fi and 5G when you need it. Xfinity, imagine that. To get started, call or visit Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Visit XfinityMobile.com to learn more. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus regular rates for 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience. More, Verizon Unlimited Plus and AT&T Starter. As of 2/10/26. Taxes, fees extra. After promotion, regular rates apply.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Planning to move your office or business? Trust Corrigan Moving Systems, formerly Parks Moving and Storage, Pittsburgh's leader in workplace solutions. From office relocations to decommissioning, warehousing, and inventory management. Corrigan makes moving seamless so your office can be back up and running without skipping a beat. For a free quote, go to CorriganMoving.com or give us a call at 724-237-4578.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
The smartest way to spend your money is not to. Straight Talk offers free 5G phones for new and existing customers on Verizon's 5G network. So the refund money I don't spend on that free phone is the refund money I get to keep for my family. Smart.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Want a health plan that travels with you? With UPMC Health Plan, you can access care wherever you are. That's access to UPMC doctors and hospitals, local providers, plus urgent and emergency care nationwide through the Cigna Healthcare PPO network. What's more, you get 24/7 access to virtual care. All this with award-winning customer service from their healthcare concierge team. When your employer gives you a choice of health insurance plans, choose UPMC Health Plan.
When you see a Gravely mowing the grass, you're looking at over 100 years of ingenuity and action. You're seeing a rugged, durable machine professional lawn service companies have relied on for generations. Or maybe you see a homeowner who demands the best, cutting their own lawn like the pros, whether mowing or on a trailer between jobs. When you see a Gravely, you're seeing greatness at work. Take your lawn mowing up a notch with a Gravely. See the full line at your local dealer.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy 1 Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Participation may vary.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I opened a restaurant and needed everything. Menus, signage, catering brochures.
Everything and then some.
I went to Staples. They printed it all and even suggested takeout menus.
One money pit with a side of fries.
But now at Staples, you get up to $125 off custom print orders.
$125 off. Now you're cooking. Brand your business in a big way at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/18 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Want to make the most of your tax refund? File with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it with a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Cloudy with a shower tonight, the low 61.
Weather brought to you by Staples. From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in-store and online. Staples. That was easy.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Starting to see normal rush hour delays back you up on those major roadways with some brake lights building on 28 inbound from the 31st Street Bridge. On the Voice of Pittsburgh 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Rensel.
Window Nation March sale, up to 50% off all window styles. Visit windownation.com.
Spring can be tricky weather-wise in Pittsburgh, but Window Nation can help keep your home comfortable no matter the weather. Plus, in March, the more you buy, the more you could save. Up to 50% off all window styles. Visit windownation.com for a free consultation today.
Live from the Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
What do you kind of say to that with our press this early on in the season?
Yeah, easier said than done. Been there myself, and it's difficult when that starts to happen. And I think with Lau and O'Hearn leading the way, that other guys will jump on board and we'll start to come up with big hits.
Yeah, the guys who weren't here last year are the ones who are hitting. There were some fabulous calls into the postgame last night when I was driving home from doing the sports call to Zane Grilly. Somebody who said the Pirates were an infectious disease and their own people were giving Pirates hitters an uncurable disease that kept them from hitting. So Ryan O'Hearn and Brandon Lau haven't been infected yet, but they will be soon enough.
Like working close quarters with them for long enough.
And Connor Griffin needs to stay away from all the Pirates coaches and do his own thing. It's a compelling argument.
Oh, yeah, there are absolutely people who are like, get him somewhere else so he'll thrive. This bird cannot be caged.
Donnie Kelly is a Pittsburgh guy. Do you think he had gone to Fatheads before?
Yes. Man, now you're going to bum me out.
It's the end of an era. This is one of your favorite places on planet Earth.
It was my favorite. I proposed to Alex there. Your favorite? Yeah, I mean.
It was your Cheers.
Out. Oh, yeah. Like, it literally was.
Were you the norm type in there? Like, when you walked in, who were you from Cheers? Who was the guy?
Malsey was definitely Cliff Clavin.
Yeah, I would think Cliff Clavin.
Why is that?
The fun facts.
Yeah, I was Cliff Clavin.
The smartest guy in the room.
But, I mean, that was...
Would eventually be on Jeopardy.
It was a huge bummer, and I have, for a long time, I would consider Glenn Benigni, the owner of Fatheads, a friend. We did business for a long time here. I had multiple people say when I saw this news, Mulsey, you were the first person I thought of.
Wow, what a flex.
I feel like
congratulations on all your success.
I feel like a flex for radio advertising, too. I know, Glenn's wife and daughters, especially his daughter Kelsey, who was much more visible at the business in recent years, did not know this was coming. I know the Ohio locations where they brew the beer are all, to my understanding, doing well. I'm just very bummed. I proposed to Alex there with the help of one of the bartenders at the time, pulling a little fast one on her. Mm-hmm. We announced we were pregnant with Lennox with a custom beer sign. I was actually messaging Kelsey not that long ago to get one for latest pregnancy so we could just draw on it.
Yeah.
We did the same thing for Ace. Very bummed out, man. A lot of really great life memories for me that happened either there or because of that place. And so it's a big bummer, dude.
I just feel like, for whatever reason, a city of our size can only have a couple of trendy areas where people go out and have fun.
It seems like the cycle right now is Lawrenceville for that, in the North Shore, from what I'm being told.
Lawrenceville and the North Shore. And when we were in our 20s, it was the South Side, and to a lesser extent, Station Square. Station Square was kind of like on the downward trend.
When we were in our 20s, you would go to Lawrenceville, and it was like there's a couple places maybe, but it wasn't like, Round Corner. Is Round Corner even still there, maybe?
The Round Corner Cantina?
I love that joint.
I had some great memories there, too.
I had also some great hazy memories there. But it seems like it's cyclical. I've seen a lot of people dumping on the South Side. I don't go down there at night. I never went to Fatheads at night, really. That
Donnie,
was
you lived
Sunday
down there.
That was a Sunday fun day spot for me.
Was it still bumping when you were living above Rugger's Pub? Was it still a spot?
It felt like COVID was a real turning point for Southside in general.
It was.
Because I lived there through COVID.
It was.
Like early to mid-20s. And going into COVID, it was top-notch. Coming out of COVID, it felt like it was rough for a lot of the places down there.
I know there are some that are still doing well, too, but, it definitely felt like Smiling Moose was another joint down there I liked.
I thought Dunlap actually had a very prescient tweet on this. I agree with him 100%. He said, when Southside at Fatheads, Pittsburgh State Company, Mallorca, Nakama, Jack's, shows at Club Cafe, Mario's, the Smiling Moose, etc., that's the Carson Street I remember. High times, all kinds of different people coexisting, able to get along, a wonderful place. He's right. That does, resonate with me. Because I went to all of those places and had a great deal of fun at all of those places. And I get nostalgic about several of them that he rattled off there not being around anymore.
Yeah, this is like a gut punch. I mean, I went to pretty much all those places, too.
You know what else we forgot? Strip District.
And I just also don't know.
Strip District's starting to bump, too.
Yeah, I know. It is. I don't know what the reason is, though. I mean, I haven't talked to Glenn in a while just because he's busy, I'm busy. I'm sure if I texted him, I could probably get some sort of an answer as to what motivated it maybe, but that's not really my business. It's a big bummer. And the one other thing I would say about it is very much a place made by its people. I became legitimately very good friends, Alex and I did, with a lot of the bartenders there. A couple of them were invited to our wedding. We would hang out with them, cool people.
Uh-huh.
Some of the people you just shoot the breeze with on a Sunday morning, and I'm going to miss it, man.
Donnie,
I'm 41 years old, and that's not part of our lives like it used to be. But you know what? We could still bring Lennox and Ace down there, and they'd hang out in the little bay window in the front. We'd have our own little corner. We'd have romper room with all of our friends who have kids. So when is the last day? So they're having a sort of a last call type of thing on April 17th. Get down there and I assume Glenn and other, people, principals will be there.
Yeah.
Actual last day is April 26th. I'm going to try to make it.
Is this like the Post-Gazette where they're hoping somebody saves it, or do you think it's actually done?
I think it's done. And like I said, the Ohio, where they brew the beer up in suburban Cleveland, they've got, I want to say, 2 locations in Cleveland that are like a brew pub and then the big brew hall. Those are all, to my understanding, doing fine. And so that's what it's going to be. They're still going to brew the beer. You're still going to be able to buy Fatheads beer, but there's a lot of people, I walked in there knowing on a Sunday for a several-year stretch who I was going to see. We would get down there at 11 exactly, because if you got there at 11:15 on a Sunday, you weren't getting a stool. And then we would sit there, and my ass would take root in one of those bar stools for 5 hours sometimes. And we would just put in a marathon session. You wouldn't even get all liquored up. You would just hang out, man. Eat food, have a couple beers. It was awesome.
The first PM team road trip was to the Fatheads in Cleveland.
For Josh Bell at the
Home Run Derby.
Yeah, that's a true story.
Mm-hmm. And we hung out with Ken Carmen. That was the first time the Michelin man himself sauntered in.
Pony, when Joe and I were doing the show together, we broadcasted from Fatheads Saloon on the South Side for their 25th anniversary, the day it opened. 25 years to the day, we did a show that day. And our old boss, Jim, was mad at us.
I'm sure he made it out to that remote.
He was mad at us because, it was it was like a party atmosphere in the middle of the day. And he's like, I can't really hear you. And everybody else is like, this is awesome. This is one of the best shows you guys have done. It's wild. And so I'll miss it, man.
Bubba Chandler is going to make his debut. Here is what AI. I know how much Mulsey loves AI, so we'll just stay on topics that really make him happy. Here is what AI projects from Bubba Chandler this year. A 4.4 ERA.
What AI is this?
This is Google's AI. What do they call it? Does it have a catchy name?
There's this Gemini. Somebody's is
Gemini.
Claude now. Everyone's using Claude.
I don't know what that is or where I find it.
No, that's like another company's AI or whatever you want to call it. Yeah. Claude.
4.40 ERA, 125 strikeouts, 9 wins, 150 innings. Do you take that? 4.4 ERA, 150 strikeouts, 1.36 whip, 9 wins.
I wouldn't. I don't think that's
really.
I don't think I would take that. I need a little better. That whip's not that good.
I would take it. Here's why. He's their 5th starter or thereabouts. I guess technically, even though he's 5th in the rotation and Majinski had a good first start, I would still put him ahead of Majinski. So let's say I have him 4th behind Keller, Skeens, Ashcraft, and then he slots in.
You'd take that from 4th? So
yeah, I mean,
has Ashcraft move ahead of him for
he
real
has.
in your mind? Okay,
yes,
well then
he has.
I guess that says more good about Braxton Ashcraft in your mind than it does bad about Bubba Chandler. That's just surprising for me to hear.
No, it's a combination of both.
Okay, can't have.
I told you before the season started, I'm worried about Chandler that he blows up and isn't even in the rotation all year. So those are like slightly below average starting pitching stats. I would say like 4.2 ERA is league average, so it's slightly above that. For the number of innings, like a decent strikeout rate, not great. I mean, yeah, base runners, 1.36 ERA. That's not insanely high. It's not great. It's not bad. So it's like that's a season you can build off of. I mean, it's nothing like Paul Skeens. It's not phenom-like stats.
Didn't we have people saying his stuff was just as good, if not better, than Skeens? I guess that's...
Yeah, that conversation. If that happened, it's over with, and I've erased it from my memory because it seems like a ridiculous take now. Speaking of ridiculous takes, did you see our man Jim Bowden?
What's he up to now?
It's a toupee, right? Or is it a wig? What do we think it is?
Isn't a wig just a different way?
No, I think toupees and wigs are different.
In what way? How would you differentiate toupees and wigs?
I think of toupee as always the thing that's off to the side of the head. And wig can be a number of different looks.
Okay, you know what? You know what's sad? When I type stuff into Google, right?
Is Gemini giving you an answer on this too?
No. Here's the funny part. You know how it auto-corrects for like common searches?
Yep.
Clearly, idiots like the three of us have had toupee versus wig discussion in the Google era, because when you type in toupee space and the letter V, it auto-completes to versus wig. Okay, here's the AI overview. A toupee is a small hairpiece designed to cover partial hair loss on top of the head, blending with your existing hair, while a wig covers the entire head, offering full coverage.
Yeah, I think this is wig. I think Bowden goes with a wig.
Where's a tweet that I can find this?
This is Pop Foul Territory, which is part of the baseball network that Noah Hiles and Josh Harrison's podcast is on. So Jim Bowden used to be the Reds GM, used to work in the Pirates front office, used to do Pirates PR, used to lose fantasy baseball leagues to our sales manager, Nancy Rich, and used to be Pomp's roommate at Point Park. So he checks a lot of boxes. He went on the show today and said the Pirates should have traded Paul Skeens to the Yankees. That's what his take was.
Okay.
And he said they should have taken the package of Cam Schlitter, who was really good in the playoffs last year against the Red Sox, Spencer Jones, Carlos LaGrange,
very good,
and George Lombard Jr. That's a lot. I'm still not doing it. Donnie, we talked about this at the Indianapolis Indians game on Friday. It's just, is that fair? Probably. But you can't. No.
It sends such a hideous sign to the rest of to the organization, to your fans.
Yeah, it's already waving a white flag. Like, we know we're not going to have this guy for a long time, so let's just maximize return on him.
There basically was no Paul Skeens era window where you tried to win. He was here. He won Rookie of the Year. He won the Cy Young. He's going to, he'll probably win it again.
Is it a bad job by him that he lost a fantasy league to Nancy?
Nancy's hardcore into baseball and sports in general, though.
Yes, but he's a former 2-time MLB general manager.
Yeah, but he can't.
A general manager should never lose a fantasy league.
There's an element of luck to all of that.
Yeah, but it's the sport he's in. If he lost a fantasy football league to her, I would agree with you. He's supposed to know more about baseball.
I still think there's an element of luck. He can't predict for injuries, can he?
If Donnie got in a fantasy baseball league with Neil Huntington, and Huntington finished last in your league, wouldn't that change your opinion of him somewhat as a GM?
Yeah, but see, he didn't finish last year. Didn't he just finish second?
To her.
No, I think he finished. Yeah, he finished behind her, and I think he finished behind her by a lot.
I think it's more of a flex for her, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely.
I'm like transfixed by his hair. or hold on. Let me start that over again for those on video. I am transfixed by his hair with scare quotes.
It's a wig.
You never want to try that one, Chris?
It's like tip of my tongue what it reminds me of. It's not that Prince Valiant haircut, or that like the old comic where it's like the bowl cut around, but it is like Mark Davis adjacent.
I think it's like the Gorman thing. I think he's just got to own that he's got a wig. I think he needs to announce it.
Did Marv Albert ever openly admit, like, yeah, I'm wearing it?
Well, I think the world found out when he had that sexcapade, and like the sex partner, I think, wore the wig toupee during it.
What a way for people to find out that you wear a toupee.
Here's Chris in Uniontown. Hello, Chris.
Hey guys, how you doing today?
We're good, man.
Hey, what I got? Let me hear me out. They should have got rid of everybody. Carrington, Kelly. They should have brought someone in there that could evaluate players better before you sign them, and brought in a whole new coach. That's where they blew it. And another thing I'm hanging up after this. I've been saying this for over 20-some years. The Pirates got the Barry Bonds curse.
Chris, don't hang up. Don't hang up. I want to give you the tickets to Jason Aldean, so stay there. The Barry Bonds curse. What is the Bonds curse, though? I should have asked him.
They should have just backed up a Brinks truck and forced him to stay.
He wasn't going to, though.
My recollection of that, even as a 7 or 8-year-old kid, was first my parents saying, no, he'll be gone next year, and me not understanding free agency. 7-year-old Pony probably did understand free agency. And wasn't the whole thing that he was going to go to San Francisco because of his dad and Willie Mays, and that was always in the cards?
And they were trying to, like, save the team there and not have it moved to Tampa. Follow us on Twitter, which is crazy to think about in hindsight. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Donnie's biggest football topic of the day is next in the debrief. First, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins blow out the Islanders last night. They score 5 times in the second period, 7 unanswered goals. Pittsburgh wins the game 8-3. They get right back to it tonight. Pens hosting the Red Wings at 7 o'clock. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Comer and Cross, a new floor from the guys at Comer and Cross. What a terrific way it was for me to start 2026 when we agreed on a date and a time to do it. And what I love about anybody that does contracting work on your house in this day and age is when they make a couple of guarantees. When they're going to be there, how long it's going to take, and how much it's going to cost. I'm sure you yourself or someone you know has a recent horror story where one of those 3 things was screwed up. The time, the cost, when they were going to be there. And Comer and Cross delivered on all 3 fronts. Get a brand new finished garage floor from them, guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift again like the epoxy job you might have on there now or the one you're thinking about doing. So call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Or go to COMERcross.com. It's Comer and Cross.
Need water heater experts? Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater. Ready to upgrade the windows and doors in your home? Now is your chance to win $5,000 towards your purchase at 84 Lumber's brand new Anderson Windows and Doors showroom in Mount Lebanon. Mark your calendar. Visit the showroom at 1675 Washington Road on April 9th from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. to view Anderson's full product line and enter for your chance to win $5,000 towards your windows and doors. For more information, visit 84lumber.com and follow along on Facebook.
Trucking isn't just for drivers. PGT Trucking needs professional staff to help support their men and women out on the road. With positions in safety, recruiting, driver training, fleet management, maintenance, and more, you too can join the proud professionals of PGT and play a major role in the supply chain. Ditch the boring desk job and get in on the action with PGT. Call 1-800-TEAM-PGT or apply online at pgttrucking.com/work. That's pgttrucking.com/work.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Rally House. Shop every team in town. College and pro. Come on, it's time to go.
The season starts at Rally House. From jerseys and hats to tumblers for game day, it's where outrageous selection meets every fan's style.
Steelers, Penguins, Pittsburgh Panthers, Pirates, Penn State, Nittany Lions. Rally House. Rally House. It's your city, it's your house, it's a Rally House.
Level up your fandom in-store or online at rallyhouse.com.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I opened a restaurant and needed everything. Menus, signage, catering brochures.
Everything and then some.
I went to Staples. They printed it all and even suggested takeout menus.
One money pit with a side of fries.
But now at Staples, you get up to $125 off custom print orders.
$125 off. Now you're cooking. Brand your business in a big way at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app by 4/18 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
The Dollar Bank loan sale is extended through April 11th. When you're dreaming big, talking with a loan expert is a smart way to start. Whether your project is a bathroom renovation, a simplified budget, or a dream wedding, the Dollar Bank loan sale is the perfect time to turn your big dream into a real plan with our affordable and customized borrowing solutions. All loans, all terms, all on sale. Get started at dollar.bank/loan sale. Dollar Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Come on. No. It's just a golf lesson, champ. Loosen up. I can't. See that Hyundai Santa Fe? Yeah. I only paid to finish up on your own. I gotta run.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends March 31st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Hey, it's Pony. Temperatures in Pittsburgh are all over the place, and that means your heating system is working overtime. If your system is struggling to keep you warm or not heating at all, call the trusted professionals at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. McVeigh's heating experts are ready to repair your system fast. And if it's time for replacement, don't miss McVeigh's special 0% financing for 60 months on any Bryant equipment. Call McVeigh today, or visit callmcveigh.com to get scheduled.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Time for the Donnie Football Debrief before we get to Donnie's biggest football topic of the day. And by the way, the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. All you baseball dads and moms out there, the Fan and the Buccos, want to visit your teams in action for a youth baseball and softball showcase. One such event last year, Callis put the equipment on, looked like good old Bruce Fremming behind the plate, and he was calling balls and strikes for kids.
That was a big-time maneuver by Callis.
He looked like Cowboy Joe West out there.
You're actually not telling the whole story because it does make Callis look like an even better guy. They didn't have the ump no-showed or something.
He did
there was
an awesome
issue.
job. That's why I'm bringing it up.
He stepped in when they would have basically not been able to have a game and was just like, here, I'll do it.
Send an email to us and have Callis come out and call balls and strikes for you. Youthsports at 937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team. And 93.7 The Fan may make a stop at your field, brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Details, 937thefan.com. Donnie, the biggest football topic of the day here, please.
The debrief, March 31, 2026. A slew of new rules getting passed through.
Any Steelers related?
There are. Actually, two, I would say, are Steelers related. NFL owners have approved the Steelers' proposal to make permanent the 2025 rule allowing teams to have one call with up to 5 unrestricted free agents during the legal tampering period.
Yeah, everybody just ignores that anyways, and guys are being tampered with in the weeks leading up to it. That's why as soon as free agency starts, guys sign deals.
Bang, 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 yeah.
Okay, that's kind of a...
Isn't that kind of a nerd hall monitor sort of rule?
That's a rule that no one is going to take seriously.
The other one is what is going to, I assume, be now called the DK Metcalf rule, which is a rule that now allows the league to consult with on-field officials on potential disqualifications, both for flagrant football acts and non-football acts, and place a flag on the field. So the DK Metcalf situation used as an example here.
He could have been flagged and ejected?
After he was not flagged and ejected for what happened in Detroit.
Yeah, because as soon as that happened in the moments afterwards, that was what the rules analysts were saying. I think CBS went right to Gene, and he said, yeah, there's nothing they can do about it now. It happened. Even though somebody in eye in the sky can overturn like the most minute calls. Like remember that call in Chicago against the Bears where it was short, so they had to go for the tush push, and they like changed the measurement even though there was like a blatant face mask on the play that they weren't allowed. It just the way that the NFL overturns or reviews calls is so like slipshod to me and inconsistent when it gets applied and when it doesn't. And that fuels, I think, people thinking that the league is fixed when they see that inconsistency.
Yes. Consistent inconsistency is going to get people just saying, well, there's so much money. And by the way, none of those arguments ever hold up to scrutiny of well, they don't want such and such team there. I don't know, man. I think that when it's your team, if you're the Steelers and you think they got screwed because the league doesn't want you there, you are dramatically underselling the degree to which the Steelers are popular. Also, if the league was truly rigged, Pony, right?
Yeah.
And Roger Goodell, his main purpose was to make sure that the most popular team was always playing in Super Bowls, the Dallas Cowboys would never lose.
And they've got the longest NFC championship drought in that conference.
Yes. The other thing I was thinking of, you said slipshod too. I feel like the stuff should be so much more reviewable than it is. Certain things, they don't want to go back and catch stuff after we missed this on that play too. Well, we can't adjudicate that.
Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track today. Good weather in Cincinnati for first pitch, which is about 2 hours from now. Coming up next, Mike McCarthy talking at the owners' meetings. We have the highlights. We're not going to play the whole thing. We're just going to give you the greatest hits. He got very defensive when asked about something our callers bring up on this show all the time, and it's not quarterback related. Plus, what he said about where Jalen Ramsey will play, running back